Australia, the Gold Coast. Bai Yaoyao suddenly jerked upright from the recliner, staring blankly at the long-legged blonde beauties in bikinis on the beach and the group of muscular men showing off their physiques. After a long moment, she finally reacted. Had she been reborn? In her mind, scenes of her battle with the space-type Emperor-level zombie replayed again and again. Her 10-person squad had all fallen to its hands. In the end, Fatgo and the others had staked their lives to hold it back, giving her the chance to unleash a full-power strike. Watching the zombies slice Fat G's more than 200 gene of flesh away bit by bit, Bai Yaoyao had burned every last shred of strength to drag the space zombie into mutual destruction. Just before death, the crystal core of the Emperor-level space zombie had fallen before her. Summoning all her remaining strength, her fingertips had just brushed it, then her life ended. She picked up the phone lying on the recliner and glanced at it, realizing in shock that she had actually been reborn 3 months before the apocalypse. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao had not only survived 10 years in the apocalypse, but had also led several brothers she could entrust her back to in establishing the Night Squad, slaughtering countless zombies and mutant beasts together. The advent of the apocalypse had been within almost everyone's expectations, yet no one imagined it would arrive so abruptly. First, a virus emerged overseas. Huagua strove to contain it for 10 long years, but in the end it still spread out of control. With absolutely no warning, a unified rain fell across the entire world. After the rain, not only did no rainbow appear, but roughly 60% of humanity turned into zombies, completely losing consciousness and unable to restrain their instinct to attack humans. Mutated animals appeared one after another, and humanity's living conditions grew ever more perilous. Yet among them were individuals of remarkable power. Before Bai Yaoyao's death, 9-level ability users had already emerged. Bai Yaoyao was among them, having awakened a spatial ability. At first, this space power could only store supplies and was dismissed as utterly useless. Bai Yaoyao relied on her extraordinary combat skills to fight zombies hidden, slowly raising her ability to level 3. Only then did she discover that the spatial ability could not merely store items, but also unleash spatial blades, spatial cutting, throwing, teleportation, and other skills. Paired with Bai Yaoyao's combat prowess, it was a perfect combination, propelling her directly to 6th place on Huagua's top 10 combat power rankings. Yet, even so, she still could not overcome an Emperor-level zombie. The Jingdu base of Huagua released a message: as long as 10 crystal cores from different types of Emperor-level zombies could be obtained, a zombie vaccine could be developed, bringing this apocalypse to a definitive end. However, as humans grew stronger, zombies evolved as well, even gaining intelligence. 3 years later, it was almost impossible to encounter a lone zombie anymore. Without team cooperation, it was nearly impossible for a single person to defeat a zombie group. Zombies had even learned to launch purposeful planned assaults on human bases. The 10 different Emperor-level zombie crystal cores were unimaginably difficult to obtain. The most formidable among them, the time-pipe zombie, was so terrifying that, not to mention killing it, everyone who had seen it was already dead. Even its very existence had only been inferred from corpses that had mysteriously aged. Bai Yaoyao quietly closed her eyes and clenched her fists. As she thought of the brothers who had left her one after another in the last life, excitement slowly surged within. This time, they were all still alive. This was the meaning of her rebirth. This time she would lead them to clear the level of this apocalypse. Bai Yaoyao cast a glance at the tranquil sea, then quickly returned to the seaside villa. After so many years working as a killer, she had accumulated a small fortune. Having grown used to a life of fighting and slaughter, she would occasionally grant herself a holiday, resting in leisure for a few days. Bai Yaoyao felt she had countless things to do. The very first task was to quiet her mind and recall the crucial timelines and events of the 10 years of apocalypse, recording them one by one. By force of habit, she reached into her space and drew out paper and pen. She had just written a single character when she suddenly realized, wait, the apocalypse had not even begun yet. How did she already have an ability? She hurried to probe her powers and discovered that her spatial ability not only remained, it had upgraded. In her previous life, when the space first awakened, it was only the size of a 20 square meter bedroom, and only after reaching level 9 did it expand to the size of a football field. Now there was no detectable boundary at all. It seemed that however vast she needed it to be, that was how vast it would become. Strangely, a house had appeared within the space. Bai Yaoyao was eager to know what lay inside. At the moment the thought formed, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she found herself standing within the house. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. This spatial ability had mutated far too drastically. She herself could. In her previous life, the space could not accommodate living beings at all. If she herself could enter, did that mean other living creatures with life force could enter as well? Unfortunately, she had no small animals at hand convenient for experimentation. Bai Yaoyao wandered through the house. Aside from a single bed, the main room held nothing else. Beside it were 2 additional rooms, a kitchen and a toilet, both furnished in the most basic manner. The greatest surprise was that outside the house lay soil, arable land that could be cultivated. No matter how much stockpiled supplies one hoarded, they would eventually be exhausted. Only what could be regenerated was the true guarantee of survival. Bai Yaoyao suddenly thought of the crystal core of the Emperor-level space zombie, guessing that it was the cause of her spatial abilities mutation. But then why had she been reborn? Unable to figure it out, she simply chose not to dwell on it. There was far too much she needed to do, and time could not bear even the slightest waste. She pulled out her phone and called Fat Ge. Yaoyaoji, what's up? Hearing his voice, Bai Yaoyao's tears spilled out at once. Before his death, Fat Ge had still been shouting for her to hurry and escape. But she had chosen to gamble everything. Fat Ge, where are you? I'm eating lobster. Their lobster here is so delicious. Fat Ge's simple, honest voice came through. Come over and see me, I'll send you the location. Alright, I'll bring some lobster for you to try. It's really good. Hanging up, he packed a large portion of lobster and drove quickly toward Bai Yaoyao's place. Fat Ge's given name was Qin Xiaopeng, 1 year older than Bai Yaoyao. They had been picked up by their master on the same day, taught skills, and given the means to make a living. The organization had gradually grown, but their elderly master had not endured to see it flourish and passed away first. Before his death, he entrusted the organization to Bai Yaoyao. By now they had earned more than enough money to live on, and she simply wanted to lead everyone to wash their hands of the trade and retire. Bai Yaoyao had no grand ambitions. She merely wished for them all to be safe, to marry, to start families, and live the lives of ordinary people. After all, their childhoods had been far too bitter. Bai Yaoyao's personality and appearance contrasted sharply: fair skin, large doll-like eyes that fluttered, a small delicate nose, and a sweet smile with 2 tiny dimples. Relying on her harmless appearance, she had completed an unknown number of rank assignments. Many targets, even at the moment of death, refused to believe that the pretty, eloquent young girl before them ranked first on the killer list. Bai Yaoyao had just finished recording the crucial times and events from her memories when Fat Brother arrived. Yaojia, come on. Eat while it's hot. Watching a large pile of meat marching toward her in Fat Brother's hands, Bai Yaoyao's mood brightened. His honest, guileless appearance hid a nature that cherished life and was shrewd to the core. The moment she thought of how in her previous life he had been sliced into pieces in order to save her, a deep ache rose in her heart. Though Fat Brother was rotund, his martial skills were outstanding. He was an agile fat man who had awakened Earth-type and Metal-type abilities. His defense was virtually indestructible, and his offensive power was impressive as well. He was the team's stalwart frontliner, capable of both enduring and striking. Bai Yaoyao deftly took the lobster and without a word began eating straight away. In 10 years of apocalypse, delicacies like lobster had utterly vanished. Even a single hot meal had become a rare luxury. Now that she had obtained her spatial ability in advance, she needed to plan carefully, earn money, and stockpile supplies. In just a few bites, Bai Yaoyao finished off a single lobster as thick as a child's forearm, leaving Fat Brother utterly stunned. Yaojia, what's going on with you? This. Fat Brother began, but Bai Yaoyao only smiled, then casually stored the half-eaten lobster into her spatial ability, paused for 2 seconds, took it back out again, and finally stored it away once more. Witnessing the scene, Fat Brother shot to his feet. After staring blankly for several seconds, he recovered the simple, honest expression on his face, vanishing as his entire body tensed in alert. He strode quickly around the room, inspecting every corner. Only after confirming there was truly no one else present did he return to Bai Yaoyao and say, I'm going to find Paikamaizi to perform hypnosis, have her help me forget everything that happened today. The fewer people know about this, the safer it is, ideally no one at all. I don't want to know what kind of fortuitous encounter you've had, I only care that you remain safe. After speaking, he cast Bai Yaoyao a worried look, cursing inwardly that this silly girl was utterly insensible, then turned to leave. Fat Brother, come back, Bai Yaoyao called. You'll find out sooner or later. We're almost out of time. Bai Yaoyao's words halted his steps. He hesitated for a long moment, then stomped his foot and swung around. My Yaojia, what on earth is going on? He exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao rubbed her fingertips together and smiled. Haha, I thought you weren't curious. How could I not be curious? I'm practically dying of curiosity. You are. Fat Brother began heatedly. Before he could finish, Bai Yaoyao cut him off, her tone turning solemn. Fat Brother, in this world, aside from Shifu, you're the person I trust the most. What I'm about to tell you may sound unbelievable, but it's the truth. 3 months from now, the apocalypse will arrive. Countless people will turn into zombies, including Lulu and Qinxian. Those of us who remained would awaken abilities, and facing endless hordes of zombies and mutated beasts beyond counting, we struggled through 10 years of apocalypse. In the final battle against the boss, we failed. All of us died, and I was reborn to this very day. What you just saw is my ability, space-type power. Fat Brother's narrow slit-like eyes slowly widened until they looked like small bronze bells. He slumped against the sofa at a loss for words. Yaojia, which of us died first? He finally asked. You did. You died saving me, Bai Yaoyao replied. Sounds like a man. I didn't let Shifu's dying instructions go to waste, Fat Brother said, drawing a deep breath. Bai Yaoyao exhaled as well, relieved that he hadn't dismissed her as insane. Suddenly Fat Brother jumped to his feet, touched Bai Yaoyao's forehead, planted a hand on his hip, and asked, how many fingers is this? 1. And this? 2. What's 1 plus 1? Bai Yaoyao could only respond with exasperation in her gaze. Fat Brother, I'm telling the truth, she said, massaging her forehead. Sigh, if only it were fake. If only you'd just drunk too much or caught a fever, Fat Brother murmured. Tell me what you need me to do. Right now I have 360 million in liquid funds. My movable and immovable assets add up to roughly another 80 million. I'll liquidate them as quickly as I can and then transfer everything to your account. Fat Brother laid everything bare without reservation. Bai Yaoyao gave him a thumb up. I don't plan to tell anyone else about this. It's enough that the two of us know. I'm afraid of triggering some sort of butterfly effect. When the time comes, we'll gather the brothers together in advance. We'll split up to act. You understand weapons, so don't transfer your money to me. Use all of it to buy arms. Don't bother with low-power ones, they're useless against zombies. Heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, bombs, and the like, get as many as possible. The more the better, and the greater the firepower the better. No problem. I'll head out right now. I'll probably have to visit quite a few places. Do you need medicine as well? If so, leave it to me, I've got connections, Fat Brother answered without hesitation. Fat Brother accepted the task without a second thought. We do need them. All of these are desperately scarce resources in the apocalypse. Even if we don't use them ourselves, we can trade them to bases for points and crystal cores. Huagua is the most orderly nation in the world. I've worked with their officials before. They're absolutely reliable. We must all return to Huagua before the apocalypse, Bai Yaoyao stated directly. No problem, Yaojia. I'm off, Fat Brother replied. All right, be careful. See you later. After Fat Brother left, Bai Yaoyao took out her phone to tally all of her assets. Her Swiss bank account held $500 million that Shifu had left her. Her personal accounts still contained more than 800 million Huagua currency. It looked like a fortune, but money, no matter how much, vanished quickly once you started spending. After a brief hesitation, she made a call. Beautiful assassin Gigi, hello there. What a surprise, you actually had time to call me. Wanna have a meal with this handsome little gidge of yours? A playful male voice answered. I'm taking the job you mentioned last time, Bai Yaoyao said, ignoring his roguish tone and cutting straight to the point. Haha, straightforward, he laughed. I'll wire you 100 million as a deposit the moment we hang up. Once the target is dead, 500 million will go straight into your account. All right. Less than 5 minutes after she ended the call, a notification popped up. 100 million had been transferred into her account. Wang Fugue, male, foolish, but rich, patriotic. That was how Bai Yaoyao had labeled him in her phone contacts. They had worked together once before. He was the only son of the Wang family of Huagua. His ability to earn money was average, but his talent for spending it was extraordinary. He had paid a hefty price to obtain her contact information, hiring her to assassinate Sato Shinichi, the largest industrialist in our country, simply because the man had publicly declared that Huagua would never surpass their great empire. At the time, Bai Yaoyao had just completed another mission and was slightly injured, so she had told him she would think about it. Now, with her spatial ability in hand, though she could not yet wield offensive powers, her personal safety was firmly guaranteed. It was a rare chance to earn a massive sum, and she truly did not want to let it slip away. Once she had made up her mind, she immediately booked a flight to our country. While carrying out the assassination, she also planned to stockpile a batch of supplies there. In her previous life, she had heard from officials that our country was virtually annihilated in the early stages of the apocalypse. Surrounded by the sea on all sides, it suffered seawater backflow triggered by torrential rains followed by 2 major earthquakes. Ordinary people had no means of protecting themselves. Was it really too excessive for her to go there and reap a harvest? Rather than letting an entire nation's supplies go to waste, it was better that she claim them. That way she would not need to hoard quite so much after returning to Huagua, nor would she have to sweep through supermarkets and fight ordinary people for basic necessities. The more humans survived, the more hope there would be. Bringing an end to the apocalypse was never something a single person could accomplish. Bai Yaoyao discovered that the space still had preservation capabilities. The leftover lobster taken out after a long time was still warm, just as it was when it was put in. Knowing this feature, Bai Yaoyao felt even happier in this life she could live without so much suffering. Before leaving, she didn't forget to purchase a batch of seafood specialties in Australia, heading straight to the local wholesale market to order 2 million worth of seafood. Especially the lobster, which fat brother loved to eat, and she herself enjoyed as well. She also bought plenty of other seafood like salmon, black pomfret, yellowtail abalone, squid, octopus, sardines, royal crabs, coral crabs, king crabs, sea urchins, flower snails, scallops, and more. She practically cleared out the entire seafood market. After ensuring the delivery to the warehouse, Bai Yaoyao directly stored everything in her space. Next, she needed to buy some cooked seafood. Her culinary skills only reached the level of making instant noodles with an egg, so having ingredients was useless. Her brother's cooking skills were equally basic. As long as the food was cooked, it was fine, but whether or not it could be cooked was another matter. Aside from grilling meat outdoors, they didn't know how to do anything else, having grown accustomed to being fed by their master. Thus, she ordered 1,000 portions of lobster and 1,000 servings of seafood mix from the hotel where fat brother dined. As for other things, they would be discussed when she returned to her home country. When it came to gourmet food, if Huagua said second, no one dared to claim first. Then she drove to buy 1,000 boxes of sheep oil, 3,000 sweaters, 3,000 leather coats, 3,000 pairs of cotton boots, and 3,000 cotton blankets. In the second year of the apocalypse, the temperature plummeted, reaching lows of -60 to 70 degrees. All these items became life-saving necessities. Forget about fighting zombies, as simply extending a hand was difficult. Fortunately, with the upgrade of abilities, people's resistance to heat and cold had significantly increased. She also bought 1,000 cans of Australian baby formula. Although it was for infants, no one had specified that older babies couldn't consume it. Anything that could supplement nutrition was considered a hard currency in the apocalypse. Now that her people were conveniently in Australia, it wouldn't be appropriate not to bring back some specialties. When everything was stored in her space, Bai Yaoyao looked at the disorganized supplies and frowned slightly. She took out her phone, opened 1988, and ordered 1,000 industrial-grade stainless steel storage racks from 5 different stores. She set the dimensions to 7 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 5 meters high, with a total of 6 tiers. The standard delivery would take about a month. Expedited shipping would cost quite a bit. Bai Yaoyao calculated the timing, and it was about right. She would return home by then, perfectly timed for receiving the goods, so she opted not to expedite and paid the deposit decisively. Contentedly, she boarded the plane to our country. Bai Yaoyao, dressed like a student with her hair in a bun adorned with a little bunny hairpin, looked adorable and demure. Upon arrival, she directly took a taxi to the venue of Sato Corporation's product launch, having learned online that Sato Shinichi would be attending the event. Planning to join the festivities and see if she could find an opportunity to complete her mission, she spotted Sato Shinichi just as he stepped out of the car. Bai Yaoyao's eyes lit up. That car was incredibly stylish. It was a modified Mercedes-Benz S-Class Alpine armoring bulletproof vehicle, which looked thrilling, but had an exorbitant price. Bai Yaoyao, who worked hard for her modest earnings, was reluctant to spend money on it. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental about the car as she joined the crowd inside. The launch had not yet begun, and Sato Shinichi was likely in the VIP lounge. After some searching, she found a position, knocked out a water delivery attendant, changed into her clothes, and disguised herself to sneak into the lounge, avoiding the surveillance. She had poisoned the tea with a lethal toxin. Bai Yaoyao always believed that being a killer didn't necessarily mean one had to kill daily. It was better to solve problems with intelligence. Bai Yaoyao entered the room, placed down the water, and sweetly glanced at Sato Shinichi at the main seat. Sato Shinichi smiled wickedly, pausing as he lifted his teacup to say, "When it's over, come find me." Bai Yaoyao shyly nodded, watching Sato Shinichi drink the cup of poison, feeling a sense of amazement at how easy it was to kill him. 600 million was within reach. Taking advantage of the bodyguard's delayed reaction, she struck first. The 4 bodyguards didn't even manage to call for backup before falling to Bai Yaoyao's blade. She casually grabbed the car keys, hoping to snag a little bonus. After cleaning up the traces, she took a photo of Sato Shinichi and sent it to Wang Fugue, then swiftly entered her space. Why not use her abilities when she had them? Bai Yaoyao enjoyed a peaceful lunch. She practiced her abilities for a while. Although her space had mutated, her ability level remained at level 1. Without spirit stones, she couldn't level up, but she could improve her proficiency. For Bai Yaoyao, this was like second nature. It felt like no time had passed when it was already deep into the night. Changing into a set of black clothes, she donned a mask and had exited her space and stealthily made her way out, spotting the Alpine armoring still parked by the roadside, smiling as she realized she had made some extra cash. It seemed that Sato Shinichi's death had thrown everyone into a panic and they hadn't managed to respond in time. She pulled out the car keys and drove away. Driving to a remote area without surveillance, she entered her space, with both the car and herself enjoying a good sleep. The next day, Bai Yaoyao changed into a new outfit and began her grand shopping spree. Wang Fugui's remaining payment had already been transferred, and for some reason he had even overpaid by 200 million. Now she had 1.6 billion in her personal account. She had spent nearly 70 million in Australia, but with the 5 billion from her master she should have enough stock. At that moment her phone rang. Wang Fugue. Killer sister, you're amazing. The day before yesterday you said you'd take the mission, and less than a day later Sato is dead. Wang Fugue exclaimed loudly. Bai Yaoyao instinctively held the phone a bit farther from her ear. You overpaid me by 200 million. Haha, that's only right. You did a great job. Are you still in our country? There's another mission to you. I'm too busy. I'm not taking it. The mission reward is 1 billion. Tell me more. Bai Yaoyao's face flushed. Wang Fugue was delighted and said blow up the Yasukuni shrine. Bai Yaoyao was speechless, thinking how patriotic this kid was. However, she was quite interested in the mission, and it was definitely not just because of that measly 1 billion, absolutely not. I'll take it, Bai Yaoyao said. Haha, that's our #1 killer sister. Amazing. Wang Fugue exclaimed happily. Bai Yaoyao hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and called Xiaomi. Xiaomi had been active in Southeast Asia for years and should have resources on hand. Sister Yao, can you get me a Kaz-287 bomb? I'm in our country. Hearing Xiaomi's voice, Bai Yaoyao felt a piece of her heart that had been missing suddenly return. In her previous life, Xiaomi had not awakened her abilities. Surrounded by zombies, she had charged towards them with a bomb, willing to perish together to avoid dragging everyone down. Now everyone was alive. How wonderful. I'll jump, I'm Sister Yao. What do you want? This explosion is no joke. Without a helicopter to assist, how will you escape? It can't be timed. Xiaomi exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, I have a way, Bai Yaoyao replied. 1019, Jintian Avenue. Just go tell them my name, no need to pay, they owe me a life. Bai Yao ended the call, retrieved the bomb from the place Xiaomi had indicated, and tucked it away into her dimensional storage. She immediately began stockpiling supplies, intending to carry out this one operation when she left our country. Once her homeland was under martial law, she would have no chance to enjoy them freely. Bai Yaoyao contacted Xiaomi again and rented a large factory. She went ahead to scout the site, and seeing that the building was remote and free of surveillance, felt reassured. On a Chinese community forum, she found someone who worked in food wholesale and arranged an afternoon meeting. At noon she wandered into a roadside restaurant and ordered a negi don, a wagyu platter, matcha tofu tempura, a sashimi rice bowl, and uemi sake. Having been reborn, her appetite had grown considerably. Perhaps the portions here were small. After all that, she still felt not quite sated. So she ordered a molten cheese fried pork cutlet to feel fully satisfied. Delighting in the flavor, Bai Yaoyao produced her phone and opened a translator. Boss, I want 500 portions of every dish I just had. How long will it take to prepare? Bai Yaoyao asked. That many. The owner replied, it will have to be ready by tomorrow. We do not have that many ingredients on hand, we use only the freshest supplies. Bai Yaoyao said, fine. I will pick them up tomorrow evening. Pack them in an insulated box. She promptly paid a deposit. Once he agreed, the owner shut the shop and hurried out to buy ingredients. This was a major undertaking. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Yaoyao found the wholesaler she had seen on the forum, a man called Li Hua. She took a sip of water to steady her voice, preparing to haggle for the lowest price. Every penny had been hard-won. If failing to be meticulous would be a betrayal of all the hardships she had endured. She recalled how in her previous life vast sums had reduced to mere numbers after the apocalypse, and her heart ached. Now that she could prepare in advance, no money could be squandered, not even a single yuan. In the end, she managed to secure well below market wholesale prices: 10000 bags of Yueguang rice, 5000 bags of Chiotian rice, 5000 bags of Qixing rice, and 5000 bags of Maimengren rice. She planned to buy some Wuchang rice from the northeast and southern rice varieties after returning home. The brothers liked rice. If she did not stock enough, she would regret it. Even if they could not cook elaborate meals, they still knew how to steam rice in a rice cooker. As for flour, Li Hua explained that our country generally sold 2 types: low-gluten cake flour for breads and cakes, and high-gluten strong flour for buns and dumplings. Bai Yaoyao trusted the flour from Hua country more, so she only ordered 3000 gin of olive oil, grapeseed oil, soybean oil, and corn oil were each capped at a maximum of 5000 barrels. Suppliers simply did not have more, and she had to piece them together from several wholesale markets. Crucially, Bai Yaoyao had never really cooked and did not know whether these quantities would suffice. She planned to run the numbers with Pangu. When she returned, if it proved insufficient, she would source more from Hua country. Then came the ancillary staples, first salt and sugar. Salt was easy. She emptied the wholesale market stock, buying 2000 boxes, each box containing 70 bags. Salt had so many uses. It was not only a seasoning, but also a source of electrolytes, a disinfectant, an everyday necessity for the human body. Sugar was harder to hoard. It was tightly regulated. Private individuals could not purchase it in large quantities. Even supermarkets and wholesalers required certification to buy. Li Hua could only procure 1000 boxes here, though each box contained 100 bags. He also supplied 1000 boxes each of rock sugar and brown sugar. She had Xiaomi obtain an additional A000 gene of white granulated sugar on the black market. Xiaomi felt bewildered, sensing that Sister Yao was up to something big and wondering why he was not included, but when the boss gave an order, he obediently complied. Our country's seafood soy sauce suited Bai Yao's taste, so she ordered 2000 boxes. She also bought 1000 boxes of vinegar light soy sauce and cooking wine. Unsure of per meal consumption, she made rough estimates. Most of the time, she and her brothers would have no time to cook. Much of these supplies would be exchanged with officials for crystal core resources. In the apocalypse, strength was paramount. She did not wish to waste time on indulgence, yet if circumstances allowed a better life, she would grasp it. No one sought suffering for its own sake. Seasoning powders and the like she would buy back in Hua country later. They were not essential for survival and did not deprive ordinary people of their means to live. Next came the instant foods Bai Yaoyao most needed. Our country's Reassembled products were excellent. She decided to stockpile as much as possible. Surveying the market offerings, she ordered 2000 servings of charcoal grilled yakitori, A000 packs of wagyu rolls, 3000 boxes of rice balls in various flavors, 3000 crab sticks, and 3000 servings of fried chicken from Lawson, 3000 chicken rolls, and 3000 sandwiches from Family Mart, 2000 boxes of glutinous rice, shumai, 2000 packs of fresh shrimp rice rolls, 5000 boxes of seaweed egg drop soup, and 5000 boxes of pork bone broth. She ordered 5000 boxes of self-heating rice, 2000 self-heating mini hot pots, 2000 instant ramen and tonkatsu noodles, and 1000 boxes of each variety of ready meals. Because these were what she and the brothers would eat most often, she bought them in greater quantities. Everyone had hearty appetites. Pangu, for example, might need 3 self-heating rice boxes to feel satisfied at a single meal. In the early days of the apocalypse, people were unfamiliar with their abilities. These items could save lives. She would buy abundantly here and once back home buy only braised beef noodles out of personal preference. Li Hua asked, "These items have very short shelf lives. Are you sure you want to hoard so many?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "Yes, arrange shipment. Though I order so much, you must guarantee quality, no short waits, and the shelf dates must be fresh. Otherwise I will withhold the final payment." Li Hua raised his hand and pledged, "Rest assured, we are from the same country. I will not cheat you. I will make a fair profit on this deal, and once it is done, I will return home. After so many years working away, I miss home terribly." Bai Yaoyao nodded at his apparent sincerity and asked, "Is there a comprehensive wholesale market for snacks?" Li Hua answered, "There is. I'll drive you there. It's a little far. You will need to leave a deposit. I can deliver early tomorrow morning, and you will settle the balance then." "No problem," Bai Yaoyao said. Bai Yaoyao proceeded to buy a great many snacks. After all, if she did not purchase them now, she might never see them again once the apocalypse came and entire countries fell. She purchased hollow corn crisps, dorayaki soy milk wafers, caramel toffees, chunjeong boneless duck claws, Japanese milk tea, milk puddings, instant cheese crab sticks, cheese stuffed fish cakes, white peach jelly, charcoal roasted coconut chips, Meiji fruit gummies, various yogurt, drinks, sake, plum wine, and more. The more she bought, the more excited she became. She was deliriously happy. Her mood was ecstatic. Were it not for the need to reserve funds for the bomb, she would have lingered longer. She had already spent over 5 million on snacks and felt a twinge of regret at having been so impulsive. Merchants, hearing of such a large purchase, hurried to offer their wares. Bai Yaoyao accepted as long as the price was right. Composed once more, she left the snack wholesale market. After a day of stockpiling supplies, Bai Yaoyao reviewed the list she had made and realized that after all her busyness, she hadn't purchased much at all. She had only resolved part of her food issues as there were still too many items left to buy. Therefore, she specifically did some research, deciding not to buy water, meat, vegetables, and fruits in country are due to the disturbing nuclear radiation. Tomorrow the main focus would be on purchasing various daily necessities, and to save time, she didn't want to shop in person anymore. So she edited a message for Li Hua: 2,000 microwaves, 2,000 induction cookers, 2,000 electric cookers, 2,000 frying pans and 2,000 frying pans, 5,000 sets of tableware and 1,000,000 sets of disposable tableware, 5,000,000 tents, 5,000,000 sets of bedding and pillows, 1,000,000 boxes of large rolls of toilet paper, 1,000,000 boxes of small packs, 1,000,000 boxes of soft towels, 1,000,000 boxes of masks, and 5,000 boxes of sanitary pads, 1,000,000 hot water bags, 1,000,000 electric kettles, 5,000 boxes of laundry detergent, 1,000,000 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes, and 1,000,000 combs and hair ties. Also 2,000 each of sunscreen, facial cleanser, and lotion. After ensuring she had written everything needed, Bai Yaoyao pressed send, opened the navigation app, and checked the location of the Jingwa shrine, finding it not far from her hotel, planning to scout it out tomorrow. Before going to bed, she called Fat Brother to confirm they were both safe, which reassured her. Bai Yaoyao felt her mind was clear, having awakened from the confusion of her recent rebirth. No matter how incredible rebirth may be, she was determined to seize this opportunity and do her utmost to lead her brothers through this apocalypse. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were relatively foolish, not grouping together, and their movements were slow. As long as one was a normal person with tools and the courage to confront them, they could prevail. Thus, having a stable place to live was crucial, allowing for better rest at night and easier absorption of spirit stones. She opened the map of Huagua on her phone and decided to set the first base in H City, which was the northernmost point of Huagua. Although it was relatively remote, a special mutated tree had appeared there in her past life. Having consumed countless people and zombies, it eventually gained mobility. By the time she died, neither the ability users nor the authorities could eliminate it, making it a grave threat to humanity. Thus, she intended to take this opportunity to either subdue or eliminate it while it had just awakened. Advancing from H City toward a city, the resources along the way would be sufficient for everyone to upgrade as long as they reached a city by the 4th year of the apocalypse. Starting from the 4th year, zombies began to exhibit intelligence, organizing and launching systematic attacks on cities. Some might think that being reborn and stockpiling enough food, water, and entertainment, staying in a safe space, would be wonderful without danger and quite enjoyable. However, Bai Yaoyao had a personality that loved adventure and refused to lose. Losing once meant she couldn't lose a second time. She hoped that when the apocalypse ended, she could become a carefree killer, taking on occasional jobs and resting when tired. Alternatively, she could get a stable job with fixed hours, benefits, and just the thought of it made her feel at ease. Having settled on her first base, she called Peichi back home. "Hey Yaoyao. I miss you. I haven't seen you for a week. I want kisses and hugs." Bai Yaoyao smiled. Peichi was a cute person, the darling of the group, whose surface profession was a psychiatrist with a knack for hypnosis. In her past life, she had awakened a healing ability, serving as the team support, commonly referred to as a healer. "Peichi, I have a task for you." "Sure, what is it, Yaoyao?" The sweet, spoiled tone shifted back to normal. "Sell all your properties and then go near Foaming Mountain in H City to buy a large villa that can accommodate everyone in our organization. Then upgrade the security level of the house to the highest, making the glass and doors bulletproof, preferably in a secluded area with few people. After these tasks, leave enough for your basic living expenses and transfer the remaining money to my account." "Understood, Yaoyao. I will start right now." Peichi replied and hung up without asking further questions. If there was something to explain, Yaoyao would have said it directly, since she didn't. It meant the time wasn't right, so there was no need for more questions. This was the trust and tacit understanding built over 20 years. The apocalypse was tough, but Bai Yaoyao felt very happy with her brothers by her side. Bai Yaoyao loved to travel around the world and had never bought a house. Peichi preferred a slightly quieter life, obediently going to work when not on missions, earning a monthly salary of 6,800 and stockpiling properties. Considering the current housing prices, it would be worth nearly 100 million. Not selling now would be a huge loss. After arranging everything, Bai Yaoyao finally felt ready to lie down and sleep. The next morning, Bai Yaoyao left the hotel, first going to the restaurant where she had reserved meals to pick them up, then took a taxi to the area near Jingwa Shrine to scout the location. The blast radius of the bomb was 200 meters, but the shrine covered about 1,000,000 square meters. She was now quite adept at controlling her space, with the maximum distance for placing items also being 200 meters. She located the main hall and carefully observed the key surroundings. The main hall was a place dedicated to honoring dogshit war criminals, with the lens and sword symbolizing dogshit. Thus she chose this location as the bomb placement point, believing that customer Wang Fugue would also be. When the bomb detonated, she planned to rush out amidst the chaos. If she couldn't escape, she would act. Her profile indicated she was just an ordinary girl who grew up in an orphanage. With so many tourists at the shrine daily, no one would suspect her. After finalizing the plan, Bai Yaoyao headed to the factory she rented yesterday. Li Hua called to say that the items she ordered had started to be delivered and would arrive shortly. Just in time, as she arrived at the same moment the delivery truck did. For fragile items, as soon as they arrived, Bai Yaoyao received them into her space. The outer part of the factory was blocked by rice and flour, so if someone did come, Bai Yaoyao spent a whole day idly in the factory as the trucks came and went. By 8 p.m. they had delivered everything she had requested the previous night, including the candy she had texted Li Hua about buying from the black market. For fragile items, as soon as they arrived, Bai Yaoyao received them into her space. The outer part of the factory was blocked by rice and flour, so if someone did come, it would be hard to notice anything. Once all the goods were in, Bai Yaoyao quickly gathered everything, locked the warehouse door, and prepared to leave. As soon as she left the warehouse, she noticed someone following her with decent stealth skills. If she hadn't become more sensitive to her surroundings, she might have missed them. They clearly looked like experienced troublemakers. Not knowing if they had guns, Bai Yaoyao didn't dare to act recklessly. After walking 50 meters, the 5 men couldn't hold back anymore. They had no weapons and no one was lying in ambush. Once she confirmed this, Bai Yaoyao felt reassured to take action. She transferred a dagger from her space to her pocket and struck, decisively delivering nearly fatal blows without unnecessary moves. Bai Yaoyao had mastered the art of killing. Showing mercy was not an option, but she did spare one to inquire about the situation. Bai Yaoyao looked at the man beneath her foot and asked, "Can you speak English?" "No. No. No. Please don't kill me." The man trembled as he spoke. This woman was utterly ruthless, not even knowing why he and his companions were here before striking with lethal intent, prompting him to beg for mercy. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes helplessly and pulled out her phone to open the translator. After a long inquiry, she finally understood that this person had been chasing her from the black market, having noticed her buying a large amount of candy and supplies, and as a mere foreign girl, he intended to profit from her life. Bai Yaoyao forced the man to drive to their headquarters, which turned out to be a car rental agency. Tisk tisk, knowing her sister had little money, they had come to deliver groceries. Bai Yaoyao showed no mercy, killing all 17 of them. Those who mix in this line of work must be prepared to lose their heads at any moment, especially since they were up to no good and knew too much. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the cars in the rental agency and was pleasantly surprised to see 3 modified Paramount Raiders. In the apocalypse, only such vehicles are truly useful. She also collected several Jeep Wranglers, Land Rover Defenders, and Toyota Prairies. Bai Yaoyao initially did not want to take any other junk models, but then thought about how the monkey was skilled with cars capable of modifications and repairs, so those cars might come in handy if something broke down on the road. Thus she stored the remaining 15 vehicles in her space, along with all the tools for repairs and modifications from the rental agency. Finally, she took the last 2 boxes of instant noodles. The entire rental agency was left barren except for trash. What a harvest. Bai Yaoyao felt particularly pleased thinking of the money she saved. Yesterday, she acquired a car from Sato Shinichi, and today, she had secured 6 usable ones from the rental agency, just short of a camper. With so much to do, it was inevitable that something would be forgotten, so she decided to act immediately. She called the monkey. "Sister Yao, help." Bai Yaoyao was taken aback, having forgotten that the monkey was the most reckless before the apocalypse, not to mention he caused trouble every other day. "Monkey, what's up?" "Sister Yao, you didn't even scold me directly." "Ha, it's nothing much, just currently on the run." "Why?" The monkey's voice came through, accompanied by the sounds of rapid footsteps and distant gunfire. "Get me a few camper vans, I need them. Make sure they're well modified, fire and water resistant would be nice, and ideally they can withstand blades and traverse mountains." Bai Yaoyao, seeing the monkey still had time to joke, took it as a sign that he was fine, so she replied directly, "My dear sister. Is that even possible for a camper?" "I'll try," the monkey replied helplessly. "Get more tools for repairing and modifying cars and don't waste your money. After you finish with the camper and buy the tools, transfer all your money to my card, then go find Peichi." "Can I keep some money for flirting with girls?" the monkey asked. "Do you want to die?" "Got it, Sister Yao, I promise to complete the task." The monkey immediately became serious. Thinking of vehicles reminded her of oil, an essential resource in the apocalypse that was hard to come by. She opened her contacts and looked at the list of 12 family members on her phone, contemplating their locations. She wondered whom she could assign this task to. It was unrealistic to gather large quantities within the borders of Huagua due to strict control. Ultimately, she called Shitu, who preferred to stay in South America, uncertain of his current location. Shitu, where are you? Iraq. Can you get some oil? Bai Yaoyao asked succinctly, well aware of Shitu's style. I have no money. Can I do it through black market dealings? Bai Yaoyao, yes, just get it for me the more. 1 week. After saying that, Shitu hung up. In fact, the organization wasn't lacking in tasks. It was considered a benchmark in the assassin world, known for its high task completion rate and good reputation, thus charging high fees. Everyone had decent amounts of money, but whatever Shitu had in his account never lasted overnight. He grew up in an orphanage, struggling through hardships until his master brought him back. However, he still had strong feelings for the orphanage, so whenever he had money he would donate. Once after donating, he discovered the local officials had embezzled the funds intended for the children, and in a single day, he killed 7 corrupt officials. Unable to stay in the country any longer, he then spent most of his time in South America, returning only to donate money. A pursuer seemed determined to find out why Shitu killed, resigning from his job and pursuing him for 3 years. I kill because I want to kill, no reason necessary. Shitu was unwilling to explain. The pursuer returned home and continued to investigate the truth until discovering the 7 individuals who had colluded to embezzle Shitu's donations. It was a fact that Shitu killed, yet he remained a major criminal in the country. However, Bai Yaoyao knew that Shitu was in a good mood. Upon learning that the stubborn pursuer had suffered retribution, he returned to the country and killed 3 more individuals. Violence cannot solve fundamental problems, but it can address immediate issues. This is a famous saying by brother Shitu. After everything was settled, Bai Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Having her brothers around saved her a lot of trouble. Otherwise, managing everything alone would have driven her mad, and she wouldn't have been able to handle it all meticulously. Bai Yaoyao mentally reviewed the assignments. Fat brother was responsible for weapons and medicine, Peichi for housing, the monkey for vehicles, and Shitu for oil and diesel. She then pondered what else was lacking, realizing it was all difficult to procure in our country. She planned to blow up the Yasukuni shrine in the afternoon and rush back home, as she had 2 important tasks to complete without delay. Bai Yaoyao familiarized herself with the bomb ahead of time, having not touched one for several years, and felt somewhat rusty. She bought a Japanese-style girl's outfit, donned it, and entered the Yasukuni shrine along with the tourists. She stored the bomb in her space and passed through security smoothly, not rushing to act, instead following the tourists and gradually taking in the sights. On the way, she chatted with 2 older Japanese ladies, exchanging pleasantries and taking photos together. Bai Yaoyao even shared some delicious rice balls and crispy seaweed with them. In an instant, they became close friends despite the age gap. Sensing the right moment, Bai Yaoyao said she needed to use the restroom, and the 2 ladies insisted on accompanying her. After much persuasion, she finally left alone. Bai Yaoyao arrived at the restroom 200 meters from the main hall and placed the bomb in the center of the hall. Taking advantage of the few seconds before detonation, she quickly returned to her friends. At the moment of the explosion, she grabbed her 2 old friends and ran toward the exit. It wasn't out of kindness to save them, but merely to clear her own suspicion. The 2 ladies were nearly scared to the point of urination at the sound of the bomb, temporarily deafened, and when they saw the Huagua girl pulling them along in a frantic dash, they were touched to tears. Upon reaching the door, they found it had been sealed. Bai Yaoyao did not expect the 2 Japanese ladies to have some status, as they were among the first to be let out. Fortunately, the old friends did not forget about her, desperately claiming that they were in the same group, even producing photos as proof. Their country officials looked at Bai Yaoyao with her tearful bright eyes and small frame and released her as well. The old friends directly embraced her. The 3 of them sobbed together as they made their way to the airport. The 2 longtime friends opened their phone translation app and showed it to Bai Yaoyao. Little sister, why not visit our country? We promise to host you splendidly and take you on a grand tour. Bai Yaoyao gently shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she typed on her phone, no elder sisters, I'm utterly shaken. I just want to go home and rest. My heart is still pounding wildly. The friends nodded in understanding, embraced her once more, exchanged contact information, and parted with lingering reluctance. Bai Yaoyao donned a mask and a hat, instantly erasing all expression from her face. It had been a long time since she'd performed like this. Her craft felt slightly rusty. Just now, one of her glances hadn't quite landed. She resolved to refine it further. As for the 2 sisters' invitation, what on earth would she do in country H? 10 dishes, 8 of them kimchi, hardly worth the time. During a brief nap aboard the flight, she arrived in Huagua Nation and unconsciously lifted the corners of her lips. Stepping out of the terminal into the bustling crowd, she exhaled deeply. What a relief it felt. No zombies. No mutated beasts. No twisted flora. No sudden death lurking around every corner. No need to live in perpetual dread. Bai Yaoyao vigorously shook her head, hailed a taxi, and headed to a hotel in the heart of City A. Hardly had she checked in when her high-profile client Wang Fugue called. Miss Assassin. I hereby declare, you are my god from this day forth. Ha ha ha. Incredible. Truly worthy of the top rank on the killer's list. Has the payment been transferred? Bai Yao had no patience for flattery. She cared only for what mattered. Yes, it'll be sent the moment I hang up. Miss Assassin, might I possibly have the honor of meeting? Hearing Wang Fugue vow to wire the funds immediately, Bai Yaoyao snapped the call shut. Why waste breath on pleasantries? Compliments couldn't buy meat. Sure enough, moments later the transfer confirmed. You good-for-nothing brat. What in blazes did you do now? Another 10 billion squandered. Can you ever go one day without burning through money? Wang Yuanbao bellowed at his wayward son. How am I squandering it? Last time I spent Zuoting died, and didn't that double your profits? Wang Fugue retorted. Wang Yuanbao roared back, and this time may just save both our lives. Wang Fugue blurted, pure improvisation. To change the subject, Wang Fugue leaned close and whispered, old man, did you hear? The Jingwa shrine has been blown to pieces. Of course I know. Haven't you seen people cheering wildly on the streets? The entire internet collapsed under the traffic. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. If I weren't in such a fine mood today, you'd already be flat on the floor. Wang Yuanbao shot back. Ha ha ha, I'm the one who ordered it done. You're just blowing smoke. Wang Yuanbao scoffed, utterly unconvinced. I'm telling you, it was her. The same assassin who eliminated Zuotung last time. 10 billion, and she delivered. Wang Fugue, desperate to be believed, grew frantic. What? You mean it's true? Damn, if the Wang family's finally rising in stature, and you paid her only 10 billion. Stingy wretch. Send another 500 million, then come with me to burn incense and kowtow before your great-grandfather's shrine. Wang Yuanbao declared, his gaze softening with paternal pride upon his foolish son. Wang Fugue had no idea that the flimsy excuse he'd tossed off would one day become chilling reality. Bai Yaoyao sprawled across the vast bed, reviewing her stockpile list, checking off items already acquired, circling those still needed. A text alert chimed. She glanced at her phone. Wang Fugue had wired another 500 million. Bai Yaoyao blinked. Was wealth truly this capricious? The agreed price meant nothing, now it escalated. Adding the previous bonus of 200 million, she paused, then relented. She'd grant him a sliver of fortune. She dialed Wang Fugue. Hello, Miss Assassin. I need a favor, may I ask for your help? Bai Yaoyao asked. Wang Fugue froze. Suddenly, he felt monumental. The woman who'd obliterated the shrine was seeking his aid. What did that signify? That he was the true powerhouse. With swagger he declared, name it, I'll make it happen. Procure 10,000 generators and an equal number of solar panels and battery banks, Bai Yaoyao said carefully. She could acquire these herself, but having received such an absurd sum, she wished subtly to aid this wealthy guile. Any modicum of intellect would have prompted deeper reflection. Instead, Wang Fugue blurted, Miss, are you switching careers? Or being hunted? Let me send men to rescue you. We Wangs still hold influence. Bai Yaoyao. Composing herself, she continued, also coal, 1/10 Santon shipment. If unavailable in full, send whatever you can. Wang Fugue replied, I can assist, but your scope is immense. Listen, Miss, business isn't conducted like this. You'll hemorrhage capital. Our Wang family operates with rigor. Bai Yao's temples throbbed as he rambled on. She took a slow breath. This would be her final courtesy. If he failed to grasp her intent, let him perish. In the coming apocalypse, wit would be the sole currency of survival. I also require water, purified mineral and domestic use. 10,000 tons each. I'll pay. Can you procure them? Her tone sharpened, edged with menace. Yes. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. I'll consult my father immediately. No need. I said I'll pay. I'll send delivery coordinates shortly. Bai Yaoyao snarled. Dealing with the witless demanded neither diplomacy nor decorum. Wang Fugue hastily agreed. After all, this was the sovereign who detonated the shrine. Offending her would be as effortless as slaughtering a suckling pig. Untouchable. Absolutely untouchable. He sprinted upstairs to inform his father. Such resources couldn't be mobilized alone, not in time. Wang Yuanbao paused, sensing something deeper. A mastermind capable of shattering the shrine wouldn't pivot aimlessly into commerce, unless his own dim-witted son imagined otherwise. He swiftly deployed his network, procuring every item Bai Yaoyao required, not only at rock-bottom prices, but with generous overages. He saved her a fortune. Though uncertain whether his hunch held truth, Wang Yuanbao followed her lead, securing lodging, provisions, transport, and even reinforcing his villa. Bai Yaoyao rented a house on the outskirts of City A. Beyond daily warehouse pickups, she visited numerous acclaimed restaurants, ordering 500 servings daily from each staggered to avoid detection. Fish, fragrant pork, garlic-scented spare ribs, black pepper sirloin, lemon chicken strips, sweet and sour pork, rustic stir-fried pork, boiled fish, pickled cabbage, fish, Coca-Cola chicken wings, Peking-style shredded pork, northeastern delapi braised pork belly, 3-vegetable medley, spicy bullfrog, chili basil basa, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, mixed salad, oyster sauce, lettuce, cauliflower stir-fry. Huagua's culinary heritage was boundless, impossible to hoard entirely. Raw ingredients were essential. Surveying her inventory, she made modest additions, 20,000 bags each of northeastern and southern flour, scarce from our country, was replenished with 50,000 jin. Lamb, beef, chicken, duck, and pork, 20 tons apiece. Vegetables and fruits, nearly every variety, ordered at 3,000 jin each. Crucially, her beloved hot pot and barbecue ingredients totaled 10 million in value. KFC orders flooded multiple outlets, 3,000 assorted meals daily per store. Her teammate Xiao Dai adored these fried indulgences. She visited furniture wholesale markets, procuring 5,000 beds, mattresses, bedding sets, tables, chairs, and cabinets each. Now flush with fund surplus, could always be exchanged with authorities for spirit crystals to ascend her cultivation. Having nearly forgotten a critical oversight, she couldn't cook. Seasonings were vital. Only basics, sugar, salt, seafood, soy sauce, had been bought in our country. She researched thoroughly online, then purchased 1,000 cartons of every common seasoning. By year 2 of the apocalypse, official rations had emerged, nutritious yet revolting. Only the desperate consumed them, as still they alleviated famine. Finally, the most vital acquisition, seeds. Cultivable within her spatial realm, its current size was limited, but growth was inevitable with ascension. She emptied several wholesale inventories, every edible vegetable, fruit, and medicinal herb obtainable. This was hope, non-negotiable. Everything that could be bought in reality has been prepared in these few days. On the day when all the purchase supplies are gathered, an important matter will happen. Today is the concert of Zhou Tianwang. Bai Yaoyao went out having booked a VIP ticket in advance, and at the entrance she bought a pink light stick, a glowing hairpin, J stickers for her face, and a wristband. Finally, she saw a pink hoodie with Zhou Tianwang's photo printed on it, bought it, and put it on, resembling a fervent fangirl. Bai Yaoyao arrived at seat 521. After waiting for a while, a boy approached her. Seeing her sitting there, he was taken aback, looked at the ticket in his hand, and realized it was correct. He stepped forward and said, "Hello, did you misread the number? This is my seat." Bai Yaoyao blinked her big eyes and softly replied, "Can we switch seats, handsome? I really want to sit here. 521 is my birthday, and it's also the anniversary of my breakup with my boyfriend." As she said this, Bai Yaoyao lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion, and when she looked up again, her eyes were red. The boy, upon hearing Bai Yaoyao call him handsome, was completely flustered and nearly stunned. "You can't even say to switch seats anymore. Even if you ask me to give you my ticket and leave, I would. What concert are we even watching?" All right, don't cry. I'll switch with you, just don't be sad," the boy hastily said. "Thank you. My seat is in the VIP area number 12, Bai Yaoyao said. The boy was taken aback. The VIP area? This is Zhou Tianwang's concert, and the tickets in the VIP area have been sold for tens of thousands each. He didn't lack the money, but knew it was in high demand and no one was selling, and he couldn't snatch one. He then said, "Your seat is great, let me give you some extra money." "No, I don't want any money. I'm already very grateful to you for switching seats." "Thank you, you've been a hassle," Bai Yaoyao said. "Then I'll go now." "Thank you so much." The boy felt a bit embarrassed. Goodbye, handsome." After Bai Yaoyao sat down, she closed her eyes. After a while, a girl named Lu Mengyuan came over. She looked very pretty, and in the apocalypse they had met by chance. Because she coincidentally saved the monkey, they traveled together for a while, and slowly they developed feelings for each other. Bai Yaoyao congratulated and teased them when she found out, but at that time no one realized how adept Lu Mengyuan was at acting. Later, during a mission, Lu Mengyuan betrayed the information of her group to the Tian team, who had always been in. As a result, her group was ambushed. Ashur too lost an arm, Peiqi died, and the other brothers were severely. Later, when the truth came to light, the monkey was sad for a long time. He saw that the monkey who always talked about dating girls was actually a very devoted person inside. This was his first love. The monkey personally killed Lu Mengyuan, but it was too late. Ashur too arm could not be restored, and Peiqi would not come back. In casual conversation, Bai Yaoyao remembered Lu Mengyuan saying that she came to this concert alone. Her seat number was 521, and she wanted to see if seat 520 would be a handsome guy. The result was a guy with a face full of acne who was a science and engineering student. Everyone laughed back then, saying that if he really was a handsome guy, the monkey and she probably wouldn't have had a chance. As Bai Yaoyao reminisced, she felt someone approaching her, and when she opened her eyes it was indeed Lu Mingyuan. "Hello, are you sitting next to me, sister?" Bai Yaoyao sweetly asked. Yes, hello." Lu Mingyuan replied, her tone slightly disappointed. Bai Yaoyao smiled sweetly. Lu Mingyuan pouted, sighing, wondering why she couldn't meet a wealthy Bai Yaoyao seriously enjoyed the concert since she really liked Zhou Tianwang's songs and hadn't felt this way for a long time. She also sang along loudly. "On a windy day, I tried to hold your hand, but the wind gradually got so strong that I could no longer see you. The sparrows outside chatter on the telephone poles. The sky is azure, waiting for the rain while I wait for you. The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day but the eves where we once sheltered together from the rain." After the concert ended, Bai Yaoyao happily stretched her arms and patted Lu Mingyuan. Because it was very noisy, Lu Mingyuan leaned closer to hear what Bai Yaoyao was saying. Bai Yaoyao said, "Goodbye, Lu Mingyuan," and then she stabbed Lu Mingyuan in a vital spot, twisting the knife. Lu Mingyuan never understood why she was killed until her last breath. This was what that wretched person deserved. She didn't want to wait until they met again to talk. She just wanted to eliminate anything that could threaten her and her brother's safety as soon as possible. The villain should die early. If it weren't for not knowing the specific personnel information of the Tian Hu team, she would have definitely gone to wipe them out. Don't talk about how the apocalypse hasn't started yet and social order hasn't collapsed. I am Bai Yaoyao, after all my business is killing. She put the knife away and supported Lu Mingyuan, letting her lean against the chair. Taking advantage of the chaos, she slipped away. By the time someone discovered the dead body and the police arrived, Bai Yaoyao had already driven away. Bai Yaoyao hummed the songs she heard at the concert, feeling good as she drove back to the hotel. The ticket information was fake and she avoided surveillance. Even the car was a cloned plate. "Go ahead and investigate, you won't find anything." The boy who switched seats with Bai Yaoyao was called to the police station, but he firmly insisted that this had nothing to do with Bai Yaoyao. When asked about Bai Yaoyao's appearance, the boy could only say, "She's pretty with big eyes, very beautiful," a pleasant voice covered in stickers, wearing Zhou Tianwang's hoodie. He couldn't say anything else. The police were somewhat helpless. There were more people wearing Zhou Tianwang's hoodie than not at the concert, and nearly all female fans had stickers on their faces. How could they possibly investigate this? As for having big eyes, being pretty, and having a nice voice, the police looked at the boy's dazed face, who kept smiling, foolishly doubting whether his judgment was normal. Peiqi had already bought a house in H City and sent the location to Bai Yaoyao, and he was currently renovating it. Bai Yaoyao had Peiqi rent a large warehouse in H City and had begun her online shopping life again. Bai Yaoyao opened 1988, first informing the store owner about the warehouse location, and then purchased 5,000 buckets of Bai Xiang brand braised beef noodles. Other instant food products had already been stocked up in her country, so she did not purchase them in bulk again. Instead, she bought some flavors that she and her brothers loved. For clothing, she ordered 1,000 sets of combat-style outfits in various sizes. Casual wear was also categorized from baby onesies to elderly jackets, with a good amount stored, mainly sportswear, but also some casual styles. Sun protection clothing, cold weather gear, raincoats, and rain boots were each ordered in 1,000 sets. Then she returned to the software homepage to start checking recommendations. Chocolate. Buy. Hind cigarettes and liquor. Buy. Baby diapers. Buy. Sea buckthorn juice. Buy. Baseball bats. Buy. Various papers, pens, and notebooks. Buy. Big speakers. Buy. Various Chinese medicinal herbs. Buy. Bai Yao checked off all items meticulously, ensuring she bought everything that might be needed. The joy of unlimited spending made her feel ecstatic to the point where she was left dazed after receiving deliveries for the past few days. She wondered what Yaoyao was planning to do. Peiqi quickly transferred all the money he had to Bai Yaoyao, fearing he might delay her important tasks. Watching the balance on her card deplete, Bai Yaoyao felt increasingly relieved. She discovered leftover funds yesterday and transferred 1 billion Huab currency to Fat Brother, instructing him to convert it all into bombs, which were incredibly useful. With a mechanism that allowed her spatial abilities to be utilized from 200 meters away, using this during a zombie siege would create a breathtaking scene. Bai Yaoyao only stopped her spending spree when her card balance reached 1 million. Spending money was simply exhausting. She lay comfortably on the large bed in her space, ready to take a nap. Her phone rang. Swiss Bank on October 26th at 2355. Dear VIP client, your card ending in 0699 has received 120,000,000 Huab currency. The balance is 120,100,000. Please transfer with caution to avoid scams. A series of text message alerts flooded in. Her brothers transferred all their money to her. Bai Yaoyao sighed, forget it, I want sleep. I will continue my shopping spree stocking up on food, drink, clothing, and supplies. She anticipated spending all the money again. At 5 in the morning, Bai Yao yawned and fell asleep, but money was still unspent. Her ability to spend was lacking, and she couldn't even manage that. Bai Yaoyao slept until noon before finally getting up. She glanced at the date November 1st, realizing it was her birthday, the day she and Fat Brother were rescued by their master. Bai Yaoyao tidied herself up dressed in a sleek sports outfit and tied her hair into a high ponytail. She drove to Yujian Mountain, where she was to meet a very important person, the one who saved her life. Upon arrival, Bai Yao immediately started climbing the mountain. It was still early, and the only people around were elderly individuals exercising, so she specifically avoided the crowds and took an undeveloped trail. Bai Yaoyao loved climbing mountains. She enjoyed the feeling of standing at the peak and looking down, as well as the scent of grass and trees surrounding her. On this day in her previous life, she had also climbed a mountain, but not so early, so there were still many people around. Disliking crowds, she chose a path less traveled for some peace. Halfway up the mountain, she discovered someone stuck on the slope. If it weren't for a tree blocking the way, he would have likely rolled down and perished. Curious, Bai Yao approached and found he was still alive. Looking up at the steep mountain, she couldn't help but exclaim that this person was truly fortunate. Normally, Bai Yao would have just glanced and moved on, but after recently taking many lives, she wanted to do a good deed on her birthday. Moreover, this man, well, he was quite handsome. She helped drag him to flat ground, stopped the bleeding, performed some basic first aid, and then called for emergency services. Afterwards, she forgot about the incident. After the apocalypse began, there was a time when she and her teammates were scattered due to a zombie attack. During her escape, she accidentally fell into an ant nest thinking she was done for, but this man saved her. At that time, she had been poisoned by ants and was not conscious. When she woke up, she found her teammates around, but the man had disappeared. Later, at another dangerous moment, she was miraculously saved again. Although she didn't know who had saved her, she felt a connection to this man. Therefore, in this life, Bai Yaoyao made it a point to arrive at Yujian Mountain early in the morning, hoping to meet this person sooner. This time, she was determined to fulfill her role as a good Samaritan and take him straight to the hospital. However, after climbing the entire mountain, she saw no trace of him. She encountered plenty of snakes, insects, and ants, but no human presence. Bai Yaoyao thought she might have remembered the location incorrectly, as it had been 10 years and her memory wasn't very clear. Nevertheless, Bai Yaoyao searched every spot she could find. By 8 p.m., she still hadn't seen anyone. She decided to call it a day. Even if she had missed him, it would be too late if he were bleeding out. Bai Yaoyao felt a sense of urgency rising within her. She wondered if the butterfly effect of her rebirth had caused events to deviate from her previous life before the apocalypse began. She returned to tidy up her living traces and immediately booked a ticket to find Fat Brother. Weapons and medicines had been procured, but transporting them into Huagua was challenging. The transaction was set in e-country with an old partner, and everything went smoothly without any incidents. After instructing Fat Brother to quickly notify the brothers to assemble in H City to meet Peichi, Bai Yao headed to Iraq to find Shirtu. On the way, she couldn't reach Shitu, who said his phone ran out of credit, making Bai Yao anxious, wondering if something had. After killing several gang leaders, she finally found out Shirtu was fine. He just didn't have money to recharge his phone. Bai Yao secretly hid the knife in her pocket, pondering over the dead gang leaders. She decided to burn some paper for them when she had the time. After receiving the oil she bought from Shitu, she urged him to return home quickly. Shirtu was stunned to see Bai Yaoyao. It was like a magic trick. The items vanished instantly. His usually icy expression finally showed some change. Sister Yaoyao. Bai Yao interrupted Shitu, saying, "Let's discuss when we get back. Hurry home." "No, Sister Yaoyao." Shirtu wanted to ask. "No time to explain, Brother Shirtu. I need to find Monkey in Los Angeles. We'll talk back home." After speaking, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly left. Shirtu watched her speed away, helplessly sighing, muttering, "I wanted to say I have no money to buy a ticket." Shirtu thought for a moment, then his gaze turned to the gangs that Yaoyao hadn't wiped out yet. Asking to borrow money for a ticket shouldn't be too much to ask. After Bai Yao arrived in Los Angeles, she quickly stored several RVs, prepared by the monkey, into her space, intending to bring the monkey back to their homeland. "Don't. Sister Yao, you're so amazing right now. Come with me to collect a batch of things." The monkey said, his eyes gleaming. "I found the headquarters of the group that was chasing me recently, and they have hoarded a lot of antiques and gold, many of which are from our Hua country. We must reclaim them. These drug dealers shouldn't profit. I found a nice car and thought to buy it through normal means, but they specifically released it to deceive me. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have fallen for it this time." The monkey said, relishing the drama. Bai Yao felt tempted. A gold was too expensive for her to purchase. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in chaotic times, cultivation in apocalyptic times. Hoarding some isn't a bad idea, and it's time to retrieve our ancestors' belongings while also getting that car the monkey is interested in. So she said, "Give me the location, you hurry back to our homeland, and I will go get it myself." The monkey panicked instantly. "Sister Yao, don't leave me behind. I can help distract them." Bai Yaoyao flexed her wrists and ankles, saying, "Are you eager to practice?" "Goodbye, Sister Yao." In less than 10 seconds, the monkey vanished from Bai Yaoyao's line of sight. She smiled, knowing her brothers had their quirks, but they all had certain boundaries they wouldn't cross. Bai Yaoyao effortlessly acquired the antiques and gold the monkey had mentioned. Seeing so many beautiful antiques made her slightly tempted, so she opened her phone to check the information online. Where did most Chinese antiques end up? Then Bai Yaoyao traveled tirelessly through 6 countries YFRMD&E. Every time she left a country, there was a report of a museum being robbed. While returning things to their rightful owners isn't too much to ask. Bai Yaoyao once again marveled at how incredible this spatial ability was, truly a tool for plundering. What a thrill. So refreshing. Bai Yaoyao thought that if there ever came a day when the apocalypse ended and if Hua country offered her a legitimate job, one that didn't involve killing with benefits, she would gladly turn in all these antiques. This journey across 6 countries not only allowed her to collect antiques, but also greatly replenished various supplies. Not to mention supporting herself and a few brothers, sustaining a base wouldn't be a problem. However, she had no intention of establishing any base. Bai Yaoyao only wished to become stronger, to kill zombies, and to end the apocalypse. She had no interest in management and wouldn't form a team with strangers. Having her brothers was enough. Suddenly she missed everyone a lot. Before returning to the homeland, Bai Yaoyao urged everyone to gather quickly, fearing that the apocalypse might arrive early and worried that someone might encounter unexpected events on the road, preventing them from gathering. Coincidentally, during her last life, the day of the apocalypse was also her master's memorial day, and everyone returned. They started together, trusting each other and cooperating, which helped them gradually stabilize. When Bai Yaoyao arrived at City H, Peiqi came to pick her up at the airport. "My sister, I finally see you. Do you know how much you bought?" "I rented all the warehouses in that row, and it was still barely enough." As soon as Peiqi saw Bai Yaoyao, he couldn't help but complain. "I know, let's go directly to the warehouse." Bai Yaoyao didn't want to explain over and over again, so she simply stayed silent. Peiqi the little cutie chattered nonstop all the way, and Bai Yaoyao smiled, enjoying the sound of her chatter. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, Peiqi died, making it 4 years since they last met. Until Bai Yaoyao collected all the supplies from her space in front of Peiqi, it was as if a stop button had been pressed on Peiqi's mouth, and she couldn't utter another word. Seeing Peiqi like this, Bai Yaoyao didn't dare to let her drive, fearing she would lead them into trouble. Following the location Peiqi provided, Bai Yaoyao headed west, clearly feeling the area becoming more remote and the population thinning out. Although finding zombies would be a bit troublesome, safety came first, and besides, they had a car prepared. Bai Yaoyao didn't consider herself a chosen one, thinking that just because she was reborn, she didn't look down on low-level zombies. Being cautious prevents major mistakes in this life. She hoped everyone could survive until the end. The villa was well located, not too close to either Foaming Mountain or the city. The city had many zombies, while Foaming Mountain had many mutated animals and plants. As soon as she walked through the villa gate, Bai Yaoyao knew Peiqi was reliable. Saying this gate was from a prison wouldn't be an exaggeration. It was a standalone courtyard surrounded by a high wall topped with 2 meters of electrified wire. Just as Bai Yaoyao got out of the car, a dark shadow flew towards her. Habitually ready to strike, she eventually realized it was the dog. The dog was a Siberian husky, also known as a husky, and Bai Yaoyao named it Dogsy. She picked it up on the road, but due to constant missions it was inconvenient to keep, so she left it with Peiqi. Dogsy looked at Bai Yaoyao with sorrowful eyes, as if trying to convey something, expressing its dissatisfaction through constant whimpering and rolling around. Bai Yaoyao had never been particularly fond of Dogsy for no reason. She simply didn't like keeping pets. They were troublesome and bothersome. When she first picked up this dog, it was because she thought it was quite good-looking, and hearing that this breed was not very smart, she took it to the police station on her way. Unexpectedly, this creature refused to part ways with her, and even after kicking it twice, it wouldn't leave. Bai Yaoyao ended up keeping it for a while. After she had cleared out her home, Bai Yaoyao couldn't stand it anymore, and left it with Peiqi, occasionally coming to check on it. But this dog, which she had never really cared about, took a zombie's claw for her in her last life. After starving for a long time, it couldn't hold on any longer, and not only didn't turn into a mutated beast, but also died directly. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao hugged Dogsy and kissed it, holding it tightly in her arms. Dogsy was completely stunned, not understanding the sudden affection from its owner, forgetting to protest and standing there dumbfounded. Bai Yaoyao laughed joyfully, feeling wonderful. Sister Yao, you're finally back. Xiaomi and the others heard the voice and came out from the house. Bai Yaoyao looked up. Fat brother Xiaomi Shita the monkey dada, Wan Audi Kiki Zayashiliu and Peiqi by her side, all her brothers who had accompanied her in her last life. And Lulu and Qin Xian the two who had turned into zombies from the very beginning. Fat brother had also informed them to come over, although seeing them again would be cruel. They were brothers after all. What if they hadn't turned into zombies? She had to see them with her own eyes before she could feel at ease. Bai Yaoyao looked at the 11 people and one dog in front of her and said, "From now on we are no longer the Dark Knight assassins, we are the Dark Knight team. We have changed our profession." Bai Yaoyao greeted everyone to come inside and talk. Everyone found a place to sit down, leaving the main seat for Bai Yaoyao. "Boss, what's going on?" Nearly 2 billion in strategic resources. Dead Wan was the quickest to respond, raising his hand like a primary school student. "Aren't we supposed to go fight ghosts? Then why set the base in H City?" Xiaomi shared her guess. The matters concerning Sato Shinichi and the Yasukuni Shrine clearly bore Bai Jie's mark. It was unclear why they had been clashing with our country lately. "Right, boss, why did you suddenly call everyone back?" "I haven't finished my mission yet," Xiao Shirlu also asked. Quiet listened to Yaoyao. Fat brother squinted his eyes and held a pancake in his hand. Ever since Bai Jie mentioned that the apocalypse was coming, he simply stopped dieting, as many delicious foods would no longer be available in the future. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath and said, "Starting today no one is allowed to leave this room. What about our missions?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "No more missions." Except for Fat brother, everyone took a deep breath. Their master had once said that missions could be refused, but must be completed if accepted. Bai Jie didn't even care about that. It seemed something major was happening. "I have no problem." "Me too. I can do it as well." Woof woof woof. Bai Yaoyao seriously looked at each person. This was crucial. If even one person wanted to go out, she wouldn't say anything today. There was a rule in the organization: once someone wanted to start a family, they had to automatically withdraw from the organization. Therefore, all 12 people and one dog present, including herself, were single without any family ties. They were all the most important and closest people to each other. What I'm about to say may seem unbelievable, but it's all true. In about a month or two, the apocalypse will arrive. As extremely hot weather occurs, 60% of humanity will turn into zombies, while many plants and animals will also undergo mutations. The remaining survivors will awaken supernatural powers after fainting, known as supernatural beings, and will be the main force for humanity's resistance against zombies. That's the situation. Does anyone have any questions? Bai Yaoyao briefly stated. The entire conference room fell silent, and everyone was reluctant to believe this was true. However, Bai Jie's recent actions and her serious demeanor indicated that she was not joking. It was quiet for a long time and no one spoke. Woof 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 woof. In the end, it was the dog that broke the silence. Everyone saw Bai Jie casually toss out a large bone, saying, "Go eat, don't make noise." The dog grabbed the bone and immediately dashed outside, fearing someone would snatch it away. Its ungrateful owner was finally being nice, and the dog knew its owner still loved it. "Everyone saw what I just used. That was spatial ability," Bai Yaoyao explained. "But how do you know so?" Xiaomi looked stunned. "I died and was reborn 3 months before the apocalypse," Bai Yaoyao confessed. They had grown up together for 20 years and fought back to back for 10 years. There was nothing to hide. "Sister Yao, I want to ask that." "That?" Peiqi hesitated for a long time but couldn't get the words out. Bai Yaoyao tapped the table and looked at her. "Speak directly." "That? What does it feel like to die? Do you reflect on your life? Did you think of me?" No one expected that Peiqi's hesitation would only lead to this question. Peiqi stopped talking. Bai Yaoyao laughed lightly but answered seriously, "I died too quickly. I didn't have time to think." "Old Zhao, you said 60% of people will become zombies. Does that mean about half of us here will turn into zombies?" Lulu asked. Everyone quieted down upon hearing this. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Lulu, feeling a bit sad. Lulu was the first to turn into a zombie in her previous life. Suppressing her emotion, she said, "This is the official statistical data. Generally, those in good health have a low probability of becoming zombies. Those who are injured, sick, or have poor immunity are the most likely to turn into zombies." Seeing Bai Yaoyao's evasive answer, everyone understood that knowing this so early might not be a good thing. So they wisely refrained from asking more details. "There's a little over a month left. The reason for gathering everyone early is that I discovered there are differences between this life and the previous one. People who should have appeared at a certain time have not shown up. I don't know what went wrong and am worried about unexpected events, fearing the apocalypse will arrive early, so I gathered everyone this early. Understood. In the coming time we must train well to restore our bodies to the best condition. No more staying up late, and those with injuries should recover as soon as possible. Fat brother summarized slightly. Xiao Dai looked around and said, Sister Yao, fat brother, does that mean we won't be able to eat KFC anymore? Xiao Dai was the youngest in the organization, only 16 years old, having debuted at 7. Yet apart from Bai Yaoyao, she had the highest mission success rate. In the words of their master, she was born to be a killer. She really loved junk food. Bai Yaoyao immediately ordered a children's meal with a toy and said, eat, if it's not enough there's more enough for you to eat until you want to vomit. Sister Yao, I want fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. I want garlic prawns. I want pork and green onion dumplings. I want pizza. I want ice cream cake. I want 5 king crabs. Woof 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 woof. Bai Yaoyao was already numb like a waiter tossing a portion to whoever ordered. Bai Yaoyao had thought today would be a serious occasion where everyone would be confused and solemn for a while after hearing the news. Unexpectedly, it turned into a large gathering with a festive atmosphere even livelier than a New Year's celebration. Looking at the table filled with a hodgepodge of delicacies from all directions, Bai Yaoyao felt quite festive, especially with the dog's face clearly conveying the message dining with me is your good fortune. She simply took out a portion of sauerkraut fish to eat. Bai Yaoyao glanced at fat brother, who nodded subtly. She understood that everyone didn't want to know if they had turned into zombies or awakened powers, and they were selectively avoiding the topic. Forget it, it's fine. What's meant to come will come. Enjoying the last period of time happily is also good. Last time Lulu and Xian Di turned into zombies, possibly due to being severely injured. This time they had time to properly recover. Would there be a different outcome? The sense of urgency in her heart grew stronger. Bai Yaoyao could hardly sit still, so she checked the information in advance, bought round-trip tickets, and made another trip to her country. She made a large-scale purchase, free of charge. The last time she came, she had no idea when the apocalypse would arrive. Despite her aversion to this country, many grievances had nothing to do with ordinary people. This time it was clear that the apocalypse was imminent and collecting so many supplies wouldn't have a significant impact. After all, they were about to perish. After leaving behind a mess, Bai Yaoyao immediately returned to her country, peacefully staying with her brothers in the villa, no longer going out. After the gathering ended, Bai Yaoyao carefully explored the villa, which had been the residence for nearly a year. Without the strength of a level 5 ability user, running around the country would just be serving as a meal for zombies and mutated beasts. Initially leveling up was relatively easier, but after reaching level 4, it required a massive amount of spirit stones to advance. Relying solely on herself and a few friends made it exceedingly difficult, and gathering so many supplies was also an attempt to trade for spirit stones with the official authorities of Huaguas. The villa has 1 basement and 4 floors above ground. The large living room on the first floor is surrounded by a circle of sofas enough for everyone to sit comfortably. The reception room has been converted into a meeting room by Peiqi, while the dining room and kitchen are located to the left and right of the living room. At the back there are 2 bedrooms. Of fat brother and Shirt 2 chose to stay on the first floor, acting as the 2 great gatekeepers. The second floor has a fitness activity area in the center surrounded by 4 bedrooms. Outside the activity area is a large balcony where one can perfectly see Foaming Mountain, making it ideal for enjoying meat and drinks. Xiao Shiliu, Dada Wan, and Qin Xian live on the second floor. The third floor has a similar layout to the second floor, but without the balcony. Monkey Xiaomi and Kiki each have their own bedroom. Bai Yaoyao, Lulu, and Peiqi reside on the top floor. Bai Yaoyao placed some ingredients in the kitchen for everyone to practice, only to discover that it was a waste of resources. There wasn't even a way to cook rice. For a period afterward, no one went anywhere. Those who were injured focused on recovery, while the uninjured practiced with each other. Bai Yaoyao realized that her combat awareness had improved significantly compared to her previous life. Coupled with the ample supplies she had prepared and her deep understanding of the apocalypse's trajectory, it felt like a heavenly start. When the shelves arrived, Bai Yaoyao, a perfectionist, spent an entire day organizing all the supplies categories. She initially thought that there would be too many shelves, but to her surprise they were insufficient. Thus she placed the firearms in a separate corner, leaving the shelves solely for food and drink. Each shelf was 7 meters long and 5 layers high, with 10 items neatly arranged in each row. The first to 5th rows consisted entirely of various ready-to-eat foods that could be consumed directly without preparation. The 6th to 10th rows contained semi-finished products that only required simple microwave heating or recently, due to having little to do in the villa, several injured individuals were responsible for cooking rice and boiling water, storing them away, while also processing these semi-finished products to prepare for the impending apocalypse. The 11th to 13th rows were filled with all items related to drinks. Due to a shortage of shelves, boxes were stacked upon each other. The water purchased from Wang Fugue was stored separately and not included here. This area was solely for bottled water and various beverages. The 14th row was dedicated entirely to hot pot ingredients, occupying an entire row. From the 15th row to the 30th row there were rice flour, oil, and various condiments. The 31st to 38th rows contained all clothing, shoes, and bedding. The 39th and 40th rows were filled with snacks. From the 41st row to the 60th row there were fruits and vegetables. Beyond the 60th row were various miscellaneous items. For someone like Bai Yaoyao who had OCD, it was essential to clarify what was inside. She couldn't even remember what was in there now, let alone later. Simply stockpiling supplies without knowing what she had would be futile. Even with space, she needed to know what could be utilized. Therefore, she organized everything, unpacking boxes one by one to see what was inside. She wrote a list for each row and attached it at the front to prevent herself from forgetting. All seeds were also properly stored. The first batch was planted, and within just a few days they had already sprouted, though the planting area was too small. After everything was tidied up, it was already dark. Bai Yaoyao had long passed the point of feeling sleepy, so she decided not to sleep, opened a can of dark beer, stepped out of the space, and came to the balcony, resting her feet on the railing, leaning back against the sofa, sipping her drink, enjoying the gentle breeze, feeling relaxed. Only to realize it was raining. It was really raining. Bai Yaoyao checked her phone and saw that there was still a whole month before the apocalypse. In her previous life, it had never rained except for artificial rainfall before the apocalypse. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly called everyone out. "Sister Yao, is it time? Is the apocalypse coming?" Xiaomi shouted as she rushed downstairs. The others, hearing the commotion, quickly ran out, their expressions heavy. "Aha, the wind is coming. Fire is coming. Transform. Transform." The others, hearing the commotion, quickly ran out, their expressions heavy. "Aha, the wind is coming. Fire is coming. Transform. Transform. Where's my ability?" Bai Yaoyao, who had been tense, suddenly broke down, rolling her eyes and saying, "Do you think this is cultivation? What kind of madness is this, calling for wind and rain? You need to be at level 9 to do that." Seeing that everyone was amused, Monkey stopped playing dumb. His master had said that he was part of the atmosphere group and couldn't stand to see anyone frowning. Everyone gathered at the balcony, looking at the pitch-black sky where lightning flashed intermittently, causing everyone's hearts to clench. The rain fell heavier and heavier, as if the heavens were leaking. "Let's go back," Bai Yao said as she led everyone back to the living room. They sat on the sofa chatting casually, only to realize that the water and electricity had already been cut off. As they chatted, some began to doze off, starting with Fat Brother, whose snoring echoed loudly. Xiaomi laughed and said, "I'm on the second floor, and I can hear Fat Brother's snoring. Shida, how did you manage to sleep next to him?" Before she finished speaking, Xiaomi fell asleep, followed by Dogsy. In her previous life, when everyone went to see their master, Dogsy stayed in the city. When they returned and found Dogsy, he was nearly starving. This time, with daily servings of big bones and milk, she wondered if the outcome would be different. Watching everyone fall asleep one by one, Bai Yaoyao started to feel anxious again. Suddenly she noticed Lulu frowning tightly, continually twisting her own arm. "Lulu. Old Yao, I'm afraid to sleep." Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt choked up, unsure of what to say, holding Lulu's hand tightly. "In my previous life, I became a zombie, right?" Lulu said calmly. "Fat Brother knows too. These past 2 days he has been letting me have his meat. You two always avoiding eye contact with me. Well, there should still be Xiandi, right?" Bai Yaoyao smiled helplessly and replied, "I knew it. I can't." You asked Fat Brother Xiaomi, Shitu, and Monkey to help you gather things, but you didn't contact me." "I knew it. You probably didn't know how to face me." Lulu pinched Bai Yaoyao's little face. Ever since they grew up, she hadn't done that again. It felt so good, but she probably wouldn't be able to do it again. In the previous life, you indeed turned into a zombie, but at that time your gunshot wounds hadn't healed and your resistance was weak. Now you are plump and healthy, there won't be any problems. Ignoring the little hands that were playfully pinching her face, Bai Yaoyao pulled Lulu into her embrace and said seriously, "Yaoyao, if I become that kind of ugly monster, kill me quickly. I won't allow anyone to see me looking so ugly. Also, I want to tell you something. When Master was angry and hit you, the lollipop under your pillow was put there by me, and the cockroach in Master's shoe was also placed by me." Bai Yaoyao listened to the steady breathing of the one in her arms, carefully supporting Lulu and letting her lean against the sofa behind. Centered around Panga, they distanced themselves from each other to prevent any potential harm if someone were to turn into a zombie. Panga remained still, weighing around 200 pounds, making it impossible to move him. Just as he settled down, preparing to sit on the sofa and wait for everyone to wake up, he found his head rather heavy, and before he could think further, he lost consciousness. The villa was eerily quiet, including Bai Yaoyao, as everyone was peacefully asleep. Suddenly a figure appeared in the living room and walked straight towards Bai Yaoyao. The figure stood still gazing for a long time, unable to resist reaching out. Just as the hand was about to touch Bai Yaoyao's cheek, it quickly retracted. 2 crystal cores were taken out and placed in Bai Yaoyao's hand. Holding her hands, the figure helped her absorb the energy of the crystals. Before the shadow left, it glanced at the others in the villa, hesitated for a moment, and casually tossed a few crystal cores towards them. Bai Yaoyao was unsure how long she had been unconscious. The moment she regained consciousness, she quickly opened her eyes and checked on everyone, relieved to find everything normal with no one yet awake. Bai Yaoyao noticed she was drenched in sweat and her throat felt parched. She reached for a glass on the table, wanting to drink some water. However, bang, it shattered. Bai Yaoyao jumped in surprise. Her first reaction was to check if her space was still intact, and after confirming there was no anomaly, she breathed a sigh of relief. If her spatial ability disappeared and turned into a power ability, all the resources would be gone, and that would truly make her sick. But why had she awakened a power ability? Unable to control the force of her actions, it was clearly a manifestation of being in the early stages of a power ability. Bai Yaoyao picked up another cup, controlled her strength, and finally managed to get water into her mouth. The typical duration of unconsciousness is about 24 hours. After glancing at her phone, she realized she had not been out for long, only 2 hours had passed. Closing her eyes again, Bai Yaoyao felt strange. She could clearly sense the position and shape of everyone in the room, and even see the drool at the corner of the dog's mouth. She could even feel every corner of the room, but beyond that it became unclear. Wasn't this a mental ability? The power ability was acceptable as it was relatively common, but mental abilities were even rarer than spatial abilities. After level 3, encountering opponents with the same level of mental abilities in a duel would guarantee a win. It could often kill without a trace, making it the best tool for ambush. Without any defenses, it could cause the opponent's mental collapse in an instant, turning them into a fool. This was also highly effective against zombies, as it could interfere with them, causing temporary immobilization. Combined with her spatial ability, it was incredibly powerful. Bai Yaoyao didn't understand why she experienced such changes, but it was undoubtedly a good thing, and the newly emerged abilities suited her perfectly. The power ability paired well with her agility, while the mental ability complemented her spatial ability. Although in her last life she had fantasized about being a mage, casting fire, freezing ice, or summoning lightning, being an assassin truly suited her more. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt excited about the impending apocalypse. This time I will not be easily defeated. In her previous life, she didn't have that many fortuitous encounters, yet she fought her way through step by step, and this time. Excitement surged within her, and she wanted to grab a knife and go out to slay zombies, but in the end rationality prevailed. Once the brothers wake up, she would immediately practice her 2 newly awakened abilities. Bai Yaoyao only knew of one person who was a tri-ability user, the representative figure of Wagwo's J faction, and the top ranked on the combat power list. His name was Chen Yishuan. Before the apocalypse, he seemed to be a special forces soldier, and after the apocalypse, he awakened power earth and lightning abilities. With both close and long-range attack methods, he was also invincible in self-defense. The number of dual ability users was also limited, and the number of those who could upgrade to high-level ability users was even rarer, as the more abilities one had, the more crystal cores were needed for upgrading. Chen Yishuan was backed by the main base of City A with full support from Wagwo's J faction, which allowed him to elevate all 3 abilities to level 9. Bai Yaoyao gradually felt a headache coming on, as if her 3 abilities were like 3 little gold-eating beasts, all with their mouths wide open waiting to be fed. Time passed quickly during the training process. Bai Yaoyao heard a noise and hurriedly opened her eyes, relieved to see it was Panga. "How are you, Panga? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "Huff, not only am I feeling fine, but I also feel full of power." Panga stood up, stretching his stiff body, and said excitedly. Bai Yaoyao replied, "Feel the energy within you and find a way to control it." Panga nodded, focusing on the cup on the table. After 5 seconds, he spilled a handful of dirt. "Is this it? Is this it? Yao Jia, didn't you say I was a frontline warrior? How come it's just spilling dirt?" Panga questioned with a face full of doubt. Bai Yaoyao explained, nature abilities are like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the beginning, they seem quite useless compared to speed and power abilities, but they become powerful as they grow. Your earth ability can later create cages to control zombies, and can also create earth escape routes to protect the team. It's very useful. You had metal abilities in your previous life, so give it a try. Panga patted his chest. "That scared me. Metal sounds impressive. Let me try again." Panga continued to concentrate, holding back for a long time before shooting out a tiny needle, but it lacked any force. "Just this." Pangu excitedly ran over to pick up the needle and said, I want to keep this. This little treasure is much cuter than a handful of dirt. Bai Yaoyao smiled and shrugged her shoulders. As long as you're happy. Pangu stopped chatting with Bai Yaoyao and focused on trying to practice his new abilities, but he made little progress. Although nature abilities can become very powerful as they grow, they are too weak in the early stages and are generally quite fragile. Without the protection of teammates, it is challenging to utilize offensive abilities. Having only a defensive ability without offense is futile. In an apocalypse, there are no individual heroes. Without teamwork, survival in the apocalypse is impossible, but human hearts are complicated and changeable. Many times, formidable ability users do not die at the hands of zombies, but rather due to human greed or jealousy. Thus, the night squad will always consist of only 12 members. Oh, and one dog. Bai Yaoyao and Pangu practiced their abilities as they waited for their companions to awaken and the second to come to a Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao opened her mouth, uncertain how to console him. In his previous life, Xiaomi had never awakened an ability. At first, he managed by relying on combat instincts and firearms, but over time it became untenable. He always felt he was holding everyone back. His once sunny disposition gradually grew quiet. Later, when the group was surrounded by zombies, he hugged a bomb and charged into the horde, opening a gap that allowed everyone to escape. Sister Yao, I feel. Bang. While Bai Yaoyao was wondering how to soothe Xiaomi, he took 2 hurried steps, misjudged his speed, and slammed into the wall, rattling the framed pictures. Xiaomi clutched his head, too pained to stand. Bai Yaoyao suddenly laughed out loud. This was a speed-type ability. Xiaomi had awakened an ability. Although he did not know why he lacked it in his former life, yet possessed it now, that did not diminish their happiness. Pangu seemed to understand and scooped Xiaomi up in his arms. Xiaomi complained, Sister Yao, you're so heartless in like this, and you still laugh. Better, Pangu. Before he finished, Pangu had already bumped him onto the sofa. Pangu scratched his head belatedly and said, sorry, if I'd known you'd praise me, I would have thrown you more gently. As they joked, Peichi also woke up. Oh whoa. I'm a zombie. I'm going to eat people. Peichi lunged at Pangu only to be pinned by Pangu, pressing her forehead. Her flailing hands could reach no one. Sister Yao, Pangu is bullying me. Sister Yao, I think my ability might be a healing type. Peichi was eager to test her power and drew a dagger, about to cut her own arm, but Bai Yaoyao stopped her. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, don't harm yourself. Go and heal Xiaomi. His speed ability misfired, and he hit the wall. A look at that swelling on his head. All right. Sister is coming. Xiaomi, little brother kisses, come here. No, I like it when it hurts a bit. Xiaomi buried his face in the sofa, but Peichi dragged him out, placed her hand on his swollen forehead, and a white light flared from dim to bright, and then subsided. Xiaomi's forehead visibly returned to normal. My word, Peichi. That's incredible. I'm fine, there's no pain at all, he exclaimed in astonishment. Peichi looked a little pale. Bai Yaoyao helped her sit and explained, use abilities according to the severity of the injury. Overexertion will lead to dizziness and faintness. Peichi nodded, indicating she understood. Everyone was getting acquainted with their powers when the dog began barking frantically. Bai Yaoyao lifted Guzzi onto the windowsill table and studied him in the sunlight. She discovered that Guzzi had mutated, his fur had brightened, his body had grown larger, and when Bai Yaoyao pried his jaws open, she saw sharp fangs. Guzzi had become a mutated beast. Most surprising to Bai Yaoyao was a spark of intelligence in Guzzi's eyes. Guzzi, can you understand what I say? She asked. Guzzi raised his chin and let out a chaotic howl. Bai Yaoyao felt she might have been wishful thinking. Intelligence. Huh. Never mind, this creature is no husky. Then a monkey's cry rang out. Bai Yaoyao hurried over. She found Hosey flushed and looking embarrassed. What's wrong, Hosey? Pangu asked. Hosey hesitated, then stormed into the bedroom and emerged 5 minutes later. Damn, did I just wet myself? Peichi burst out laughing, the first to lose control. Bai Yaoyao kindly explained, silly, that wasn't wetting yourself, it's a water-type ability. Hosey was mortified, but said he was only teasing them. He tidied his hair and came back to ask Bai Yaoyao whether his ability was powerful. Bai Yaoyao said, water is formidable. It can later solidify into ice and deliver very strong. Hosey swelled with pride. I knew it, I'm awesome. He and Pangu went to the wall to train. Pangu scattered soil, Hosey spat water. Bai Yaoyao suddenly thought the two of them would make a perfect pair for farming. Gradually, Shirt 2 and Xiao Dai woke up, both had awakened dual-type abilities. Bai Yaoyao found it odd, in his last life Shirt 2 had only earth-type powers, yet now he also had skin hardening, a pure tank, his defense through the roof. Xiao Dai awakened speed and dark-type powers. Dark-type is a special branch. Ouyang Ning, second on the combat rankings, is Dark-type. Night is the Dark-type's favored battlefield. Shadows can render them nearly invisible. Paired with speed, Bai Yaoyao imagined how terrifying that could be. Her attention remained on Lulu and Qin Xian, and neither showed signs of waking nor of turning fully into zombies, and Bai Yaoyao could not help but let a hopeful fantasy bloom. Kiki, Xiaoshirlu, and Dadawan were unusual in the first life. They did not awaken at the start, but did so later. This life, however, they awakened immediately. Kiki's Wu type, Xiao Shilius Wind type, and Dadajuan's Fire type are all natural type powers, perfect for the team's needs. Early on, with everyone's combat skill and weapons, few zombies, mutated beasts, or even humans could threaten them. Once natural type powers mature, they become devastating in team fights. At that moment, Lulu stirred, and Bai Yaoyao and Panga tensed. Lulu, seeing Bai Yaoyao's surprise, asked, "What's happening? How am I conscious while being a zombie? Did I not transform completely?" Bai Yaoyao flung herself forward and hugged Lulu, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, Lulu, you're all right." Lulu smoothed her chest and said, "I was terrified my beauty would be such a loss as a zombie." She touched her hair, and in an instant her black waist-length locks snapped into a Mei Chaofeng hairstyle, making her look as if she'd been electrocuted. A thunder-type ability. Bai Yaoyao cried. "That's great, Sister Lulu." Sister Yao said thunder is one of the most powerful natural-type abilities, Peiqi added excitedly. Lulu smiled. Whether the power was great mattered less than being alive and together with everyone. Only Qin Xian remained unconscious. He was young, only a bit older than Xiao Dai, the master's least favored disciple. He disliked fighting, loved reading, liked to act mature, and practiced calligraphy. When he woke and saw a circle of people around him, he was startled, wondering if he had become a zombie. He mustered his courage, waved slightly, and whispered, "Hi." Instantly cheers and screams erupted. Wonderful news, everyone was alive. Qin Xian was a naive sort. He knew had awakened an ability, but had no idea how to use it and tried one by one on everyone to no avail. At last, while Xiaomi practiced his speed, Qin Xian unconsciously focused and released energy toward him. When Xiaomi hit the wall again, Bai Yaoyao understood. An amplification-type ability. Amid the cheers, Xiaomi tearfully went to Peiqi. "Peiqi, little sister, brother is here." Bai Yaoyao had never felt such happiness, with all her brothers present. The hardened skin of the stone and his earth-based abilities must make him the team's tank, primarily defending and acting as the front line, responsible for protecting the fragile ones while they deal damage. She possessed power abilities. Fat brother had gold-based abilities, and Dogsy, with his mutated beast strength, was also a force to be reckoned with. They could take hits and deal damage, capable of drawing the zombies' attention and serving as pressure fighters. Together with Xiaomi and Adai, who also had relatively fast movement speed, they were quite agile, more suited for support or harvesting the battlefield, akin to what people commonly referred to as assassins. Lulu's lightning abilities, Monkey's water abilities, Xiao Shilius wind abilities, and Dadawan's fire abilities were more like those of grand mages, excelling in long-range explosive attacks, yet lacking self-defense capabilities, needing to stay far from the central battlefield. Peiqi's healing abilities were centered on recovery. Kiki's wood-based powers were focused on control, and Qin Xian's amplification abilities served as support. Bai Yaoyao clearly organized her thoughts and suddenly felt that her team's configuration was simply invincible. From the perspective of team attributes, there were almost no flaws, completely complementary. How could such a coincidence occur? Bai Yaoyao quickly realized that now was not the time to get bogged down in details. The priority was to collect crystal cores outside and rapidly enhance their strength. She then said, "We are preparing to set off. We will clear an area around the villa and then head towards the city. Practice your abilities as much as possible. Don't just go in with knives and guns. Level 0 zombies, although weak, are still stronger than an average adult male. They are just slow to react, so don't be careless. After killing the zombies, remember to stab a knife into their brains to extract the crystal cores. These are what allow us to upgrade our abilities. Quickly change into the gear at the door." "Yes." "Understood." Everyone shouted in unison. Bai Yaoyao pulled out 12 black combat suits and load-up combat boots from her space, along with 12 daggers for extracting crystals. Everyone quickly grabbed the clothes and changed. Seeing Dogsy looking resentfully at her, Bai Yaoyao patted his head and said, "When we get back, I'll make you a set too." As everyone stepped out of the door, sunlight poured over them. Bai Yaoyao glanced at her brothers beside her, feeling filled with strength. Remembering how each of them had tragically died in their last life, she couldn't help but clench her fists. "Just wait, Bai Yaoyao have returned." Dogsy's barking interrupted her moment of determination. She looked at Dogsy, who was eager to lead the way, and rolled her eyes, threatening. "Dogsy, be careful not to get caught by zombies, or you'll become a zombie dog and never get to eat big bones again." Dogsy flashed a charming smile, waved his paw pointed forward, and continued striding confidently ahead. Dog brother leads the way. You all follow. They soon encountered their first zombie, which appeared to be a security guard from the villa area. Its face was pale and twisted, lying on the ground gnawing at a corpse, a suffocating stench wafting towards them. Sensing the scent of humans, the zombie immediately turned and began to roar at Bai Yaoyao and the others gradually approaching them. Unfortunately, no one was afraid. Instead, they wore expressions of disdain, yet they still moved a bit closer to observe carefully. "Is this what a zombie looks like? It doesn't seem very intelligent," Monkey remarked. "Damn, it stinks, it really stinks. What does Sister Yao say? Who's going to attack?" "Hey, zombie comrade, you are surrounded." Bai Yaoyao was not surprised by everyone's reactions. After being a killer for so many years, she had witnessed too many bloody scenes. Even though the organization had certain principles regarding acts in Huagua, it never hesitated to kill abroad. So she said, "Don't rush to kill it. Apart from Peiqi and Qin Xian, everyone else should kite it to familiarize yourselves with your abilities and practice in real combat. There will be more zombies in the city center, and we won't have the chance." Before Bai Yaoyao could finish, Dogzi suddenly charged out his sharp claws, swiftly decapitating the zombie, looking disdainfully at everyone as if to say, "Why are you all talking so much? Just do it. Everyone, Dog Master. This is for everyone to practice. Oh, we didn't say to rush in together. Don't be reckless or there won't be any food," Bai Yaoyao threatened. Hearing the mention of no food, Dogzi immediately squatted down and acted cute, looking adorable if one could ignore the zombie's rotten flesh on his paws. Xiaomi cut open the zombie's skull, stirred around, and extracted a crystal, which was slightly smaller than a baby's fist and transparent, looking quite nice, completely unrecognizable as having come from a zombie. Xiaomi casually tossed the crystal core to Bai Yaoyao, saying, "Sister Yao, this thing is the crystal core, right?" "Yes, a level 0 attributeless crystal core," Bai Yaoyao replied. "I read in a novel that crystal cores are poisonous and cannot be absorbed directly. They need to be soaked in the protagonist's personal space's spiritual spring before use." Peiqi suddenly interjected. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "Where's the protagonist? Where's the spiritual spring? There's no poison. Just hold it and absorb it. Let's go, let's get to work." "Understood." Everyone centered around the villa, gradually sweeping the area, clearing a total of 36 zombies and obtaining 14 crystal cores, though some zombies had none and were relatively weaker. Each person tried solo combat with the zombies while others observed, learned, and summarized experiences. Bai Yaoyao stood by, guiding and emphasizing the key points. The entire scene looked strangely harmonious yet surreal. In a nearby villa, a middle-aged couple saw the scene and quickly opened the window. The man yelled loudly, "Help! Save us! There's a zombie in our house, come quickly and kill it. We will give you whatever you want, hurry, hurry." The woman shouted again, seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others so calm. "What do you mean? Come over. Don't play hard to get." Unfortunately, no one paid them any attention. Hearing about the zombie, everyone initially wanted to go over and see if there were crystal stones, but the couple's attitude made them quite displeased. "Damn it, who cares about them? Let's go," Xiao Shirlu said. However, upon hearing the words "damn it," Dogzi was displeased, lunging at Xiao Shilia's pants and not letting go until Xiao Shirlu apologized. Only then did Dogzi release him, snorting coldly as he went ahead to clear the path. Xiao Shirlu helplessly shrugged and smiled at everyone. Because the villa area was already sparse in population after such a sweep, there were basically no zombies left to fight, yet everyone was still pumped, having just gotten a feel for it and not having had enough. Thus Bai Yaoyao released 3 vehicles and everyone headed towards the city center. Each vehicle was equipped with a walkie-talkie for easy communication, and whenever they encountered zombies on the way, they would take turns to practice. Now, except for Peiqi, everyone else's abilities had already become quite proficient, although their power was not strong. During the fight, the few with nature-based abilities became impatient and couldn't help but go violent, directly ending the battle. Just a little fire, a light breeze, and a trickle of water were utterly useless and wasted time. Bai Yaoyao listened to the laughter around her and the tension that had been tightly wound since her rebirth finally began to ease. However, she still opened the walkie-talkie and said, "Everyone, please be careful. When fighting zombies, there is no such thing as being injured. An injury equals death or infection. Also, don't underestimate the zombies, as some evolved ones are quite formidable, but we just haven't encountered them yet." Hearing the acknowledgement from the walkie-talkie, Bai Yaoyao felt reassured. As they passed by the National Library of H City, Bai Yaoyao called for a stop. She planned to go inside and collect all the books, remembering that these books, especially the professional ones, could be exchanged for a high number of points at the main base. Upon entering the first-floor hall, she saw nearly 30 zombies wandering aimlessly. Upon sensing human presence, they all moved toward the entrance, as if activated by a switch, with one zombie moving noticeably faster than the others. Bai Yaoyao didn't dare let everyone practice anymore. She quickly tossed down a dozen baseball bats and machetes, directly instructing, "Give it your all and take them down quickly." Everyone quickly grabbed the weapons that felt most comfortable and charged forward without hesitation. It was their instinct to fight. Due to their weak abilities, they were ineffective, and to prevent the situation where they would stand still for 3 seconds, to unleash a skill, the few with nature-based abilities didn't even think about using them. Bai Yaoyao tested her strength ability, feeling exhilarated. With a baseball bat in hand, she swung down and crushed a zombie's head, a thrill she had never experienced in her previous life. She directly targeted the fastest zombie, but before she could land a second hit, it was snatched away by the dog. The dog's claws had evolved to be sharp. This level 0 zombie was no match for it, as one swipe was enough to take it down, especially since the dog targeted the neck. Bai Yaoyao suspected that the dog's intelligence had evolved a bit. Xiaomi's experience was also great. She could now control her speed well, and combined with her agility, she was getting the hang of it. Despite the numerous zombies, everyone was strong, and in no time all 30 zombies in the first floor hall had been eliminated. Bai Yaoyao instructed everyone to quickly gather the crystal cores and moved deeper inside, fearing that the noise from the recent fight would attract a horde of zombies and surround them. Without area attack skills, relying solely on blades would lead to a situation where they couldn't break through even with dull edges, as zombies are attracted by sound and scent, causing their numbers to swell. Once inside the library, Bai Yaoyao didn't rush to collect the books. She spread everyone out and checked each area thoroughly. Only after confirming there were no zombies or survivors did she begin to collect the books and shelves into her space. Everyone had seen Bai Yaoyao collect items before, but it still felt magical no matter how many times they waited. After everyone returned to the vehicle, Bai Yaoyao checked and found a total of 16 crystal cores, one of which was a faint yellow belonging to the speed-evolved zombie that the dog had taken down. Strength-type zombies yield yellow crystal cores, which are easier for strength-type ability users to absorb. Abilities like speed, skin hardening, and strength all belong to this category. Nature-type zombies have red crystal cores, while special-type zombies have black ones. They had yet to encounter either of these types. Crystal cores of corresponding types are easier for equivalent ability users to absorb. Different types can also be absorbed, but the time required would be about 3 times longer, although the effects wouldn't differ significantly. Before reaching the city center, they could no longer proceed by vehicle. The noise would only attract more zombies. In just a few hours since everyone regained consciousness, various social orders and production systems had nearly collapsed. Everywhere on the road one could see out-of-control vehicles, and cries for help echoed continuously. None of them were particularly good people, but witnessing such scenes still left them momentarily stunned. Damn, I ran a red light. I hope I don't get points for that. You idiot, get out of the car. When they accumulated around 30 to 40 zombies, Bai Yaoyao shouted for everyone to get out and start harvesting. Now everyone was familiar with how to kill a zombie, knowing just the right amount of force to deliver a lethal blow, thus minimizing risk and conserving energy, which sped up their progress significantly. Bai Yaoyao noticed that the ratio of zombies to survivors was far from 50-50. While initially it may have been 50% zombies, the rate of infection was also rapid. Anyone scratched or bitten by a zombie would turn into one in a very short time. It's very likely that before someone even wakes up, their partner has already turned into a zombie, and with one bite there would be no chance to awaken again. Many people in the buildings on either side of the road were observing Bai Yaoyao and her team. Seeing them in uniform and acting decisively, they assumed they were official rescue personnel and called out loudly, "Help us. There are 5 people in my family, including children and the elderly. Save us first. Who doesn't have a child? Please help us. We're on the first floor, but there's a zombie right at the door." Bai Yaoyao and her team acted as if they hadn't heard, swiftly taking out the crystal cores and preparing to leave. As if they were killers, not saving anyone. It's easy to save someone, but what happens afterward? Are we supposed to play bodyguards to ensure your safety? Or become caretakers for your needs? What a daydream. On the first day of the apocalypse, the zombies were so weak, if anyone had a bit of courage to find a tool, they wouldn't be trapped at home. Seeing Bai Yaoyao and her group preparing to leave, the residents in the buildings grew anxious. What are you doing? Why won't you save anyone? How selfish. I told you I have children and the elderly at home. Everyone shout together, make some noise to attract the zombies. Don't let them leave. Let them save people. Exactly, don't go. Help us. Which department are you from? I'm going to report you. My husband is a provincial officer. Bai Yaoyao rubbed her ears. It was really noisy. She pulled out a gun, twirled it, and shot the person who suggested attracting zombies point blank without hesitation. The scene instantly fell silent. Bai Yaoyao and her team radiated an intimidating aura, glaring fiercely at the shouting crowd. So can we leave now? Bai Yaoyao tried to amplify her voice with a bit of spiritual energy, making it clear to everyone's ears. No one dared to speak again. It was a joke to think they were here to rescue when they could directly kill. If they continued to shout, they were just asking for death. Bai Yaoyao fell silent and then told her brothers, let's go to the next street. Is it fine to kill directly? The taciturn Shirtu suddenly asked. As long as the one killed deserves it, there's no problem. Bai Yaoyao replied directly. Now every department was too preoccupied to care about these matters. Even if they found out with such an impressive group, why would they bother with a few scoundrels looking for trouble? There's no way such a foolish official would exist. However, seeing Shidu's slightly excited expression, she couldn't help but touch her nose and ask, Brother Shidu, didn't you finish off those people back then? 2 left in City A. Bai Yaoyao nodded, patted Shidu's shoulder. There will be opportunities. Yeah, they will definitely die. Bai Yaoyao led the group to wreak havoc on the street. From around 6 in the morning until now past 11, they had collected 216 crystal stones and killed countless zombies. Sister Yao, there's a warehouse supermarket ahead. Kiki excitedly said, holding a zombie's head in one hand and its body in the other. Let's go $0 shopping. Xiaomi rubbed her hands together. Alright, let's check it out. Although Bai Yaoyao was reluctant to seize the resources of ordinary people, it was still necessary to gather some non-essential supplies. Be careful, there are people at the second floor window, Fat Brother warned. Bai Yaoyao noticed from a distance that many people who had woken up to this situation were desperately searching for supplies before hurriedly returning home to wait for rescue. Thus, when encountering ordinary people, she chose not to act. Expanding her spiritual sense, Bai Yaoyao clearly felt the ill intentions of the group on the second floor, who were even armed with guns. After warning everyone, the people on the second floor suddenly opened the window and shouted, Who are you? Don't come any closer, this place is ours. After saying that, one of them fired a shot into the open space in front of the door. Damn, this guy is cocky. Sister Yao, should we take him down? The monkey could not stand being provoked and immediately got angry. Bai Yaoyao was just about to speak when a cry for help came from the second floor. Help. Someone please. Shut up, you bitch. Try saying another word. Haven't you had enough fun yet? Is there anyone downstairs? Please save us. The man who had just fired a shot grabbed the woman who was speaking and pushed her out of the window. She crashed heavily onto the ground in front of the supermarket, her head hitting the steps. In an instant, blood flowed everywhere. Even from a distance, it was clear that she wouldn't survive, especially since she wasn't wearing any clothes. Wow, this guy has quite the temper, Lulu said softly and coldly while stroking the knife in her hand. Bai Yaoyao knew this was Lulu's prelude to a potential rampage. Lulu was rescued by her master from the red light district when her mother was still alive. Normally, the organization wouldn't take in children who still had relatives, but after hearing about this rule, Lulu's mother jumped from the building so that her master could take Lulu away, not wanting her daughter to grow up in such a degenerate environment. The scene of the man pushing the woman down reminded Lulu of some bad memories. Eliminate them, raid the supermarket. Bai Yaoyao immediately made the decision. The moment Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, Lulu quickly raised her hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thin as a baby's arm, striking down on the man's head. He was instantly stunned, awkwardly stuck in the window, half of his body dangling outside. Bai Yaoyao gave Lulu a thumbs up and held her hand. Lulu softly said it was nothing. The monkey and Dada, one looked at the small streams of water and flames in their hands, recalling the lightning Lulu had just unleashed, enviously drooling. Boss, are you okay? Boss? It seems like he can't get up. The underlings who had just been following the man kindly grabbed his legs and threw their boss down the... In just a few minutes, the man ended his life in the same way. Looking at his unblinking eyes, Bai Yaoyao could only say one thing deserved it. The underlings seemed a bit smarter than their boss, but not by much. They didn't say anything further to Bai Yaoyao and quickly closed the window, dropping the rolling shutter on the first floor of the supermarket. Bai Yaoyao didn't waste any time, as she loved black and black crimes, directly tossing out a mini-bomb, the SJ-11, from her space. The bomb blew the door open and everyone rushed in. Shirtu and Fat Brother led the charge, with Xiaomi and the monkey bringing up the rear. Kicking the door open, they found nothing unusual. Everyone was used to slaughter and merely clicked their tongues without being too disturbed. In the corner, 4 women were bound, their bodies covered in wounds. Even worse, each was in a state of undress. What they had just endured was evident as they huddled together weeping. Everyone didn't pay too much attention, but Kiki kicked a few clothes on the ground and tossed them over. The others rushed towards the underlings who had thrown their boss to his death. The underlings were stunned the moment the door blew open, wondering who these people were that could summon lightning and use bombs. Their boss' shotgun was something he had dug up years ago in the countryside. Seeing people rush in, they didn't even have time to pull the trigger before being taken down, immediately begging for mercy. We're not bad people, we were forced. It was all the boss who killed. Shut up, you're all devils, the woman in the corner cried out. Bai Yaoyao narrowed her eyes and said, You're so... Understanding immediately, the monkey and the others swiftly cut their throats. They found a safe in the room. Fat Brother created a key using his metal abilities and opened it, collecting the gold bars inside before they planned to leave. Wait, thank you for saving us. Could you please take me home? This supermarket belongs to my family. I didn't return home yesterday because I was busy and this group suddenly barged in this morning. If you take me home, my father will definitely thank you properly. We can also share some of the things in the supermarket with you, and those gold bars can be yours. Please, kind people, take us home. There are zombies outside, it's terrifying. Bai Yaoyao finally turned to look at the several women in the corner. The first to speak seemed relatively normal, but her words were unpleasing. The second speaker had her collar so low it could barely cover anything, looking tearfully at her too. The other two, who had said nothing, quickly put their clothes back on and retreated to the far corner, warily watching Bai Yaoyao and the others, showing no intention of speaking or asking for help. Bai Yaoyao smiled and replied, "No need to thank us. Then can you?" "No, we didn't come to save people, we came to kill. Do you need any help?" Bai Yaoyao blinked her big eyes, saying the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Coupled with the imposing presence of the group, the two women dared not say anything further. Once outside, everyone quickly searched for usable supplies. Being a warehouse supermarket, the resources were extremely abundant. "Go and pick what you want. Let's gather at the entrance in 10 minutes. Bai Yaoyao didn't take any instant food, but collected half of the staple goods like rice flour and oil. They broke open the cold storage door and took all the frozen foods. As for clothes, home goods, tobacco, alcohol, health products, and cosmetics, not a single item was left behind. Returning to the entrance, they gathered the items everyone had chosen and didn't delay any further. Swiftly, Bai Yaoyao noticed that many people around were observing their situation, all waiting for her and her group to leave so they could scavenge. Bai Yaoyao had no intention of hiding her spatial abilities. "If you have the capability, come and try to rob us." In the face of absolute strength, there was no need to worry about these details. Hustling to earn crystal cores for upgrades was the only hard truth. "Let's find a place to eat and take a break." Bai Yaoyao heard several people's stomachs growling. "Sister Yaoyao, there's a restaurant at the intersection ahead with tables and chairs inside. I'll go clear the area first." Adai, who had been silent all morning while killing zombies, suddenly became excited at the mention of food. Bai Yaoyao nodded with a smile. "Go ahead, be careful." Adai activated his speed ability and quickly ran ahead. By the time Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, all the zombies in the restaurant had been exterminated and the tables and chairs cleaned. "Adai, you're amazing. Let's eat," Bai Yaoyao said as everyone sat in a circle. "Come on, what do you want to eat?" As everyone chatted while eating, they noticed more people outside on the street. The tempting aroma from the restaurant made them look back repeatedly. It smelled too good. They lacked the courage to rob, but could only go back to fighting zombies. The reason they dared to come out was that Bai Yaoyao and her group had cleared most of the zombies on this road. Additionally, seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others dispatch zombies as easily as chopping vegetables gave them some confidence. The men and young people at home tried to go downstairs to quickly gather supplies, but tactfully avoided Bai Yaoyao and her group. Bai Yaoyao was quite satisfied with this. Although they were not indiscriminate killers, they indeed disliked trouble and were not very keen on interacting with others. This way it was just quiet enough. After finishing their meal, Bai Yaoyao divided everyone into 3 groups to expedite earning crystal cores. Currently, besides herself, Lulu and Adai had the strongest combat abilities, so the 3 of them led a team, each agreeing to regroup in 3 hours. Each group also took a signal flare for communication and kept a close distance for support. She initially wanted to have Dog follow Lulu since Lulu's ability was still not very stable, but Dog stubbornly refused to leave Bai Yaoyao, not even for a delicious bone. "Dog brother, you are the strongest. Can you lead a team alone? Everyone is counting on you," Bai Yaoyao coaxed. Dog barked loudly, and in the end he proudly followed Lulu's team away. Bai Yaoyao took Peiqi, Xiao Shiliu, and Dewan with her. They headed to the exhibition center in H City. While eating, she noticed scattered flyers on the ground and found out that the exhibition center was holding a luxury car show these days. She planned to see if there were any suitable cars, since currently there were only about 7 or 8 usable vehicles, and with so many people in their team, they might not have enough soon. As soon as they arrived at the exhibition center entrance, Bai Yaoyao instinctively used her mental power to scan the surroundings and discovered a zombie that was not only as agile as a human, but could also kick down a railing. Clearly it was no ordinary zombie. Bai Yaoyao felt it was strange. Too many changes had occurred in this life. Level 1 zombies should only appear 10 days later, yet one appeared on the very first day of the apocalypse. However, she did not hesitate and directly approached, dodging the zombie's attack and kicking it to the ground, then swung a baseball bat at its head. A dagger would be too short and could easily splatter blood on her, so Bai Yaoyao always used the baseball bat, enhanced by her strength ability, making it exhilarating to crush a skull. Bai Yaoyao picked up the crystal and confirmed it was indeed a level 1 crystal core, which gave her a sense. Sister Yaoyao, how could the zombie you just killed be so sophisticated? Xiao Shirlu asked, curious. That's a level 1 zombie, we need to speed up. Bai Yaoyao responded. Dawan suddenly said, look quickly, there's a cat. Wow, it runs faster than dog brother. Are we about to fight? That cat is fast, everyone be careful. Peiqi hurriedly took out her. A snow-white cat was sprinting, looking exceptionally noble and graceful. It paused for a moment to glance at Bai Yaoyao and her group before turning and leaving. Mutated beasts can be unpredictable as some do not actively attack humans, so we shouldn't provoke this type of mutated beast, Bai Yaoyao explained. Thankfully this cat has a good temperament. With its speed and agility it would be quite difficult to deal with. Xiao Shirlu patted her chest. Let's go, time to work. There weren't many zombies at the exhibition center, less than 10 in total. The other 3 dealt with zombies while Bai Yaoyao focused on collecting cars. As long as she could find the keys, she would collect every model, though unfortunately most were sports cars and business cars with low chassis. They were fine for now, but in a few days they wouldn't be able to hit the road. As for those without keys, she would take them apart for parts for the monkeys to fix cars. Once everything was collected, she was about to continue sweeping the street when she suddenly saw a signal flare indicating danger coming from deadliest direction. 3 consecutive shots indicating the highest level of danger. Bai Yaoyao quickly rushed over with the 3 running at full speed while using her mental power to scan the situation ahead. She discovered that Dai and the others seemed to be facing mutated beasts. The range of her level 1 mental ability was not large, and she only realized it was mutated dogs when she got closer. Early-stage mutated beasts were far stronger than humans with speed, agility, and powerful biting ability. In general, encountering one of the same level meant either death or serious injury. Bai Yaoyao was puzzled about how Dai provoked so many mutated dogs. When the 4 of them arrived, they quickly joined the battle. Bai Yaoyao faced a black-backed dog, not daring to let her guard down. In less than 2 seconds, all the mutated dogs went berserk, abandoning their opponents and charging towards the dog while howling, their fur bristling as if stacked with layers of fury buffs. Seeing the situation, the dog let out a howl and turned to run behind Bai Yaoyao, wearing an expression that said, "My owner, there are dogs bullying me." Bai Yaoyao quickly pulled out her gun and tossed it to several teammates. Otherwise, with so many mutated dogs, how could they fight? Even if the gunfire would attract a swarm of zombies, it was still better than dealing with mutated dogs. Using guns was a basic skill and everyone had decent marksmanship. Before long, the mutated dogs began to falter. The mutated dogs had some intelligence, at least a bit smarter than the dog. Seeing their comrades suffer too many casualties, they hesitated not and chose to retreat. However, even while retreating under gunfire, they didn't forget to bark fiercely at the dog as if threatening like humans. It looked particularly amusing. Only after all the mutated dogs left did the dog rush out from behind Bai Yaoyao, again howling loudly and starting a new round of ruckus. This vividly illustrated the idiom, a dog relying on its owner for power. Bai Yaoyao worried that the dog would call the mutated dogs back, urgently shouting for it to return, wishing she could cover its mouth. The dog turned and saw the dangerous glint in Bai Yaoyao's eyes, quickly putting on its signature charming smile and trotting over to rub its head against her pant leg. Its face was full of a flattering expression. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, telling herself for the 10,000th time not to be angry, as anger would harm her health with no one to replace her. Dog meat isn't delicious, but it knows to put up with it. The dog saved my life, I'll beat it when we get. Just then, Sister Yaoyao, there's a horde of zombies. The recent gunfire had attracted quite a number of zombies, slowly forming a horde. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly collected the bodies of the mutated dogs, planning to roast them for dinner. Official studies have shown that the meat of mutated beasts can enhance human physique and strength, especially noticeable when first consumed. As everyone fought while retreating, they noticed that the number of zombies was increasing, and they didn't even have time to collect the crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao released 3 raiders collected in our country, and everyone boarded the vehicles, crashing through countless zombies before finally breaking free from the encirclement. By now the sun was also setting. After a day of fighting zombies, everyone was tired. Bai Yaoyao decided to take everyone back to the villa to call it a day. Time to rest. Well, there were important matters to attend to in the evening. At the villa. Oh, my, finally home. This day has exhausted me. Kiki plopped down on the sofa. Kiki, if master hears you say that you'll be sent to the remote mountains for 6 months. Xiaomi jabbered on, but didn't forget to pour Kiki a glass of water. He thanks brother, me love you. You're so talkative. Although the master was very good to everyone, the training was indeed tough, and failing to complete it resulted in severe punishment. However, most of the tasks they completed were short-term assassination missions that emphasized stealth, timing, and explosion. They rarely encountered prolonged combat tasks. Bai Yaoyao took out today's haul 316 crystal cores and 12 mutated dogs. Each person received 25 crystal cores with the surplus kept with Bai Yaoyao. The low-level and level 1 enhancement crystal cores were kept by Bai Yaoyao herself. Her brothers didn't need too much explanation, having more experience meant maximizing the team's benefits through early upgrades. Sister Yaoyao, should we concentrate our efforts first and pile up some strong offensive abilities? Dividing them equally might slow down our team battle effectiveness. For example, my healing ability is basically useless now. Today, I went in with a knife. Peiqi thought for a moment and said. Bai Yaoyao shook her head and said, today is the first day. 25 crystal cores should be enough to reach level 2. First, let everyone level up to 2, then tomorrow, we can split into 3 groups for higher efficiency. Sure. Okay, certain issues. Adai suddenly raised his hand. Sister Yaoyao, it's time for dinner. Bai Yaoyao rubbed Adai soft for feeling that the killing Adai and the hungry Adai were two extremes. The contrast was just too amusing. Bai Yaoyao tossed out 2 mutated dog carcasses, saying, we're eating this today. Adai silently lowered his hand. Sister Yaoyao, I'm not hungry, I want to lose weight. Oh, come on boss, don't we eat a lot? Is it really okay to eat a dog? Woof. A woof. A woof. Woof. A woof. A woof. Bai Yaoyao explained the meat of mutated beasts can enhance physique and strength. The effects are more pronounced with long-term consumption. Adai lowered his hand again. I'm hungry again. It seems that eating meat doesn't make you gain weight. Who can cook? Fat brother sincerely asked. Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves. I will. No, Sister Yaoyao. Peiqi hurriedly hugged Bai Yaoyao. Zai Shilio also said, no need, Sister Yaoyao, you should rest. It's been a tiring day. Everyone else also looked in agreement. Bai Yaoyao, hands on her hips, asked, don't you all believe in me? No, not at all. How could that be? Sister Yaoyao is invincible. There's nothing she can't do. It's just roasting meat. Everyone denied. Joking aside, if Sister Yaoyao cooked especially for such a difficult task as roasting meat, they might as well abandon the villa. In the end, it was Chen Xian who stepped up and said, Sister Yaoyao, I'll do what I can. Didowan also said, monkey, and I will help a hill wash and I'll roast. Xian will command. Don't worry, everyone go rest in the house. Seeing that everyone was completely unwilling to let her take charge, Bai Yaoyao felt somewhat helpless, but she didn't have the confidence to resist. After all, she had burned down the house while cooking before. So she put some simple meals on the table. Everyone had a quick bite while waiting for the roasted meat in the evening. Once everyone returned to their rooms to shower and rest, the 3 began to work. After a bit of chaos, the meat was finally cooked. Today's dinner was quite unpleasant. Even Adai, who loved to eat, was not happy. However, not a single person wasted a morsel of meat. In the apocalypse, becoming stronger was the most important thing. Complaining a bit was merely to adjust the mood, allowing everyone to relax. Chen Xian chewed on the tough and unpalatable meat of the mutated dog, secretly vowing to improve his cooking. By the time they finished every last bite, including the dog, everyone let out a sigh. The meat was dry and weirdly flavored, salty in one bite and tasteless in another. Bai Yaoyao had Chen Xian roast a dog just for it with no seasonings at all. The dog suspected that it was because it had angered its owner today that it was punished this way. It was terrifying and it vowed never to do so again. Everyone go back and absorb the crystal cores. Hold them in your hands and use your abilities to communicate with the energy of the crystals. You'll understand once you try, Bai Yaoyao said. Once everyone returned to their rooms, Bai Yaoyao stopped Fat Brother. I need to go out tonight. Fat Brother was taken aback. Is it dangerous? I'll accompany you. No need, I have my own measures. I also have space to ensure my safety. I just wanted to let you know in case you couldn't find me and got worried, Bai Yaoyao replied. Alright, just let me know when you return. Bai Yaoyao planned to go to Foaming Mountain tonight to find a mutated willow tree, the invincible willow monarch. In her previous life, this tree had devoured countless humans, plants, animals, and even zombies. In the end, even the combined efforts of 20 high-level ability users above level 7 and 50 ordinary ability users failed to subdue it, resulting in heavy losses for humanity. Almost all ordinary ability users were wiped out and several high-level ability users also perished. At that time, Bai Yaoyao was on a different mission with the Night Squad and narrowly escaped disaster. Later, she heard that this mutated willow tree first appeared at the foot of Foaming Mountain, so she wanted to check it out and either subdue it or eliminate it. This would also mean eliminating a heavyweight opponent for humanity in advance. However, she decided to absorb today's spirit stones first. After leveling up, her self-defense capabilities would be stronger and her chances of success would increase. Bai Yaoyao swiftly entered the space and discovered that the batch of honeysuckle and cassia seeds she had planted was almost ripe. Since she had stockpiled a lot of food, she prioritized planting commonly used medicinal herbs. Back in her little room in the space, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb the crystal cores. The 0-level and 1st-level enhancement crystal cores successfully raised her power ability to level 2, and 25 ordinary 0-level crystal cores raised her spatial ability to level 2. After the spatial ability leveled up, a spring appeared at the side of the little room. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback, observing it carefully for a long time. When she cupped her hands to taste it, she found no difference from ordinary water and even got her sleeves wet. So she left it alone. With more children and insufficient food, she would have to wait for the next opportunity to focus on her spiritual ability. When Bai Yaoyao absorbed the crystal cores, she deliberately glanced at the time and realized that it took her less than an hour to finish, which was more than 3 times faster than normal. So she specifically took a partially used crystal core outside the space to test it, discovering that absorption was significantly slower and the effects were greatly diminished. Bai Yaoyao was suddenly filled with joy. At this rate, as long as she had enough crystal cores, even with 3 types of abilities, her overall leveling speed would not be slow. Excited, Bai Yaoyao felt like going out to hunt zombies right away. However, she held back and decided to handle her business first. She drove to the vicinity of Foaming Mountain, where the moonlight illuminated the area, making it not entirely dark, just unusually quiet. She wandered around the foot of the mountain and quickly realized her thoughts had been too simplistic. A Foaming Mountain was massive. There were at least 80 willow trees, and they all looked quite similar. How could she know which one was the strongest? Certainly not the crooked-necked tree right in front of her. It was the ugliest. Bai Yaoyao sighed, turned around to take a few steps, then suddenly stopped and quickly turned back to look at the crooked-necked tree. The willow leaves were swaying in the opposite direction of the wind. Looking at the other willow trees, they all appeared normal, or only this ugliest one behaved differently. Why are you so stubborn? Bai Yaoyao immediately heightened her vigilance, tensing every muscle in her body, while also gripping her large knife. It wasn't just the big willow tree that had weakened, she had too. Standing still, she extended her spiritual sense, cautiously probing the crooked-necked willow tree, and found that she didn't sense any signals of an impending attack. Instead, it felt rather lighthearted. Bai Yaoyao tried to step a few paces closer, and the willow tree's leaves trembled even more joyfully. Although there was no verbal communication, Bai Yaoyao felt as if the willow was greeting her. Slowly, she raised her hand, and the branches and leaves of the willow also began to rise. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, the willow branches quickly wrapped around Bai Yaoyao's wrist. Bai Yaoyao instinctively wanted to draw her knife, but noticed that the willow tree meant no harm. It was merely rubbing against her sleeve repeatedly as if it were sick. Seeing her raise the knife, it shrank back in fright. However, despite this, it still clung tightly to her hand, and Bai Yaoyao was surprised to find she could detect a hint of grievance in the rustling of the willow leaves. What a surprise! I'm not even a wood-type ability user. How can I communicate with plants? Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao remembered the spring water that appeared after her little room leveled up. She had taken a sip and seemed to have gotten some on her sleeve, which was the very spot the willow tree persistently rubbed against. So she took out a bit of spring water and held it in her palm. The willow tree suddenly froze for a moment, then excitedly waved its branches as if its hair had been electrified. Do you want a drink? Bai Yaoyao said gently, like a creepy uncle enticing a child. Sha sha. Then you have to come with me and you must behave. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to walk the dog, you can't chase the chickens. Then I promise you'll have spring water to drink every day. How about it? Are you in? Bai Yaoyao gently stroked the willow branches, communicating seriously. The willow tree surprisingly understood, nodding without hesitation and simultaneously controlling its branches and leaves to drink up every drop of spring water from Bai Yaoyao's palm. Bai Yaoyao wondered if she could bring it into her space. If not, she could let Kiki come to collect it. Kiki was a wood-type user and could form a contract with plants. Unexpectedly, it succeeded at the first try. The crooked-necked tree vanished, leaving behind a deep pit. Bai Yaoyao curiously looked at it, instantly feeling goosebumps. She had not expected that this willow tree would be so powerful at the beginning of the apocalypse, as evidenced by the densely packed, deep-rooted holes in the deep pit. Bai Yaoyao did not rush back. She swiftly entered the space. Seeing the willow tree anxiously beside the spring water, unable to approach it without permission for fear of being thrown out, the willow could sense that in this space, Bai Yaoyao was the boss, so it was somewhat aware. Go ahead and drink as much as you want. Bai Yaoyao pointed to the spring water and said. With a spring source, it could regenerate, so she was not stingy. As soon as the willow tree heard what Bai Yaoyao said, it immediately stretched all its branches into the spring water. This impatient demeanor truly lacked the grace of a master. In less than 5 minutes, the willow tree had finished drinking all the spring water and came over to act cute like a dog. Bai Yaoyao felt no heartache. After all, there was no logic in wanting the horse to run while also wanting it not to eat grass. Bai Yaoyao spoke to the crooked-necked tree. How about I give you a name? From now on we will be good partners. You also have a brother named Dogsy. I'll introduce you to him tomorrow. The willow tree shook its branches in agreement, eagerly trembling its leaves. Bai Yaoyao pondered for a long time. Calling it Dogsy was too hasty this time. She wanted to think of a more sophisticated name. If you have a favorite, just shake your leaves. Sha sha. Little tree. Sha. Little will. Sha sha. Little green. Sha sha. Bai Yaoyao gradually lost her patience. Then, let's call you Little White, that'll do. I'm in a hurry to get home and sleep. Little Y wanted to protest once more, but Bai Yaoyao had already left the space, unwilling to acknowledge its silent cries. Never mind. It's still better than being named after that brother Dogsy. Accepting the name Little Y, it obediently rooted itself beside the spring, slowly digesting the energy within. Bai Yaoyao was in a good mood as she drove back, taking Little Y with her. Although Little Y might not have the opportunities and strength of its previous life, it meant that humanity had one less powerful opponent. What a beautiful spring day. How about dreaming a little dream with the scent of fresh grass in the air? Bai Yaoyao hummed a tune while speeding, occasionally bumping into a zombie, which made the journey less boring. Halfway through the journey, Bai Yaoyao sensed something was off and quickly stopped. For safety's sake, she got out and stored the vehicle in the space. Bai Yaoyao's mental energy was constantly probing the road ahead, discovering a strong fluctuation of energy nearby. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her head. This was a mental-type zombie, at least a level 1 or perhaps even a level 2. Bai Yaoyao felt that many things in this life differed from her memories. Special-type zombies typically appeared at least 6 months later, yet this was only the first day of the apocalypse, and not only were enhanced types appearing, but also special types. Fortunately, her spatial ability had leveled up, allowing for short-distance teleportation. After being attacked, Bai Yaoyao quickly moved towards the mental-type zombie. But the mental-type zombie actually ran away. Did this low-level zombie have awareness? This was ridiculous. Even though she suspected it might be a trap, Bai Yaoyao still pursued it. She couldn't shake off the itch in her heart until she figured out what was really going on. She chased it to a clothing factory, seeing 0-level zombies encircling her from all sides and a mental-type zombie leaning against the wall at the entrance of the factory. Bai Yaoyao initially thought of planting a bomb and retreating into the space. However, the bomb that could obliterate the zombies would probably destroy the crystal cores as well, and she was reluctant to part with so many crystal cores. So she pulled out a large machete, ready for a tough battle. Although 0-level zombies were weak, they were numerous. Bai Yaoyao went from taking 3 strikes per zombie at the beginning to 1 strike per zombie, now feeling her hands were becoming numb from the vibration. Little Y had been communicating with Bai Yaoyao all along, wanting her to let it out. Once Bai Yaoyao had enough practice, she tossed Little Y out. In the subsequent battle, they worked in sync. Little Y controlled the zombies with its branches while Bai Yaoyao struck with her knife, increasing their efficiency by more than double. Even amidst the fierce combat, Bai Yaoyao kept her mental energy fully alert, wary of the mental-type zombie. Being able to control so many 0-level zombies, it must have reached level 2. It shouldn't just have these abilities. Little Y, can you manage on your own? Bai Yaoyao wanted Little Y to hold off the 0-level zombies while she went to eliminate the source. Otherwise, if it kept summoning more, even the strongest would eventually exhaust their stamina. Sha sha. Little Y exclaimed supportively. Bai Yaoyao noticed that Little Y had grown significantly larger, even its crooked neck was straightening a bit, and she speculated it might be due to the spring water. Bai Yaoyao stealthily moved towards the mental-type zombie, and when she was within 10 meters, she dashed forward, combining it with a teleport, and appeared right in front of the mental-type zombie. While attacking with her knife, she sensed danger from behind and immediately abandoned her strike to evade the attack. This thing had no honor in battle, and not only did it bring its underlings, but also a bodyguard. Even celebrities aren't so arrogant. Turning around, she was stunned to see another level 2 zombie. This one was a speed-type zombie. Bai Yaoyao fought against the speed-type zombie while using her mental energy to defend against the mental-type zombie's attacks. Before long, she could clearly feel her stamina depleting severely. She kept missing her strikes. The zombies were too fast, and she wasted a lot of energy. In the end, she had no choice but to use a small portion of her mental energy to counter the speed-type zombie. Finally, she found an opportunity to stab her knife into the speed-type zombie's eye and quickly twisted it. Without losing a second, she teleported right in front of the mental-type zombie and forcefully chopped off its head. Seeing Little Y still entangled with the little brothers, she returned to help, and with their combined effort, they finally ended the battle. The moment all the zombies collapsed, both Bai Yaoyao and Little Y collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. They were so tired they couldn't have lasted another minute. Bai Yaoyao took a sip of water and took a while to recover some strength. If it had been impossible to win, she would naturally have hidden in the space, but she still wanted to give it a shot. An ability user who merely relied on crystal cores was very weak compared to one honed in battle, many were cut down despite their higher levels. That is why Bai Yaoyao chose to fight hard. Seeing little Wai looking utterly worn out, she felt a pang of sympathy. After all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse. If it weren't for little Wai, she could have escaped today, but would not have won. After all, they were partners, and Bai Yaoyao would not be stingy with her partner. She directly brought it to the spring water in her space, and let it drink the newly sprouted spring water. Little Wai excitedly shook itself and stretched all its branches back in. In less than 5 seconds, it was empty again. Bai Yaoyao had already started scavenging for crystal cores. Looking at the ground filled with zombie corpses, she felt an urge to summon, more truly, a happy burden. Sha. What are you coming out for? Bai Yaoyao, although curious, still let Little Wai out. Little Wai directly controlled all the branches, quickly gathering crystal cores one bucket after another, tossing them at Bai Yaoyao's feet. Bai Yaoyao joyfully laughed and said, "Bro, you're amazing. Thumbs up for you, my dude." 666. Sha. Bai Yaoyao personally dug out the crystal cores from 2 level 2 zombies, then sat down right there, taking out a portion of spicy shredded pork over rice, eating, while waiting for Little Wai to dig for the cores. Despite the poor environment, she had gotten used to it and found it quite fragrant. One portion wasn't enough, so she also had a bucket of braised beef noodles. By the time Little Wai finished digging for the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao was also full. After putting the crystal cores and Little Wai back into the space, she brought out the vehicle and drove home. Bai Yaoyao probed with her consciousness, counting 222 cores, almost catching up to what the team would collect in a day. She was indeed tired, but it was truly delightful. Time to level up when she got back. A good mother should share evenly. The mental type ability can be leveled to 2. A shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the clothing factory after Bai Yaoyao left. Gazing at the departing figure of Bai Yaoyao, deep in thought for a long time, perhaps only you can bring an end to all this. I cannot do it myself. I hope the world can still have the rivers and seas with times of harmony and prosperity. With a wave of his hand, the previously fallen spiritual and speed zombies were resurrected. The bodies scattered at the entrance of the clothing factory all disappeared without a trace. Looking in the direction Bai Yaoyao left, a hint of tenderness flickered in his cold gaze. I hope to see you again. If by then the apocalypse is over, that would be even better. After returning to the villa, Bai Yaoyao casually went upstairs to her room and knocked on Fat Brother's door, signaling that she was back. There was no need to use spiritual power to probe. It was obvious that Fat Brother was definitely still awake, waiting for her. Just like when I first went on a mission at the age of 8, the task went smoothly, but on the way back, I got lost. Everything in the mountains looked the same, and somehow I ended up in the back mountain. It took me 2 days to return to the base. The moment I entered the door, Fat Brother burst into tears, more heart-wrenching than when he was whipped by the master. Later I heard from Lulu that since I left, Fat Brother had been sitting at the door waiting. He didn't even notice when a monkey snatched his chicken leg for lunch. When I didn't return at night, he stayed up all night without sleeping. If it weren't for the master not allowing him to go out, he would have run out to find me. Knowing that Bai Yaoyao was just lost and not injured, Fat Brother finally relaxed, inhaling 6 large steamed buns in one go to stop his tears. The master looked at the freshly steamed buns, and before it was mealtime, 6 were already missing, nearly making him grab a stick to hit someone. In the end, Bai Yaoyao had to use the fruits picked from the mountain along with sweet talk to placate the master. Recalling her childhood, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but smile. She was truly happy today, having gained a little twist and having destroyed so many zombies. Hearing her knock, Fat Brother finally relaxed his tightly furrowed brow. Upon hearing her light footsteps upstairs, he knew she was uninjured and had accomplished her goals, so her mood must be quite good. Thus he comfortably closed his eyes. In less than 3 seconds, the sound of snoring filled the room. Next door, Shirt 2 exclaimed, "The long-awaited sound of snoring has finally returned." Without Fat Brother's snoring accompaniment, it was simply hard to fall asleep. After returning to her room, Bai Yaoyao immediately entered her space, first taking a shower and changing her clothes. She then began absorbing crystal nuclei. A 2nd-level special crystal nucleus upgraded her psychic ability to level 2. After considering, she realized that a 3rd-level spatial ability would grant her a spatial blade, but its power was limited, not as strong as Dog Brother's claws. In the early stages, there were fewer mutated zombies. Most were still wielding knives or baseball bats, so she prioritized upgrading her strength ability. She just happened to use the crystal nucleus from the speed zombie, and with 222 0-level crystal nuclei, she successfully upgraded to level 3. The further along one goes, the harder it becomes to upgrade. Just upgrading to level 3 required more than 10 times the amount of crystal nuclei than it took to reach level 2, and the specific number varied from person to person. If one wishes to upgrade their ability to level 4 0-level crystal nuclei become ineffective and about 100 level 1 crystal nuclei are needed. The key point is that starting from level 4 a necessary condition is to possess a crystal nucleus of the same level. This means that to upgrade to level 4 one must obtain a level 4 crystal nucleus. However, currently even level 1 zombies are scarce, let alone level 4 zombies. To reach level 4 it seems one will have to wait for a while. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the time, it was 3 in the morning. Without further delay she hurried to sleep. Although staying up late was common in her profession. However, the master said that not staying up late would lead to a longer life. The next morning, Dada Wan looked quickly. The monkey raised his hand and released a stream of water towards the balcony. Although it still lacked offensive power, it looked much stronger than yesterday. Monkey brother, you've upgraded too. Watch me. Dada Wan is a fire type. He started a fire on the tree downstairs. Wow, the fire type is amazing. It looks much stronger than my water. It'll help you put it out. Then the two of them began their gruesome antics on the tree downstairs. Dada Wan burned the monkey extinguished. Dada Wan burned the monkey extinguished. Cuckoo saw their actions and hurriedly stopped them. Stop, the tree is going to get angry. What the heck, it mutated too. Dada Wan hurriedly retracted the flames he had released. Even if it hasn't mutated, you guys have made it upset. After saying this, Cuckoo didn't wait to leave the door and jumped down from the second floor. She closed her eyes and gently stroked the tree. Suddenly the tree shook all over. Cuckoo, be careful. The monkey warned, afraid that Cuckoo might be in danger. It's fine, my wood ability has also upgraded, and I can sense the tree's emotions. Cuckoo said. Ever since she acquired the wood ability, Cuckoo discovered that she had developed a different sentiment towards the flowers and plants by the roadside, clearly realizing that she wasn't originally a nature lover. I'm sorry, my friend, didn't mean it, they were just too excited after upgrading their abilities. Hey Race, my apology. Cuckoo took out a crystal nucleus. She had only used 24 yesterday to upgrade, leaving just 1. The tree shook its leaves as if to say it was okay. However, it still rolled the crystal nucleus back and also handed Cuckoo a vine. Is this a gift for me? Cuckoo asked. The tree shook again. Haha, thank you. Today I will do my best to kill zombies and will return to give you the crystal nucleus. Cuckoo excitedly said as she wrapped the vine around her wrist. The tree shook its leaves as if cheering for Cuckoo. Bai Yaoyao happened to witness the scene and couldn't help but sigh at how lucky Cuckoo was. This tree must have just mutated, inexperienced and vulnerable. After being bullied, it felt Cuckoo's kindness and helped, directly offering its most valuable possession. Bai Yaoyao suddenly looked at Dada Wan and the monkey, these two troublemakers. Dada Wan and the monkey suddenly felt a chill down their necks. Turning around, they saw Yaojia's gaze and instantly wanted to flee. Oh no, Yaojia's gaze is deeply inherited from the master. It clearly meant she was about to hit someone. It was a mistake, Yaojia, we were wrong. Yes, we just forgot that plants and animals can also mutate for a moment. Bai Yaoyao helplessly rolled her eyes. This time is the last. Today, for lunch you too will have mutated dog meat. No, Yaojia. Didn't you say we only eat this for dinner yesterday? Whoa, Yaojia, I was. Once everyone had come down, Bai Yaoyao quickly took out breakfast, eating while discussing today's battle plan. The monkey and Dada Wan held their egg pancakes in their hands, unwilling to let even a crumb fall to the ground, as this was the only normal food they had today. The two exchanged glances, heroes recognizing heroes. Bai Yao swallowed the last bite of her egg pancake and said, we didn't have a high efficiency yesterday, so we should split into groups and start right away today. I will team up with the monkey Xiaomi and Chen Xian. Sure, 2A Dai de Dewan and Cuckoo will form another group. Panga Lulu Xiao Shirlio and Peichi will be the last group. This arrangement is based on our abilities. We will proceed like this today. If there are any issues, we will adjust in time. We will set off together shortly, clearing 3 streets at once. Does anyone have any questions? Nope. Let's get to work. Cuckoo said excitedly, just having received a vine, eager to test it and practice with her powers. Lulu suddenly said, Old Yao Dog gave you something, we don't want it. Bai Yao glared at Dog Z, who was still yawning. Dog Z looked confused and ran to Lulu, questioning her with a bewildered expression. Lulu completely ignored him, strategically taking a sip of water and sitting beside Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao sighed and said, fine, Dog Z can join our group. Sure, 2 Pangu, you each take charge of a group. Safety first, everything else is secondary. Signal flares if there's any trouble. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and added, don't worry. Okay. After finishing her words, Bai Yaoyao released the vehicle and they all set off together. Before setting off, they made a round around the villa area, clearing out the newly appeared zombies nearby. Today, they planned to go to the university town where there were many people and the terrain was relatively open, making it a good place to hunt zombies. Have you noticed? There are way more zombies on the road today compared to yesterday, and we haven't even reached the city yet. The car can barely move, the monkey said while driving. Bai Yaoyao in the passenger seat rested a gun on the car window, occasionally shooting to eliminate some zombies that disregarded traffic rules. As for firearms, they were only useful now from the third-tier zombies. Onward, their effect diminished greatly. Even with several shots hitting, they couldn't be killed, and by the time one aimed, the zombies would have already charged forward. Moreover, Panga had purchased nearly 2 billion worth of weapons, so they didn't need to conserve bullets. In the future, they wouldn't even be able to pierce through the skin of an ability user. Monkey, you can take a day off tomorrow to see if you can modify the car and reinforce it a bit, Bai Yaoyao said, looking at the dent caused by a zombie with some distress. No problem, I'll take care of it tonight. It's not a difficult task. As soon as they arrived near the university town, everyone had to get out of the car due to the sheer number of zombies. Yesterday, they sometimes needed to break down doors to find zombies, but today nearly all of them were wandering the streets. Bai Yaoyao released Xiao Wei and introduced him to Dog Zi, saying, "This is your second brother, take care of him." Awo. A woof. Awo. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Everyone moved forward while Bai Yaoyao sent Xiao Wei to assist the other three, providing support with control skills and picking up crystal cores. Her mental type ability had reached level 2, allowing her to briefly control zombies. With all three abilities activated, the speed at which she killed zombies surpassed that of 3 people working together. Wow, Sister Yao has taken medicine, she's so fierce. Xiaomi grinned. Let's speed up. If the 3 of us can't match Sister Yao, how can we not even surpass Dog Good? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Dog Good is invincible. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's encouragement, Dog Zi felt re-energized and became even more vigorous in killing zombies. After a total of 3 hours, they finally reached the entrance of the university town. They rested for a while, ate some beef jerky, regained some stamina, and waited for the other 2 groups to arrive. While they were waiting, several students suddenly ran out from H University. Upon seeing the strange group of Bai Yaoyao and her companions, they froze in place for a moment. The imposing aura was too strong, they didn't dare to approach or run away. "Hey little brother, are there many zombies at your school?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "Yes. And there's even a zombie that can spit fire," said a boy in a blue denim jacket at the front, tightly holding the hand of the girl next to him. Bai Yaoyao was delighted. There was another special zombie. She planned to capture it for Lulu. The output from a deus group was sufficient, so she wasn't worried. The dark type ability had enough lethality coupled with speed enhancement, leaving no room for concern. "Where can we find the fire-spitting zombie?" "We saw it right when we came out. It's at the cafeteria entrance. Just go straight after entering the school, turn right at 2 intersections and you'll find it." The boy replied directly. After a moment of thought, he added, "I don't know if it's still there now." Bai Yaoyao nodded and tossed him a baseball bat, saying, "For your efforts." The boy quickly picked it up and said excitedly, "Thank you." Is there anything else?" Bai Yaoyao waved her hand. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's gesture, the group ran away quickly without looking back. One person even lost a shoe, but after glancing at Bai Yaoyao's group, they dared to return to retrieve it. "Haha, Sister Yao, are we really that scary?" "Look how frightened those kids are," Xiaomi said with a smile. In fact, the brothers were not that old. Sure too was the oldest at 26, Bai Yaoyao and Pangu were both 21, and Xiaomi and the monkey were all under 20. The youngest A Dai was only 16, and some might not even be older than the student they had just encountered. "Xiaomi, you should wipe the blood off your knife first, throw away the zombie head in your hand, and move the zombie corpses nearby before talking." Chen Xian even handed him a tissue. Xiaomi took the tissue and wiped his mouth. "You all wait for the others, I'll go meet that fire-spitting zombie." Bai Yaoyao was afraid that if they delayed too long, the zombies would escape. "Let Dog Ge and Xiao Wei go with you," the monkey suggested. "Woof woof woof. Dog Ge will protect you." "No need, Dog Ge and Xiao Wei will stay with you," Bai Yaoyao declined, as Dog Zi and Xiao Wei wouldn't have an advantage against a fire-type zombie and wouldn't be able to contribute much. "Okay, just be careful," the monkey said. Don't worry." After entering the campus, Bai Yaoyao activated her mental power, carefully scanning every corner. She discovered that this school was quite peculiar. There were definitely more than one special zombie. Different energy fluctuations were coming from several directions. She first went to the location described by the boy and sure enough saw a fire-type zombie attacking the cafeteria's rolling shutter door. From the cafeteria, faint cries could still be heard. On the 4th floor, someone was throwing tables and chairs down, attempting to knock the zombie down, but the descent was too slow to pose any threat to the zombie. Bai Yaoyao continuously used her mental power to conceal her presence, planning a sneak attack. When she got about 20 meters close, she stopped. To her current teleportation range was approximately 10 meters. Fire-type zombies have strong attack power but weak defense. With careful calculation, it was entirely possible to achieve a one-hit kill. Bai Yaoyao did not rush to act, observing for about 5 minutes. Someone on the 4th floor spotted her. Quick look. There's someone behind the tree. What does she want to do? Surely she's not trying to kill the zombies, right? Damn, how could she think like that? Run, big sister, the zombies can breathe fire. Bai Yaoyao ignored the chatter from above. Fortunately, the zombies could not understand human speech, or she would have been exposed. Calculating the timing, the fire-type zombie unleashed its skill approximately every 5 seconds. Just as it activated its skill, Bai Yaoyao swiftly advanced using teleportation to get close, channeling all her strength into her arm. With one slash, the zombie's head fell. With a flick of the knife, she obtained the crystal core and turned away gracefully. Wow! Big sister is amazing. Do you need a little brother? I can carry bags and do chores. So cool, so cool. I'm in love. Wife, don't go. You saved me and I pledge myself to you. From now on I will follow you. The chorus of admiration rose and fell, growing louder. Bai Yaoyao smiled. It was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse and these naive kids had yet to feel the harshness of the world, so they still had the mood to joke. In a few days, when help still hadn't arrived, some would be crying. Thinking about her university, one of the top institutions in Huagua, the group of seemingly clueless children still seemed to have some potential. So she couldn't help but kindly remind them, hey, keep shouting and attract all the zombies. Let's see if your group can handle them. In an instant. The only sound was the howling wind. All other noises vanished. Bai Yaoyao turned to look at the aggrieved little faces on the 4th floor piled like a tower by the window and couldn't help but smirk. Youth is wonderful. Bai Yaoyao made a sarcastic remark, but in reality, she circled the cafeteria, eliminating every zombie in the vicinity. Let's give the little fools some more time. The ivory tower would no longer exist, but there was a large dye vat in this apocalypse. If they wanted to live longer, they had to grow. However, growth comes at a price that could be life. Bai Yaoyao returned to the school entrance, checking to see if everyone had arrived. The stone group had arrived, but after waiting a while there was still no news from the fat brother group. Although there was no signal flare, Bai Yaoyao felt uneasy and led everyone toward the fat brother group's route, hoping to meet up. After passing about 2 intersections, she heard sounds of fighting. Bai Yaoyao had already used her mental power to scout ahead and found no zombies, so she quickly led everyone over. She discovered that Fat Brother and Adai were fighting with Fat Brother's arm covered in blood. Adai also had a swollen face. Peichi and Lulu were also fighting, but fortunately they were not using their abilities, only fighting with knives. What the hell are you doing? Fat Brother Adai, stop fighting. Lulu, Peichi, what on earth happened? Xiaomi and a few others quickly rushed in to break it up, unsure of what was happening. They had grown up together and had strong bonds. Any minor conflicts would usually resolve quickly. Unexpectedly, as they intervened, the others turned to fight back, plunging everything into chaos. Except for Bai Yaoyao, everyone got involved. It's a psychic zombie, Bai Yaoyao shouted. If it could disturb human thoughts and she couldn't sense its mental power, it had to be at least a level 3 psychic zombie. This was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse. No wonder she received a heavenly start in the script. It turned out to be hell mode. Bai Yaoyao cursed inwardly, ignoring the fighting crowd. Aside from Adai, whose ability was stronger, the rest were about the same level. Adai was up against Shirt 2 and Fat Brother, which meant they couldn't overpower him but could defend. Bai Yaoyao forced herself to calm down, quickly assessing the surrounding environment, focusing her mental power again, sensing inch by inch, and discovering that about 50 meters away there was a breakfast shop that could not be explored with her abilities. She quickly severed her mental power and rushed over. Against such a special attribute zombie, her spatial abilities were beneficial because they had very weak defenses and could not let her get close. She could also use teleportation to escape quickly. However, special timing, special actions. Bai Yaoyao sensed that this zombie wanted to move positions and directly threw a grenade. Die, you old bastard. Boom. With a loud bang, Adai and Fat Brother instantly regained their senses. Seeing that everyone was fine, Bai Yaoyao focused on chasing the psychic zombie and casually threw out a small branch which briefly controlled the zombie, but was quickly shaken off. But at this moment Bai Yaoyao also arrived. The psychic zombie attempted to disturb her thoughts, but Bai Yaoyao's mental power resisted it and could hold on for a few more seconds. Therefore, she chose to act swiftly against her enemy, not using firearms again, employing teleportation with a baseball bat to strike, utilizing the most primitive and straightforward combat method, swinging her bat. Are you dead or not? Damn, is it still not dead? Bai Yaoyao swung again and the zombie's brain matter splattered the crystal core, bursting out without the need to dig. When everyone rushed over, they just happened to see Sister Yao making threats while smashing the zombie's head. The scene was exceptionally bloody, simply picturesque. Sister Yao is amazing. What is this guy? How does he have such abilities? Fat brother covering the wound on his arm couldn't help but lean closer to take a look. Bai Yaoyao raised the crystal core for everyone to see and said, "Level 3 psychic zombie. I don't know why, but this time it seems to be progressing much faster than last time. My memories are completely different now." Fat brother, seeing Bai Yaoyao frowning softly, comforted her. "It's okay, this time we are all here. Just take it slow." Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. Indeed, Lulu and Qin Xian were still alive and Xiaomi and the others had gained their powers early on, so things were much better. It was my fault for not thinking clearly. I understand now, fat brother. Bai Yaoyao adjusted her emotions and looked at fat brother. Fat brother, don't move. A look at how much blood is flowing from your arm. My ability is finally useful. Ha ha. Peiqi said as she rushed over. Sister Peiqi, I'm here too. My face is all messed up, Adai said. Ha ha ha, one by one. Peiqi waved her hand boldly. Unfortunately, not 5 minutes after boasting, her abilities ran out. She had only managed to heal fat brother. Adai and Lulu had yet to get their turn. "I'm not very proficient. It seems I overused my ability on fat brother, wasting it," Peiqi said apologetically. Bai Yaoyao took out some ointment and threw it to Adai and Lulu. "Apply it yourself." Seeing the dejected expressions on several faces, he addressed the group. "Psychic zombies primarily attack through mental domination. Just stay vigilant going forward. With proper awareness, their control rarely succeeds." Understood, Senior Sister Yao. After the group departed, a shadow reappeared. He stared for a long time at the zombie whose skull had been utterly pulverized, then raised his hand as if to restore it, hesitated, and finally dismissed the idea with visible disdain. The group found a relatively clean small restaurant and had lunch there. Wan and Monkey watched the others happily devouring hot pot lamb while glancing ruefully at their own plates of inferior roasted mutant dog meat, tears of regret welling in their eyes. Why did Dog Brother's massive bone and Xiaowai's purified water seem so much better than what they'd gotten? After lunch, they began exploring H University. Bai Yaoyao had sensed several strong energy fluctuations within the campus that morning and now intended to investigate them further. Upon entering the campus, she led the group first to the sports field, the site of the strongest fluctuation. No sooner had they reached its edge than the zombies detected them. Bicycles and trash bins were hurled toward the group by a sudden violent gust of wind. "Watch out, wind element zombie," Bai Yaoyao warned. Everyone scattered swiftly. Peiqi, positioned at the outermost edge, barely had time to evade, so Shirtu instantly stepped sideways to shield her, activating his skin-hardening ability in the same breath. Shirtu believed earth element abilities offered less immediate utility than skin hardening at this stage, so he had prioritized upgrading the latter the previous day. He punched the airborne trash bin, its tremendous momentum driving his entire arm straight through its metal shell. "Damn, it actually stings," Shirtu muttered, uncharacteristically voicing complaint. "Brother shit, you're legendary, trash bin Superman," Xiaomi quipped, Midage unable to resist, teasing him over the absurd spectacle. "Adai Xiaomi Guzzi will close in. Everyone else deal damage from range." "Roger." Woof. Woof. The 3 humans and 1 dog charged simultaneously from 4 directions. As Lulu unleashed lightning from afar, Qin Xian amplified their assault with a skill-enhancing buff. Xiaowai had already ensnared the zombie with willow tendrils, only for a fleeting second, but for this team's caliber that was more than enough. Bai Yaoyao lunged for the zombie's throat, driving her dagger deep before it could even react. Adai surged forward and unleashed dark element binding mist, leaving the zombie no chance to respond before the coordinated assault felled it. Truly, teamwork was exhilarating. A level 3 wind element zombie was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Bai Yaoyao extracted and secured the crystal core, then said there should be 4 more level 2 crystals in this campus. "Wait for more level 2 zombies. Let's go dispatch them." "Ha ha ha, Senior Sister Yao, you saying wait like that is pure genius." Xiaomi nearly choked on her water, laughing uncontrollably. "I think we should develop specialized combat protocols for different zombie types. That last coordination was excellent. If our timing tightens just a bit more, that wind element zombie wouldn't even get a chance to cast." Lulu paused thoughtfully before offering this assessment. "Lulu's right. What matters most is combat synergy. Everyone keep pushing forward," Bai Yaoyao affirmed. "Does anyone else feel how much hotter it is today than yesterday? Is it because of my fire element affinity? My clothes haven't dried since I left home. I've already drained 4 or 5 bottles of water." Wan couldn't help but complain. "Even my water element affinity feels scorching." "Ugh, freeze to death by night, roast by day," Monkey chimed in. "Senior Sister Yao, what's happening?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "You mentioning it reminded me. I'd forgotten entirely. There's a week coming up of extreme heat with noon temperatures peaking at 60°C. During that time we'll operate exclusively at night and rest through the day. After nearly a decade, many details had faded from memory. Had Dedowan not remarked on the heat, she might never have recalled it. The zombies' first major power surge occurred precisely 7 days after that infernal heatwave. Thereafter, level 1 zombies multiplied dramatically. Many who perished during the heatwave succumbed to infection and rose again as undead. On the brighter side, official response had been swift. Provincial bases were rapidly established nationwide, preserving basic social order within their walls. Yet survival of the fittest remained inevitable, not only in the apocalypse, but even before it. Among all nations, Huaguo was the swiftest to respond. Elsewhere, countries devolved into zombie playgrounds or bandit havens. No one spared a thought for the vulnerable. Without awakened abilities, survival was unthinkable. Only Huaguo chose to abandon no one, organizing mass rescues, centralizing food and shelter, assigning labor, and granting ordinary people tangible hope to endure. Having scanned the campus with her spiritual sense and confirmed the absence of level 3 zombies, Bai Yaoyao divided the team into 3 squads. Her comrades were all highly capable, and micromanaging would serve no one well. Hardship must be endured, a danger must be faced, otherwise growth would remain stunted. Bai Yaoyao's squad headed for the dormitory complex, likely the most densely populated and zombie-infested zone on campus. Just beneath the girls' dormitory, they encountered a student squad. Their leader, a young man, was clearly awakened, wielding fire element powers. He unleashed flames upon a zombie while his teammates swung clubs in precise succession, coordinated, efficient, and practiced. Spotting Bai Yaoyao's quartet plus their dog, he called out, "Which department are you from? I don't recognize you. I've cleared the path to the cafeteria. There's food there. Go ahead." Bai Yaoyao arched a brow. His tone carried arrogance, yet bore no malice. His intent was purely cautionary. "Brother Liang, they're definitely not from our school. How could such a stunning girl escape my notice?" One boy behind him, gripping a stool, added. Bai Yaoyao suddenly smiled. Compliments deserved grace. True. Only families of extraordinary means dare keep a Siberian husky. Clearly they're not from our school. Brother Liang tensed visibly and took a step back with his team. All were martial arts majors, more attuned to subtle cues. From afar they hadn't noticed, but now scrutinizing closely, they realized these newcomers moved with unmistakable mastery. "Don't be nervous. This beautiful elder sister won't beat you up." Bai Yaoyao mused inwardly. This campus truly was delightful, its students adorably naive. Her words only deepened their alarm. Brother Liang blurted, "Is there something you need?" "My classmates have urgent matters. I'll speak with you." As he spoke, he gestured sharply for the others to withdraw, but instead of retreating, they edged forward, drawing closer to him and lifting their chins, defiantly feigning calm. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes, then dropped the teasing. Pointing toward the level 2 water element zombie penned beyond the fence, she declared plainly, "That one's ours. We trapped it there with great difficulty. It manipulates water. We can't even get near it." Brother Liang faltered mid-protest, noticing the utter ease on Bai Yaoyao's face, and fell silent. Especially that Siberian husky, whose expression screamed, "I am supreme. I fear nothing." Bai Yaoyao looked at a few students who had the sense to clear the way, and then nodded slightly to Xiaomi, and this was a male water-type zombie, likely a teacher in life, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, and in its zombie form it had only a few strands of hair left. Its face was covered with blue abscesses and rotten flesh, its eyeballs bulging out as if they were about to pop out, and its black suit was tattered, covered in dirt and blood. They had just discussed a coordinated strategy. Qin Xian would enhance the monkey's abilities to restrain the zombie, while he and Xiaomi quickly advanced, aiming to defeat it in one strike and prevent it from using its skills. They needed to practice teamwork, while the zombie still lacked significant offensive power. "Prepare charge." As Bai Yaoyao's voice fell, she rushed out with Xiaomi. Xiaomi had speed abilities, while she had instant movement. Bai Yaoyao believed she was already fast enough, but was still thwarted by the dog. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao shout to charge, the dog went crazy, moving faster than Xiaomi, and lunged at the zombie with its claws. The zombie started spraying water at the dog's face, startling it, and then the dog was instantly enraged by the zombie. The dog howled wildly, but it was continuously splashed with water. Bai Yaoyao was initially a bit angry at the dog for causing trouble, but when she saw the dog's drenched appearance, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the end, it was Xiaomi who couldn't bear it, taking advantage of the zombie's attack on the dog to finish it off. The dog, feeling wronged, ran over to Bai Yaoyao. "Woof woof, howl howl howl, woof howl, woof woof woof. You didn't help me and you're laughing at me." Bai Yaoyao denied it, saying, "How could that be? You misunderstood. A dog brother's posture was just too graceful. I was mesmerized." "Woof woof. Of course it's true. Dog brother is truly handsome. It's all Xiaomi's fault. If he hadn't caused trouble, dog brother would have gotten the kill." Bai Yaoyao flattered, and the dog instantly raised its head, shaking off the water droplets and barking a few times at Xiaomi. Xiaomi was puzzled. "Dog brother, am helping you. Are you brainless?" Can't you see your owner is teasing you? Woof woof howl 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 woof howl howl. Impossible, my master loves me the most, you are jealous. Xiaomi curiously walked over to ask Bai Yaoyao, why is this fellow so dumb? Does his mutated intelligence not change? It's good enough that he hasn't destroyed the house, now he can still kill zombies, that's impressive. Bai Yaoyao said with a smile. Just as she was about to leave, the few boys from earlier ran over again saying, Sister. Sorry to bother you, but can I ask a question? What is it? Bai Yaoyao replied in a good mood. What is that thing you dug out of the zombie's brain? Is it convenient to share? If it's not convenient, then it's fine. Lianga stuttered. Crystal core. Bai Yaoyao pulled out a crystal core and introduced it. Lianga didn't expect Bai Yaoyao to answer so readily, momentarily stunned. It's something that can upgrade your abilities found in the zombie's brain, concentrate and hold it to absorb it. Bai Yaoyao explained. This wasn't much of a secret, this boy showed quite a talent able to wield fire like that at level 1. He also had good character, proactively clearing the path and shouldering the burden, letting the younger ones go first. It's a good thing for humanity to have more strong individuals. After all, even zombies know to band together for battle, and no fool wants to fight 1v100. Thank you. May I ask if you are part of an organization? Are you accepting new members? We are a brotherhood of 8, 3 of us have abilities. I can start fires, those 2 friends can see very far and can ignore the darkness at night, and another friend has great strength. The remaining 5 are all martial arts majors. They have practiced martial arts since childhood, getting into H University through individual competitions, all being national-level athletes. Lianga was eagerly promoting his team. He had a premonition that this was definitely an opportunity. The people in front of him were all big shots. Even the dog was so impressive. Look at that wise gaze despite just having made a mistake. So he couldn't help but ask urgently. Bai Yaoyao rejected without a second thought. A team of 12 was quite good, the most suitable number. More would lead to uneven distribution and conflicts, while fewer would struggle against zombie hordes. The key point was that everyone had grown up together, and there was never a worry about betrayal. Sorry, little brother, our organization is not recruiting. All right, thank you for telling us about the Crystal Core. What's the name of your organization? Night Squad. Lianga, let's come up with a name too. Look how nice and imposing their name sounds. Aren't we called the H University Rescue Team? That's too low-key. Let's pick something more stylish. How about we call ourselves the Midnight Squad? Hoping one day we can be as impressive as the Night Squad. Alright, go Midnight Squad. The members of the Night Squad were unaware they had gained a group of little fans and had formed a team with a hilariously odd name. Bai Yaoyao led everyone to sweep through H University, scattering the areas where zombies had gathered. Some lone zombies were not completely exterminated, partly because it was not worth the effort, and partly to give the kids in the ivory tower some experience. If they didn't have the courage to fight even a single zombie, it would be better to die. In the apocalypse, those who are afraid to take a knife can't survive. Dying early would save a lot of food. We're not going back tonight. Continue clearing the university town tomorrow, or else the time will be wasted on the road, Bai Yaoyao said to everyone. No problem, if there are more zombies on the road the car will be too slow to run. Fat brother agreed. Xiaomi pointed at the nearby teaching building and asked, shall we stay in the classroom for the night or find a dormitory? Alright, let's go with the teaching building, it's more spacious and safer, Bai Yaoyao replied. Everyone had no objections, having a place to shield from the wind and rain was already good. Sometimes carrying out missions meant finding a cave in the wild to hide in. They found an empty classroom on the first floor. Bai Yaoyao gathered all the desks and chairs into her space, first tossing out a long table and said, let's list the dishes. Finally, it was time for Adai's favorite dining session. I want a children's meal. I want a big lobster. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Bai Yaoyao took out all their gains from today: 427 level 0 crystal cores, 21 level 1 crystal cores, 5 level 2 crystal cores, and 1 level 3 crystal core. Bai Yaoyao addressed everyone saying the 2nd and 3rd level crystal nuclei are mostly of the nature type. Let's give them to Lulu first. If we boost Lulu's abilities to level 3, she'll have a wide area of AoE damage. For tomorrow's advanced crystal nuclei, they should go to Adai. This way each of the 3 teams will have 1 level 3. Then we need to prioritize upgrading Fat Brother and Shittis Earth-type defense control skills, as well as Pikey's healing abilities to prevent any unexpected situations. Does anyone have any good ideas? Bai Yaoyao asked. What about you, Yaoyao? Lulu inquired. I went out last night to find Xiaowai and added a meal collecting some crystal nuclei. That's excessive, Sister Yaoyao. You didn't share with us. Xiao Shirlu teased. I have spatial abilities which makes it easier for me to dodge danger. Bai Yaoyao was just about to explain further when she saw the worried expressions on everyone's faces. Quickly changing her tone, I was wrong. I'll let everyone know in advance next time. Exactly. We're a team and we face things together. Leader, don't worry. Even if I only have speed abilities, I will definitely be the first to charge in and hold the rear when danger arises. Xiaomi patted her chest and said. Bai Yaoyao slapped her on the head. Roll. If you can talk like that, hurry up and bang the table. Spit, spit, spit. Bai Yaoyao knew that Xiaomi was speaking the truth. In her previous life, she had done just that, charging in even without abilities. So hearing Xiaomi say this suddenly made Bai Yaoyao feel a bit uncomfortable. I was wrong. Spit, spit, spit. Xiaomi hurriedly banged the table, repeatedly spitting. Everyone collectively criticized Xiaomi, forgetting about Bai Yaoyao's extra meal from the previous day, with only Lulu glaring fiercely at Bai Yaoyao. Each person gets 35 crystal nuclei. Hurry and absorb them. Shall I keep watch? Call us if there are any problems, Bai Yaoyao instructed. Everyone planned to sit against the wall with the crystal nuclei, but unexpectedly Bai Yaoyao directly pulled out 12 large beds from her spatial storage, all fully equipped with bedding. Wow, I thought we would have to make do tonight, but I didn't expect there to be beds. Wow. Sister Yaoyao, your space really seems to have everything. Of course. I spent billions and now I don't even know how to spend the remaining money, so I have everything. Hurry and absorb them. Bai Yaoyao said with a smile. In the following days, Bai Yaoyao led everyone to clear out the entire university town. Sister Yaoyao, this is the last school, H-City Political Science and Law University. Xiaomi wiped her slightly dull knife and said, a bit tired. Here's another one for you. Fix this one when you get back and use it again. Bai Yaoyao saw Xiaomi and switched her out for a new machete. Xiaomi, we need to take it step by step. In recent days, everyone's abilities had gradually leveled up and they rarely engaged in close combat. Only Xiaomi, with only speed abilities, continued to use a knife against zombies. Listening to Bai Yaoyao, danger more easily triggers new abilities, so each time she would attract several zombies simultaneously. After 3 days, several knives had become dull, making everyone anxious, fearing that she might get bitten. Xiaomi appeared reckless, but was very strong-willed, afraid of dragging everyone down, so she put in extra effort. I know my limits, Sister Yaoyao. Xiaomi smiled and said. Bai Yaoyao saw that Xiaomi wasn't listening and decided not to say more, instructing Xiaowai to assist Xiaomi. As they walked around the school, they found something strange. What's going on with this school? There are so few zombies and I haven't seen any students. When I finally saw a living person, they turned and ran away. Let's follow them. The person's clothing was clearly from a construction site, wearing a safety helmet, definitely not a student. Upon seeing them, their first reaction was not curiosity, but unease, which piqued Bai Yaoyao's curiosity. When the person saw Bai Yaoyao and the others following, they ran even faster. Xiaomi and Adai activated their speed abilities and soon caught up with the person. Why are you running? Bai Yaoyao asked. You're chasing me. How can I not run? The person replied defiantly. Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Shirt 2 rubbed his nose and looked toward the auditorium. Let's go in and take a look. Leader. The police are here. Still dare to talk? Do you want to die? Monkey punched the person in the stomach, causing them to fall to the ground, bending over. The soldiers are hitting people. I will report you. I want to. Cough. The closer Bai Yaoyao got to the auditorium, the stronger the smell of blood became. Fat Brother threw a clump of earth, smashing the door open, and a burst of gunfire erupted. Fortunately, everyone had prepared in advance and dodged. Damn, an assault rifle. Who's inside? They have such equipment, Dada Wan exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao took the opportunity to look inside. There were at least 20 bodies on the ground, all of whom appeared to be students, both male and female. 4 people were holding guns, and there was a group of people wielding sticks, chairs, kitchen knives, and various other weapons, including both students and construction workers. Surround them, shouted the leading man, and everyone rushed out, surrounding Bai Yaoyao and the others tightly. Wang Jianbin. Peiqi suddenly said. What's his background? Bai Yaoyao, curious since Peiqi recognized him, asked. He's a ruthless person. He brutally killed 17 children in an elementary school and recorded it, becoming wanted. It caused quite the uproar online. I didn't expect him to escape to the university town. Peiqi explained briefly. When Peiqi was in H-City purchasing real estate, she saw the police searching house by house, but couldn't catch this person, indicating he had some skills. Why did he kill elementary school students? Bai Yaoyao asked curiously. I'm not sure, but a friend from the underworld said it was because those students' parents blocked most of the road when picking them up, causing him to wait through 3 traffic lights without getting through. So the next day he came back for revenge. Damn, that's brutal. The parents blocked the road. Oh, what does that have to do with the kids? What a stupid jerk. Xiao Shilu cursed, confused. Shitu frowned and said, Yaoyao, this person deserves to die. Bai Yaoyao nodded. They couldn't call themselves good people, but at least they didn't randomly kill innocents. Wang Jianbin was indeed a psychological pervert able to harm children. With such a strong smell of blood in the auditorium, it was obvious what had happened. There was no benefit to letting such a person gain more power. It would be better to eliminate him early. Who are you? Be sensible and leave quickly. Let's not interfere with each other. Wang Jianbin could tell at a glance that this group was not simple. They definitely weren't what his subordinates claimed to be ordinary police. They were definitely involved in something shady. Just looking at their equipment, they could very well be international mercenaries. Even those few women looked quite formidable. Since we're here, it's not our style to leave empty-handed. Bai Yaoyao smiled, completely unconcerned about the 4 assault rifles, and stepped forward to speak. Wang Jianbin did not hesitate in the slightest, directly tossing out a bag and using his wind-based ability to deliver it to Bai Yaoyao. Fat Brother intended to block with a skill, but Bai Yaoyao softly said it's fine, it should be the crystal cores with energy fluctuations. There are over 200 crystal cores inside. You came looking for this, right? Wang Jianbin said. Wang Jianbin was sincere, but... We will take the crystal cores, but I'm sorry, we also want your life, Bai Yaoyao said calmly. What do you mean, huh? Are you trying to stand up for them? Don't you value your own lives? Why act so high and mighty pretending to be a savior? Wang Jianbin did not expect this woman to be so shameless. He thought that once Bai Yaoyao accepted the crystal cores this matter would be over, but who knew she still wanted his life. He couldn't help but shout again, I can give you another 200 crystal cores, don't go too far. If you die, all the crystal cores will belong to us. Bai Yaoyao was far more interested in the crystal cores than in killing him. The matter of slaughtering children was something Sure Tu could not tolerate. Since they were going to kill anyway, it would be profitable to make a killing. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Adai, and Xiaomi gave a signal and directly teleported inside. Lulu unleashed lightning, the monkey released water, Dada rolled out fire, and Xiao Shilu summoned wind. The group of underlings outside were utterly useless. The 4 armed with guns couldn't even aim properly, let alone hit anyone. They only bullied ordinary people. Fat Brother and Shittis' earth-based abilities had both reached level 3. Once the earth shield was up, hardly anyone could break through. Since Bai Yaoyao rejected him, Wang Jianbin had been on guard, and when the 3 charged over, he immediately retreated, simultaneously unleashing a wind blade, but unfortunately it didn't hit anyone. The 3 were too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi stabbed at him from left and right, discovering that Wang Jianbin still had the ability of skin hardening. What a guy, dual abilities, and no wonder he was so arrogant. Official statistics showed that very few people awakened dual abilities in the early apocalypse. If this guy didn't die today, he would likely be a tough opponent in the future. Adai, seeing that the knife wouldn't work, aimed a dark mist bomb directly at Wang Jianbin's eyes, a new skill of level 3 dark type ability. You all go die. Wang Jianbin's eyes instantly bled all over his face. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yaoyao forcefully stabbed into Wang Jianbin's eyes, and when his abilities dissipated, she slashed his throat. Once Wang Jianbin was dead, the group of small fry behind him also gave up resisting, squatting down with their heads in their hands, shouting for mercy. Xiaomi searched and found no crystal cores on Wang Jianbin. She loudly asked, where are the crystal cores? I know. Don't kill me. They're all in the back, and the zombies are also in the back. A frightened voice said. Zombies. Bai Yaoyao suddenly had a very bad premonition. When she arrived at the back, she suddenly felt that she had just killed Wang Jianbin, which was simply letting him off easy. A level 0 zombie was tightly bound to a pillar, and on the ground lay 20 to 30 people tied together with a long hemp rope, all showing clear signs of having been clawed or bitten by zombies. This was a case of humans creating zombies and then killing them to obtain crystal cores. Some female students were even completely undressed, their chests mangled from being bitten. Bai Yaoyao remembered that in her previous life there were people who did such things. Those who were utterly rotten at heart always found easy and selfish ways to exploit. Everyone fell silent upon seeing this. There were at least 300 or 400 crystal cores in the bag. They wondered how many students Wang Jianbin had killed using this method. Lulu glared at the group of people squatting outside, wanting to unleash lightning and wipe them all out. These scum, Yao Jie, just kill them all. Adai also stared at the group with an unkind expression. It's not us, it was Wang Jianbin who made us do it. Have mercy. We were forced to. If we don't work, we will be fed to the zombies. Please spare me, I have an 8-month-old daughter. The child's mother is gone, I'm just trying to get some food for her. Bai Yaoyao quietly said, shut up. Instantly, there was complete silence. The students upstairs heard the commotion and slowly came down. Seeing Wang Jianbin dead, they revealed excited expressions. You. Who are you? A bold boy at the front opened his mouth to ask Bai Yaoyao and the others about their identities. Everyone wore black combat uniforms resembling special forces, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Bai Yao understood what the boy wanted to say and directly interrupted him, saying, "Unfortunately, we are not." Then thank you for saving me. Yes, thank you for killing Wang Jianbin. He was just a beast. Thank you all worked hard. The members of the night squad felt somewhat uneasy. Having never experienced the feeling of being thanked by so many for being good people, they were momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, a few of the younger ones even blushed. Bai Yao scoffed and said, "No one can save you. If you want to live, you can only rely on yourselves. So many of you can't even take down one person. Isn't anyone awakened? Are you all fools? Even a clay figurine has some spirit. Your classmates and teachers were dragged out to be raped and tortured, and you just hid behind and watched. Next, I will announce the distribution of rescue tasks. Team 1 East City Museum, try to bring back as many key cultural relics as possible. A spatial ability user will be assigned to you, and you must ensure their safety. Team 2 West City Grain Reserve. Team 3 Official Family Quarters. Team 4 Zhonglin Villa on Ruikong Road. We need to rescue Professor Lin Zhengying and his family, ensuring the safety of Professor Lin. Teams 5-6 and the Special Operations Team will be led by me to H City University Town. The University Town is densely populated and is a disaster area. After completing their tasks, the other teams should hurry here to provide support. Yes, understood. Ming Qilin awakened his power ability and was responsible for the rescue operation in H City. Due to the extensive area of disaster, large-scale rescue is impractical. We can only prioritize rescuing key groups based on organizational requirements. Looking at the disaster-stricken streets and the never-ending zombies, he felt particularly anxious. H City already had a large population, and due to some chaos caused by the military, it took several days to stabilize the situation and arrive. Now he still did not know what the situation was like. Looking at the pitch-black night, his heart was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, wishing to start the rescue operation immediately. Home is the most comfortable. Being able to enjoy air conditioning at this time is so refreshing. The monkey sprawled on the sofa, completely unwilling to get up. The weather was getting hotter, with daytime temperatures reaching nearly 50 degrees. The smell of zombies was already unpleasant, and with the recent heat the stench had become even more pronounced, making it hard to endure. So lucky at this time I can still have ice watermelon. Adai moved a small stool and sat obediently at the table, quickly finishing a small piece. Starting tomorrow we won't go out. We'll stay home to cultivate our abilities. There are still 3 or 4 days of high temperatures. Once the weather cools down we can go out. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and said, everyone had been working hard these days, killing zombies until late at night, accumulating many crystal nuclei, and had no time to absorb them. It was a good opportunity to cultivate and see if they could level up. Bai Yaoyao had the ability to enter the spatial realm, so her 3 abilities had all reached level 3. Ada's Dark ability and Lulu's Lightning ability, as well as Fat Brother and Shittus Earth abilities, also reached level 3. The team lacked timed combat power, so Bai Yaoyao prioritized distributing all the crystal nuclei to those who hadn't reached level 3 yet. Awesome time to go back to sleep. Everyone rarely enjoyed a lazy sleep, and Bai Yaoyao was no exception. After several days of intense battles, her body couldn't take it anymore, so she fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed, sleeping until noon the next day. She was awakened by the dog, which was hungry. After Bai Yaoyao's spatial ability reached level 3, she could store living creatures, but it required their consent. After explaining to the dog 1,000 times, she finally brought the dog and Xiaowai into the space. Bai Yaoyao initially wanted to see if she could bring her friends in too, which would make future missions much safer. She found that she could not succeed, but had a hunch that perhaps leveling up further would allow it. Woof woof arg woof woof. Dog lord, I'm starving. Bai Yaoyao. Suppressing the urge to kick it away, she quickly changed her clothes, went downstairs, and threw the dog outside, tossing out a few large bones. Good morning, Sister Yao, said Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao saw that Xiaomi was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, knowing that he must have gotten up early to train. It's already noon, why didn't you rest a bit longer? Bai Yaoyao asked. Xiaomi scratched his head. I'm not tired. I couldn't sleep, so I just got up. Bai Yaoyao nodded, walked to the window, intending to open it for some fresh air. However, as soon as she opened the window, a wave of hot air hit her directly, nearly sending Bai Yaoyao away. It was simply impossible to breathe. So she quickly closed the window. What fresh air! It was stifling. Having air conditioning was enough. Suddenly she really wanted to eat hot pot. Bai Yaoyao took out the ingredients and began to prepare them with Xiaomi beef, lamb, black chicken rolls, luncheon meat, urinating beef balls, tripe crispy sausages, duck feet, pig brains, shrimp paste, and crispy meat. Sister Yao, it's a meat-only pot. Haha, I forgot we also need to eat vegetables. Bai Yaoyao was a typical carnivore loving meat, but still managed to find a platter of mushrooms, lettuce, potatoes, vermicelli, and crispy rolls. She even added big bones that the dog loved into the pot. Soon the aroma spread out and everyone woke up to the smell. Of course, the first to arrive was Adai. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, they suddenly heard the sounds of fighting outside. Everyone immediately went on high alert and moved to the second-floor balcony. It seemed like an official rescue team driving military green pickup trucks. There were 2 or 3 wandering level 0 zombies on the roadside, which had just been eliminated by them. At dawn, Ming Qilin organized various teams to carry out rescue operations and personally led a team to University Town. He initially thought it would be a fierce battle and even prepared a farewell letter, placing it in the armband on his arm. However, to his surprise, there were pitifully few zombies in the entire University Town. He often saw a dozen students surrounding a single zombie with a variety of weapons, beating it up. The ferocity on their faces did not resemble that of sheltered university students, but rather habitual fighters from the Valley of Villains. Leading a team of 200, he made a large circle but couldn't find a single zombie to fight. Finally, unable to hold back, he called out to a student and asked, "Student, I want to ask you something. Are you a student of H University?" "Hello, leader. Yes, I am. What do you want?" "I know everything happening around here," Li Puliang said. "Brother Liang is the official rescue team here. Why are they so slow? They aren't as fast as the night squad's experts." A younger brother muttered softly behind. "Shut up, don't talk nonsense, and don't cause trouble for our benefactors," Li Pengliang hurriedly admonished. Ming Qilin awkwardly pulled at the corner of his mouth, but still patiently asked, "What's the situation around University Town? Why are there so few zombies? And who are the night squad you mentioned?" "Of course there are fewer zombies. They've all been cleared out by the night squad's experts. Each school only has a few dozen left for us to practice on. As for the night squad, we don't know who they are. They're good people, super powerful, and the leader is a beautiful sister, fierce and talkative. They directly told us that the crystal nuclei in the zombies' heads can help us level up our abilities," Li Pengliang explained excitedly. Li Pengliang became super excited when he mentioned the night squad. His abilities had already leveled up to level 2, but he still felt far behind his idols, and he truly did not know how they trained. Ming Qilin, after listening to the student's explanation, finally understood what was going on. He was particularly curious about the Dark Knight team. From the student's description, it seemed to be a grassroots organization, likely a passionate group. He quickly asked, "How many members does the Dark Knight team have?" With a shortage of personnel, and judging by the student's description, this group seemed to be filled with righteous individuals who would likely agree to join our organization. Moreover, they had the capability to clear out the entire university town of zombies, indicating that they must have a significant number of members and strong abilities, instantly resolving our manpower shortage. The Dark Knight deities consist of 12 people, 1 dog, and 1 tree, all incredibly powerful. Li Pengliang replied, "What? Only 12 people? They cleared out all the zombies in the university town?" Ming Qilin exclaimed, "It's not just 12 people, it's 12 people, 1 dog, and 1 tree. The dog brother is incredibly powerful." Li Pengliang's younger brother corrected him, his eyes shining with excitement. Ming Qilin asked, "Are the dog and tree you're talking about mutated beasts and mutated plants?" "Yes. The dog brother is super awesome," the younger brother added eagerly. Ming Qilin, having understood, said, "Let's gather at the entrance quickly. The vehicle is ready to transport everyone to the safe zone that has already been cleared." The plan was disrupted, so Ming Qilin hurriedly reassigned tasks to each group and swiftly set off to support the other teams. He took 10 members of the Special Operations team to drive to the villa area near Foaming Mountain to pick up Professor Lin Zhengying. Professor Lin Zhengying is a renowned biologist in Huaguo. He usually resides in Kyoto, but during this break he wanted to return home for a visit, only to unexpectedly encounter the apocalypse. The organization issued an order to ensure the personal safety of Professor Lin Zhengying. Upon arriving at the villa area, they found it surprisingly quiet, with hardly any zombies in sight. After a long wait, 2 zombies finally appeared, and everyone excitedly rushed to eliminate them. "Captain Ming, there's someone on the 2nd floor of the villa." Ming Qilin looked up and suddenly recalled what the student from H University had said about the Dark Knight team: 12 people, 1 dog, and 1 tree. Although he couldn't see the dog and tree, he could faintly hear barking. He called out loudly, "Are you the Dark Knight team?" "Wow, what's going on? Are we that famous?" the monkey exclaimed. Xiao Shirlu clapped and said, "Dark Knight is impressive. Even the officials know us now." Bai Yaoyao looked puzzled and replied, "We are the Dark Knight. Is there something you need?" Ming Qilin was pleasantly surprised to have actually encountered them and hurriedly said, "I am Ming Qilin, the captain of the H City Rescue Team. Is it convenient for us to chat?" Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "Sure, please come in." Captain Meng brought one team member inside and sent the others to find Professor Lin Zhengying. Seeing that there were no zombies in the villa area, he felt reassured about the safety and thought it was essential to recruit the Dark Knight team. As soon as he entered, he was drawn to the hot pot on the table. What a wealthy family. Even in this situation, they could still eat hot pot. Seeing the table full of meat and vegetables, he couldn't help but swallow. Although they were not starving, they had only instant noodles to eat. Every meal was rushed, and they never had a chance to sit down for a proper meal. Thus he suddenly realized while they even have air conditioning. The temperature made him want to pull on his short sleeves. It was slightly chilly. "Hello, Captain Meng, my name is Bai Yaoyao." Bai Yaoyao had a strong impression of Meng Qilin. They were old partners. In her past life, she was one of the official representatives with average combat ability, but excellent management skills. In the following years, she was a relatively influential leader at the A City headquarters. She was upright, sincere in her work, and dedicated to the country and the people. If she had to mention a flaw, it would be that she was somewhat rigid and too persistent. In her past life, she had talked endlessly to persuade people to join the official ranks. She never expected to encounter him at the beginning of this apocalypse. "Hello, Captain Bai. I learned about you from the students at H University. On behalf of the officials, I sincerely thank you for your contributions. So many students, if it weren't for your help in clearing the zombies, I fear." Seeing Meng Qilin's excited expression, Bai Yaoyao knew what he was about to say. That expression was too familiar, and she quickly interrupted with a smile. "You're too polite. We're not that noble, we're all just after the crystal cores." A crystal cores? Meng Qilin was momentarily speechless, but deep down he didn't believe Bai Yaoyao's words, thinking she was just being modest. After all, why would they publicly announce the possibility of upgrading with crystal cores? How could the students hold the Dark Knight team in such high regard? "I will report truthfully to my superiors, and I will do my best to secure any rewards for you," Meng Qilin said earnestly. Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Thank you, Captain Meng. Why did you come to this villa area? There aren't many zombies left nearby." Meng Qilin replied, "We came to pick up an important person. Would you like to join us to the safe zone? It's located in the north of the city, where a defensive line has been established along with sufficient supplies." At this point there was no concept of bases yet, it was still called a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao remembered that H City eventually unified and migrated to the central area. This place was located at the edge of Huagua, and to consolidate power, no safe zone had been set up nearby. Due to geographical factors, H City faced an abundance of mutated plants and animals, which led to significant costs before they could leave with their team. "No, Captain Meng, our supplies are still quite sufficient, and we have no plans to relocate at the moment." Bai Yaoyao directly refused. Meng Qilin had planned to chat a bit more after reaching the safe zone to understand each other better, and then propose inviting the Dark Knight team to join the official ranks. He didn't expect Bai Yaoyao and the others to outright refuse. From the attitudes conveyed in their conversations, he could vaguely sense that they were living quite comfortably and seemed to harbor some resistance and wariness towards him, leading him to abandon the thought. As for supplies, could they eat hot pot and have air conditioning if they were short on supplies? Thus he decided not to say anything further. "All right then, we'll take our leave. After the rescue operation ends, we will likely unify and leave H City together at that time," Meng Qilin said. "Okay, thank you, Captain Meng," Bai Yaoyao agreed. Initially, they had set H City as their starting point mainly for Shaowai. Since Shaowai was already in their hands, leaving was only a matter of time. Many situations in this life were different from his impressions. Leaving with the main force would indeed be safer, so she did not refuse. She signaled the monkey to grab a few bottles of chilled mineral water from the fridge and handed them to Captain Meng and the others, waving goodbye. Captain Meng intended to refuse, but the monkey left them behind and departed directly. Looking at the ice that was about to melt in the bottles, he couldn't bring himself to waste it and called the team members to quickly share and drink. A sip of cold water went down. It was refreshing. "Sister Yao, are we leaving with the main group?" asked Xiao Shirlu. "Yes, it will be safer to go together. Various mutated plants have destroyed the roads beyond recognition, and it's impossible to rush on the highway. Following the main group is the safer option. However, there's no need to go to the safety zone. As long as one is strong enough, anywhere can be a safety zone." Bai Yao's confident tone stunned everyone for a moment, and then they burst into laughter. This is Sister Yao even in the apocalypse. Just as everyone was preparing to practice individually, they saw Captain Meng Qilin returning. "Captain Bai. Captain Meng, is there something you need?" Seeing a person lying on a stretcher carried by a few people behind Meng Qilin, Bai Yaoyao guessed Meng Qilin's intentions. "I don't know if your team has any healing hype ability users. The healing hype user we brought has run out of energy." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the unconscious elderly man on the stretcher, who seemed to have fainted due to malnutrition. There were obvious scratch marks on his arm, but the wound had no rotten smell, leading her to guess it might have been caused by a mutated beast rather than a zombie. Meng Qilin noticed Bai Yaoyao's slightly furrowed brow and hurriedly explained, "This is not a zombie scratch. We just checked, and he hasn't been bitten or scratched by a zombie." Bai Yaoyao nodded, feeling that the unconscious old man seemed familiar, but she couldn't recall who he was at the moment. Seeing Sister Yao nod, Peiqi stepped forward and began to heal with her ability. A faint green light radiated from Peiqi's hands, and the visible wound on the man's arm began to heal. However, the wound was too deep, and there seemed to be other injuries on his body. Peiqi's ability was gradually straining. "Xian, help out," Bai Yaoyao said. Chen Xian had been prepared and was just waiting for Sister Yao to speak. "His ability is amplification," Bai Yaoyao kindly explained to Meng Qilin. Meng Qilin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was a new type of ability that the authorities were not yet aware of, and he would need to report it after returning. Approximately 5 minutes later, the unconscious elderly man finally woke up. When Bai Yaoyao saw him open his eyes, she remembered who he was: Professor Lin Zhongying. He had developed a semi-finished potion to resist zombie virus infections in the 9th year of the apocalypse. It was referred to as semi-finished because the potion was not 100% effective and had a low success rate. Even as a semi-finished product, it was enough to give people hope. Unfortunately, after the potion was developed, Professor Lin Zhongying passed away due to old injuries and excessive fatigue. One could only wonder if, with the help of Peiqi and Qin Xian, Professor Lin Zhongying would change the outcome of his previous life and develop a true finished potion. Bai Yaoyao felt an infinite sense of emotion, though she did not show it on her face. Although Professor Lin Zhongying had awakened, he was still quite weak. Captain Meng Qilin did not delay any longer, left behind 10 second-level crystal nuclei, and after bidding farewell, hurriedly led his team away. Bai Yaoyao casually tossed the crystal nuclei to Peiqi and Qin Xian, smiling as she said, "You two are starting to make some extra money." Haha. In the following days, due to the high temperature, no one ventured outside, focusing instead on enhancing their abilities at home. Everyone's abilities improved significantly, although they were not all at level 3 yet. They were almost there. Level 3 is a watershed. As long as there are enough crystal nuclei, almost everyone can reach level 3, but beyond that it will require talent and practical experience. One morning, Bai Yaoyao woke up and suddenly felt the temperature had dropped significantly. She quickly turned off the air conditioning and looked out the window, discovering that it had started to rain again, and frowned. After the high temperatures and then the torrential rain, it was needless to say that the entire city would be filled with an indescribable odor. When she went downstairs, she found Fat Brother and Sure too already awake, chatting on the sofa. "Yao, I'm so bored. I've finished absorbing all the crystal nuclei. Isn't it time to go out?" Fat Brother bit into half of a pancake roll without pausing his conversation. Although Sure too didn't speak, he also looked eager. "All right, once everyone is ready, we'll have a hearty meal and then set off. After this rain, there will hardly be any level 0 zombies left. Zombies and mutated plants will also be much stronger. Our location is too close to Foaming Mountain. Staying any longer will be dangerous. It's time to change places," Bai Yaoyao said. "Oh, are we about to explore a new map?" Fat Brother said with great interest. "Pretty much." After everyone got up, they enjoyed a hearty breakfast together, quickly packed their things, and prepared to leave. Peiqi had bought the best furniture and appliances during the renovation. It would be a waste to leave them behind. Bai Yaoyao directly emptied the entire villa, leaving not a single curtain. Seeing Sister Yao's actions, Peiqi felt deeply gratified and said, "It's worth the hefty price I paid for these items." The monkey also said, "This is the most expensive villa area in H City. Should we loot the other villas as well?" Bai Yaoyao thought it was a good idea. The more supplies, the better. One never knows how long the apocalypse will last. It's better to be prepared. So she said, "Wait for me a moment. I am going to take a look around." There are a total of 16 villas around, and apart from their group, there was already no one nearby. There were still some survivors, but when Captain Meng Qilin came to rescue Professor Lin Zhongying, he also took the other survivors away. Thus Bai Yaoyao directly forcefully broke open the doors and collected all the basic furniture. Interestingly, several villas had similar collection rooms. During their escape, no one could take along antique vases, so they all became Bai Yaoyao's spoils, and she even found 3 small boxes of gold bars in one villa. After finishing the looting, she returned to see Kiki still saying goodbye to the tree in front of the villa. Seeing Kiki's reluctant expression, Bai Yaoyao released Xiao Wei. She went to persuade the tree to leave with them. Kiki hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Sister Yao, the tree said it doesn't want to leave its hometown, and never mind." Bai Yaoyao nodded. Although the woodite can communicate with plants, if the plants themselves do not wish to leave, they cannot be forced into a contract. Bai Yaoyao gave Kiki a cup of spring water and said, "Xiao Wei loves this the most. Give it a cup and see what it says. I'll go inside and call everyone to set off." When Bai Yaoyao led, everyone outside the tree in front had already turned into a deep pit, and the tree was gone. In contrast, Kiki's cheeks were flushed full of excitement. Sister Yao Qingling said that wherever I am will be its hometown. I named the tree Qingling. Kiki ran over to say. Xiao Wei wrapped its branches around her arm. Sha 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 sha. Look at the name I got. Bai Yao felt embarrassed, ignoring Xiao Wei's silent shout. Xiao Wei was such a nice name, easy to remember. For some reason the plants loved the spring water so much, and she didn't notice any upgrades or increases in strength for Xiao Wei, even after drinking it herself, and with the dog there was no change. It was just like ordinary water quenching thirst. However, it's still a good thing. Bai Yaoyao called everyone and set off together, planning to first check the situation in the city. Looking at Guzi lying on his back drooling, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh. This life's Guzi was completely different from the Guzi of her past life. The Guzi who always stayed by her side, refusing to close his eyes even when exhausted, determined to protect her safety, seemed to be lost forever. Everyone noticed that in just 5 days the roads had been terribly damaged. The once smooth asphalt was now uneven, cracked, and covered with vines from many trees. Originally, the villa area was sparsely populated with no zombies, but this time out they found that there were more zombies. Wow, this road, if our vehicle weren't a raider, we might not have been able to pass. Monkey exclaimed. It's only been a few days, why does it feel like the whole world has changed? Adai rarely spoke about anything other than food. Everyone be careful, the weakest zombies right now are at level 1. Don't let your guard down and capsize again, Bai Yaoyao reminded for the 1000th time. Got it, Sister Yao. Yaoer, what if someone gets infected? Is there no way out? Lulu asked curiously. Not necessarily. Before fully turning into a zombie, level 3 or above light ability users can purify the zombie toxin. And remember the old man that Peiqi and Qin Xian saved last time. He will invent a kind of medicinal agent that can also help, but that's something for many years later. Bai Yaoyao explained. Wow, is he a scientist? What a pity that among so many of us there's not a single light ability user. Bai Yaoyao said, not all abilities awaken right from the start. Many single-type ability users will awaken new abilities when they reach level 4. Xiaomi was very excited after hearing this. She only had a speed ability now, but its growth potential was too low and she was afraid of holding everyone back, so she had been training hard without resting. Hearing about the possibility of awakening again, she suddenly felt energized. While everyone was chatting excitedly over the intercom, they suddenly heard Bai Yaoyao shout, "Be careful." Everyone instantly became alert and quickly got out of the car. To prevent the vehicle from being damaged, Bai Yaoyao immediately stored the car back into her space. Since they had reached the city, driving might not be as fast as running. Bai Yaoyao had been using her mental power to probe and sensed movement underground, so she hurriedly reminded everyone. After getting out of the car, they quickly gathered around Peiqi, Kiki, and Qin Xian. Suddenly a bulge appeared in front and behind them. Bai Yaoyao's mental power detected many rustling sounds, and she suddenly realized what these disgusting things were and quickly said, "Run." It's an ant swarm. Everyone hesitated not at all and did not look back, following Sister Yao to flee quickly. Ants are utterly disgusting. If you ask how powerful they are, that's not really the point. Of the crucial part is that they come in hordes, and if one consumes all abilities it might not be able to finish them off. What the hell are those ants? Are you kidding me? Xiaomi, who was faster, glanced back and saw that a mutated ant was about the size of an adult's palm, shiny black, with serrated blades seemingly attached to its antennae. They charged in droves, and wherever they passed, not even a scrap of metal was visible on the ground. Bai Yaoyao realized that despite running for a while they had not increased the distance, but were instead being caught up. She took out a few barrels of oil from her space and said, "Adai, Xiaomi, catch. Everyone else, don't hesitate, run." Got it. No one doubted Bai Yaoyao's decision, especially at such a dangerous time. Bai Yaoyao, Adai, and Xiaomi ran forward, pouring oil all over the road for about 30 meters. Soon the mutated ants would reach the oiled road, and Bai Yaoyao hurriedly said, "Big Dajuan, set fire. Xiao Shirliu, create a wind. Qin Xian, boost." Got it, Sister Yao. In an instant flames engulfed the entire street. As they ran they found, "Wow, it smells amazing." Sister Yao. "I'm hungry." Adai couldn't help but say. Xiao Shirliu took a deep breath. "Is ant meat this fragrant? It feels like with some seasoning it could be directly eaten. We can't linger, a survival is more important. Run. I have a phobia of clusters," Peiqi said without looking back. After running about 4 or 5 blocks everyone finally stopped. Did they not catch up? Fat Brother panted, having run for more than half an hour, finally shaking them off. "I finally reached level 3. I was thinking of going on a rampage after exiting, but we just had a speedy escape." Monkey scratched his head unhappily. Bai Yaoyao sensed something was off and immediately released all her mental power. She felt a dangerous aura rapidly approaching their direction and quickly warned everyone, don't let your guard down as something tough is coming. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly arranged in their usual practice formation. Shirtu and Fat Brother stood at the front together, building an earthen wall as a barrier. In just a few seconds, a particularly special mutated ant charged over, standing half a person tall with 2 long antennae flashing with electric light. Its 6 legs seemed to have been reinforced, and its abdomen even sprouted wings, running and flying intermittently. Bai Yaoyao frowned. This was at least a level 2 mutated beast. Mutated beasts are significantly stronger than ability users of the same level, and even those 2 levels higher might not be able to defeat it. Lulu raised her hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, but unfortunately it had no effect on the mutated ant. In a few breaths, the mutated ant was right in front of them. Bai Yaoyao threw a spatial blade at its antennae, but aside from successfully attracting the mutated ant's hatred, it was of no use. The mutated ant charged at Bai Yaoyao, who instantly teleported behind it, drawing out Fat Brother's big knife, reinforced with metal ability, and struck hard at its hind leg. Unfortunately, the blade shattered, and she did not inflict significant damage. Bai Yaoyao felt somewhat helpless. A lightning ability, spatial ability, and strength ability had almost no effect on this mutated ant. Let's all go together. Bai Yaoyao no longer tried solo combat. If one couldn't defeat it, then so be it. With the team around, who would want to duel with you? Your minions are all dead, but my brothers are still here. Xiao Wei and Cuckoo extended their vines to control the mutated ant. Although they couldn't inflict any harm, they successfully bound the 6 legs of the mutated ant. Xiaomi and Adai seized the opportunity to attack the mutated ant's abdomen, while Bai Yaoyao asked Xinxian to enhance her abilities and used a mental piercing attack on the mutated ant. Bai Yaoyao realized that this tactic was effective, as the mutated ant became noticeably agitated, breaking free from Cuckoo and Xiao Wei's control and becoming even more enraged. Everyone unleashed their skills rapidly upon the mutated ant, not in a chaotic manner, but according to a plan discussed in their spare time, each maximizing their damage output. Bai Yaoyao noticed that the number of zombies around was increasing. If they didn't leave soon, a horde of zombies would form. Just as she was about to use a bomb, she heard movement in the space. It was the dog waking up. Woof 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 a wah wah woof woof a woof woof woof. Damn it, you're bullying my master, let me dog you out. Bai Yaoyao sensed that the dog's aura had strengthened significantly. It must have also leveled up to 2. Without hesitation, she threw the dog at the mutated ant. The dog lunged with its mouth wide open and bit down hard on the ant's leg, using the momentum of its charge to snap it off, dark green blood gushing out. Everyone expertly unleashed their abilities at the wound, while the dog, after biting, ran off without pausing. The mutated ant wanted to chase after the dog, but was entangled by the others and couldn't get free. Bai Yaoyao realized that dog had definitely become smarter. Just as the dog prepared to attack again, Bai Yaoyao got ready and used mental piercing once more the instant the dog dashed out. The mutated ant had long been wary of the dog's moves and was about to raise its electrified antennae to confront it when a wave of intense pain struck its mind, rendering it unable to move. Helplessly, the devious, ugly dog bit off one of its legs. The mutated ant finally realized it couldn't win, but by the time it wanted to flee, it was already too late. A level 2 mutated beast, after all this trouble, Bai Yaoyao naturally couldn't bear to give up. If she exchanged it with the official base, she could earn quite a bit of points. Although the base hadn't been established yet. The mutated ant no longer wanted to fight, retreating while being attacked, prompting Bai Yaoyao and the others to pursue. Before long, the 6 legs of the mutated ant had been torn apart, and the dog began to target its wings. Bai Yaoyao used mental piercing again, and with everyone's various abilities, the mutated ant was finally worn down to death. Bai Yaoyao quickly collected the corpse and the 6 legs bitten off by the dog, urging everyone to leave together. Is everyone okay? Bai Yaoyao asked. We're fine, but our abilities are drained, Fat Brother replied, with Shirtu nodding in agreement. The two had been helping everyone resist the mutated ant's attacks, and their faces were slightly pale. Bai Yaoyao noticed a hotel nearby and said, let's go rest for a bit, and set off again once we're ready. We better not encounter any mutated beasts again. That would be troublesome. Alright. Bai Yaoyao checked and found that there were no zombies inside the hotel, but there were signs of life. They should be normal humans. Aside from the hotel, the surroundings were filled with shopping malls and residential buildings, so they chose to go there. Bai Yaoyao walked ahead with the dog. Just as they entered the hotel, they heard, hello. Welcome. Turning around, they saw a small monkey doll hanging inside the door, with the voice coming from the people inside the hotel heard the sound and came to the lobby, seeing a dozen people enter along with a mutated beast, each exuding a fierce aura, clearly not ordinary characters, which made them grip their weapons tightly. What do you want? The leading man asked warily. Bai Yaoyao glanced around. There were quite a number of people. Besides those in the lobby, there should be some upstairs, totaling about 20 or 30, but only a small portion seemed to have abilities. Friends, can we borrow a place to rest for a bit? Bai Yaoyao replied as it was polite to ask for a cleaned area. The leading man visibly relaxed. Avoiding conflict was best. Although these dozen people looked like they had just been through a battle, it didn't mean his side could take them on. He spoke in a calm tone. Sure, there are 6 rooms on the first floor. We're all upstairs and haven't stayed over, but I don't know how long you plan to rest. 2 hours, Bai Yaoyao said directly. That's fine. The rooms are on the right side, the man pointed out. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Thank you. After that, the pair went to their rooms to rest. She threw the dog at the door to guard. After all, the dog only engaged in sneak attacks, hardly exerting much effort. However, Bai Yaoyao still humanely tossed a large bone to the dog. The dog happily accepted the task of guarding the door. Boss, look. The man followed the gaze of his subordinate and saw that the dog from that group was actually eating a meat bone. Seeing the dog's blissful expression, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It had been so long since the apocalypse began, and while people were almost out of food, the dog could still enjoy meat. What a racket. The dog noticed a group of people staring at it with wide eyes and ate, even more happily munching away, and eventually letting out a very human-like burp. Once Bai Yaoyao and the others had fully recovered their abilities, they prepared to set off again. The day had not gone smoothly. Even before fighting zombies, they had been chased for so long by mutated ants. Thankfully, they had the corpse of a level 2 mutated beast, so it wasn't a total loss. Are you all leaving? The leading man stood up from the sofa. Bai Yaoyao noticed that the group had been guarding the hotel lobby and guessed that they were on their guard against her and her team, so they hadn't dared to rest. Thus she left behind a box of instant noodles, saying, "Here for the room fee." No need, that's not what I meant," the leading man hurriedly explained. Bai Yaoyao shook her hand and said, "See you again if fate allows." Then she led everyone away. "Dammy. Boss, I just saw the girl who talked to you at the window, and she killed a level 1 zombie with a wave of her hand. So powerful. It's a good thing we didn't have a conflict. They are so strong. Not only did they not attack us, but they also left us the room fee. We need to quickly improve our strength, or we won't always have such good luck. Let's go, time to kill some zombies." After exiting the hotel, Bai Yaoyao swiftly eliminated a level 1 zombie with his spatial blade. The dog approached and dug up a crystal core, presenting it to Bai Yaoyao as a gesture of flattery. Bai Yaoyao smiled and patted the dog's head, storing the crystal core in her space. The monkey said, "Should we take a stroll in the mall across the street? I really want to do a zero-cost purchase. In this city center there must be nothing left, it's all been snatched up," Kiki remarked. "Let's take a look around, or we can collect steel and iron from the shelves to exchange for points later on." Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and replied, "Well, zombies are zombies no matter where they are." As they entered the mall, everyone fell silent. Perhaps due to the lack of ventilation indoors, rainwater had seeped in, creating an unbearable stench. The ground was littered with zombies and human corpses covered in various insects and molds, with some bodies even sprouting mushrooms. The glass was shattered everywhere, and all the stores had been vandalized beyond recognition. The entrance area was mostly occupied by cosmetic stores, but nearly all the cosmetics had been thrown on the ground, and the counters were completely empty. The once glamorous stores now appeared utterly dilapidated and desolate. Typically, the basement of a mall would have a supermarket, but the elevators had been violently destroyed by ability users, and all the stairs were gone. Some people have this mindset: if it's useless to me, I don't want it, and neither should you have it. If I can't take it, you shouldn't take it either. It's better to destroy it. Bai Yaoyao felt no particular emotion upon seeing this. Such behavior was a norm in the apocalypse, where human selfishness was amplified in extreme environments. After entering the mall, Bai Yaoyao felt an unusual sense of unease, yet her mental probing revealed no abnormalities. Years as an assassin combined with a decade of survival in the apocalypse had cultivated a crisis awareness that had saved her countless times. Without hesitation, she made the decision to retreat swiftly. "Quickly retreat," Bai Yaoyao commanded. The others didn't hesitate and followed her lead. Within less than 10 seconds of entering, they all exited together. The crystal core wasn't worth it, it was far too foul. What Bai Yaoyao didn't know was that in a corner of the mall's basement, a level 4 zombie lay with its eyes closed, continuously releasing toxic gas, surrounded by a pile of about 80 to 100 corpses. Sensing the presence of humans entering the mall, it excitedly opened its eyes, preparing to track the scent, but the smell dissipated. It curled back into the corner, continuing to release toxic gas, showing no intention of leaving. Only after exiting the mall did Bai Yaoyao's sense of crisis gradually subside. Feeling that the area was not very safe, she simply drove north towards the city, heading to the safe zone. The dog carried Xiaowei ahead, clearing the path with a single paw swipe. Even level 3 zombies struggled to withstand. Occasionally encountering mutated zombies, everyone took turns getting out to eliminate them. The journey had been quite smooth, yet even so it was already deep into the night by the time they reached the northern city. Who's up ahead? Stop the vehicle. Stop. They were halted approximately 200 meters from the safe zone's tent area. As Bai Yao got out to negotiate, she saw a young man who had just spoken say, "It's you, the Dark Knight Squad." Bai Yao remembered that this person seemed to have come with Captain Ming Qilin to the villa area, so she replied, "That's us." "Great. Captain Ming sent someone to the villa area to look for you today, but didn't find you. Just in time you've arrived. You probably just missed each other." Bai Yaoyao was unsure what Captain Ming wanted with her group, but casually responded, "Then please lead the way. I'll notify Captain Ming." "Sure, thanks a lot, handsome." The young soldier immediately flushed and ran off. Bai Yaoyao and the others followed him into the makeshift safe zone. Since it was rather late, most people were asleep, making the area quite quiet. However, from the densely packed tents it was evident that there were still many people. "Captain Bai, haha, it's great to see you again." Captain Ming Qilin exclaimed upon seeing the Dark Knight. The rain had significantly strengthened the zombies' abilities, severely hindering rescue missions due to a lack of manpower. Several areas had not yet been visited, leaving Captain Ming Qilin anxious. In recent days, organizing the ability users in the safe zone for rescue missions had been a headache. Each one was self-important, unwilling to yield to another, resulting in inefficiency, yet they still had the audacity to ask for rewards. Today, after killing 2 of the leaders, he managed to suppress the rising emotions among them, but this did not resolve the fundamental issue. Thus, he wanted to collaborate with the Dark Knight Squad, whether by providing resources or crystal cores, to quickly gather the remaining survivors and head to City D, as the supplies brought along would not last much longer. However, when he sent someone to find the Dark Knight Squad during the day, he discovered they were no longer at the villa area. He was worried when he heard his subordinates say that the Dark Knight Squad had arrived and rushed out excitedly. "Good evening, Captain Ming. Sorry to disturb your rest at such a late hour," Bai Yaoyao said politely. Captain Ming smiled and replied, "Not at all, I'm still awake. Come inside. Let's rest in the tent for a bit. I have matters to discuss with your Dark Knight Squad." "Alright. Coincidentally, I also have something I need your help with." Bai Yao had a rough idea of what Captain Ming wanted to discuss. Following Captain Ming Qilin to the center of the safe zone, they found a relatively spacious tent, but it was still not enough for so many people to enter together. Therefore, Bai Yaoyao called for Fat Brother and Shirt 2 to join in the discussion while the others rested in the adjacent tents. There was no table in the tent, only a few cardboard boxes in the corner, and some bedding nearby, which seemed to be where Ming Qilin rested at night. The young man who had led them earlier brought over a few stools, and since everyone was not picky, they sat down. "Captain Bai, the situation is like this. We are severely understaffed, and the progress of the rescue has been too slow. We want to ask for your help in the rescue efforts. Of course, we can provide corresponding resources or crystal cores. Do you think that would work? Or if you have any specific requirements, feel free to say them directly." Ming Qilin said sincerely. Bai Yaoyao pondered for a moment and replied, "We can assist with the rescue, but we will only handle the clearing of zombies. The subsequent negotiations or distribution of resources with the rescued individuals will require your people. In other words, we will only engage in combat. We won't handle any of the other tasks." Bai Yaoyao understood herself and her brothers well. They were not suited for trivial matters. If they encountered anyone looking for trouble, it could lead to a violent reaction. Ming Qilin readily agreed, saying, "No problem, that's the least we can do. We will arrange the rest. Do you have any other requests? I have to warn you, my brothers, and I don't have the best tempers. If we encounter any conflicts with the people we are rescuing during the mission, what do you think?" Ming Qilin understood Bai Yaoyao's concerns very well. In chaotic times, strict measures were necessary. It wasn't the time to be concerned about human rights or legalities. He immediately replied, "Different people require different methods. I understand your point. Those who seek trouble maliciously should be punished even if it costs their lives." Bai Yaoyao glanced at Fat Brother Shitu, and the two exchanged a subtle nod. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "That's quite a coincidence. We think the same way." "Ha ha, good. Now do you have any thoughts on the reward? The crystal cores can be delivered after the task is completed, but the supplies will have to wait until we reach City D. I am also worried that the supplies we brought won't be enough to sustain so many people. But don't worry, I assure you that I will fulfill my promises." Bai Yaoyao said, "We don't want supplies, we want crystal cores." Ming Qilin was delighted. At this stage, supplies were indeed scarce, while crystal cores were not as precious. To his knowledge, the official total stock of crystal cores was substantial. After all, there were many people, and when the military's firearms were deployed, zombies had no resistance, so crystal cores accumulated quickly. Thinking that Bai Yaoyao probably needed high-level crystal cores more, he steeled his heart and said, "No problem, for each mission, 200 first-level crystal cores and 20 second-level crystal cores. How does that sound?" Bai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Meng Qilin to be so generous. Her team's daily haul was about that much, not to mention the zombies they would kill during the mission. Thinking of this, Bai Yaoyao asked in advance, "What about the crystal cores from the zombies we kill during the mission? Those will naturally belong to you." Meng Qilin smiled broadly, his face creasing with laughter. "Haha, then make sure you rest early." He continued, "I'll have someone come to wake you for the meeting tomorrow. By the way, I have some zero-level crystal cores. Would it be possible to exchange them for high-level crystal cores?" Bai Yaoyao asked. Everyone in the night squad had at least second-level abilities, so zero-level crystal cores were nearly useless. She had stored quite a few and hoped to exchange them for high-level crystal cores. Meng Qilin thought for a moment and said, "Sure, how many do you want to exchange?" 2,000 zero-level crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao replied. "This. So many." Meng Qilin was surprised by the number, but saw it as a good thing. At least it indirectly confirmed the strength of the night squad, so he agreed without hesitation. After considering a reasonable price, he said, "You can exchange them for 200 first-level crystal cores or 20 second-level crystal cores, or you can mix the exchange. Do you have any third-level crystal cores?" "Just 2 would be enough," Bai Yaoyao said, holding up 2 fingers. Yes." Meng Qilin hesitated as third-level crystal cores were relatively rare. He originally intended to hand them over to his superiors and felt uneasy about exchanging them. However, before he could finish, Bai Yaoyao said, "That's fantastic. Here are 2,000 zero-level crystal cores. You look a bit tired. This bed is a gift for you. You should rest well." As soon as she finished speaking, a large white bag appeared in front of Meng Qilin, filled with zero-level crystal cores, and a bed appeared in the corner of the tent fully made up. Spatial ability. Meng Qilin couldn't help but feel envious. It made sense. He had just noticed that the members of the night squad were almost all lightly equipped and hadn't brought many supplies. He couldn't help but marvel at the unique abilities of the night squad. They had healing abilities, enhancement abilities, and even the rare spatial abilities, not to mention offensive abilities. There was no way they could have amassed so many crystal cores without a fight. Looking at the soft bed beside him, Meng Qilin felt embarrassed to say what he had intended. He decided to let it go. After all, he still had a few third-level crystal cores, so giving away 2 wouldn't be a big deal. The third-level crystal cores were relatively precious, so he had always kept them close. He took out 2 from his pocket and handed them to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao happily accepted the crystal cores and said, "Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Call us for the meeting tomorrow morning. I'll have someone bring you a tent." Meng Qilin hurriedly said as he stood up. "No need to trouble yourself, I have prepared some. You go ahead with your business," Bai Yaoyao declined. After Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother Sure too went out, they called the others from the next tent, walked around the safe zone, found a spot with fewer people, and set up 6 large tents. Everyone quickly set up the tents in a circle, and Bai Yaoyao placed a long table in the center. After a long day of work, they hadn't eaten dinner yet, and planned to eat something before resting. Considering the presence of outsiders, they kept the food simple. Each person had 2 boxes of self-eating rice paired with some fried chicken and beer, while more extravagant dishes like lobster and barbecue were skipped. Bai Yaoyao had never thought that she would have to hide her strength to the extent of compromising herself. Why work so hard to kill zombies and train her abilities? Before the apocalypse, she had been exhausted. What was the point of buying so many supplies? Wasn't it just to live a better life? There was no need to be overly ostentatious, but the necessities must be ensured. If things continued like in her past life, living in hardship, it would be a disservice to her rebirth. Everyone chatted as they ate, completely oblivious to the various curious gazes around them. As long as they were strong enough, that was all that mattered. It also served as a warning for her brothers if they wanted an easier life, and to preserve what they had. Becoming stronger was fundamental. However, the nearby people suffered. The smell of fried chicken and the fragrance of beer stood out in the night. The 2 little soldiers guarding nearby looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. They repeatedly told themselves, "I'm not hungry, not at all. It doesn't even look appetizing. It must not taste as good as compressed biscuits." The survivors in the surrounding tents, who had already fallen asleep, were fine, feeling as if they were dreaming of a grand feast. But for those who couldn't sleep, it was a tragedy. Their stomachs kept rumbling and the aroma kept drilling up their noses. Some of the bolder ones prepared to approach and ask if they could have some food, but as soon as they got close, they were deterred by the sharp gazes of the group. Coming back to his senses, he found his legs were weak, and he hurried back to the tent. After all, his life was the priority. He had just caught a glimpse of a dog gnawing on a meat bone and cursed inwardly for a long time. Wasting food would eventually bring retribution. Giving food to a dog was not as good as giving it to me. After all, I am a fire-type ability user. I will make you pay for this opportunity. Bai Yaoyao and the others didn't care how others looked at them. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they returned to the tent to sleep. Though it was a tent, it was the largest size, fully equipped with comfortable beds and various toiletries, even a foot bath filled with hot water and goji berry tea. Sister Yao would never put her people at a disadvantage and liked to prioritize health. Ming Qilin, who was patrolling, happened to see the scene and moved his mouth slightly, thinking that the night squad really was quite particular. Recalling the aroma of fried chicken, he looked at the two little soldiers standing nearby and patted their shoulders, saying, "Hey, you've worked hard." The two little soldiers. Bai Yaoyao threw the two newly earned third-level crystal cores to Chen Xian and Kuku. Almost everyone else had reached the third level, with a few dual attribute abilities, still having one attribute left. For instance, Fat Brother's metal attribute and Shit is skin hardening. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu shared a tent. "Are you going to sleep in the space tonight?" Lulu asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, "Of course I'm going to cultivate. Aren't you already at the third level in all three abilities? You should rest a bit, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lulu took the opportunity when Bai Yaoyao wasn't paying attention to pat her soft hair again. "I know, mainly because the space has a constant temperature and cultivating here is much more comfortable than sleeping outside," Bai Yaoyao said directly. After thinking for a moment, she added, "If you're afraid of sleeping alone, I can leave the dog with you, huh?" Lulu rolled her eyes as she crawled into the quilt. "Hurry up and take your dog away, sister wants to sleep her." Bai Yaoyao 3. As soon as she entered the space, Xiaowai excitedly came running over in a funny gait, tugging at Bai Yaoyao's clothes until they reached the spring. Bai Yaoyao looked for a long time but found no changes. Xiaowai made a small vine bowl out of branches, filled it with water, and handed it to Bai Yaoyao's mouth. Bai Yaoyao was a bit thirsty, having just eaten something too salty, so she gulped it all down. Only after a while did she realize the spring water is a bit sweet. This spring water actually has a hint of sweetness. She patiently waited a bit longer, unsure if it had other effects. After waiting for a long time, besides burping, nothing else happened. "Xiaowai, you drink it yourself." Bai Yaoyao originally intended to cultivate in the space, but suddenly felt a bit tired thinking about the tasks for tomorrow, so she simply went to sleep in the small wooden house. She slept until midnight, feeling as if she were swimming in a swamp, unable to breathe due to the stench and feeling sticky all over. When she woke up, she found the entire bed was covered in dirty black substances. She cursed and quickly jumped out of bed. After a moment of confusion, she realized it must be the effect of the spring water, otherwise she wouldn't have slept so deeply. She endured the foul smell and carefully examined her body. Although there weren't any drastic changes, she could clearly feel a warmth throughout her body. The areas around her lower back and knees felt especially noticeable, having trained since childhood injuries were inevitable, but she was used to it. The sudden absence of that subtle pain made her feel somewhat unaccustomed. Bai Yaoyao hurried to the bathroom, took a good shower to wash off the dirt, and when she stood in front of the mirror applying toner, she noticed her skin was fair and rosy, looking a bit too good. Although she wasn't dark before, she certainly wasn't this translucent. After all, she had spent her youth in the mountains exposed to the wind and sun, but now it seemed like all the impurities in her body had been cleared away. Bai Yaoyao was naturally delighted. No girl would not want to be a bit prettier. Not to mention improving her appearance, just the fact that her hidden injuries were repaired was already fantastic. Suddenly Bai Yaoyao remembered something and hurried outside to check. Xiaowai was sprawled by the spring, looking as if it had drunk too much, lying askew. The dog was over the top, lying on its back with its four legs in the air, drooling everywhere, and like herself it had made a mess of black water. It smelled worse than her. These two had finished off all the spring water. Bai Yaoyao disdainfully took out a bathtub, filled it with clean water, and with 2 fingers picked up the dog, flinging it into the tub. She squeezed half a bottle of orange-scented shower gel into the water, and wearing latex gloves started scrubbing vigorously. The dog not only didn't wake up, but even happily let out a few sounds. Bai Yaoyao resisted the urge to pour the bathwater into the dog's mouth, changing the water 5 times before finally getting the dog clean. She tossed it back into the doghouse, glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the morning. After being overwhelmed by the stench, she was no longer sleepy. She simply continued to cultivate, and Bai Yaoyao was pleasantly surprised to find that her abilities were operating much more smoothly, and the cultivation results were significantly better, especially noticeable for her mental abilities. It seemed her mental strength had also increased. Although she hadn't leveled up, if she encountered the mutated ants from earlier in the day again, using mental piercing could at least make it hurt its head a bit longer. As for her physical abilities, well, she felt like she could knock herself down with a punch now, but it wasn't convenient to experiment. She would try it with zombies tomorrow. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Bai Yaoyao noticed Xiaowai had awakened and specially went to check. She found that Xiaowai had grown considerably, and importantly, it was no longer so crooked. The entire tree looked a bit more attractive. After instructing Xiao Wei to save the spring water for today and not to drink it, Bai Yaoyao exited the space wondering if she could save enough for a cup in one day. Once she had enough, she could give it to Xiaomi. This guy was always too hard on himself, never resting until he had practiced thoroughly, and Bai Yaoyao was always worried he would get into trouble. When she came out of the space, Lulu was already awake. Seeing Bai Yaoyao emerge, she was stunned for a while before saying, "Yaoyao, what did you do last night? Get a beauty treatment? Why is your face so tender? I feel like I could pinch out water." Ha ha ha. After the space ability leveled up, the spring water mutated, and it seems to have the effect of clearing bodily impurities. After drinking it, not only are my hidden injuries healed, but my skin has also improved. Bai Yaoyao looked at the mirror again, admiring herself. I jump. Awesome. I want it too. Lulu instantly rushed over and hugged Bai Yaoyao. Let's see how you perform, little girl. Bai Yaoyao lightly lifted Lulu's chin, smiling with satisfaction. A little Lulu was truly beautiful. Ha ha ha, you're getting into it now. Lulu pushed Bai Yaoyao's hand away. First, let Xiaomi drink, the others are not in a hurry. That idiot loves to overthink things. Lulu thought for a moment and said again, I was thinking the same. No worries, I'll see if I can get a cup. Bai Yaoyao replied. Just as she came out, she happened to run into someone delivering food. Each person received a pack of compressed biscuits, a French baguette, and a box of strawberry-flavored yogurt. Bai Yaoyao thanked them and accepted it. Although Ming Qilin knew that the Night Watch certainly didn't lack this little food, whether someone needed it or not was one thing, delivering it was another. It wouldn't be right to not deliver just because they didn't lack it. It was a matter of attitude. Although Bai Yaoyao accepted it, she still wanted a hot breakfast. Today she had to go on a mission, and she didn't know when she would get to eat the next meal. Ming Qilin felt that he hadn't slept on such a comfortable bed in a long time. The exhaustion of the past few days had alleviated significantly, and he rose from bed feeling refreshed to conduct his inspection. He intended to call everyone from the Dark Knight team to a meeting, but upon seeing them eating, he refrained from interrupting. Bai Yaoyao with her sharp eyes spotted him and called out, "Captain Ming, come over and have a bite." Ming Qilin quickly waved his hand and said, No, you all eat, I've already had my meal." Bai Yaoyao exchanged glances and the monkey hurried over to invite Ming Qilin and the two junior soldiers behind him. Ming Qilin naturally declined it. With supplies being so scarce, he felt embarrassed to eat others' food. However, the enthusiastic young man trying to persuade him made it hard to leave or stay. Fat Brother noticed Ming Qilin's awkwardness and said, "Captain Ming, don't be polite, come over. It's a good opportunity for us to chat. We're not familiar with H City, so we could use your insights." He put his arm around Captain Ming's shoulder and sat down while the monkey pulled the two junior soldiers along. Realizing it would be difficult to refuse, Ming Qilin decided to join them, planning to find an opportunity to compensate them with supplies later. But once he arrived, he was instantly stunned. This was ridiculous. Fried dough sticks, soup, dumplings, scallion pancakes, xiaomai steamed dumplings, soy milk, spicy soup, century egg, and lean meat porridge, tofu pudding. This was beyond what he could repay. The two junior soldiers behind him were equally dumbfounded. Ming Qilin quickly regained his composure and asked in surprise, "Captain Bai, you guys, is this hot food?" Ming Qilin felt very surprised. According to official documents, spatial abilities should only be able to store items and were not supposed to have preservation functions. Bai Yaoyao anticipated Ming Qilin's question. She deliberately wanted to showcase this to him. If they wanted to maintain a long-term cooperation with the official organization, they had to show some cards to be taken seriously. With such a large organization, there were certainly many capable individuals. She knew that the official organization had someone whose spatial ability included preservation functions, but that was only after reaching level 4. "My ability has mutated and about 2 square meters can preserve food. We prepare our meals in advance at the villa and store them here," Bai Yaoyao explained. Ming Qilin sighed. In this day and age, being able to eat a hot meal is such a blessing. The monkey noticed that the two junior soldiers were too shy to eat and specially served them. He then asked Ming Qilin, "Captain Ming, stop talking and dig in. What would you like to drink?" I'll have some tofu pudding," Ming Qilin replied involuntarily. "No problem, sweet." The monkey brought a bowl in each hand. "Either is fine, a savory." Ming Qilin hesitated but thought that since he was already eating, he might as well enjoy it. Great. Ming Qilin and the two junior soldiers enjoyed the most delicious meal since the apocalypse, barely speaking, as they unconsciously devoured a large amount of food. Only later did he realize, feeling embarrassed, that he had originally planned not to eat, yet he ended up consuming even more than they did. Fortunately, Bai Yaoyao the monkey and Fat Brother helped lighten the atmosphere and subtly shifted the topic. After breakfast, everyone followed Captain Ming to the open space at the entrance of the safe zone. Many people had already gathered, standing in clearly defined groups. They were quietly discussing and probing about the Dark Knight team that came with Meng Qilin. Bai Yaoyao used her mental power to scan the area and sensed energy fluctuations from most of them, indicating they were likely also part of Meng Qilin's hired ability team. However, they seemed rather weak. Level 2s were scarce. Idol. Idol. You guys are here at the safe zone too. That's great, Idol. We all leveled up. Does this mean we can fight alongside you this time? As Bai Yaoyao was observing the situation of each team, several people suddenly ran over, waving their arms and shouting. H University. Bai Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, but then remembered that they were students from the martial arts department of H University. Yes, that's us. My name is Li Pengliang. Idol, you still remember us. If it weren't for you guys, we probably wouldn't have made it to the official rescue. Li Pengliang said excitedly. Meng Qilin coughed awkwardly beside him. The kid was really lacking in tact. Li Pengliang then noticed Captain Meng sheepishly sticking out his tongue and scratching his head. One of Li Pengliang's companions had been observing for a while and hurriedly asked, "Where's Dog Brother? Why isn't he here?" "I brought him some treats." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the nearly full backpack from which he had taken out high-quality dog food and couldn't help but sigh. Even the dog had fans now. "Dog Brother is sleeping and hasn't woken up yet," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Oh, you scared me. I knew Dog Brother was so capable he wouldn't get into trouble. Idol, please take this to Dog Brother for me." After the boy finished speaking, he handed the dog food to Bai Yaoyao. She accepted it with a smile, appreciating the child's kind gesture. After receiving it, she tossed it directly into the doghouse, making a loud noise that nearly startled the dog awake. With a few yelps, it fell back into a deep sleep. An idol is truly an idol, a spatial ability user. Everyone had now seen more and knew that spatial ability users existed, though they were rare and not commonly seen. Captain Meng stepped to the center and said, "Good morning, everyone." Next. "Captain Meng, please wait a moment," a girl in a ginger-colored short-sleeved shirt interjected. Instantly attracting everyone's attention, the girl, feeling the gaze of the crowd, lifted her head slightly with a hint of pride, revealing her beautiful swan neck. The girl was quite beautiful and exuded a sense of grace, likely having practiced dance with well-proportioned figure. Bai Yaoyao was a visual person and enjoyed observing all things aesthetically pleasing. She was subtly sizing up the girl who was speaking. Wow, she was a level 2 ability user, quite capable, and the little girl was pretty as well. However, there was a noticeable arrogance in her brows and eyes, which was normal. Achieving level 2 in such a short time indeed provided her with some reason to be proud. "Captain Meng, I want to ask, wasn't our team the one that killed the most zombies yesterday?" The girl looked at Meng. Meng Qilin didn't look too good, but he still replied, "Yes." "Then our team brought back the most supplies, right?" The girl relentlessly pressed on. "Yes." "Then I don't understand. Clearly our team was responsible for the best results. Why did our breakfast consist of a pack of crumbled compressed biscuits and a box of squished drinks?" Meanwhile, they had just arrived and already enjoyed over a dozen types of food for breakfast, and even that child threw away the filling from the buns. Why was the disparity in treatment so obvious? What merit did they have in the team? Why could they eat well while we could not? The girl angrily pointed at a die and loudly reasoned with Captain Meng. The people behind the girl joined in saying, "Yeah, why not?" Bai Yaoyao did not expect that the topic of the girl's protest was actually related to her and her companions. Looking at the girl who spoke, well, she didn't seem to be that good-looking after all. Her Lulu was still the prettiest. Meng Qilin's face darkened. It was hard to bring in a big shot, yet someone was stirring trouble. Just as he was about to speak, someone else jumped out even earlier. Li Pengliang shouted, "What do you care? Whatever my idol wants to eat is fine. You just love to meddle, and if it weren't for the Dark Knight squad, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Do you think you can talk back like this? Pick up the bowl to eat, put it down to curse, you really are something." Lin Yiran. The man behind Lin Yiran took a step forward, sheltering her behind him, and said to Li Pengliang, "Kid, if you don't want to die, watch your words." He glared at the members of the Dark Knight squad. "Hey Yao, have we been too easy to talk to? Even these random cats and dogs dare to step on us, wow." The monkey subconsciously moved his wrist. The others in the Dark Knight squad also looked eager to try, most of them having a bad temper. "If you wronged me and stared at me, I wouldn't want to hold back." Seeing the situation, Meng Qilin quickly said, "You have misunderstood. This morning it was Captain Bai Yaoyao of the Dark Knight squad who invited me to eat, and all the food was prepared by her. I was just there to mooch off the food." Lin Yiran pretended to smile. "Oh, so that's how it is. So amusing. Can't you speak properly? Who are you trying to show off to with your sarcasm? Are you addicted to finding a backer? I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come at me. Who isn't a level 2 ability user here?" Li Pengliang said defiantly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly looked at Li Pengliang seriously. He was a good kid, playing the role of a mouthpiece quite well. After all, she really wasn't interested in playing with the kids. She just wanted to kill zombies and level up. Only Adai looked bewildered, cold sweat dripping as he stared at Bai Yaoyao. Wow, this woman who reports everything is really a dog. Yaoyao won't let me be picky, but I don't want to eat leeks, I just want to eat dumpling skins that taste slightly of leeks. Taking advantage of Yaoyao going back to her room, I secretly threw away the filling. But I got exposed in front of so many people. Bai Yaoyao sensed Adai's gaze, lightly glanced at him, and softly said, Adai dear, your children's meal has already waved goodbye to you, at least this month you won't see it again. Yaoyao, I was wrong. Adai pleaded, tugging at Bai Yaoyao's sleeve. It's too late now, darling. Bai Yaoyao tugged at Adai's soft hair and turned away, ignoring him. Adai, feeling dejected, licked his lips and shot a glare at the girl who had just spoken too much. Lin Iran was startled by Adai's gaze, losing her balance and falling into the arms of the man behind her. How could a little kid look so fierce? The man followed Lin Iran's gaze and said to Adai, what's wrong, little brat? Looking for trouble? If you have the guts, come over. Adai smiled but did not speak. The others in the Dark Knight squad understood the expression on Adai's face. These two were in for a rough time. It is well known that the hardest to provoke in the Dark Knight squad are first Bai Yaoyao and second Adai, who holds grudges exceptionally well. So everyone stopped paying attention, letting the two of them continue to spar. Assassins kill without leaving evidence. They weren't bandits or fools showing off in front of so many people. Meng Qilin, fearing the Dark Knight squad would get angry, loudly reprimanded, if you guys from the AIE Alliance cause any more trouble, get out and don't come back into the safe zone. We don't need your team. After saying this, Meng Qilin glanced at Bai Yaoyao, awkwardly blaming himself for bringing this trouble upon himself by being greedy. Bai Yaoyao shook her head at Meng Qilin, indicating that she didn't mind. Seeing that the AIE squad also fell silent, he said, time is limited, so don't keep looking for trouble. If you can't stand it, just leave. Next, I will announce the tasks. The Dark Knight squad is responsible for the 8 residential areas near Zhonglin Avenue. The Tiger Gang is in charge of the 3 residential areas on Shuetian Road. The Little Crab Dream Team is responsible for the 4 residential areas on Funyo Road. The AIE Alliance is responsible for the 4 residential areas on Rian Road. The Midnight Squad is responsible for the 5 residential areas on Taikong Road. Which one is the Midnight Squad? Why does that name sound so cheap? Xiaomi asked curiously. Li Pongliang raised his hand and shyly said, hee, that's us. We thought the Dark Knight squad sounded too cool, so we came up with a similar name. Xiaomi gave a thumbs up. No longer speaking of being a fan, she decided to let it slide. This is today's task arrangement. Does anyone have any questions? After assigning the tasks, Meng Qilin asked. What now? Meng Qilin said impatiently. There are only 12 people in the Dark Knight squad. Isn't it inappropriate for them to be responsible for 8 residential areas on Zhonglin Avenue? Our squad has 27 people, and we have more than 12 ability users alone. Lin Iran questioned Bai Yaoyao. Lin Iran didn't know why, but she just found the Dark Knight squad displeasing. On one hand, they had such a good breakfast, and on the other, all 4 girls in their team were good-looking, especially the one in all black who Wu Go had glanced at several times. Wu Go was a rare dual-type ability user possessing lightning and strength abilities. It was hard to secure such a big shot, so he didn't want her to be snatched away, hence, he often targeted the Dark Knight squad in his words. Bai Yaoyao once again looked at this talkative and foolish woman seriously. This was never-ending. She was anxious to go out and kill zombies and didn't want to waste time with her. Who knew she was getting addicted to chatting? Without waiting for Meng Qilin to speak, Bai Yaoyao directly teleported to her side, gripping Lin Iran's neck tightly, smiling, as she asked, so little girl, do you have any more objections? Lin Iran was shocked and dumbfounded. Realizing she also had abilities, she just released a small flame. Bai Yaoyao snapped her fingers and a cigarette appeared in her hand. Using Lin Iran's fire, she lit the cigarette and took a light puff. Lin Iran looked at Bai Yaoyao, who was so close, with a calm demeanor and a cold expression, doubting that if she said one more wrong word, she would really kill her in front of so many people. Lin Iran suddenly felt a bit scared. She turned to look for Wu Ge and found him tied up with vines, his mouth bound, leaving only his wide round eyes, which were bulging and red from being choked. Lin Iran stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Wu Ge, who had just been very arrogant, shook desperately and made a sorry expression. Captain Meng, it's resolved. When shall we depart? Bai Yaoyao calmly addressed Meng Qilin after teleporting back. Meng Qilin was just as astonished as everyone else, completely unaware of how Bai Yaoyao had gone and returned. Seeing Lin Iran's pale face as she knelt on the ground, a sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. Evil deeds require evil means. Ahaha, Captain Bai is certainly not a villain, but definitely a tough character. Resolving the issue so quickly was exhilarating. He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, took a deep breath, and said, "All teams, let's move out." "Sister Yao, this vehicle is quite nice, let's get one when we return," the monkey remarked. "Sure, I'll find a way." Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. The authorities had provided the night squad with 6 military trucks that ran exceptionally well. Since they had vehicles provided, they naturally preferred not to drive their own as vehicles were limited and every bit of saving counted. Everyone crouched in the truck bed, taking turns to dispatch any zombies they encountered along the roadside, hoping to find spirit cores and see who had the best luck. Along the way, laughter and joy filled the air, making the journey far from tedious. The young soldier driving had just shared breakfast with Captain Ming that morning and had a very favorable impression of the night squad, so he was quite happy to be assigned to this team. Watching everyone dispatch the blocking zombies as if it were a game, he felt incredibly fortunate. He didn't have to say a word. The road was being cleared for him while he drove. How exhilarating. In the past, those ability users would struggle to lend a hand, especially that alliance of affection whose abilities were minimal, but whose tempers were quite grand, and they were unbearably pretentious. The journey along Zhonglin Avenue was relatively long, and despite driving smoothly, it took an hour to arrive. They first reached a high-end residential community consisting of 6 buildings, each 12 stories high, with either 2 or 3 households per floor visible through the windows. As the young soldier prepared to park and remove the barricade, Xiao Shirlu unleashed a gust of wind, and along with Kiki's vines they removed the barricade. "No need to get out, just drive in, little brother," Bai Yao instructed. Okay, thank you." The young soldier was a bit confused. Could they really afford to waste abilities like this instead of saving them for killing zombies? "No problem," Bai Yao replied while scanning with her spiritual sense, noting that there were no formidable characters around. The strongest enemy was likely a 3rd-tier zombie conveniently located in the building closest to the entrance. One 3rd-tier zombie is in the building to the right, with about 20 2nd-tier zombies evenly distributed. Bai Yao informed everyone of her findings. "Understood." During the serious moment, everyone seemed transformed. Even the most talkative monkey had become considerably more serious. "Little brother, you and your group should gather together. Well, go deal with the zombies first, and may not be able to protect you," Bai Yaoyao advised the young soldier. "No worries, we can take care of ourselves," the young soldier replied over the radio, and everyone quit. Due to the heavy rescue task and the small team size, Captain Ming had assigned 12 official members to Bai Yaoyao's group. Everyone had been frontline workers before the apocalypse. While not exceptionally powerful, they were capable of self-defense. They simply hadn't awakened their abilities yet. Having just heard Captain Bai mention a 3rd-tier zombie, everyone hurriedly set up their machine guns. Encounters with 3rd-tier zombies often resulted in heavy casualties, hoping that Captain Bai and her team could safely lure the zombies out so they could assist in gathering fire. "Fat brother. 6th floor on the right." "Got it." Fat brother condensed a large clump of earth and forcefully smashed it against the 6th floor window. With a roar, the zombie leaped straight out of the window, launching a flurry of sharp spikes at the group. "Damn, a metal zombie." "Fat brother, Stone brother, save me," the monkey shouted. Fat brother and Stone quickly conjured a wall of earth, and everyone hurriedly took cover behind it. The zombie fell, awkwardly breaking a leg, and stood up swaying as it moved. Bai Yaoyao asked Xinxian to boost her and took the opportunity to use spiritual piercing on the zombie, which immediately dropped to its knees. Lulu followed up with a lightning strike. Now, with so many attack methods available, the relentless barrage left the nearby young soldiers dumbfounded. This seemed quite different from what they had imagined. All 12 members of the night squad actually had abilities. And that tree was incredibly powerful. By the time they regained their senses and were about to help by firing a few shots, Xiao Wai had already plunged a willow branch into the zombie's head to extract the spirit core. Bai Yaoyao collected the spirit core and said, "Pair up Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi in building 1, Lulu and Peiqi in building 2, Fat Brother and Monkey in building 3, Stone and Dada, Wan in building 4, Adui, and Qinxian in building 5, and Kiki with Xiao Shirlu and Xiao Wai in building 6. Let's clear the courtyard first. If there are any problems, shout for help. No need to negotiate with survivors. Let them gather at the entrance and aim to resolve the battle within an hour." Understood. Everyone quickly set off upon receiving the order. As Bai Yaoyao followed Xiaomi and prepared to enter building 1, she heard the young soldier calling out to her from behind. "Captain Bai, why don't we send 2 people to each building?" Bai Yaoyao politely declined, saying, "Please help us handle negotiations with the survivors below. Our team members are quite reserved and not very good with words." Okay. Reserved. It couldn't mean what I think it means, could it? Captain Bai really knows how to joke around. Bai Yaoyao chuckled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, she directly took Xiaomi to the top floor via the safety passage. Each floor had 2 households, and they began knocking on doors one by one. If no one answered, they kicked the doors open. In the first house they entered, they opened the door to find 3 zombies. Seeing they were all first-tier zombies, Bai Yaoyao left them to Xiaomi to practice while she moved next door. They knocked on the door, but no one responded. However, she detected through her spiritual sense that there were people inside. Bai Yaoyao wanted to test her teleportation ability, wondering if she could pass through walls now, so she gave it a try. She crashed into the door with a loud bang and cursed what a national treasure. Xiaomi, while fighting zombies, caught a glimpse of the scene and puzzledly asked Sister Yao, "Can't you just kick it open? Why use your head to crash into it? To kill your zombies." Bai Yaoyao rubbed her forehead and replied, "Oh." Xiaomi obediently complied, but still didn't understand, as she wondered why they needed to crash into the door. Was Sister Yao trying to practice a tough head? Bai Yaoyao forcefully kicked the door open, and immediately a piercing scream followed by the cries of a woman and a child filled the air. A woman around 30 was holding a baby of a few months tightly. The woman held the child close and quickly turned her back to the door. Bai Yaoyao knocked gently and said, "Hello, official rescue has arrived. Please gather your things, or when you hear shouting from downstairs you can come down." After speaking, she noticed that Xiaomi had just killed the 3 zombies next door and directly moved to the Bai Yaoyao glanced back at the woman holding the child before going downstairs, hoping she hadn't misunderstood her words out of fear. My voice should be gentle enough and quite polite too. Seeing the woman stand up, I felt reassured to go downstairs. There were no living beings on the 11th floor. The left apartment was okay, just a young man zombie that was killed by Xiaomi with a single slash. On the right, a family of 5 had all been infected. After killing the zombie, Bai Yaoyao specifically checked for wounds. Was she really so unlucky? Did an entire family turn into zombies? After watching for a while, she realized the first to be infected was likely that 7 or 8-year-old child. It seemed the parents couldn't bring themselves to kill him, and unfortunately, he was bitten, leading to the complete annihilation of the family. Otherwise, how could 4 adults not defeat a child? Xiaomi couldn't help but sigh, but Bai Yaoyao had long since become accustomed to it. After seeing so much, she felt a sense of relief. After quickly eliminating the zombies, she wandered around the house. Generally, homes with elderly people would stockpile rice flour and oil. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Bai Yaoyao took all the unopened bags of flour and rice from the cupboard, accumulating about 5 or 6 bags. Having just passed the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were still plenty of mooncakes, fruits, and milk sent by other families. The apocalypse hadn't been long and the shelf life was still fine, so she simply collected them into storage. She didn't mix these supplies with her own, but found a separate area for them. Although the apocalypse wasn't that particular, they were still food that had been around zombies for a while. If she could avoid eating, she would saving it for emergencies or trading. There were no living people on the 10th floor either. The left apartment had 2 elderly residents who hadn't turned, but they had also stopped breathing. Bai Yaoyao inspected the house and found there was no food left, guessing the cause of death. It was a sad thing, but seeing the 2 elderly people huddled tightly together, she felt a sense of happiness. Bai Yaoyao collected her emotions and continued to clear each floor. If it was a zombie, she would eliminate it. If there were any survivors, she would inform them to listen for the announcement to come downstairs. "Hello, official rescue has arrived. Please gather your things and come downstairs when you hear the call from below." Bai Yaoyao recited the lines skillfully. It was a young man curled up on the sofa, looking as if he were about to wither away, with deep-set eyes and an overall lifeless appearance. "Why did you come only now?" "My wife is dead. I killed her myself. She turned into a monster. It's all your fault. Why did you come now? Just go away. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die." Bai Yaoyao didn't quite understand and didn't want to engage with this young man who seemed both foolish and despondent. In the apocalypse, wanting to die was far too easy, much easier than wanting to live. Without the will to survive, why bother saving him? "Alright, sorry to disturb you." After saying that, Bai Yaoyao signaled Xiaomi to continue to the next floor. The man sat dazed on the sofa. Wasn't this official? Aren't they going to try to persuade him? After all, he was also a victim. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to ask for some supplies, but why did they just leave? Damn, what a disturbance. Bai Yaoyao felt that her progress was quite fast, as she didn't know how others were doing. She felt a maternal instinct wanting her brothers to grow quickly while also worrying about their safety, as if she had many sons to care for, turning into a diligent and concerned mother. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but smile at the thought. Xiaomi watched as Yaoyao occasionally bumped into walls and then laughed foolishly, feeling confused. She didn't understand what had stimulated her. Even the monkey wasn't like this. She sighed, thinking everyone was responsible for Yaoyao's change. Scratching his head in confusion, he wanted to ask something, but held back feeling he might get hit. Forget it, he would discuss it with Fat Brother later tonight. Afterwards, they didn't encounter anything strange. Once everything was cleared, they found that their building was the first to finish, while the other buildings were still not done. Captain Bai, did you finish with the zombies? A young soldier asked, bewildered. Yes, it's done. Well, go help elsewhere. After Bai Yaoyao answered with a smile, she took Xiaomi to building No. 2. Before they even entered the door, they heard the sounds of fighting. Bai Yaoyao detected that there were 4 level 2 zombies. Lulu and Peichi were in building No. 2, facing 4 level 2 zombies. Peichi only had a healing ability and mostly charged in with a butcher's knife, while Lulu's lightning abilities were powerful but hard to use in a cramped space. Hearing the noise, Xiaomi quickly ran over. She casually asked Sister Yaoyao which floor. 3rd floor, go. Bai Yaoyao replied. Xiaomi turned and asked, okay, huh? Aren't you coming? What do you need me for? I'm going to find Fat Brother on the 3rd floor. After saying that, Bai Yaoyao left. Xiaomi looked confused. Wow, she was just outsmarted by Yaoyao. She looked a bit cool. When would she be able to act like that too? Bai Yaoyao had just reached the entrance of building No. 3 when Fat Brother and the monkey had almost finished clearing everything. The two complemented each other well, and their cooperation was smooth. Sister Yaoyao, so fast. The monkey saw Bai Yaoyao from the 2nd floor window and jumped out directly. You two aren't slow either. Let's go buildings 4, 5, and 6, 1 for each of us. The monkey said, okay, Sister Yaoyao, let me tell you, I almost slapped a fool to death. Be careful. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao felt a sense of danger, causing all the hairs on her body to stand on end. She quickly kicked the monkey to Fat Brother's side, and as she teleported away, she threw out a spatial blade behind her. At the moment the skill hit, the zombie became visible. Level 3 Invisible Zombie. Bai Yaoyao was certain that when she initially scanned, this zombie wasn't there. The only explanation was that it came after hearing the noise. Fortunately, it charged directly at her, otherwise there would definitely have been casualties. Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao quickly took out a bucket of green paint from her space. While the zombie was still visible, she poured the entire bucket over it, wasting almost nothing. Damn it, you ambushed me. I'll beat you to death. If you have the guts, go ahead and stay invisible, you little green zombie. The monkey yelled. At this moment, Bai Yaoyao also relaxed a bit. Invisible zombies didn't have many other abilities. Their main attack was sneak attacks, and once that barrier was removed, they were no different from ordinary zombies. Just then, Xiaomi, Peichi, and Lulu heard the noise and rushed over. Bai Yaoyao grabbed a small stool, took out a camera, and stepped back to record the whole event. Everyone, let's go. Bai Yaoyao focused the camera and even took the time to cheer everyone on. The nearby young soldiers, feeling threatened, were about to rush over to help, but upon seeing Bai Yaoyao's showy operation, they hesitated. Seeing Captain Bai wave at them and toss over a box of soda and 2 bags of sunflower seeds, they couldn't help. All right, in terms of self-cultivation as onlookers. Everyone understood what to do. They sat down imitating Bai Yaoyao, watching seriously, though they didn't feel like touching the food and drinks. The more they watched, the more they felt that the fighting skills of those few in the arena were exceptionally strong, clearly not something that could be honed in just a few days of the apocalypse. The level of teamwork was more akin to a group that had trained together for years. Skills, combat techniques, and battle awareness are not things one can hide. Bai Yaoyao had long prepared her speech and unified the narrative with everyone. The late Jeep Master had once owned a mountain in Huagua Cough, the legitimate kind. It seemed she had heard her master mention something about family heritage. The master also mentioned that he had registered a martial arts school. At that time, everyone laughed at him for going to such lengths, but now it turned out to be useful. Details are unimportant. It's the apocalypse now, and no one will meticulously investigate these trivial matters. After all, strength is what truly matters. So everything gets pushed onto the master. Everyone is simply fellow disciples, so it isn't really a lie. It's just that everyone has taken on some side jobs for survival. While recording, Bai Yaoyao chattered, Peichi, use your legs. What are your legs for? Xiaomi only knows how to charge. Isn't this supposed to be defense? Are you trying to turn into a zombie? Look at the layers of fat on your belly, Fat Bro. You've added 2 more, haha. Yaoyao, aren't you being too mischievous? Fat Bro protested as he turned his head. In no time, the little green man zombie had been turned into sparkling crystal cores under their assault. After clearing the other building, Bai Yaoyao used her mental probe again. Confirming safety, she instructed the little soldiers to start shouting, notifying everyone to come downstairs. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to wait, suspecting this would be a long process. She said, so brother, what should I call you? The little soldier's face turned slightly red. It wasn't shyness, but Bai Captain was just too beautiful and handsome. I'm Wang Qingqing, the leader of our group. Wang team leader, here's the situation. I'll leave 2 team members to protect you while I take the rest to the opposite community to kill zombies. Once we finish, you'll be done too. This way it'll be much more efficient. What do you think? Looking at this young brother, who seemed a bit dull, Bai Yaoyao tried to explain as clearly as possible. You guys are going first. Wang Chengqing was a bit confused, used to the sluggish action of other ability groups, and was not adapted to the efficiency of the Dark Knight team. Besides the pure student team of the Night Squad, other teams almost always dragged their feet, hoping to negotiate better terms with Captain Meng and get more crystal cores. Yes, I'll leave our strongest attacking and defensive members behind. There won't be any danger, we are right across. Bai Yaoyao explained patiently. All right, Bai Captain, you make the call. When we came out, Captain Meng instructed us to follow your orders. Wang Chengqing quickly responded, now coming to his senses. All right. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking and led everyone to the opposite villa area, leaving Adai and Shertu behind. Adai had caused trouble in the morning. Even if he didn't want to stay, he didn't dare to speak up. As for Shertu, it goes without saying, sometimes he wouldn't say a word all day. The opposite villa area had only 9 buildings, but there was plenty of greenery. Everyone did not rush inside, but planned to start clearing the zombies outside first. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a flash of white light dart by quickly. What was that? It zipped past in an instant. Peichi exclaimed. A mutated beast, it should be a white cat. Bai Yaoyao said hesitantly. Over there. In the tree. Yao Jia, this one looks like the white cat we saw at the exhibition center. Xiaomi with her sharp eyes pointed and said. Bai Yaoyao's body was tense and her mental energy was closely following the white cat. The white cat was also gazing at Bai Yaoyao, occasionally licking its paw with a hint of provocation in its eyes. The white cat's energy fluctuations were quite strong. It didn't seem like a second-tier beast. Everyone may not be able to kill it without injury, and the main task now was rescue, so there was no need to provoke a mutated beast that wasn't attacking. However, the white cat's posture clearly suggested it wanted to engage in a fight. Bai Yaoyao felt a surge of fighting spirit. She noticed that the dog, which had slept for a long time, had awakened and successfully leveled up to Tier 3, so she tossed the dog forward to see if it could probe the white cat's strength. If not, draining some of its energy wouldn't count as wasting time. Upon waking up, the dog felt it had become the most powerful beast in the world. It was filled with strength, capable of eating at least 10 big bones in one meal. Before it could share the good news with its owner, it was unceremoniously thrown out. It wanted to protest loudly, but it was so beautiful. With blue eyes and snow-white fur, just as handsome and elegant as itself. Oh my dear, you saw me. Boom. The dog, caught off guard, fell hard to the ground from the fantasy of seeing its dream lover, creating a pit as dust flew everywhere. Bai Yaoyao was utterly stunned. I knew you were unreliable, but I didn't expect you to be this unreliable. You've clearly woken up. You're clearly at Tier 3. But why is it like this? A normal dog shouldn't fall from this height and get hurt. The white cat was equally stunned, having seen this woman for the second time. It was very powerful, and it might not be able to defeat her, so it had left last time. But this time it cannot retreat, not even in death. Seeing the woman release a Tier 3 mutated beast, it felt a chill in its heart. With both beasts and humans present, it was doomed. It couldn't win, so it had to fight. Even in death, it would drag a few down with it. Its claws were extended, and it prepared to leap, fully ready to face death. But then it fell instead. Is this a fool? Is it still going to fight? Does this woman look down on me? Did she release a fool to humiliate me? The dog realized it might have embarrassed itself. It simply buried its head in the dirt, feeling dizzy and embarrassed. I'm so ashamed. Bai Yaoyao couldn't quite describe her feelings, as she was just mad and amused. Forget it, dog brother, I owe you from my last life. I'll first test its limits, a Chen Xian boost me according to the situation, and you all stay back for now. Bai Yaoyao took out a dagger and said, Be careful, Yao Jia. Don't be reckless, Yaoer, we'll see how it goes. Lulu frowned and said. Bai Yaoyao nodded, using mental piercing and teleporting to get close. The white cat was also very fast, and with a single breath, it quickly reached Bai Yaoyao's side. Discovering the woman's speed was not inferior to its own, it immediately retreated to create distance. The white cat felt its mental energy was suppressed, making it difficult to concentrate on the fight, and it became a bit anxious. Just as it wanted to advance again, it noticed that the foolish dog had suddenly pounced on it, pinning it down. How despicable, a sneak attack by a dog. Turning to retaliate, it suddenly saw this foolish dog licking its own noble fur. I'm going to die. The white cat instantly jumped up, for a cat can be killed, but cannot be insulted. Damn it, I will kill you. The white cat, as if losing its sanity, disregarded Bai Yaoyao and swiped at the dog. The dog barely dodged, wearing an expression of disbelief and injury. You hit me. You actually hit me. The white cat's fur bristled, and after missing its strike it pounced. Meow. Woof. The two beasts, one running and the other chasing, left Bai Yaoyao stunned in place, ignored by everyone. Sister Yo, don't be sad. The dog is a husky considering its performance today. Well, it's alright. Peichi, who had raised the dog for a few months, couldn't help but come over to comfort her, fearing that Sister Yao, who cared so much about her pride, might impulsively abandon the dog. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, looked at the still chasing cat and dog, and said, let's not worry about them for now. Let's take a stroll and clear the zombies first. Peichi nodded, okay, just don't abandon the dog. Bai Yaoyao replied with a sigh, it saved my life, I can't just abandon it. Really? Just a few zombies? Xiaomi complained. In the entire villa area there were only 6 zombies, all of them at level 1 or 2. There were plenty of zombie corpses, but the cores had all been dug out. They must have all been killed by the white cat, Bai Yaoyao speculated, as if the cat was guarding this villa area. They started knocking on the doors of the first villa. Bai Yaoyao, not wanting to use her mental energy to probe unnecessarily, knew today was going to be a long battle, and she didn't know how late it would last, so she wanted to conserve some of her powers. Who is it? A man's voice came from inside the villa. Official rescue has arrived. Clean up and come out or we will take you to the safe zone. Bai Yaoyao said succinctly. The door opened a crack, and seeing the uniformed people outside, they felt relieved that there was no intention to rush in. She quickly said, is it just you guys? Do you have any food? Please give me some of my parents, and I haven't eaten for several days. No, come out and gather or we won't wait for you. After Bai Yaoyao finished, she withdrew, leaving Lulu and Xiaoshi Lu to wait for the people in each house to come out. Perhaps because of the presence of the white cat, there was still plenty of food in the houses, so nearly every house had living people, with the survival rate being quite high except for a few who had turned into zombies. As they reached the last villa, the white cat suddenly dashed over, ignoring the dog and blocking the doorway, refusing to let anyone through. Bai Yaoyao roughly understood what was happening, since both sides were wary of each other's strength. Why not? Hello. Bai Yaoyao retreated a step and said. She could clearly feel the white cat relaxing a bit. Meow. You don't want us to go inside, do you? Meow. Are there any living humans inside? Meow. Bai Yaoyao used her mental power to scan and found no signs of life, but there was a strong energy presence in the corner of the second floor of the villa, likely a zombie core. Although Bai Yaoyao was quite tempted, she wouldn't actively rob a cat. After some hesitation, she said, we won't go in, we'll leave right away, but I want to take the people at the door with me. Meow. The white cat agreed and stepped back, and they temporarily reached a truce. Let's go, Bai Yaoyao said to the others. Okay, it's best not to fight. This cat is quite eerie, it's too fast, fat brother agreed. Everyone was preparing to turn away when the dog became unwilling. It barked and jumped around, biting onto Bai Yaoyao's pant leg and not letting go. What do you want? Bai Yaoyao said through gritted teeth. Woof woof woof. I want the kitten. What the hell do you want? Hurry up and leave. Bai Yaoyao picked up the dog and tucked it under her arm. Then, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Bai Yaoyao glared at the dog, but saw its tearful eyes looking at her. Suddenly Bai Yaoyao remembered how in her past life the dog had taken a hit from a zombie for her. Before dying, its eyes were just like this, full of tears and reluctance. For a moment Bai Yaoyao felt a bit dazed. Fat brother, did Sister Yao cry from anger? No way, right? Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, set the dog down, and turned back to the white cat, saying, do you want to leave with us? From now on, as long as I, Bai Yaoyao, have a bite to eat, you will too. I promise to treat you sincerely. This place isn't safe. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand so many zombies. Humans are about to evacuate completely. After that, the zombies will target you, mutated beasts. Follow me, and I will do my utmost to protect you. Bai Yaoyao said seriously to the white cat. Since the dog liked it, she would try to win it over. If she couldn't win it over, then she would just knock the dog out and take it away. The white cat was stunned. This woman wanted to take it away. She even said she would give it food, and that she would do her utmost to protect it. Did that mean it might finally have a home? The girl in the villa had fed it for a week. It wanted to protect her, but for some reason she still died. The white cat felt a bit hesitant, not knowing what to do. Seeing an opportunity, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly said, is your owner in the villa? According to our human customs, after death one should be cremated and then laid to rest. I will help you bury your owner and you come with me, okay? The white cat was moved. After hesitating for a while, it meowed and stepped aside. Bai Yaoyao turned and said, wait for me here. Following the white cat, she entered the villa, where a girl lay on the floor beside the sofa, surrounded by scattered pills. Glancing at the box, it was a heart-saving pill. Bai Yaoyao took out a rain cloth from her space, wrapped the girl up, and carried her to the small garden at the door. She said, big brother start a fire, fat brother dig a pit. Okay. After burying the girl, the white cat obediently followed Bai Yaoyao's side. Bai Yaoyao glanced back at the dog behind them, who looked infatuated and couldn't help but sigh deeply. The white cat led Bai Yaoyao to the second floor of the villa, pointed at its pile of crystal cores, signaling Bai Yaoyao to take them. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow, having seen the world, but suddenly acquiring several hundred crystal cores made her unable to contain her excitement. There were 3 or 4 level 3 crystal cores. This adorable little cat seemed much more reliable than the dog. Bai Yaoyao's gaze towards the little cat softened involuntarily. Can I give you a name? Meow. You're petite and entirely Snow White, so let's call you Big Meow. It fits, it's easy to say and sounds good. Bai Yaoyao initially wanted to say Little White, but suddenly remembered that her master used to call her Little White when she was young. Big Meow. Bai Yaoyao could no longer tolerate the dog's insolent demeanor, and having clearly discerned de Meow's disdainful gaze, she unceremoniously banished the canine back into her spatial realm, her patience with it utterly exhausted for the day. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved smoothly, and they had even gained an astonishingly formidable new ally. Bai Yaoyao suddenly found herself thinking that perhaps the dog had inadvertently done something useful after all. In high spirits, she strolled toward the gate alongside everyone else, silently hoping the survivors from the villa compound would move swiftly. No time was to be wasted. But the moment they reached the entrance, something felt distinctly off. The survivors huddled together in tense silence. Lulu stood with hands on hips, her glare sharp and unforgiving, perhaps due to her newly awakened lightning affinity ability. Fine wisps of hair near her hairline stood faintly erect. What's wrong, Lulu? Bai Yaoyao asked softly, hiding a playful smile. The sight of Lulu bristling with indignation was genuinely endearing. I'm filing a formal complaint against her. How dare she treat ordinary citizens like this? The man Bai Yaoyao had met earlier in Villa 1 burst out. Is this what so-called rescue looks like? We're starving, we can't walk on empty stomachs. A woman in her 40s or 50s chimed in immediately. Bai Yaoyao merely smiled faintly, not deigning to explain, then casually released Xiao Wei. She'd witnessed such arrogance countless times in her past life. This was, after all, an affluent neighborhood. Before the apocalypse, most residents had wielded influence and privilege, and reality had yet to fully sink in. Xiao Wei tossed those 2 into the trash bin. A chorus of shrieks erupted as the crowd scrambled. With uncanny precision, Xiao Wei singled out the 2 instigators from the crowd, extended several supple vines, bound them tightly, and hurled them 10 meters into a large green dumpster. The man landed cleanly inside, but the woman, slightly portly, got stuck halfway. Xiao Wei gave her a firm nudge, then almost thoughtfully closed the lid before returning obediently to Bai Yaoyao's side. De Meow stared astonished. Her master, it seemed, possessed extraordinary capabilities. Thankfully, no fistfights had been necessary. Aside from that foolish dog, every other method at her disposal was formidable. This mutated plant in particular radiated unsettling sophistication. Does anyone else have questions? Please speak up, if not we'll be departing shortly, Bai Yaoyao asked gently. Silence fell over the crowd. Excellent. Let's go. Bai Yaoyao led the villa survivors back toward the first residential compound, only to hear chaos erupting long before they arrived. Without waiting for instruction, Xiao Wei surged forward, instinctively seizing the loudest, most aggressive voices in the crowd and hoisting them aloft like trophies. Yet no usable dumpster remained, all were rusted and collapsed, unfit for containment. Xiao Wei glanced at Bai Yaoyao, catching the glint of approval in her eyes, and instantly straightened its posture, lifting the captives even higher. I remain my master's most trusted companion. The bumbling elder brother poses no threat, nor does the fledgling newcomer. Nearly 100 survivors milled about, their clamor unbearable. For a fleeting moment, silence followed Xiao Wei's display, only to dissolve once more into pandemonium. Perhaps emboldened by sheer numbers, or simply fed up after days of fear and frustration, they shouted recklessly, assuming collective anonymity would shield them. Watching the villa group's quiet obedience, Bai Yaoyao found them oddly well behaved. She had no desire to flaunt authority. This wasn't her duty. Those stirring trouble sought only food. After enduring starvation for so long, such demands were perfectly understandable. She was no bandit incarnate, devoid of compassion or common decency. Instead, she turned to team leader Wang with an encouraging, expectant gaze. As if galvanized, Wang boomed, "Anyone who speaks out of turn forfeits both meals and transport. Test me if you dare." Bai Yaoyao noted that only a handful instigated unrest. The majority clung quietly to their belongings, deliberately staying out of trouble. For instance, the mother from Villa 1, who cradled her child at the periphery, kept one hand gently covering the infant's ears while swaying rhythmically, whispering soothingly, "Mother's here. Mother's here. Baby's safe. Baby won't cry." Seeing Wang regain control and begin organizing boarding, Bai Yaoyao signaled her team and moved ahead toward the next residential compound. Zhonglin Avenue was predominantly an affluent district, sparsely populated and thus unlikely to harbor many zombies. Yet with time passing, the undead had wandered far, making roadside encounters increasingly frequent. Demiao, eager to showcase his prowess, charged ahead with exceptional vigor beside Xiaomi, two rivals locked in silent competition over who could slay more zombies. Unsurprisingly, Xiaomi was thoroughly outmatched. Bai Yaoyao trailed behind, savoring the tranquility and delighting in Demiao's lightning-fast dispatches. She tossed a generous bone to the dog, still confined within her spatial realm. Through days of coordinated effort, the team had grown seamlessly synchronized, each member now wielding their unique ability with flawless efficiency, enabling them to subdue even level 3 zombies in moments. It wasn't until the Dark Knight squad had fully cleared the 3rd and 4th residential compounds that team leader Wang and his group finally arrived, late but steady. After all, they were official personnel. Decades of public service ideology ran deep. In just a few short days of apocalypse, such ingrained principles couldn't easily shift. Unlike the Dark Knight squad, they couldn't disregard others' feelings entirely, hence the unavoidable delay. "Captain, by your speed is astonishing. You're truly remarkable." Wang Chuncheng sprinted over, sincere admiration in his voice. "Thank you for the praise. We'll rest briefly to replenish our energy and have lunch," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Of course, that's only right. Shall I bring you self-heating hot pots?" Team leader Wang added hastily. "Captain Meng specifically instructed me to deliver them." Without awaiting Bai Yao's reply, he hurried to retrieve a large bag from the vehicle, clearly fearing she might decline. Bai Yaoyao accepted it gracefully. "Thank you very much." Hosey cleared a ground floor room and the group gathered inside to eat. Opening the bag, Bai Yaoyao found self-heating rice hot pots, braised eggs, and sausages. Ming Qilin had prepared everything meticulously, but the aroma would carry far and outside people were starving. While public opinion mattered little, feasting indoors, rich scents wafting outward, while crowds starved just beyond the door would be profoundly insensitive. So she retrieved the Shangxi Trinity from her spatial realm: cold skin noodles, Rujiamo sandwiches, and Bingfeng soda, perfect for the weather. Xiao Wei was recalled and Demiao received 3 freshly caught fish. Mutated beasts possessed hearty appetites and waste was unthinkable. Demiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the life of a master's pet. Whoa, delicious. Far richer than any mutated rat he'd ever hunted. Bai Yaoyao wasn't very hungry and felt full after just a few bites. She approached the window and looked outside, seeing Leader Wang and the others distributing food to everyone, each receiving a bottle of water, a box of yogurt, a loaf of bread, and 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. Both adults and children were enjoying their meals, and Bai Yaoyao noticed the 2 people who had been thrown into the trash can had followed her. When they spotted her, she hurriedly blended back into the crowd. She also saw the man who had claimed to have killed his wife and didn't want to live anymore, sitting by the roadside happily munching on bread while carrying a large bag and a big suitcase. He looked nothing like someone who didn't want to live. There was also a woman with a small baby pouring yogurt into a bottle to feed her child, who was shaking his head vigorously, unwilling to drink. Bai Yaoyao furrowed her brows slightly, quickly entered her space to prepare a cup of milk powder, and using her spatial abilities, she placed it into the woman's arms, also putting the open box of milk powder into the woman's bag before swiftly leaving the window. The woman was taken aback, but upon seeing the bottle in her arms, she joyfully picked it up, sniffed it, looked around, but couldn't find out who had given it to her, and opened the cap to take a sip. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to let her child drink it. Watching the child gulping down the milk, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Sister, you have some fruit." "It's so hot I have no appetite and the food doesn't taste good anymore," said Peichi. The weather outside had improved compared to earlier, but it was still scorching, around 30 to 40 degrees hot. Bai Yaoyao took out a few chilled watermelons, cut them in half, and everyone held a piece of watermelon, feeling much better after finishing it in one go. Bai Yaoyao also glanced at the spring water in her space. It was nearly enough for a cup, and by evening it would probably be enough for one person. Seeing that everyone had eaten enough, Bai Yaoyao led them to continue working. There were still 4 family compounds left to clear, and she wanted to finish as soon as possible, so she summoned Guzi, Xiao Wei, and Demiao. 2 third-level mutated beasts and 1 third-level mutated plant, when combined, had much greater destructive power than the Night Squad. Demiao, having just finished eating fish, was in a good mood and noticed that Guzi was not as repulsed anymore, even thinking that having a little brother following him wasn't so bad. In the afternoon, the speed of clearing zombies increased significantly, and Bai Yaoyao took the opportunity to loot a jewelry store. The counters were almost smashed, and there wasn't much left inside, with some dirty items lying on the floor. However, the warehouse remained intact due to the password-protected door, and nothing was damaged inside. Bai Yaoyao completely emptied the warehouse without being picky. If they were fortunate enough to survive the apocalypse, these would be the dowries and gifts for her brothers. Leader Wang noticed this and hurriedly turned his head, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Even if team leader Bai was capable, she was still a girl. It was normal for her to want some bracelets or necklaces. Moreover, at this point, aside from food and water or essential supplies, nothing else mattered. After gathering all the remaining people from the 4 family compounds, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Compared to when they arrived, the backs of the 6 trucks were now nearly filled with people. Seeing that there wasn't much space left in the trucks, Bai Yaoyao took out 2 more vehicles from her space, suggesting everyone squeeze in. She didn't want the authorities to know about the vast area of her space. Being able to preserve food was already quite eye-catching, and, while showcasing her abilities, she needed to keep some trump cards hidden. Leader Wang initially wanted to invite the night squad members to the truck. Even though it was meant for 2 people, it was spacious enough. However, seeing the situation, he wisely kept his mouth shut. The survivors felt they had witnessed too much today, and not only had they seen someone setting fires and emitting electricity, but they had also seen willows killing zombies and cats and dogs becoming sentient. Now seeing someone conjuring things out of thin air, they found it normal and acceptable. Only the woman holding the infant suddenly looked up at Bai Yaoyao, staring for a long time, her eyes turning red as she silently mouthed a thank you. Fat Brother and Shirt 2 each drove a vehicle, and Bai Yaoyao had noticed a rather attractive woman glancing over at them several times, clearly wanting to do something. Everyone else noticed too, and Peichi and Lulu were betting on which person the woman would approach as a breakthrough. Just as they were about to get into the car, the woman finally made her move and walked straight towards Shirt 2. Haha, Sister Lulu, I win the bet. I knew that woman would go for brother shit, Peichi said excitedly. Fat Brother, why are you so uncompetitive? Lulu said, draping her arm over Fat Brother's shoulder. I also guessed Fat Brother would be the one. In our night squad, only Coco and Fat Brother are easy to talk to. Based on the principle of attraction between the opposite sexes, betting on Fat Brother should have no problem, said Monkey, analyzing seriously. Bai Yaoyao was also enjoying the spectacle, marveling at the woman's good eye for choosing the most troublesome person. Finding Brother Shirt 2 was less favorable than approaching her. She might even be interested in playing with her for a while. You. Hello, thank you for saving me today. This is a talisman passed down from my grandmother. It has been blessed, and I want to give it to you, hoping it keeps you safe. These are the compressed biscuits I saved. Please have them. You've worked hard today, the woman said, blinking her eyes at Shirt 2 paused for a moment, turned to look at the woman, then glanced at the giggling crowd, shaking his head helplessly. This group of people was too mischievous. Although he looked mature, steady, and handsome, it wasn't something he could control. Shirt 2 ignored the woman and directly got into the vehicle. The woman thought Shirt 2 had stopped believing her plan had succeeded, but didn't expect him to get right into the car. Unwilling to give up, she chased a few steps forward, and Shirt 2 directly erected a dirt wall outside the car, causing the woman to bump her head against it, bruising her forehead. Bai Yaoyao and the others laughed uncontrollably. After enjoying the spectacle, they hurriedly got into the car, completely ignoring the woman outside, whose calculating look was practically written all over her face. She even mentioned the talisman from her grandmother and hesitated to part with the compressed biscuits. She was quite the storyteller. It was at this moment that Leader Wang noticed the situation over here. Captain Meng had repeatedly reminded him that although the night squad members appeared easy to talk to, each one was a fierce character, and he must be careful not to provoke them. In his moment of inattention, he had let this woman seize the opportunity. During lunch, this woman had also tried to get close to the house and was reprimanded by him, and now she was back. If he really provoked the night squad members, nobody could save her. Therefore, he hurriedly shouted, "You! What are you doing? Are you getting in the car or not? If you're not getting in, we're leaving." The woman awkwardly turned red, hurried back, and climbed onto the truck filled with people. Her disdain not. Deep down, she felt extremely aggrieved. After all, she was a big streamer with 5 million fans, yet she was so blatantly ignored. Did that man really have no sense? Wasn't he watching the live stream? Had he never come across any of her videos? The journey back was relatively smooth since the zombies on the road had been mostly cleared. The dog and the big cat raced ahead, clearing the path of zombies, while Xiaowei followed behind, collecting crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao cheered them on from the vehicle, occasionally tossing a large bone or some dried fish, as everyone played their part, coordinating with exceptional harmony. Upon returning to the safe zone, the subsequent tasks were no longer related to the night squad, so everyone dispersed. It wasn't too late, and no one felt overly exhausted except for the dog and the big cat, who lay sprawled on the ground unwilling to move. While everyone was discussing whether to go out for another job, Ming Qilin approached. As he was responsible for overall coordination in the safe zone, he would not be participating in the outing. After hearing Wang Chengcheng's report, a smile remained on Meng Qilin's face. His judgment had indeed been correct. Among the 8 rescue units, the most challenging task took the least time, even more efficient than the official ability user team. He couldn't wait to arrive at the night squad's location. Captain Bai, everyone worked hard today. Meng Qilin greeted Bai Yaoyao with a smile, to which Bai Yaoyao was not surprised by his demeanor. Today she had heard the group leader Wang Chengcheng complain that many ability user teams were unwilling to put in their best effort, hoping to leverage the current lack of manpower in the safe zone to demand more supplies. Once support arrived, many conditions would no longer be negotiable. Thus, encountering a team like the night squad, which did not seek supplies and completed their tasks efficiently, was indeed a joyous occasion. Bai Yaoyao had her own considerations. The Ming family had significant influence in City A, otherwise, even with great abilities, one could not become the head of the base's supply exchange center. After all, many capable individuals had strong backgrounds. Simply having strong abilities was of no use if one couldn't rank among them. Therefore, it was quite necessary to build rapport during the other party's difficult times, especially since Meng Qilin was indeed a decent person. Their collaboration in the last life had been quite pleasant. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "It's not hard, we're being paid for this. It's what we're supposed to do." Haha, if all ability user teams could be like the night squad, I wouldn't have ended up with gray hair in just a few days. Meng Qilin handed a large bag to Bai Yaoyao, saying, "Here, this is today's task's crystal cores." Bai Yaoyao's smile became more sincere. After all, who didn't like getting paid? Refreshing, thank you. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. The strategic resource reserve in City H is located quite remotely. For safety reasons, I would like to request that your night squad join our official ability user team to transport the resources back from there. Meng Qilin paused, observing Bai Yaoyao's expression, but unfortunately he could not read anything. Looking at Bai Yaoyao, who was just in her early 20s, he could not understand why she was so composed, and no matter what was said, she always smiled slightly, revealing no emotions or inclinations. Bai Yaoyao was naturally interested in the proposal, but did not rush to agree. "Could you give us some details?" Meng Qilin nodded and said, "Because the location is quite far, it won't be possible to return in a short time. The round trip will take nearly 10 days. Captain Bai, if this mission is successful, there will be 12 third-level crystal cores plus 50 second-level crystal cores. Moreover, the resource reserve is very rich, and we will soon be relocating to City D, so we won't have time to go back again. Therefore, regarding the remaining supplies that our team cannot take, Captain Bai, you can take as much as you want." Bai Yaoyao had already internally agreed, but she still needed to put on a show. Meng Qilin felt a bit nervous watching Bai Yaoyao frown deeply and then turned to discuss with her teammates for a long time. It seemed they had differing opinions. After all, Captain Bai usually made decisions herself for such matters. Bai Yaoyao pretended to turn to Fat Brother and asked, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Fat Brother immediately understood, frowning in thought before saying, "Lobster." "Another lobster? Are you tired of it?" Fat Brother shook his head. "Not tired, it's my favorite." "But I want to eat hot pot," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Then let's have hot pot with lobster." "Perfect." Bai Yaoyao looked up at Meng Qilin and said, "We accept the mission, but we need to add 5 third-level crystal cores. To be honest, my space is already full. It's not very large and has already packed several vehicles, so even if there are leftover supplies, they won't be of any use to us." Meng Qilin took a deep breath. As long as he agreed, it would be fine. Adding a few more third-level crystal cores was something he could manage, so he directly agreed, saying, "Sure. No problem." Bai Yaoyao asked, "When do we set off?" "We need to prepare. They still have tasks to complete. If all goes well, we can set off the day after tomorrow," Meng Qilin replied. "All right, no problem," Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Then I won't disturb your rest. Everyone worked hard today. In a while I will have someone send over some mutated tiger meat, which is today's new harvest," Meng Qilin said with a smile. "Great, thank you, Captain Meng." Meng Qilin's words reminded Bai Yaoyao to consider hunting more mutated beasts and find a cook to prepare them for storage. Mutated beasts would still be quite beneficial for everyone. The food made by Qin Xian and the others was too terrible. The mutated dogs they caught last time were still uneaten and were truly inedible, but if someone skilled in cooking prepared them, mutated beasts could taste quite good. After Meng Qilin left, Fat Brother asked, "Yaoyao, are we still having hot pot?" "Someone is bringing mutated tiger meat, and I haven't tried it yet." "Of course, how much mutated tiger meat can we get?" "It's so precious, a little taste is enough. As for eating, we can hunt for ourselves tomorrow. The zoo should have some." "Haha, then I can eat my lobster too," he said. "Yes, yes, yes." Dewan said, "Wait, were you two just discussing dinner?" With that serious look, I thought you were genuinely discussing whether or not to take on a mission. You're too naive. Just look at Fat Brother's drooling expression, and you'll know they were definitely talking about food. Lulu laughed, pointing at Fat Brother. "Haha, it seems my acting skills are still so rough." Fat Brother scratched his head awkwardly. "You've made progress." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the crystal cores Meng Qilin had just delivered, then took out today's harvest, along with the inventory from the big cat. After calculating, she found several zero-level and first-level crystal cores, which weren't worth the time to check. They would keep them for future exchanges into higher-level cores. There were 165 second-level crystal cores and 9 third-level crystal cores. This was far more than the gains from going out alone without taking on tasks. Indeed, earning 2 salaries was much sweeter. Meng Qilin was a bit more generous than Bai Yaoyao had imagined, directly bringing over 2 large basins. The fragrant aroma of meat lured the reluctant dog and big cat over from the ground. Golden and crispy on the outside, tender and flavorful on the inside. Even though everyone only had a few bites, they felt invigorated, as if the day's fatigue had vanished. "This is so damn delicious. It's way better than what we grilled ourselves," said Xiaoshirlu. Sure agreed, saying, "So tasty. This flavor is incredible. Let's hunt a few more tomorrow." The monkey spoke after swallowing the last bite. "Yes, I strongly suggest we hunt a few more tomorrow." Lulu raised her eyebrows at Bai Yaoyao. "Meow." "Agreed. After the mission tomorrow, let's go. We can have someone cook it for us afterward, so we won't waste any ingredients." Bai Yaoyao raised her hand in agreement. "Well, this decision is spot on. Sister Yao, can I have some fried chicken too? I didn't eat." Never mind, I want to eat it." Adai abruptly stopped speaking mid-sentence, suddenly reminded of how he had wasted food in the morning, and dared not say another word. Bai Yaoyao shot Adai a sideways glance, not intending to indulge him. In his previous life, there were times when food was scarce. Even a piece of inedible hard bread had to be eaten carefully to avoid crumbs. Now they had plenty to eat and drink, yet Adai dared to throw away the filling of a bun. Bai Yaoyao ignored Adai all day long. Adai was in a state of panic and deep regret, and no matter how he apologized, it was useless. Sister Yao simply refused to acknowledge him. When he was young, after losing his entire family overnight, he was brought back to the organization by his master. Out of fear, he showed no kindness to anyone. At first, many people tried to comfort him, but as time passed, no one spoke to him anymore except for Sister Yao. She appeared tough and carefree, yet was actually the softest-hearted. Once when Sister Yao saw him drooling over fried chicken and fries on the television, she specifically bought him a children's meal upon returning from a mission, which came with a little yellow toy truck. Afraid the food would get cold, Sister Yao sprinted up the mountain, her lips turning pale from the effort. The scene of her handing him the food from her embrace was one he would remember for a lifetime. All these years he had kept the little truck close to him. Adai vividly remembered the children's meal contained 2 fried chicken legs, 2 wings, a box of mashed potatoes, a pineapple pie, 43 fries, and 2 packets of ketchup. Adai suddenly felt scared. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became, and he couldn't help but tear up. He had never been this scared, even when bursting into a foreign mercenary camp, fearing that Sister Yao might ignore him afterward. Bai Yaoyao had been paying attention to Adai's emotions. This child was sensitive and perceptive, as seeing his downcast expression finally softened her heart. Forget it, under normal circumstances Adai was just a middle schooler. Children make mistakes sometimes. Sighing, she tossed a packet of fries into Adai's pocket. Adai felt something in his pocket and excitedly looked up, saying, "Sister Yao, I'm sorry. I promise I won't waste food again." Bai Yaoyao maintained a serious demeanor as a guardian, lightly clearing her throat. "Go back and reflect on it." He got it. Adai excitedly ran back to the tent. Bai Yaoyao watched Adai's retreating figure, unable to help but smile softly. The rebellious phase has hit this child. It's not a serious matter, don't be angry. Hey, Brother Fat moved a small stool to sit beside Bai Yaoyao, comforting her. I know, but right is right and wrong is wrong. If he makes a mistake, he needs to know and correct it, otherwise it will only get worse in the future. Bai Yaoyao said sternly. Yeah, Sister Yao is right. Brother Fat raised his thumbs. Everyone should go back and rest early. Xiaomi, wait a moment. I have something to tell you, Bai Yaoyao said. She had already mentioned the spring water matter to Brother Fat, and the others, they were all family, and it didn't matter who went first, so no one was concerned. What's up, boss? Xiaomi walked over and asked. If it weren't for having eaten the mutated tiger meat, he wouldn't even be able to walk back. He was too tired and his legs were trembling on the way back. However, this indeed improved strength quickly and was very worthwhile. Bai Yaoyao poured the spring water into a cup and handed it to Xiaomi, saying, Here, drink this. Xiaomi didn't hesitate at all and gulped it down, saying, What is this? It's really good, tastes a bit like lemon-flavored soda. This is spring water that appeared after my space upgraded. I drank it yesterday and felt it could enhance physical strength, repair internal injuries, and eliminate impurities from the body, Bai Yaoyao explained. Wow, isn't this the spirit spring that Peichi said is essential for protagonists in novels? Sister Yao, do you think I can be a male lead? Xiaomi exclaimed in surprise. Bai Yaoyao, you still have the energy to joke, hurry back to sleep. After Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, she set up a bathing bucket filled with hot water in Xiaomi's tent, placing several thermos bottles nearby. Hee, thank you Sister Yao for being so thoughtful. It's such a joy to soak in a bath after a long day. Xiaomi happily ran back. Bai Yaoyao thought about reminding him about the black mud all over his body, but opened her mouth and gave up. Remembering how she looked last night, she felt it was good to experience it herself. Good brothers should share both blessings and hardships. Bai Yao explained the existence of the space to the big cat, then returned to the space with the two beasts. The big cat felt that it had made the most important decision of its life today. It was to choose to follow Bai Yaoyao. Not only did it eat dried fish, but it also enjoyed delicious exotic beast meat and could rest in a safe place without enemies at night. How wonderful was that? Of course it would be even better if this dumb dog wasn't around. They were all male beasts, yet it had such a silly look that was hard to describe. Bai Yaoyao strolled around her supply storage area and tidied up a new section categorizing the supplies obtained. She found several large boxes and organized the crystal nuclei by level. In the future there would be more and more crystal nuclei, so organizing them clearly now would make it convenient to use. Bai Yaoyao felt she had an intermittent urge to do housework, as sometimes she didn't want to do anything when bored, yet at other times when exhausted, she felt like tidying up. For example, right now. Finally, she took out the cat bed litter box and small fleece blanket she had bought, initially setting up a resting area for the big cat. Bai Yaoyao had a comfortable sleep, dreaming of mutated beasts roasting meat for her. Upon waking, she noticed some drool on her pillow. Embarrassed, she chuckled and cleared her throat before stepping out of the space. Lulu was already up and not in the tent. Bai Yaoyao was puzzled about how someone who loved to sleep and could be up so early. Just as she exited the tent, she saw everyone gathered around Xiaomi laughing joyfully. She intended to ask what was going on, but the monkey rushed over first. Sister Yao, did you sleep well? The monkey asked with dark circles under his eyes. Remembering the meat from her dream, Bai Yaoyao replied, pretty good. What's wrong with you? You look like you've been up all night. I couldn't sleep, I was suffocated by the smell, the monkey said, feeling wronged. Bai Yaoyao suddenly recalled that Xiaomi shared a tent with the monkey. She smiled awkwardly, took a natural step back, pretending nothing had happened. Sister Yao, haha, I have a new ability. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, Xiaomi excitedly dashed out from the crowd. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. The spring water has this effect. After a brief moment of shock, she also exclaimed, that's fantastic. Haha, finally getting what I wished for. What ability? I don't know what it is, I haven't seen anyone else with it, Xiaomi said while extending his hand, a glow appearing in his palm. Bai Yaoyao struggled to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. The light-based ability she had longed for had arrived. Sister Yao, don't just smile. What kind of ability is this? It doesn't seem very powerful. Xiaomi asked anxiously. He was confused, after all it was only a light source. Bai Yaoyao explained, this is a light-based ability. At level 1 it's primarily for illumination, at level 2 it can purify a unit's negative effects, at level 3 it can clear corpse poison. Our safety has increased. Wow, that's impressive. Dewan clapped in agreement. After hearing this, Xiaomi's eyes lit up as he asked, so, is there any offensive capability? Bai Yaoyao explained, it depends on how you use it, as special abilities don't have fixed techniques. Got it. Xiaomi nodded thoughtfully. Sister Yao, how often can you produce a cup of that spring water? The monkey asked curiously. 1 cup a day. Come on guys, let's play rock paper scissors to see who gets the stink tonight. The monkey shouted eagerly. Yesterday the monkey was sleeping soundly when he suddenly smelled a foul odor and woke up. Turning around, he was startled to see Xiaomi covered in dark water, almost thinking Xiaomi had been bitten by a zombie. Tears streamed down immediately. Xiaomi woke up to the smell when someone called his name. Both were bewildered, later realizing it was from drinking Sister Yao's spring water, explaining why so much bathing water was prepared. But the monkey couldn't sleep anymore. The whole tent was filled with a foul odor, and he spent the entire night staring at Xiaomi in disbelief. Bai Yaoyao laughed and played with everyone for a while, had breakfast, and then they all walked towards the entrance, having agreed to finish their tasks early and head to the zoo for some meat. Good morning, Captain Bai. They happened to run into Meng Qilin on the way. Good morning, Captain Meng. Are there any tasks near the zoo today? Are you planning to hunt for meat? We saw a mutated tiger on the road yesterday. Going to the zoo might be a bit dangerous, Meng Qilin said hesitantly. It's okay, we'll assess the situation. If it's too difficult, we'll retreat, Bai Yaoyao replied. Meng Qilin stopped persuading her. After a moment of thought he said, then you all go to the city center hospital. It's near the zoo. Bring along the 2 of us who have spatial abilities to collect all the medical supplies. But they lack self-defense capabilities, so please take care of them. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, rest assured, after we finish our task, we'll send them back first before heading to the zoo. I just don't want to deal with zombies on both routes. I'm afraid it will waste time. Haha, okay, then there's no problem. Just as they finished discussing, the other teams had basically arrived. Li Pongliang and a few others stood close to the Dark Knight team, cheerfully greeting everyone. The AIE Alliance was unusually quiet today, frequently glancing over at the Dark Knight team. What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Are you suffering from red-eye disease? The mouthpiece spoke again. The AIE Alliance members dared not look anymore. At this time, Ming Qilin held a notebook and said, I'll assign the tasks. Dark Knight Team City Center Hospital. AIE Alliance Wanda Plaza on Chinyang Road and the nearby 2 residential areas. Bai Yaoyao remembered Wanda Plaza, the shopping mall they had dared not enter last time. It felt quite ominous, giving her a sense of danger, so she only took a glance before leading everyone away. Bai Yaoyao didn't care much about the AIE Alliance's well-being, but since they would be executing tasks with official personnel, she said to Ming Qilin, that Wanda Plaza we passed by once and am not so sure about it. Upon hearing this, Ming Qilin instantly understood Bai Yaoyao's meaning. If Dark Knight was uncertain, wouldn't others just be walking into danger? He then said, let's skip Wanda Plaza and only handle the 2 residential areas. The leader of the AIE Alliance replied, wait a moment, Captain Ming. We've searched so many malls and haven't encountered anything unusual. Right. Although we're weak, we still want to do our utmost to collect supplies, Lin Iran added weakly. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes. She wasn't inclined to persuade them. They were just an accessory team and still wanted to show off. Great, it's hard to give good advice to a stubborn ghost. Ming Qilin hesitated. Regardless of how unreasonable the AIE Alliance was, he couldn't send them on a task with no hope. That was the principle. They wanted to go to Wanda Plaza simply because there were spatial ability users in their team hoping to sneakily gather supplies. Yet Captain Bai clearly said that it was uncertain there. This group of people truly. Captain Ming, you can't be so biased. This should be our task. Lin Iran insisted. Ming Qilin grew a bit irritated and said, fine, you can go, but my people want to accompany you. You won't manage the residential areas either. I'll send someone else. The leader of the AIE Alliance hurriedly agreed. If they wouldn't accompany, then they wouldn't. Useless without abilities. It's actually more convenient for them to gather supplies. When they return, they can just say they found nothing. As for the danger, haha, isn't it just that the Dark Knight team wants to gather both medicines and supplies? Persuading their people to back down, they could go to Wanda Plaza tomorrow. They were quite optimistic. Selfish bastards. Upon hearing Lin Iran's tone filled with tea talk, Bai Yaoyao could guess her thoughts. But it didn't matter. A death would bring peace, and villains were the greatest waste of time. Hello, Captain Bai. My name is Chuiying, and this is Zhang Jiahui. We are space ability users assigned to follow you on this mission today. Hello, let's head out right away. Bai Yaoyao scanned the group, noting 1 first-level and 1 second-level ability user. All right, Chuiying replied. Since there was no need to transport survivors today, they didn't take the large truck, but opted for 3 military off-road vehicles. Bai Yaoyao had an eye on the red vehicles and was contemplating when to find Ming Qilin to swap for a few more, as they were still too few, constantly fearing her precious vehicles would be damaged by zombies. Chuiying looked at the delicate girl beside her, who drove fiercely and seemed to enjoy crashing into zombies. This common interest made their conversation quite pleasant. Bai Yaoyao also learned a lot of official news from her. The base in City D was already under construction, and important figures from nearby cities had already moved there. The officials had completely regained composure after a brief period of chaos, and many of the initial tyrants had been eliminated. The base in City D would be managed by both military and political leaders. As for other specific details, Bai Yaoyao didn't pay much attention. It was merely a place to settle down. If it was comfortable, she would stay longer, but if the environment was chaotic or she couldn't get along with the leaders, she would seek another location. It was nothing serious. Essentially, as long as one had strength, everything else was manageable. Stop the car. Chuiying, who was just talking about how fragrant yesterday's tiger meat was startled by Bai Yaoyao's sudden shout to stop, but she quickly regained her composure and safely halted the vehicle. Bai Yaoyao quickly got out of the car. Although they had been chatting, her mental energy had been probing without any lapse. Ahead there was a powerful energy fluctuation somewhat resembling a level 4 zombie, but she wasn't certain. Be careful, it seems to be a level 4 zombie. Bai Yaoyao warned, simultaneously releasing her dog Xiao Wei and a meow. The others also prepared themselves, waiting for about 10 minutes, but the zombie had yet to appear. Sister Yao, where's the corpse? About 20 meters away, it's not moving. A level 4 zombie has some intelligence. It's waiting for us to approach. Bai Yaoyao replied. What should we do now? Let's go for it. I've been craving a level 4 crystal core for a long time. As soon as Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, everyone rushed forward together. Cui Ying and Zheng Jiahui exchanged a glance, suddenly understanding why the Dark Knight team was so strong. Their level of action was not something an ordinary ability team could compare to, especially with two powerful mutated beasts and a mutated willow tree. The Dark Knight team resembled a well-coordinated squad rather than a casual organization. As the group began their actions, the zombie moved as well, but instead of charging at them, it fled. Bai Yaoyao's level 3 space ability teleportation couldn't be used continuously. It could only be activated once every 10 minutes, so Dai and Xiaomi were the fastest. Dai was eager to prove himself, while Xiaomi had just developed a new ability, albeit a simple lighting one, which didn't dampen his excitement. The two raced ahead, but Demiao beat them to it. Demiao lunged, slicing open the zombie's back, and dark green blood gushed out. This was a male zombie, still wearing a suit, though it was tattered beyond recognition. Its facial features seemed misaligned, with pus oozing from its entire face, and a large hole was torn in its chest. Once they reached level 4, zombies' vitality became extremely strong. They wouldn't die unless shot in the head. While Demiao fought with the zombie, the others caught up. Block the road. Alright. Seeing that it was merely an ordinary level 4 zombie, Bai Yaoyao relaxed slightly. With so many people taking turns, they weren't worried about wearing it down. Bai Yaoyao gripped a baseball bat, combined with her teleportation, channeling her power into her arms. She struck down hard at the zombie's head. Unfortunately, the zombie reacted quickly, and she missed its head, only hitting its shoulder instead. The zombie seemed irritated and stopped fleeing, letting out a furious roar as it lunged at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao had been waiting for this moment. She dodged to the side, creating distance. Dai and Xiaomi simultaneously struck at the zombie's neck, while Bai Yaoyao followed up with her space slicing, and Demiao added a claw swipe. With their combined efforts, they finally severed the zombie's head. By the time the main group arrived, Dai had already extracted the crystal core. "Hey, why didn't you wait for us to play? You finished it all by the time we got here," the monkey exclaimed. Peichi sighed. "Is this the level 4 crystal core? It's so bright and beautiful." "The higher the level, the prettier it is," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Sister Yao, hurry and upgrade your space ability to level 4. Let everyone enjoy the smell, huh?" Xiaomi was quite displeased with the monkey's teasing, and was just waiting for the moment to retort once the monkey got teased. "Well, I'll use this crystal core first, and with my other reserves, let's see if I can upgrade my space ability to level 4. Bai Yaoyao nodded, not being polite. "No problem, I also want to look better. My skin will be fair and rosy, I won't even need to apply face masks." Lulu had intended to poke Bai Yaoyao's cheek, but was caught by Bai Yaoyao, who retaliated, leading to some playful tussle. By the time Cui Ying and Zheng Jiahui arrived, everyone had already been chatting for quite a while. "Did you finish it?" Cui Ying asked in surprise. "Yeah. Wasn't it a level 4 zombie? How did you finish it so quickly?" Cui Ying guessed that the Dark Knight team could take down a level 4 zombie, but didn't expect it to be so effortless. It seemed Captain Ming had underestimated the strength of the Dark Knight team. They were far stronger than the official ability user teams. Bai Yaoyao didn't explain, just urged, "Let's go, we need to get to the hospital quickly. Are we almost there?" "Okay, don't you need to rest for a bit?" Cui Ying asked. "No need, we can rest on the way." After driving for about 20 more minutes, they finally arrived at the city center hospital. Bai Yaoyao didn't say a word about where to get the medicine, as she completely followed Cui Ying's lead, only handling the fighting. Perhaps due to the presence of sick people carrying the virus, there were particularly many zombies, with over 10 level 3 zombies encountered. Thankfully, with Demiao's presence, the squad's combat strength had significantly increased, and they managed to cope. However, to be on the safe side, they chose not to split up again and moved forward in a tight formation. The dog Demiao and Xiaowai led the way, while Shirt 2 and Panga flanked either side, with Bai Yaoyao bringing up the rear, surrounding those without much defensive skills in the center. Before arriving, Cui Ying had naturally obtained the specific location of the pharmacy. She initially thought she would have to explain it to Bai Yaoyao, as the command of the team was crucial, and even the course of action needed careful consideration. To her surprise, the entire Dark Knight team didn't say a word and proceeded strictly according to the route she had laid out, charging ahead, despite the numerous zombies ahead. This left Cui Ying feeling a bit flabbergasted. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most abilities users were self-important, each one with the attitude of being the Dragon Aotion. Every time she cooperated with abilities users from society, she would end up with a stomach full of grievances. "Heaven, please grant me the favor to always be teamed up with the Dark Knight team for every mission." Her gaze gradually shifted to Bai Yaoyao, who appeared to be exceedingly handsome, making her heart flutter. The Dark Knight team followed Cui Ying and smoothly located the pharmacy, but due to the limited space between Cui Ying and Zheng Jiahui, they couldn't fit all the remaining supplies. Observing Cui Ying's hesitance, Bai Yaoyao proactively brought out a vehicle pretending to clear space and helped to gather some of the supplies while also asking everyone to assist in lifting the remaining items to the trunk. She even directly reported the number of supply boxes they had received, showing no intention of keeping any for herself. By the time they finished, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Although everyone was hungry, they didn't want to settle for a meal, so they decided to head back to the safe zone. Meng Qilin had been busy at the base, feeling dizzy from dealing with various people. Having spent so much time in the military, he was accustomed to training and missions, and had experienced the blood-soaked days with blades, but he had never been as overwhelmed as he was this time. Given another chance, he would rather join a suicide squad and be a frontline soldier battling zombies than do this job. He was exhausted to the point where his hair was turning white. Just as he stared blankly at the gate, he suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle. He dashed a few steps forward, wondering which team returned so early. Did their mission fail? Were there any casualties? A wave of anxiety washed over him until he saw Bai Yaoyao, and he felt a sense of relief. Captain Meng, where should we pull the supplies? Bai Yaoyao saw Meng Qilin standing there in a daze, blocking the path without directing them, and couldn't help but remind him. That's in the tent to the right. After Bai Yaoyao led everyone to unload all the supplies, Meng Qilin came over with a bag. Captain Bai, here is the crystal core from this mission. Thank you for your hard work. I've heard from Cui Ying that it was thanks to your help that we were able to bring back the supplies that couldn't fit. After I have people organize it, can I allocate 50 boxes of common medicine to you? Bai Yaoyao didn't mention it, but Meng Qilin felt compelled to say that mutual cooperation would lead to smoother interactions. Without any benefits, helping out once or twice would suffice, but over time everyone would have their own thoughts. Bai Yaoyao happily accepted the bag of crystal cores, enjoying the fact that her payment could be settled on the spot just in time for her upgrade tonight. As for the supplies, she didn't need them. Fat Brother had bought a considerable amount, initially at least more than today's haul, and they would be more practical. Moreover, abilities users didn't have much demand for most supplies. When he bought them, it was also to exchange them with the base later, as ordinary people made up the majority at the base, and there was always a need for medication. So she straightforwardly said, "It's fine, we don't need the supplies." Meng Qilin naturally wouldn't believe that Bai Yaoyao genuinely wanted to help without any ulterior motives. "What do you need then?" Bai Yaoyao eagerly awaited this question and replied, "We don't have many vehicles, we would like 2 military off-road vehicles. Captain Meng, would you be willing to part with them?" Meng Qilin agreed immediately, as the official supply was abundant. He responded, "Sure, you can take them now." "Thank you, but I can't fit them in my space. Let's leave them there for now." "Captain Meng, have you eaten?" "Let's share a meal," Bai Yaoyao suggested. Meng Qilin hurriedly replied, No, you all eat quickly, I still have matters to attend to." Without a doubt, the lunch of the Dark Knight team was exceptionally lavish. Just grabbing a quick breakfast was enough. It felt awkward to keep asking for food. After Meng Qilin left, Bai Yaoyao and the others split into 2 tents to start their lunch. Now the safe zone was overcrowded, filled with ordinary people who could only eat bread or compressed biscuits every day, with several children squatting by the roadside. After filling their stomachs, everyone prepared to set off again to hunt for meat. They were craving it, and the self-heating rice from lunch lost all its flavor. When they first entered, Bai Yaoyao noticed a woman holding a baby waiting by the roadside, glancing at her from time to time, hesitating to approach. But perhaps because Meng Qilin was present and the others were discussing matters, she remained still. Now still waiting by the roadside, Bai Yaoyao paused as she passed by. Hello, thank you. This is for you. I heard this is useful for abilities users." The woman, with one hand holding the child, extended a handful of 7 or 8 low-level crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, surprised that the woman had the courage to fight zombies. She reached out to take one, saying, "1 is enough. Just take them all, I don't have abilities and won't use them," the woman insisted, still handing them over. Bai Yaoyao noticed her brothers were all watching her and felt a little embarrassed. Would Bai Yaoyao really be someone soft-hearted? No way. So she frowned and firmly said, "I told you 1 is enough." Taking a few steps forward, she noticed a crowd looking this way. Ultimately, she couldn't hold back and added in a low voice, "Are you stupid? Quickly hide them. Once we reach the base, these are currency." The woman was taken aback and hurriedly looked around, noticing that many people were watching, and she quickly hugged her baby tighter. The child felt the warmth of his mother's embrace and snuggled closer, smiling at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao inhaled sharply. "Wow, this human infant was so cute, and he smiled at me." Her first reaction was to leave quickly. Bai Yaoyao would never be soft-hearted. "But he smiled at me." Bai Yaoyao raised her voice slightly, saying, "Give me all your crystal cores." The woman quickly extended her hand with the crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao placed 2 buckets of milk powder, 2 baby onesies, and 2 bags of diapers on the ground. "That settles it." After saying that, Bai Yaoyao quickly left without looking back. Hey Sister Yao, why did that woman thank you? The monkey asked cheekily. Didn't we go to rescue together yesterday? Bai Yaoyao retorted. But that's not it, Sister Yao. We were in the same group, why didn't she thank me? I explained a few more things to her after you left, Xiaomi directly exposed her. Who knows? Come on, let's go, don't you want to eat meat? Bai Yaoyao threatened fiercely. Fat Brother and Lulu exchanged glances and smiled. This girl was indeed the first in being tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. She even claimed to be a cold-blooded killer every day. TCH. The journey was largely devoid of corpses, hence there was little to say. Apart from the three drivers, the stone, the chubby guy, and the monkey, the rest took the opportunity to catch some sleep. This was not like the time before the apocalypse where boredom could be alleviated by reading novels, scrolling through short videos, or browsing shopping apps. In the blink of an eye, several hours could pass. To ensure that everyone's combat power remains at its peak regardless of fatigue, it was essential to rest whenever possible. With 3 to 4 kilometers left to the zoo, they dared not continue by vehicle and opted to walk instead. Mutated beasts had already begun to appear sporadically along the roadside. There were noticeably fewer zombies, making this area a clear paradise for mutated beasts. Unlike zombies, some domesticated animals that had mutated might not be overly aggressive, but that was not a guarantee. It also depended on the animal's inherent nature. I have a question. Which mutated beast do you think tastes the best? The monkey asked. Coco raised her hand and replied, I like to eat beef. It must be pork, it's fragrant. Grilled pork belly wrapped with some leafy vegetables, how delicious. Xiao Shirlu chimed in. Right. What about chicken, duck, fish, beef, pork, and lamb? Does the zoo have those? Did we come to the wrong place? Shouldn't we be at a farm? The monkey questioned. The group paused, and Bai Yaoyao slapped her forehead saying, Oh my goodness, why didn't you mention this earlier? Haha, I just thought of it too, the monkey laughed. Since we're here, let's catch whatever we can. Bai Yaoyao declared. Exactly. Reliable. Let's do it. Everyone recalled the taste of the mutated tiger meat from last night, gripping their large knives a little tighter. A rabbit. Catch it. Before the chubby guy finished speaking, a Dai and a Meow dashed out simultaneously. De Meow reached it first, pinning the rabbit down with a paw. De Meow, spare it. Bai Yaoyao shouted. De Meow was momentarily stunned, nearly allowing the rabbit to escape, but quickly retracted its paw and used its body to pin the rabbit down to prevent it from moving. After Bai Yaoyao arrived, she examined the rabbit closely. It had grown slightly larger, with its front teeth shimmering with a metallic sheen. It was a mutated rabbit. Sister Yao, can mutated beasts reproduce? Xiao Shirlu asked. It's quite difficult. Both humans and mutated beasts have seen a significant drop in reproduction rates. With the time spent raising them, one might as well eat them directly. However, since my space has also mutated, I want to try raising them. Quickly, does anyone know if this is a male or female rabbit? Can they breed if they are mixed together? Bai Yaoyao asked earnestly. Everyone stared at each other, equally bewildered. Maybe we should just eat it instead, the chubby guy suggested, recalling the spicy rabbit head. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes, storing the rabbit back in her space. If we can find more rabbits, we'll keep them, if not. Okay. Everyone be cautious and avoid initiating attacks to prevent being surrounded. We will strike back instead, Bai Yaoyao advised. Received. The H-City Zoo covers an area of approximately 430 acres and is the only professional zoo in H-City, housing over 100 species of nearly 1,000 animals, including many precious protected species. Bai Yaoyao had no idea how many species had evolved into mutated beasts and did not dare to lead everyone recklessly deeper into the zoo. If it were just for a tasty meal, it was not worth the risk. After all, they had stockpiled plenty of food before the apocalypse and wouldn't have to worry about food for at least 30 years. However, mutated beasts played a significant role in energy recovery for abilities users. If continuous battles were necessary, they could quickly replenish their stamina, achieving effects unattainable by pre-apocalyptic delicacies. The ticket booth at the entrance of the zoo was in a dilapidated state, with a few low-level zombies wandering about, excitedly attempting to move closer upon sensing the presence of living humans. Those with ranged attacks unleashed their abilities, taking down one zombie each. As Bai Yaoyao passed by the ticket booth, she glanced inside. The glass at the window was shattered, and the bloodstains on the ground were a dark red mixed with dark green. Several bodies on the ground that had not turned into zombies bore clear claw marks from fierce beasts with skin and flesh turned inside out, decaying beyond recognition, swarming with maggots. Large predators must possess the ability to leap over barriers. Bai Yaoyao remarked, let's stick to the perimeter and not venture too deep inside. Mutated beasts often exhibit significant increases in size or strength. Some may gain enhancements to specific body parts, and they become more intelligent than before, excluding dogs with a heightened sensitivity to good and evil. Upon entering the zoo, a sense of desolation washed over them. The ground was littered with the corpses of humans, zombies, and animals. The directional signs were flattened on the ground, covered in dust and blood. The monkeys sprayed water to clean it a bit, just enough to barely read it. To the left were the performance hall, Swan Lake, zebra area, and aquarium, while to the right were the rabbit garden, Monkey Hill, penguin house, and turtle snake hall. Let's go to the right, Bai Yaoyao suggested after some thought. Seeing the turtleneck hall reminded Bai Yaoyao of something in her previous life. While chatting with Ming Qilin, he mentioned nearly losing his life during the first migration at the beginning of the apocalypse. They encountered a mutated giant python over 10 meters long, its scales as hard as steel, suddenly appearing in front of their group. Ordinary firearms could not inflict any damage. With a single swing of its tail, it knocked over dozens of people. Even with all the ability users attacking simultaneously, they could only barely restrain its movements, unable to kill it, nor could they break through its defenses. As a result, they had to turn back along the same route, waiting for the mutated python to leave before setting off again, which delayed them by another week. This made their already scarce supplies even more strained. If it weren't for the support that came from the D-City base at the end, they might not have reached their destination smoothly. The zoo is located on the eastern side of H-City, and the nearby highway leads directly to D-City. Bai Yaoyao speculated that the mutated python likely escaped from the zoo. Since they were here, they might as well take a look. Perhaps it wasn't as strong now and could be eliminated in advance. I'm jumping. Is this a rabbit? It's like a cartoon come to life. Truly absurd. The rabbit garden was a stretch of grass, just that. Without the care of a keeper, the grass had long wilted. In the middle was an artificial hill with several small dirt mounds scattered around. Most rabbits were not inclined to fight and didn't show much desire to attack. Upon seeing humans, they hurriedly hid in their burrows. A few, however, not only did not hide, but their eyes glowed with a fiery intent, eager to pounce. The three giant rabbits seemed to have coordinated, running swiftly towards the group in the dark, their mouths open and their large front teeth gleaming. Bai Yaoyao sensed that their energy fluctuation was at level 2, which likely meant they were not very strong, so she preemptively signaled to Meow and the dog not to act. If those two charged in, the others would most likely have no means to fight back. Although the big cat was reluctant, it obediently returned to Bai Yaoyao's side. The dog, however, was unwilling and howled loudly, but Bai Yaoyao grasped its fate by the throat, stopping it. Bai Yaoyao took out a big bone and some dried fish, instructing the two beasts to watch quietly by her side. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a monkey secretly observing them. Sensing no malice, she thought it was merely curious and paid it no mind. With a bolt of lightning from Lulu, the rabbit transformed into an explosive-haired bunny, igniting in flames. The savory aroma of meat wafted through the air, making Bai Yaoyao eager to rush over and sprinkle salt and cumin on it. On the other side, Adai and Xiaomi worked together, both possessing speed abilities. The mutated rabbit couldn't keep up with them and only received beatings. It didn't take long before the outcome was clear. Because they wanted to eat meat, they were relatively restrained, trying to preserve the integrity of the mutated rabbit's body. Another one was snatched by Pango and Shirt too. Although both focused on defense, they were not lacking in offensive means. After Pange's metal ability reached level 3, he could release 3 metal cone swords in succession. Furthermore, with his ability to raise a dirt wall at will, the mutated rabbit was left dizzy. Shitta's combat style was even simpler. With hardened skin, he could take hits without feeling pain while he struck back, inflicting pain on his opponents. Whether near or far, he used punches or dirt clumps to attack. All three groups finished their battles around the same time, and Bai Yaoyao directly retrieved the mutated rabbits into her space. Compared to the rabbit they encountered at the zoo entrance, these three were titans, each weighing at least 200 jin. The fighters took a sip of water, rested for a few minutes, and continued deeper into the area. Ahead of them was Monkey Mountain, and even from a distance they could hear the monkeys' calls. The monkey said to everyone, "Hey, monkeys aren't tasty, let my brothers go." Bai Yaoyao replied, "Alright, we're not eating, let's just keep moving back." Bai Yaoyao responded. The monkey's background was somewhat different from the others. It was a bit mystical, having been picked up by the master from the mountains. Rather than being found, it was more accurate to say it was delivered. The master had business in the mountains and was stopped by a macaque that was holding a baby. When the macaque saw the master, it placed the baby on the ground and only left after the master picked it up. However, it did not go far and continued to follow behind, watching the master finish his business and carry the child down the mountain before returning. The master felt that the baby's survival was entirely due to that macaque, so he named the baby Monkey. Everyone knew the story, so no one said anything further. As long as the monkeys did not actively block their path or attack, no one would strike. They quickly passed by Monkey Mountain, not even glancing. However, the golden monkey that had just peeked at Bai Yaoyao feeding the dog and the big cat seemed to have recognized them. Although it had no intention of attacking, it followed from a distance, neither coming closer nor leaving its round eyes rolling around, seemingly pondering something. Adai, who was clearing the path ahead, asked, "Sister Yao, should we go to the penguin house?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "No, let's go to the turtle and snake house. There should be a big guy inside, so everyone be careful, it could be a level 3 or 4 mutated beast." Bai Yaoyao found it hard to bring herself to kill such a cute creature as a penguin. The monkey was right. If they wanted to eat meat, they should go to the breeding ground, not the zoo. However, since they were already there, they could only kill whatever was edible. As everyone passed the penguin house and walked straight ahead, the golden monkey that had been following them suddenly ran up, causing everyone to stop. Although they did not intend to attack, they were all on guard. The monkey was the most anxious at this moment. They did not want to kill the monkey, but if it sought trouble, they would not hold back. The golden monkey stopped about 10 meters away from them, chattering a few times. It pointed vigorously towards the turtle and snake house, opened its mouth wide, and made a sound, shaking its head vigorously. Finally, it even dramatically mimicked the action of slitting its throat, then lay down on the ground, limbs sprawled, head tilted, eyes rolled back, tongue out, clearly mimicking death. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter, and they understood the message the golden monkey was trying to convey. It was simply warning them that there was a powerful creature inside and that they should not enter, otherwise they would die. "It's all right, thank you, little monkey." Bai Yaoyao tossed a banana to the golden monkey and led everyone to continue moving forward. The golden monkey's eyes lit up at the sight of the banana. Ahaha, it could eat fruit again. The little monkey holding the banana initially planned to leave directly, but hesitated for a moment and instead climbed to the highest tree near the turtle and snake house, preparing to eat the fruit while observing what these people intended to do, daring to provoke that stinky snake. That stinky snake had killed many of its brothers. The turtle and snake house was open air with turtles on the left and snakes on the right. As soon as they entered, they felt a chilling aura wash over them. Despite the 30-degree weather, they were covered in goosebumps. Panga and Shirt, too, moved to the front, their abilities ready at all times. Bai Yaoyao's mental energy detected a strong energy, probably that of the python, with some scattered energy fluctuations nearby, indicating there were other smaller snakes as well. "Wait, don't move, there are too many mutated snakes inside. We need to find a way to lure them out. How about throwing a bomb? We have plenty of those. If it blows up, great, and if it doesn't, we can go again," said Xiaoshirlu. "Think a bit before you speak, big brother." Before Xiaoshirlu could finish, Lulu gave him a smack on the head. "Getting hit isn't the worst if you throw a thunderbolt that loud. Are you trying to get surrounded by mutated beasts and zombies? Are you trying to attract lions, leopards, and tigers from the free-range area?" Panga said, wrapping his arm around Xiaoshirlu. Xiaoshirlu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Hey, good thing I'm not the leader, otherwise my team wouldn't last a week." Bai Yaoyao had no time for idle chatter. Her mental energy remained tense. This mutated python was definitely not a level 3, it was likely just reached level 4. The energy fluctuated up and down, still unstable, so if they wanted to win, they needed to act quickly before it stabilized completely, otherwise it would be much harder to deal with. At the same time, they needed to lure out these mutated snakes before taking action. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out 20 to 30 jars of Realgar wine from her space. "Everyone take 2 jars, on the count of 3, throw together. After throwing, Shaowan will set it on fire and everyone quickly retreats." "Got it." Everyone noticed Bai Yao's slightly tense expression, and one by one they adjusted their states, becoming 3, 2, 1, a throw. As soon as they reached the entrance, a loud explosion echoed. Bai Yaoyao turned around and instantly thought Ming Qilin must be blind. Oh, was that python really only 10 meters? It must be at least 20 meters. Its tail swept across, collapsing the walls on both sides. The mutated python with its black and brown scales had a ferocious gaze. In an instant, its eyes widened as if its eyeballs were about to pop out, baring its fangs and swiftly moving towards the crowd. Despite its massive size, the mutated python was exceptionally agile and fast. Its enormous body rolled continuously, smashing the nearby rockery and walls, and in the blink of an eye it was before everyone, bringing with it a strong stench. Bai Yaoyao stayed at the back with a rock, tentatively taking out the silenced Ryan Bauer. 500, aiming quickly at the right eye of the mutated python and firing 2 shots. In an instant, blood mist burst forth, and Bai Yaoyao glanced at the Ryan Bauer in her hand with satisfaction, proving to be the most powerful hunting rifle as claimed. She teleported to increase the distance, adjusted her position, and fired 2 shots at the left eye, successfully enraging the mutated python, which thrashed wildly, but managed to injure several allies instead of hitting the Dark Knight group. The ground was covered in blood and various mutated serpents, leaving no clean place to step. After retreating to a safe distance, the group began launching their abilities. The 12 members of the Dark Knight, along with Guzi Xiaowai and Damio, formed a semicircle around the giant python. Fortunately, the turtle snake pavilion was far from the free-range area and did not attract other large animals. While moving, Bai Yaoyao kept an eye on her surroundings. Aside from a nosy little monkey eating a banana in the tree, no other mutated beasts approached. Inside the turtle pavilion there was a strong energy, but with such a commotion the mutated beast remained completely still, showing no intention of intervening. Bai Yaoyao distributed silence guns and ammunition to those without ranged attacks, not rushing to launch an all-out assault, but focusing on exhausting the enemy with minimal cost. The mutated python had lost its sanity and charged towards what seemed to be the best direction to break through, which happened to be Xiaowei's position. Xiaowei was not very fast and barely managed to dodge. However, Xiaowei was also enraged, thinking, "Do you think I'm an easy tree to bully? Why are you targeting me?" In an instant, Xiaowei's form enlarged 3 to 4 times of the once soft and tender branches turned as thick as an adult's arm, with several branches simultaneously swinging towards the mutated python, hitting and poking wherever possible. Wherever the branches struck, blood spattered. Bai Yaoyao had never seen Xiaowei in such a fierce display. Xiaowei typically played a supportive role in battles, mainly using branches to trap enemies while others did the harvesting. Unexpectedly, this single-point explosion was so powerful, a level 3 chasing and beating a level 4. Bai Yaoyao quickly followed up with her skills and shouted, "Quick! Take advantage of its illness. Take its life." As everyone echoed, various core damage skills were unleashed simultaneously. The mutated python violently whipped its tail, sending Xiaowei flying, while Bai Yaoyao hurriedly pulled Xiaowei into the space. After checking and finding no major issues, she felt relieved. At this point, it was merely a matter of time before the victory or defeat was determined. The mutated python's movements were gradually slowing and its blood was flowing more profusely, unwilling to yield as it sought an opportunity for a desperate struggle. The little monkey, watching from the side, widened its eyes in disbelief, realizing these people had some skill to beat the stinky snake to such a state. "Serves that big stinky snake right for messing with my monkey brother." With a twinkle in its eye, it quietly jumped down from the tree and stealthily approached the side of the mutated python, hiding in the grass by the roadside, concealing its presence and remaining motionless. The mutated python, even knowing it was no match, showed no intention of fleeing. It was determined to perish here, taking down the group of loathsome humans before it, with no intention of retreating. Bai Yaoyao seized the moment, and when she could teleport again, unleashed a spatial blade. Originally intending to strike its vital point, but finding that the snake was too long, where exactly was its vital point? She couldn't find it at all. So she directed her ability towards the head of the mutated python, then teleported to a tree beside it, drawing out the butcher knife that had been enhanced countless times with gene energy by Fat Brother. Chen Xian saw Bai Yaoyao was about to unleash a big move and hurriedly followed suit, amplifying her ability. Using the momentum from jumping down from the tree, Bai Yaoyao raised the butcher knife high, fully activating her strength ability, and struck down towards the head of the mutated python. Although the mutated python couldn't see it, sensed the aura of danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late, and Bai Yaoyao chopped off a substantial portion of its head. Yet, even so, it stubbornly refused to retreat, its tail swiftly coiling around, determined to take the woman with it, even at the cost of its life. Bai Yaoyao showed no intention of dodging, ignoring the approaching tail, continuing to strike at the mutated python, not being picky, but hitting wherever possible. Not to mention, it was riddled with wounds. It had no intact flesh on its entire body. The mutated giant python, however, did not care. It thought, "Let's die together, you detestable humans." Just as it was about to ensnare the woman, she suddenly vanished. The entire snake was stunned. "I've completely given up my defense, and you've cut me to this state, yet I wanted to die together with you. You actually disappeared at the last moment. Then what do I coil around?" Bai Yaoyao deftly dodged into the space at the last moment, and everyone took a deep breath, breaking out in cold sweat, all doubting that had she been a second later, she would have been ensnared by the mutated python. Bai Yaoyao felt as if she had opened the door to a new world, thinking, "You're just a blind snake, why should I fear you?" She began darting in and out, attacking to draw aggro, then retreating into the space and repeating the process. "Hey, this is fun, exhilarating. It's just playing." After going back and forth 5 or 6 times, the mutated giant python was finally on the brink of collapse, retreating while attacking. Just when everyone thought it was about to flee, it suddenly charged towards Peiqi, who had been standing aside. Peiqi only had healing abilities and was not suited for close-range attacks against the mutated python, so she had been keeping her distance. No one expected the mutated python to pull such a stunt, determined to take someone away, causing a moment of panic. Bai Yaoyao was no exception, quickly moving towards Peiqi, but the distance was too far, and she had just used her teleportation, unable to reach in time. Peiqi retreated immediately, preparing to respond. At this crucial moment, the little monkey, which had been lurking for a long time, suddenly jumped out using all its strength to lift the butcher knife that Bai Yaoyao had just tossed aside and struck fiercely at the mutated giant python's vital point. The mutated python used its last ounce of strength to look back at the being that had killed it, only to see that it was the smelly monkey it had never taken seriously. It was so furious it nearly spat blood, thinking it should have eaten all those stinky monkeys when it went to Monkey Mountain to forage. But alas, it was all too late. The mutated python crashed heavily to the ground with a thud shaking everyone's minds. Thankfully, the mutated python finally perished. If it hadn't died, everyone would have exhausted their abilities. The little monkey dug out the beast core with a knife, glancing quietly at the crowd seemingly unnoticed. Just as it was about to make a move, it suddenly felt a chilling aura behind it. Turning around, the female tyrant who was fiercely chopping the mutated python was looking at it with a half-smile, her gaze sweeping over it several times. The little monkey shivered all over and immediately offered the beast core with both hands. Noticing the bloodstains on it, it wiped the core on itself to clean it before handing it to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao watched the little monkey's actions, feeling both amused and exasperated. She had thought about giving it a beating, but this little monkey was surprisingly perceptive, which made things easier. Once mutated beasts reach level 3, they begin to condense beast cores. To level up, beast cores are required. The mutated python's core is level 4 and both Guzzi and Daming need it, so it cannot just be given away. Besides, we worked so hard to hunt the snake, and you just think you can take the beast core after stealing the kill. Dream on. Looking at the little monkey's polite smile, Bai Yaoyao sighed, deciding not to fuss over a beast. Sister Yaoyao, what is this? Little 16 pointed at the beast core in Bai Yaoyao's hand and asked. There are crystal cores in zombies, and there are beast cores in mutated beasts. Guzzi and the others are relying on these to level up. Bai Yaoyao explained. Little 16 said, oh, that makes sense. At least it wasn't a wasted effort to kill this thing. Can we eat the mutated python? Kiki asked. Bai Yaoyao was putting the mutated python and its beast core into her space, while saying, of course we can eat it. There's so much meat here that even eating it every day would last us 2 to 3 months. Sister Yao, how is Xiaowai? Bai Yaoyao released Xiaowai, who looked completely lifeless, its branches drooping and the leaves were slightly yellowing with a bald patch on its top. Did you not drink the spring water? Bai Yaoyao asked in concern upon seeing Xiaowai's current state. Sha. Didn't drink, you'll need it tonight. Bai Yaoyao roughly understood Xiaowai's meaning, sighed, took out the spring water and poured it on Xiaowai. The moment Xiaowai absorbed the spring water, the entire tree perked up as if it had been inflated. The willow leaves fluttering in the wind also became lively, affectionately leaning against Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao frowned slightly, coughed lightly to hide her discomfort, and moved away. Once Xiaowai regained its vitality, everyone felt relieved. Bai Yaoyao noticed the little monkey still lingering and found it amusing, so she tossed it a bunch of bananas. Eat up, little monkey. The golden monkey deftly caught it squatting by the roadside, without hesitation starting to munch on the bananas. Let's go back. One cannot be greedy. We'll discuss this again once I level up to 4. Encountering another level 4 mutated beast, we might not be able to handle it. Bai Yaoyao said to everyone. Yeah, my energy is depleted. If we fight again, I'll have to rely on my knife. Dada, Wan nodded eagerly. Just as the Dark Knight team was about to leave, Bai Yaoyao habitually probed again, sensing a strong wave of energy approaching. A chill ran down her spine. This thing was even more formidable than the mutated python. Don't move, quickly adjust. We have to fight again. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions instantly tense. Most of them had exhausted their powers, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. You need not worry. I have a question to ask. A calm voice came through, and upon hearing this, everyone relaxed slightly, but remained prepared for battle at any moment. After searching for a while, where are you? Who is speaking? Everyone looked around, but found nothing. Bai Yaoyao continued to use her spiritual power to probe and discovered that, in front of her was a small turtle the size of a walnut with energy even denser than that of the mutated python. Are you the one speaking? Bai Yaoyao asked. Indeed. Little girl, would you be willing to exchange that spring water you just took out? The little turtle raised its head and spoke. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh, what the hell is this? A mutated beast can talk. They all turned to look at Bai Yaoyao. Generally, more intelligent mutated beasts can speak after reaching level 6, and I've never seen a situation like this. Bai Yaoyao was also taken aback. In her past life, she never encountered a mutated beast that could speak before reaching level 6. The key was that such a small creature spoke so maturely, which felt very out of place, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The little turtle, seeing Bai Yaoyao silent, gently shook its little head. Its size suddenly increased. Now about the size of a small polo, everyone knew that some mutated beasts could grow or shrink, but seeing it with their own eyes was still quite astonishing. The little turtle, should be called the big turtle, spat out 2 beast cores towards Bai Yaoyao, saying, "I will exchange this with you for some spring water, just a cup will suffice." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the beast cores on the ground. Surprisingly, both were level 4 cores, which tempted her, but Xiaowai had just been injured, and all the spring water had been used up, leaving her with no stock. "I'm sorry, I used it all up to heal my partner just now," Bai Yaoyao said. The big turtle did not rush to speak, hesitating for a moment before asking, "If I become your partner, will there be a chance to obtain that spring water again in the future?" Guzzi. Xiaowai. Daming. Bai Yaoyao 3. Bai Yaoyao's heart leaped with joy, though she kept her composure and said nothing, waiting for the big turtle to speak again about the offensive or defensive abilities. "My name is Xianqi. I am not good at offense, but I can defend quite well. When I shrink, I can hide on you and provide an energy shield to protect your safety. Most importantly, the Xian Turtle clan never betrays. I have lived for over 600 years and would never deceive you, little girl." Bai Yaoyao was intensely moved but still asked, "Elder Xianqi, how did you end up in the zoo?" "Caught. No, I came voluntarily. They provide food and shelter, and someone helps clean and tidy up. I feel quite satisfied. Plus I sleep for months at a time, it's the same anywhere." Xianqi, hearing Bai Yaoyao refer to him as elder, became even more pleased and detailed his explanation. Bai Yaoyao's expression turned dark, but on reflection it made sense. Apart from losing freedom, everything else was top-notch. For a creature that had lived for hundreds of years and just wanted to sleep, what need was there for freedom? Food and shelter were the most cost-effective. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "My name is Bai Yaoyao. We all grew up together as a team. We'll take our time to introduce you to everyone later." Before she could finish, a series of hurried footsteps approached. "Don't be afraid, everyone come to my side," Xianqi said slowly as usual. Bai Yaoyao nodded and everyone hurried to Xianqi's side. The little monkey who had been watching the show quickly came over as well. Xianqi glanced at it, but said nothing while the little monkey clasped its hands and grinned. Xianqi blew a bubble enveloping everyone inside, and a group of mutated wolves appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Bai Yaoyao scanned the surroundings. The leading wolf king was a level 4 mutated beast with 2 or 3 level 3 wolves in front, and over a dozen level 1 and 2 mutated wolves trailing behind. Bai Yaoyao's heart sank. If it weren't for Xianqi being there, it would be quite troublesome. They could escape, but there would inevitably be injuries. Under the command of the mutated wolf king, 2 level 3 mutated wolves lunged at them from the left and right. Just as everyone was about to unleash their skills, they were stopped by Xianqi. "Let them attack, you all rest well. Once they tire out and you have regained your strength, you can counterattack," Xianqi said, shaking its head. As soon as the 2 mutated wolves hit the protective barrier, it was as if they had crashed into a wall, and they were instantly rebounded. The 2 wolves stared incredulously at the barrier, looking completely stunned. The mutated wolf king issued a command for all to attack, and a dozen or so mutated wolves charged in from all directions. The scene was quite spectacular. After watching the performance of the mutated wolves for a while, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but exclaim that Xianqi's defense was indeed impressive. Knowing that nothing would go wrong, she asked Senior Xianqi, "Can you shrink down?" "Of course." Senior Xianqi transformed back to the size of a walnut. With Xianqi's smaller size, the space suddenly felt much more spacious. Bai Yaoyao recalled her dog Xiaowai and a Mao into the space, preparing some food for them. Then she took out a large round table and a dozen chairs, setting them upright inside the protective barrier, and called everyone to sit, saying, "It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Let's hear the menu." Fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Beef hot pot rice. 3 bowls. Beef noodles. Vegetable salad. Fruit salad. I'm on a diet. KF. I can eat anything. After finishing her role as the waiter, Bai Yaoyao took out a steak ready to start eating and casually asked Senior Xianqi, "What would you like to eat?" Xianqi, who had lived for hundreds of years, had never seen so much delicious food. The enticing aroma was too tempting. It seemed that this new companion whom it had impulsively sought was quite good. In this world, not only was there energy spring water, but there was also so much delicious food. It was indeed a story in itself. "Bring me some fruits to eat, please." Xianqi did not hesitate and spoke up. "No problem." Bai Yaoyao took out various fruit platters which they had prepared together back when they were still at the villa, just for convenience, when they would eat later. Xianqi slightly enlarged and began to eat the fruits. The mutated wolves were becoming increasingly agitated, howling, angrily demanding some respect. "What does this mean? We're in the middle of a fight and you all are just eating." Unfortunately, no one paid them any attention. Xiaomi even remarked, "Why do the howls of these mutated wolves sound just like the dog?" Ha ha. After a long day and the exhausting battle with the mutated python, everyone was quite tired. After finishing their meal, Bai Yaoyao took out some sofas and piled them up in the energy barrier, allowing everyone to lie down and rest for a while. The sunlight nearing sunset filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on everyone. They leaned back on the sofas, regaining their energy, while contentedly watching the performance of the mutated wolves. All life is truly wonderful. Once everyone had recovered, the mutated wolves were also tiring out. The level 4 mutated wolf king had remained still, continuously staring at Bai Yaoyao, ever ready for battle. Bai Yaoyao stored away all her belongings and released the dog Xiao Wei and Dimiao. The few with ranged attacks unleashed some skills, first killing a few level 1 and 2 mutated wolves. However, most of them were still in good shape, just extremely agitated. Seizing the opportunity, everyone rushed up in a swarm, while Peiqi and Chen Xian, who lacked any special abilities, remained inside the protective barrier. Bai Yaoyao headed straight for the level 4 mutated wolf king, making no unnecessary movements, each move a lethal strike. With agile movements and empowered by strength abilities coupled with the spatial ability to enter and exit or throw spatial blades, she left the mutated wolf king completely without the ability to retaliate. By the time it wanted to escape, it was already too late. A level 4 mutant beast had a beast core, how could it let you leave? With a sudden teleport and a headshot, she took down the mutated wolf king. She extracted the beast core with the tip of her blade, satisfied with the harvest. For beast cores, this haul was truly worthwhile, not to mention gaining an invincible new companion. Bai Yaoyao's smile was nearly ear to ear. Returning to Peiqi's side, she decided not to intervene in the remaining battle. Fat brother is struggling a bit, Yao Jia, Peiqi said with a frown. Bai Yaoyao glanced over. Fat brother was facing a level 3 mutated wolf alone, deliberately not allowing anyone to assist him. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but rather that he had not yet mastered the combination of his abilities with his existing skills. Everyone had been accustomed to their fighting methods for many years. It would take some time to adjust. I believe in him, Bai Yaoyao said. At that moment, a mutated wolf lunged fiercely. Fat brother was slow to dodge and his arm was scratched deeply, but he seized the opportunity to unleash a golden spike sword, piercing the wolf's throat and winning the battle. Peiqi rushed up, gently touching the wound, and soon it stopped bleeding. In the end, the wound visibly healed. Thanks, Peiqi. Don't worry, I'm fine. I feel like I've learned a lot from this battle. It was worth it. Fat brother patted Peiqi's shoulder, offering comfort. On the other side, Dai Shi and Lulu each faced a level 3 mutated beast. A deadliest battle was the easiest. Being in the shade of a tree, he could fully utilize his dark abilities, enhanced by his speed abilities. The mutated wolves couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. In no time, Dai ended the battle with a single strike. Shi 2 battle was too dull to mention. It was likely to take a long time to wear down the mutated wolf. Interestingly, Lulu's battle was captivating. Bai Yaoyao looked at Lulu with pride. Her Lulu was undoubtedly the best among them, besides Bai Yaoyao herself at wielding abilities. Along with her combat advantage and both hands charged with lightning, she was nearly frying the mutated wolf. Seeing that everyone else was finishing up their fights except for Shi 2, Lulu created some distance and unleashed a Thunder God Hammer, causing the mutated wolf to fall down in darkness. While Bai Yaoyao was cleaning the battlefield, she spotted this one and felt disgusted for a long time. She decided to take it back to give to Ming Qilin, as this one looked unappetizing. After everything was cleaned up, Shi 2 finally exhausted the last mutated wolf to death. The mutated wolf peacefully closed its eyes, unable to bite any further. Suffering from a toothache, it lunged at Shi 2 and ended up slamming into a wall, unable to escape. In the end, it tried desperately to bite Shi 2's head, but Shi 2 simply shoved a large clump of dirt into the wolf's mouth. I'm choked to death. Forget it, it'll just reincarnate. Stone picked up the mutant wolf that had choked to death, examined it carefully for a while, and then tossed it to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao said to Xianqi, I have a space where the air is fresh and at room temperature. Do you want to take a look? Oh, sure, Xianqi replied. Upon entering the space, he was instantly stunned, gazing at the lush green grass, remaining in a daze for quite a while. Woof 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 woof. Here I am, the big brother, and you are the little fourth. Xianqi chuckled, but said nothing. Woof 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 woof. This is your second brother, and this is your third sister. The dog pointed at Xiao Wei and Dimiao. Before Xianqi could respond, Dimiao was already furious. Being called the third sister was unacceptable. Third sister, you son of a gun. I am a male. Dimiao chased after the dog, giving it a good beating. The dog, unable to run away, simply gazed at Dimiao with a lovesick expression. Dimiao felt her entire worldview as a cat was collapsing. How could such a reliable master have such a foolish dog? Xianqi looked on, feeling particularly pleased. The little ones were indeed lively. As for himself, he was just an old bone, unable to move quickly. At that moment, a drop of spring water suddenly emerged, and Xianqi's squinty eyes instantly opened wide. Excited, he scampered over to the spring, staring intently at the clear spring water. Xiaowai stood guard by the spring, swaying its branches and leaves. Xianqi pointed at Xiaowai and said, "I understand, I won't move." After Bai Yaoyao collected everything, she led everyone away. There was no point in continuing the fight. The sky would darken, obstructing visibility, making it difficult for everyone except a DUI to perform. Moreover, today's harvest was already quite plentiful, a 30-meter-long mutant giant python and nearly 20 mutant wolves, enough to last for a while. The little monkey had been following them at a distance. Bai Yao ignored it and reached the entrance of the zoo, where she took out the vehicle. After everyone got in the car, the little monkey rushed over looking for Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao looked at the big monkey face pressed against the windshield and honked the horn. The little monkey made a crying face, shaking its head vigorously, its hands clinging to the car frame, unwilling to get down. Bai Yaoyao, feeling helpless, got out of the car. The little monkey instantly lunged at her leg, whining and refusing to let go. Bai Yaoyao pushed but couldn't budge it. With a bit of force, she kicked it away. The little monkey fell to the ground, spitting out some saliva, holding its stomach with both hands, howling. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. What just happened? Had she been scammed by a monkey? "You're a level 3 mutant beast, how could I kick you like this?" Everyone laughed uncontrollably, all deeply impressed by the little monkey's performance. Bai Yaoyao also found it amusing, so she patiently asked, "So, what do you want? If you keep pretending here, we will leave right away." The little monkey immediately sprang up from the ground, ran to the side of the car, skillfully sat in the passenger seat, rolled down the window, and waved at everyone to get in. Everyone was at a loss for words. "You want to come with us? What skills do you have? Show us." Bai Yao initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the little monkey's hopeful eyes, she added. The little monkey seemed to understand, quickly getting out of the car, retreating a bit, and began performing flips, dancing and twirling, busying itself. Bai Yaoyao smiled awkwardly. "If you could kill a zombie, I would take you with me, but here you are just flipping around." "Sorry, little monkey, I'm not running a charity. Perhaps the zoo is more suitable for you." Bai Yaoyao planned to give it some bananas and leave. Unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly appeared behind, lunging at the little monkey, which was still spinning and dancing, unaware of the danger. Although Bai Yaoyao wasn't planning to take it with her, that didn't mean she could tolerate a zombie infecting the little monkey right before her eyes. Seeing that the distance was considerable, she prepared to teleport directly over. Just as she was about to move, she saw the little monkey getting angry, turning around and shouting, swinging its fist to strike. With just one punch, the zombie's head exploded with a bang and the crystal core rolled out. The little monkey was furious, having finally reached the most exciting part of its performance, and now this stinky zombie came to disrupt it, causing it to flip awkwardly. At a glance, this was a job with free food and lodging. Even Grandpa Turtle had followed along, so I had to hurry and catch up. So the little monkey hurried to another clean patch of ground, continuing to dance and flip. Bai Yaoyao helplessly rubbed her head. Was this little monkey's skill really flipping and not killing zombies? "Brothers, what do you think?" Bai Yaoyao asked. Upon hearing this, the little monkey rushed over, bowed to everyone, clasped its hands, and blew a flying kiss. The monkey was the first to raise its hand and said, "Sister Yaoyao, let's take it along. A little monkey won't eat much, and it can smash a level 3 zombie with one punch. Its combat power is stronger than mine. If it's troublesome, I can take care of it." The monkey knew that Sister Yaoyao disliked trouble, so it added. Seeing the monkey speak up for it, the little monkey rushed over with teary eyes to hug the monkey, truly admiring its climbing skills. Fat Brother also said, "Let's take it. We are short on people, and having more beasts is fine." Bai Yaoyao also tended to agree, and with no objections from the others, she nodded and said, "All right, you can follow us, but no more dancing or flipping. Just fight with us. That's enough." Upon hearing this, the little monkey quickly nodded, patted its chest, and gave a thumbs up. Bai Yaoyao pointed at the monkey and said, "He is also called Monkey, and from now on he will be your big brother. Monkey, give your little brother a nickname. From now on we are all partners." The monkey excitedly picked up the little monkey and asked, "Do you like Ryuking or Great Sage?" The little monkey made a large gesture. "Got it, Great Sage." G. After naming it, they hurriedly drove back. However, not 20 minutes later, Bai Yaoyao switched places with Fat Brother. Bai Yaoyao found the two monkeys noisy. She preferred to drive rather than sit in the passenger seat. The monkey was like someone who had found true love, holding the Great Sage, laughing, hugging, lifting it high, and chattering nonstop. The Great Sage merely wanted a job that provided food and lodging, having seen that there were no fruits left at the zoo. Upon seeing how enthusiastic the monkey was towards him, he was somewhat confused. He clearly felt that his new big brother seemed to really like him. Sitting beside him and in his lap instead of at his feet, the monkey also told him that he didn't always need to make everyone happy, as that could be exhausting. They were partners who would care for and accommodate each other. Partners. Haha, my name is Great Sage, and I have partners now. I am their partner, not a performer. As the members of the Dark Knight returned to the safe zone, the sky had completely darkened. Ming Qilin had been restless since the afternoon when the Dark Knight team had left, standing unsteadily and sitting uneasily, fearing that the team might encounter some unexpected mishap. Upon hearing that the Dark Knight team had returned, he hurried over to take a look. Only when he saw everyone safe and sound did he finally relax. However, why was there a monkey in their arms? Weren't they supposed to go hunt for meat? This didn't seem like the kind of group that would willingly eat monkeys. Captain Bai. Everything went smoothly, right? Ming Qilin inquired. Bai Yaoyao replied smoothly. By the way, may I ask which chef prepared the mutated tiger meat last time? Could you help us cook something? I'll pay you for the service. The survivors we rescued were actually the head chef from the S-City Grand Hotel along with his 2 apprentices. I'll send someone to ask them. Ming Qilin responded, stealing glances at the monkey nestled in their arms. The monkey Desheng felt uncomfortable under the gaze, thinking this person was strange. He wasn't going to eat him, so why look at him like that? Bai Yaoyao chuckled and explained, we hunted some mutated pythons and mutated wolves. This little monkey looked quite clever, so we brought him back with us. He'll be considered a member of the Dark Knight from now on. Desheng puffed out his chest upon hearing this, patting his own chest. His proud little demeanor successfully amused everyone. Ming Qilin felt that the Dark Knight team truly had some unique ideas. While other teams were doing everything they could to recruit ability users, the Dark Knight team had completely different thoughts, opting instead to find a partner from the zoo. Before long, the head chef arrived with his 2 apprentices. Hello, my surname is Li. These are my 2 apprentices. I was wondering what kind of food you wanted to prepare. Chef Li said. Bai Yaoyao replied, hello, Chef Li. Primarily, we want to roast meat just like the mutated tiger meat you made that day. Once the mutated beast meat is finished roasting, let's see what your specialties are and make some more. Chef Li was taken aback and said, roasting meat is no problem, it requires fewer seasonings, but the ingredients for my specialties are harder to come by. We'll discuss that later, let's roast the meat first. There's quite a bit, and it looks like we'll be busy all night. How much do you think we should pay you? Bai Yaoyao replied. All night. Captain Bai, you all did quite well today. Ming Qilin, who had not left, wanted to discuss tomorrow's mission with Bai Yaoyao, and upon hearing she needed to roast meat all night, he couldn't help but ask. Captain Bai, I'll give you this one. Bai Yaoyao took out the dark mutated wolf that Lulu had killed and placed it in front of Ming Qilin. What the, is this a wolf? Ming Qilin couldn't hold back his astonishment. Bai Yaoyao smiled, but said nothing. Finding a clear space, Bai Yaoyao took out the mutated python and said to Chef Li, we're going to roast this meat. Let me know what tools and ingredients you need and I'll get them for you. Everyone except for the Dark Knight team was stunned, staring blankly at the giant snake. Bai Yaoyao took out a knife intending to cut it in half. There was too much to handle, and they had to leave early the next day. If they couldn't finish it, it would spoil. Desheng, being perceptive, took the knife from Bai Yaoyao's hands and began to cut the mutated python into several pieces. Bai Yaoyao set some of it aside. Only then did the others snap back to reality. Chef Li stammered out the items he needed, and he and his 2 apprentices rolled up their sleeves to get to work. However, as soon as the knife came down, it broke while the python meat remained unharmed. Chef Li glanced awkwardly at Bai Yaoyao. Desheng volunteered to stay and help, to which Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Tomorrow she would let Desheng rest in the space, as the others had to set off early and needed to get to bed. Captain Bai, you all are truly impressive. Ming Qilin racked his brain for adjectives, but he found it hard to express his surprise and admiration. It's just luck, really, Bai Yaoyao humbly replied. By the way, we'll set off early tomorrow morning to the Strategic Materials Reserve. Is that all right? How is everyone's condition? Should we make any adjustments? Ming Qilin asked. Supplies were dwindling, and without resupply it would be troublesome. No problem, we'll set off tomorrow, Bai Yaoyao said decisively. Upon hearing this, Ming Qilin finally felt relieved and said, great, thank you for your hard work. You should go rest early. Bai Yaoyao nodded and prepared to leave. At that moment there was a disturbance at the door, accompanied by faint sounds of a woman crying that seemed familiar, possibly from that person named Lin Iran. Although he didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, he was quite curious. Plus, this was the only way back to the tent, so he followed Ming Qilin towards the entrance. Lin Iran was on the verge of a breakdown. When she left in the morning, she was full of confidence, thinking there would be substantial gains that day. Unexpectedly, not only did they gain nothing, but she was also the only one left alive in the entire squad. That zombie was terrifying. It unleashed a toxic gas with just a wave of its hand, causing everyone to collapse unconscious. If she hadn't happened to be the last one walking and suddenly awakened a new ability to purify the air, she probably wouldn't have escaped today. Fearing the zombie might chase after her, she set the exit ablaze. As for her comrades who hadn't made it out, she could only feel sorry. Anyone would have made the same choice. I'm sorry. Lin Yiran saw Ming Qilin and quickly forced out a few tears, crying, Captain Ming, all the members of our squad have perished. Suddenly Lin Yiran thought of the supplies that were all in the space of the squad's member who had also died. Now she had nothing left, and as she realized this, her tears flowed more sincerely. Ming Qilin truly wanted to curse. Captain Bai had already warned them in the morning that this place was unpredictable, yet they insisted on going. Now all the people were dead and they returned only to cry. The more they lacked manpower, the more they caused trouble. Ming Qilin wanted to shout but thought better of it. Instead he said with a stern expression, I did mention this morning that if you don't follow my arrangements you'll have to bear the consequences. But, we were only trying to do this for everyone. Captain Ming, you can't just ignore us like this. Lin Yiran choked as she spoke. What do you want? Ming Qilin asked, following her words. I awakened a new ability today that can purify toxic gas. My fire-type ability has also reached level 3. I would like to trouble Captain Ming to introduce me to the Dark Knight team. Lin Yiran said, looking down a bit shyly. Ming Qilin thought about wanting to pry open Lin Yiran's head to see what was inside. Was it filled with glue? He had no doubt that if he dared to say this, looking at how amiable Captain Bai seemed, she would certainly kick him into a horde of zombies. Bai Yaoyao, who was enjoying the gossip, didn't expect to be dragged into it herself. Unable to hold back, she asked a couple of questions. Are you alright? Are you okay? She handed out a few Ling Lu Mei to everyone. The members of Dark Knight, while eating the Ling Lu Mei, followed Yaoyao out. Only Dai felt a bit regretful as he hadn't been able to free his hands before that man had already died. Everyone returned to their tents to rest as the spring water used by Xiao Wei during the day had only about half a cup left, so it was not taken out again. After Bai Yaoyao returned to her space, she saw Xianqi lying by the spring water, staring at it intently, looking utterly content. Only when he noticed her arrival did he raise his head. Senior Xianqi, what level are you now? I am at level 5 now. Bai Yaoyao was astonished. Oh, was it really that fast? No need to be surprised. When the celestial phenomena changed, I woke up at level 3. Xianqi explained. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao had never heard of the Xian Turtle clan. Had they never appeared, or was there some accident? The spring water is limited each day, and there is only this little left today. You can absorb it, but I have used for tomorrow's water, so I won't give you more. Upon hearing this, Xianqi instantly became excited, finishing it in less than a second. After drinking, he acted as if he was drunk, curling up and turning into a shell, snoring rhythmically. Bai Yaoyao gave one of the 3 level 4 beast cores she had obtained today to Dogsy, 1 to Dimiao, and kept 1 for Dishing. It's not about having too little, but about fairness. As long as there's enough, she naturally wouldn't be overly biased. Bai Yaoyao felt immense pressure with so many mouths waiting for her to feed them. Dimiao grabbed the beast core and ran back to its nest to absorb it. A being with her meant not just meat, but also beast cores, a real bargain. Dogsy was dissatisfied, unwilling to take the beast core, and wanting a big bone instead. Bai Yaoyao kicked him back to his doghouse, scolding him for over 10 minutes. Thirsty from scolding, she returned to the small wooden house, took out a level 4 crystal core and 10 level 3 crystal cores, held them tightly in both hands, closed her eyes, and focused on absorbing the cores. Bai Yaoyao clearly felt the bottleneck she had never been able to break through before ease away smoothly, like flowing water, warmth enveloping her body as all the fatigue of the day vanished. Her spatial ability had finally upgraded. Level 4 to level 8 was a significant hurdle, as some people, no matter how many crystal cores they absorbed, could not upgrade. Having the experience from her previous life, she was particularly familiar with her spatial ability. She never missed her daily practice and actively used her spatial powers in battles, combined with the spring water she had drunk, which improved her physique. Thanks to various factors aligning perfectly, she succeeded in breaking through in one go. Bai Yaoyao tested her spatial cutting ability, which was now usable. If she fought with the mutated python from earlier, she felt she would do so with much greater ease. Suddenly she heard Dogsy barking outside. Bai Yaoyao hurried out to take a look, hoping he hadn't messed up the space again. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed changes in the space, likely due to her recent upgrade. The plantable area at the entrance of the small house had expanded significantly. The herbs she had planted last time had matured a few days ago, but she hadn't had time to harvest them. Today, feeling energized, she planned to collect them, otherwise she feared they would rot in the ground after all her hard work. Dogsy's doghouse was a mess, with cotton flying everywhere. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to lose her temper, Xiao Wei tugged at her sleeve and pointed at the spring water. Bai Yaoyao shot a glare at Dogsy and went with Xiao Wei to check the spring water first. The pool had expanded a lot. Just moments ago, she had given all the spring water to Xianqi, and now there was a small pool again. It seemed that both the condensation area and speed had increased. Bai Yao simply took a cup and drank another round. The taste hadn't changed and she didn't feel anything special, the effectiveness should have remained the same. Finally, she admired her stockpiled resources, took a deep breath and began working. With a basket in hand, she started to collect honeysuckle. The dew on the honeysuckle flowers had already dried up. The flower color was close to pale white and quite plump. Bai Yaoyao paid special attention to not damage the leaves or the young buds. Her master had also planted some medicinal herbs on the back mountain, so Bai Yaoyao was familiar with the methods of planting and harvesting. She worked for over an hour, while not tiring. It was a meticulous task that consumed a lot of time. She had only managed to finish half of it, feeling slightly headachy. This wasn't a sustainable method. How could she afford to spend so much time doing this every day? She didn't even have enough time to sleep. Originally, she wanted to finish harvesting today and plant more, but she decided to leave it for tomorrow. Bai Yaoyao hadn't seen Demiao for a while, so she went over to take a look. Seeing the fluctuating energy waves around Demiao, she realized that Demiao had already reached level 4, though it wasn't very stable yet. She went to fetch some spring water for Demiao. Demiao opened his eyes, spotted Bai Yaoyao, and obediently drank the spring water to continue stabilizing his energy. Bai Yaoyao looked at the determined Demiao and the sensible Xiao Wei, then glanced at the troublemaking Dogsy. She truly wanted to look up to the sky and howl, unfilial child. Looking at the time, it was time to get up. She had a friendly spar with Dogsy before leaving the space. Dogsy was completely bewildered, wondering why his owner was hitting him. Had she found out that I pooped under what she was collecting? That can't be. She dug pretty hard. Yao, how is it? Did you upgrade? As soon as she exited the space, Lulu asked. Bai Yao replied, I upgraded. I can get you spring water to drink tonight. I'm not in a hurry. My current lightning ability is enough. I want to practice it a bit more. Give it to Peichi first, Lulu said. Alright, drinking spring water doesn't necessarily awaken abilities. I didn't get anything from it, Bai Yao. After having breakfast together, everyone went to Master Li's place. From afar, they could already smell the aroma. Indeed, professionals do professional jobs. What on earth was Qin Xian roasting? Master Li and the two little apprentices already felt like their arms weren't their own. Working all night was fine, but cutting and roasting this meat was exceptionally difficult. And that little monkey helping out next to them had learned just by watching a few times. Not only was he faster at cutting meat than the others, but he also expertly managed the seasonings and fire. Although she knew monkeys were clever, it was the first time she realized they could be this extraordinary. Master Li initially thought it would be a long-term job, but now it was all ruined. His skills had been stolen by a little monkey. Who could he complain to? Bai Yaoyao casually pinched a piece and tasted it, seeing the little eyes of the great sage filled with anticipation. She generously praised, Great sage, you are amazing. After a night, you can already roast meat. Haha, my brother is impressive. The monkey rubbed the great sage's head and gave a thumbs up. Shirtu picked up the roasted meat and savored it carefully. Wow, delicious. Everyone's compliments were thrown at the great sage like they were free, and the great sage proudly flipped in place. Bai Yaoyao collected all the roasted python meat and made a special rack for the meat of the mutated beasts. Then she said to Master Li, thank you for your hard work, your skills are excellent, and the food is delicious, and thank you for teaching the little monkey. Which resources do you want? Since she was particularly satisfied with today's harvest, Bai Yaoyao specifically asked. Master Li couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth, thinking it wasn't me who taught him, he learned it on his own, do you believe it? However, knowing the power of the ability users, Captain Meng was overly polite to this woman, so he didn't dare to joke or say much, replying respectfully, anything is fine, just give us what you think is appropriate. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Since there were no special requests, it was easier to discuss. She took out 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, and 20 pieces of compressed biscuits that Ming Qilin sent back from the rescue a few days ago. These compressed biscuits are quite practical, but the taste is really hard to praise. Shidu, who isn't picky, and Kiki, who is on a diet, are unwilling to eat them. Seeing Master Li's surprised expression, Bai Yaoyao knew he was satisfied. As for how the 3 of them would divide it, she didn't have to worry about it. We will be out for a few days, and when we come back, if there's still time, please roast some more for us, Bai Yaoyao said. Well, I would naturally be willing, but your monkey, he can roast meat now, not worse than me, and he cuts meat faster than I do. Master Li said sincerely, though he didn't want to admit it was the truth. Bai Yaoyao looked at the great sage in surprise, as she had thought he was just helping, but unexpectedly, he had learned the craft in one night. Goodness. Thank you, tuition. Bai Yaoyao dropped a bag of small bread and the remaining 10 pieces of compressed biscuits all to Master Li. If the great sage could roast meat, they wouldn't need to contact him anymore. Food is something that one doesn't feel at ease giving to outsiders. Even though there are no bad intentions, now it's hard to say in the future, after all, one never knows what might happen. The Great Sage is truly impressive. Master Li didn't expect Bai Yaoyao to be so generous, and he was almost blooming with joy, suddenly feeling that his arm didn't hurt anymore, and he wasn't sleepy either. When they get back, they must celebrate with instant noodles. Bai Yaoyao explained the space situation to the Great Sage. Although he was clever, he was still a bit confused about the place Bai Yaoyao mentioned. He just obediently listened without resisting. Upon entering the space, the Great Sage was completely startled, suddenly surrounded by Dog Big Meow and Little Rai staring blankly at the new little brother. After a simple self-introduction, everyone accepted the newly arrived partner. Bai Yaoyao took the 4th level beast core into the space and gave it to the Great Sage to absorb, praised Big Meow and Little Rai and scolded Dog before quickly going back out. After absorbing the beast core, the Great Sage was stunned for a long time, and Little Rai even made a nest for the Great Sage. The Great Sage didn't know why but felt like crying a bit. It seemed that he wouldn't have to perform tricks like jumping through fire hoops or walking a tightrope anymore, nor would he have to fear making mistakes and getting beaten, nor would he have to wear clothes and be hugged by various people for photos. Having thick skin really has its advantages. If it weren't for actively seeking it out, how could there be today? So he hurriedly absorbed the beast core and quickly helped his master roast the remaining meat. Everyone liked to eat the meat I roasted. Bai Yaoyao didn't expect the Great Sage to be so sensitive, so cheerful, and so thick-skinned. No one expected that this sunny little monkey, so open and understanding of striving, had previously lived so unhappily. Captain Bai, you have arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Xia Shannon, the head of the official ability user team, and also my childhood friend. Meng Qilin said to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was slightly stunned as she didn't expect to meet another acquaintance, Xia Shannon, who ranked 3rd on the ability user combat power list in her previous life, possessing water type and mental abilities. His water ability is quite handsome. He can freeze and create snow, both offensive and defensive. Coupled with his cool demeanor and elegant appearance, he is the most outstanding heir of the Xia family in City A, making him the dream of countless girls. The reason she considered him an acquaintance is that they had gone on several missions together, both feeling that the other's character was decent, leading to more collaborations. However, Xia Shannon ultimately died at the hands of Little Rai. Bai Yaoyao felt quite regretful for a long time. Hello, my name is Bai Yaoyao. Hello, Xia Shannon. As expected, he was still so cold. Meng Qilin awkwardly said, Captain Bai, please don't mind. Shannon has this personality. He has spoken less since childhood. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand, indicating that she didn't mind. The official ability user team has a total of 20 people, with Xia Shannon being the strongest in the late 3rd level. There are 2 others at the 3rd level, but their energy fluctuations are a bit weaker. Then she saw another acquaintance in the team, Cui, who had gone to the city center hospital to retrieve medicines together. Overall, their strength is definitely not comparable to that of Dark Knight. To be precise, they are quite far behind. The 12 members of Dark Knight 5 beasts, whether human or beast, have all reached at least the 3rd level. Just this point alone makes them the top team among equal numbers. Captain Bai, this journey is long, and the dangers we encounter will be many. Why don't we introduce our abilities and strengths to better cope? What do you think? Xia Shannon said. Meng Qilin felt a bit nervous. You want to ask about people's trump cards as soon as you come, and someone who doesn't speak well is really better off keeping quiet. Bai Yaoyao nodded. In her previous life, during their first collaboration, Xia Shannon had also said this. He truly had no bad intentions and was quite open and generous. For mission rewards, he almost always let them pick first. Moreover, apart from a few morally corrupt and conscienceless people, the official team is generally reliable, otherwise they wouldn't come to this safe zone. After all, in the apocalypse, it's foolish to go solo, as even zombies know to look for a team. Therefore, Dark Knight doesn't need to hide anything. Bai Yaoyao directly stated. Bai Yaoyao, space type ability level 4, strength type ability level 3, mental type ability level 3. As soon as Bai Yaoyao's words fell, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Not to mention Meng Qilin, even Xia Shannon couldn't help but widen his mouth. Xia Shannon had always been proud of his dual abilities until he encountered Bai Yaoyao, who had 3 abilities, and the key was that she was already at the 4th level. Thinking back to last night when he was worried whether the teams in society would hold him back, he almost wanted to slap himself. How dare he think he was worthy? Bai Yaoyao saw the expressions of the crowd and smiled slightly. This was precisely the effect she wanted. Xianqi had already reached level 6 and could provide an energy shield for herself in the space. This was her trump card. Bai Yaoyao did not intend to let Xianqi reveal herself. She could protect her when needed and sleep when there was nothing to do. Bai Yaoyao turned to look at her brothers. Everyone tacitly began to introduce themselves in the same format as Bai Yaoyao, starting with their ages. Shida, Earth-type ability level 3, skin hardening level 3. Qin Xiaopong, Earth-type ability level 3, metal-type ability level 3. Lulu, Thunder-type ability level 3. Xiaomi Speed Type Ability Level 3, Light Type Ability Level 2. Hosey Water Type Ability Level 3. Dadajuan Fire Type Ability Level 3. Peiqi Healing Type Ability Level 3. Kiki Wood Type Ability Level 3. Shirleo Wind Type Ability Level 3. Qin Xian Support Type Ability Level 3. Adai Speed Type Ability Level 3, Dark Type Ability Level 3. Everyone was already numb after hearing this, so they were all level 3. Even the team leaders might not reach level 3, and this was simply unreasonable strength. Xia Shannon felt a bit flushed and involuntarily glanced at the team members behind him, unsure of how to introduce himself. The team members looked at Xia Shannon with flushed faces, pleading, "Captain, please don't make us introduce ourselves, it's embarrassing." At this moment, Xia Shannon was even a bit worried after their self-introduction. Would Captain Bai think their strength was too low and not want to collaborate? After hesitating, he said, "Xia Shannon Water Type Ability Level 3, Spirit Type Ability Level 3. In my team there are 2 other level 3 ability users, one in Strength Type and one in Fire Type, while the other team members are all level 2. Only 2 Space Type ability users have little combat power, the others can all fight." The official ability users took a deep breath. Thankfully, the captain introduced everyone in one go, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing to speak one by one. Bai Yaoyao nodded, showing no special expression, and the others were the same. The members of Dark Knight all had a somewhat silly attribute privately, but they remained serious in front of outsiders. "It's getting late, let's set off." Bai Yaoyao noticed Xia Shannon's embarrassment and felt secretly pleased, but still came forward to help ease the situation. In her previous life, she had been the one feeling awkward. At that time, she was the only level 6 in her team, while the others were all level 4 or 5. Xia Shannon's team was all above level 6 now. Back then, they had not looked down on her, and now the roles were reversed. "Alright, let's go." The official task naturally required the official vehicles. Dark Knight drove 4 military SUVs, while Xia Shannon and others had 3 SUVs and 5 heavy-duty trucks with a capacity of 49 tons, forming a small convoy. The roads outside were not easy to traverse, as there were too many zombies blocking the way. They didn't dare to take elevated roads as they didn't know where they might end. Bai Yaoyao directly led Dark Knight in front, dealing with the zombies as they encountered them. This made Xia Shannon feel a bit embarrassed, so when they encountered zombies blocking the way again, he hurriedly sent someone out. However, by the time he arrived in the vehicles, Dark Knight had already started to pack up. After a whole morning, they hadn't managed to engage in any combat. "Captain Bai, how about our people go in front in the afternoon? You all worked hard this morning. It's no trouble, don't worry about those details. My team members have abundant abilities. If we really encounter something difficult, just come for support." Let's take a break and eat something before setting off again." Bai Yaoyao hurriedly changed the topic. After all, if they didn't fight zombies, how would they get crystal cores? With so many people and beasts to support, they had to be careful with their resources. Xia Shannon and the official ability users had not thought of this at all. In the official ranks, no matter how many crystal cores they collected, they had to submit them. Naturally, the cultivation resources were also allocated by the officials, and no one had ever lacked crystal cores. After all, ability users were precious resources with a large force and heavy weapons clearing the way. The initial quantity of crystal cores was quite sufficient. Thus, there were only endless crystal cores to absorb, not a shortage. Throughout the morning, Xiaomi had hardly gotten on the vehicle. Even though she had 2 types of abilities, now she was still overly active. According to Peiqi, she was the queen of competition. "Alright, let's take a break. I'll go get some food." Captain Meng specifically instructed that the food along the way is provided by the officials. Xia Shannon replied. Bai Yaoyao nodded. "If it was free, why not take it?" The 2 teams gathered together, and Xia Shannon handed Dark Knight 12 boxes of self-heating rice and 12 bottles of mineral water. After receiving it, Bai Yaoyao took out the large round table and benches that Dark Knight usually used for meals, and everyone naturally chatted as they began to unpack the self-heating rice. The official ability users squatting by the roadside were dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Wow, it can be done like this." Seeing Xia Shannon, who was nearly 2 meters tall, squatting on the curb with wide eyes in surprise, Bai Yaoyao found it rather amusing. So she put out a long table and several long benches, calling out, "Captain Xia." Xia Shannon hesitated for a moment, but still invited everyone over. Though it was a bit cramped, they could still sit sideways, which was much better than squatting there. Bai Yaoyao also brought out some python meat that had been roasted in the morning and placed it in the center for everyone to eat with the rice. She didn't divide the meat from the mutated beasts. The meat of a level 4 beast was quite valuable. She had nearly absorbed all the level 3 crystal cores yesterday to upgrade her space type abilities, so she specifically took out the delicious roasted meat to see if she could entice Xia Shannon into trading for level 3 crystal cores. This guy was loaded, a big cash cow. Xia Shannon believed he wasn't someone who cared too much about food, but smelling that roasted meat made the self-heating rice in his hands seem tasteless. He wondered if he could trade crystal cores for some. Forget it, only a fool would be willing to trade. After finishing the meal, Bai Yaoyao packed up the items and everyone set off again. Under Bai Yaoyao's strong insistence, Dark Knight led the way and Xia Shannon's team hardly needed to help. Only when they encountered small groups of zombies did the official ability users come down to help. The members of Dark Knight, seeing reinforcements come for the crystal cores, instantly became invigorated, fighting 1 against 3 or 4. Even Bai Yaoyao, no matter how thick-skinned she was, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed after a whole day's time. While the others couldn't even get a single crystal core her side, not counting level 0, and 1 had over 100 level 2 crystal cores and 7 or 8 level 3 crystal cores. Captained by your Dark Knight team is really fierce, Xia Shannon finally couldn't help but exclaim. Even Xia Shannon, who was not concerned with worldly affairs, could see that they didn't want him and the others to engage in battle. They wanted the crystal cores. Sorry for making you laugh. You all don't lack cultivation resources and don't understand our difficulties. It's really too hard. Bai Yaoyao genuinely couldn't come up with anything else to say. She lowered her head and gently patted her. Xia Shannon nodded, suddenly understanding Bai Yaoyao's hesitance. A woman leading a team and having to consider and be responsible for everything was indeed not easy, much harder than a situation as an ability user with official backing. Captain Bai, I understand. If you ever need help, just say the word, Xia Shannon said with a slight frown. Bai Yaoyao, who was cracking sunflower seeds, was momentarily taken aback. What did you understand? I don't even understand what I said. Captain Bai, have you ever considered joining the official forces? To be frank, the Xia family holds considerable influence. We'd be honored to welcome you and your team. Your strength is exceptional and several of your members possess multi-elemental abilities. With proper backing, your advancement would accelerate dramatically. No thanks, we're used to freedom and none of us are particularly formal or conventional people. It wouldn't suit us, Bai Yaoyao replied without hesitation. Xia Shannon nodded, offering no further persuasion. Everyone had their own reasons. For some, freedom was paramount. Bai Yaoyao dared not feign hardship any longer. Not even Xia Shannon, who rarely involved himself in others' affairs, had stepped forward as a mediator. Bai Yaoyao hadn't intended to intervene. These were merely level 2 or level 3 zombies. Stepping in would rob the others of combat experience. Just as she turned to head back to the vehicle, her eyes suddenly lit up. Caution, the level 4 zombie has arrived, she shouted. The Dark Knight team swiftly eliminated their targets and hastily regrouped. This was their prearranged protocol. Safety came first. Though the official adepts reacted more slowly, they too mimicked Dark Knight's tactics, creating distance from the zombies. Bai Yaoyao surged forward alone, the first time she'd fought all day, and her hands itched for action. Only after she dashed ahead did the others catch sight of the level 4 zombie. It crouched behind a Kara Brewforce variant, its massive hands gripping the roof, lifting the entire vehicle overhead before hurling it toward Bai Yaoyao. She instantly teleported behind it and swung her mountain-splitting blade. The zombie raised its arm to block, but half its forearm was severed by the blow. The creature showed no sign of pain or hesitation, lunging forward again. Bai Yaoyao recoiled with distaste. Ugh, it reeks. She tested spatial slicing, only to feel mildly disappointed. Its power barely surpassed that of her spatial blades. To the onlookers, however, it was astonishing. 2 strikes, 2 ruined arms. Primarily honing her abilities, Bai Yaoyao engaged in brief close-quarters combat. Before seizing an opening, she deployed mental control, then followed with another precise spatial slice. With a sharp shank, the level 4 zombie's head parted cleanly from its body. Calmly, Bai Yaoyao probed the skull with her blade's tip and retrieved the crystalline core. Xia Shannon stared, dumbfounded. So, this is the might of a level 4 adept. He felt a pang of shame, complacent and overconfident. He'd mistaken his dual-element level 3 prowess for true strength. Captain Bai, a young woman, leads her team while simultaneously cultivating her own path. In such a short span, she single-handedly felled a level 4 zombie. Xia Shannon clenched his fists tightly, resolving inwardly. Bai Yaoyao assessed her team's composition. Upgrading capabilities hinged first on elevating Xiaomi's light element ability to level 3, capable of purifying zombie toxins, ensuring no one would suffer helplessly if bitten or wounded. Second, her own and Adai's close-range damage was sufficient, but long-range output lagged. Though many wielded nature-based abilities, low-tier variants struggled to wound zombies effectively. This level 4 core would go to Lulu first. Paired with the spring water, it might elevate her lightning element ability directly to level 4. When Bai Yaoyao lifted her gaze, she found everyone staring at her, speechless. What? Why are you all staring? She asked. Sister Yao. 10 moves to finish a level 4 zombie. What else would we look at? Hosey exclaimed elated. Standard procedure. No need to gawk. Let's move on, she waved dismissively. The Dark Knight members remained unruffled. Sister Yao had always been extraordinary, though astonished they'd long grown accustomed to it. Others, however, were deeply shaken, especially Xia Shannon. Bai Yaoyao noticed that upon resuming their march he, like Xiaomi, had become fiercely diligent. He refused to ride in the vehicle, instead rushing ahead to fight zombies hand-to-hand. Bai Yaoyao winced inwardly, so many cores lost. Captain Bai, I only engage zombies to sharpen my combat instincts. The cores are all yours. Xia Shannon, unable to bear the intensity of her gaze, offered this explanation outright. Oh, how could we possibly accept that? Before he could continue, Bai Yao interjected, very well, thank you. Xiaomi, why so inconsiderate? Go fetch the cores from Captain Xia's hands. He worked hard for them. Making him carry them for us would be improper. Xiaomi flushed faintly. Not everyone possessed Sister Yao's audacious confidence. Well, same goes for her unreserved demeanor, but still she obeyed, stepping forward to accept the cores. When the captain spoke, obedience was non-negotiable. Xia Shannon chuckled softly. So, I'd overthought it. Captain Bai truly is extraordinary. By full nightfall they halted progress. The road grew treacherously dark and exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, so they chose a broad open stretch to rest overnight. At dinner, Bai Yao, acknowledging Xia Shannon's contribution of 1 level 2 and 1 level 3 core, offered him roasted meat from a mutated python. Xia Shannon instinctively declined. How could I possibly accept this? Then, seeing Bai Yao's eyes gleam, and sensing her intent to withdraw the offer, he swiftly reversed course. But since Captain Bai extends such generosity, I shall gratefully accept. Thank you, Captain Bai. He'd learned his lesson. Captain Bai was no ordinary person. From now on he'd mind his manners. What's the point of false modesty when delicious meat awaits? Moreover, this was mutated beast flesh, restorative and energizing. After the meal, Xia Shannon volunteered. Captain Bai, let my team handle night watch. You've labored hard today. Agreed, Bai Yaoyao replied succinctly. After Xia Shannon departed, Bai Yao announced, we have 2 servings of spring water tonight. 1 for Lulu, 1 for Pei Qi. The level 4 core also goes to Lulu. Let's prioritize building a level 4 long-range attacker. Understood. None objected. Dark Knight was the one squad where resource allocation never Can we really skip night watch? Pang asked. Absolutely not. Among the official adepts, not a single one seems reliable. Xia Shannon's strength is decent, but his judgment, questionable. I'll release to Miao and Xiaowai to stand guard. Rest well, you all need it, Bai Yao. Got it, understood. As long as it's not Doggo, we can sleep soundly. Lulu and Pei Qi shared a tent. Let them endure each other's company for now. Bai Yaoyao slipped into her spatial realm, entrusted Xiaowai and Miao with night watch duties, and released them outside. She paused, stepped back out, and added one more instruction: do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Let the group nearby handle it. Only then did she notice Dashing still roasting meat. She gasped. Yesterday she'd already given Masterly a small portion of the mutated python's flesh. 2/3 remained, yet nearly all of it had now been roasted. Gazing at the neatly arranged plates on the ground, each bearing perfectly grilled cuts, Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt profoundly justified in bringing Dashing along. Didn't I tell you to absorb the beast core? Why are you cooking again? Bai Yaoyao asked. Dashing raised 4 fingers and let out an excited yelping cry. Only then did Bai Yao realize Dashing had already reached level 4. Indeed, the only disappointing one was that disobedient mutt. After swallowing a level 4 beast core, he merely belched past gas and achieved nothing at all. Bai Yaoyao summoned the mutt and scolded him once more. He stared blankly. I didn't even urinate in the medicinal field today. Why am I being reprimanded again? Has Master grown so irritable lately? Dashing scratched his head in bewilderment. Bai Yaoyao rewarded him with a generous pile of fruit and sent him off to rest. She arranged the roasted meat meticulously on racks. Watching the 2 tears fill completely, Bai Yaoyao, the consummate perfectionist, finally exhaled in quiet satisfaction. Glancing over, she saw Xianqi still sound asleep, utterly unmoved. She returned to her wooden cabin to rest as well. Bai Yaoyao left a sliver of spiritual awareness outside the space. Hardly any formidable zombies appeared. Occasionally a level 2 zombie emerged, but it was swiftly neutralized by an official level 3 cultivator. After a short slumber, she checked the time. Only 3 or 4 hours had passed. She noticed the space seemed to grow increasingly potent. Both spiritual energy and physical stamina recovered remarkably faster within it. No longer wishing to lie idle in bed, she rose at once. Outside, a vast array of medicinal herbs remained unharvested. Rolling up her sleeves and pant legs, she grabbed a basket and set to work. Seeing Bai Yaoyao laboring, Dashing dashed over. Once he grasped the method, he fetched his own basket and began assisting diligently. Bai Yaoyao watched, deeply moved, then turned to see the mutt frantically chasing its own tail in endless. What should she do? She longed to strike him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Dashing had already harvested an entire row. Glancing into her own basket, scant few herbs rested there. Bai Yaoyao suddenly conceived an idea. Dashing, how many mutated monkeys dwell on your mountain? Bai Yaoyao asked. Gg. He chattered, holding up 3 fingers. Then 2. Bai Yaoyao nodded thoughtfully. Might she recruit several young monkeys to specialize in cultivation? The arable land within the space was already overwhelming to manage alone, yet leaving it fallow would be a waste. A few more hands guided by Dashing could tend crops and roast meat alike. The vision shimmered with promise. Shall we return to the zoo to find you some junior brothers? Bai Yaoyao gently stroked Dashing's small head and asked. Dashing nodded enthusiastically, believing for a moment that he displeased her, and she sought to replace him, only to realize with dawning joy that she simply wished to ease his solitude by granting him companions. Bai Yaoyao entrusted the harvesting entirely to Dashing, exited the space, and went straight to check on Peichi and Lulu. Lifting the tent flap, she glimpsed delicate bare shoulders, elegant clavicles, smooth arms. Sister Yao, your gaze is utterly transfixed. Could you spare even a glance for me? Peichi complained. Bai Yaoyao blinked, snapped her mouth shut, and turned. You're lovely too. She offered a single perfunctory compliment. Peichi truly is beautiful. Must you feign interest so transparently? Peichi couldn't help rolling her eyes. Lulu sighed, faintly shot the two a resigned look, and quickly finished dressing. Yair, my hidden injuries have fully healed, and even the scars have greatly faded. Yes, that's expected, Bai Yaoyao replied, nodding. Lulu continued, though I haven't awakened a new ability, I've successfully advanced to level 4. No matter, Xiaomi's awakening was likely circumstantial. That spring may not inherently grant abilities. Bai Yaoyao replied. But I think I have awakened something new. Peichi interjected suddenly. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu exchanged stunned glances. What kind of ability? They asked in unison. It's difficult to describe. I can sense your emotions. When you speak, the feeling is subtle, but when you look at me and speak directly, it becomes vividly clear. Peichi reflected, then explained. Bai Yaoyao instantly understood this is a psychic ability, a rare manifestation seen in past lifetimes. Around level 7 practitioners could begin discerning others' unspoken thoughts during conversation. Whoa, so powerful! Peichi exclaimed. Yet the one who awakened it didn't live long, did he? Lulu asked. Precisely. He was slain by numerous factions, defenseless yet possessing such an extraordinary gift. Who else would they target? Bai Yaoyao said. Hear that, little Peichi? Guard this secret carefully. Lulu cautioned. Tell no one beyond our inner circle. You possess only a healing ability and nothing more. Bai Yaoyao reaffirmed the warning solemnly. Understood. I won't breathe a word, Peichi promised, nodding firmly. The three conferred briefly before stepping out together. They ate hastily and departed once more. Yesterday's journey had covered barely 1/3 of the route. Today demanded greater urgency. They halted only for zombies impeding their path, or level 3 zombies. All others were simply rammed aside. The journey proceeded smoothly with no casualties or vehicle damage. Captain Bai, let's halt here for today. We're nearly there. If we depart early tomorrow, we'll arrive by 9 or 10 o'clock. Xia Shannon approached and suggested. Bai Yaoyao nodded. You decide. Very well, let's rest here, briefly eat, and I'll send 2 scouts ahead to locate a suitable campsite for Xia Shannon remarked. He found himself unusually talkative these past days, not his nature, but he couldn't resist speaking more with Bai Yaoyao. Not from romantic sentiment, but from profound respect for a peerless cultivator. Xia Shannon reassured himself. He shook his head sharply, dispelling such idle thoughts, dispatched 2 team members to scout ahead and join the others. Today's forced march spared even a midday meal. Their stomachs had long been gnawing with hunger. Bai Yaoyao and her companions felt the same. They sat in a circle eating in weary silence. After finishing her meal, Bai Yaoyao rose to take a short walk. Though the military-grade off-road vehicle was rugged and collision-resistant, its ride quality was abysmal. After sitting in it all day, she felt as if her bones might come apart. Captain Bai, the 2 scouts I sent ahead seem to have run into trouble. It's been half an hour. They haven't returned, Xia Shannon reported. Understood. Let's go check together, Bai Yaoyao replied. They quickly packed up and moved forward. Strangely, Bai Yaoyao's spiritual sense detected nothing at all, only faint low-level energy fluctuations consistent with mere low-tier zombies. The 2 scouts, one ranked level 3, the other level 2, should not have been overwhelmed. Even if they couldn't win, escape should have been effortless. Sis Yaoyao roadside. Kiki suddenly other level 2. Rushing to the roadside, the group found the two scouts stripped bare, their bodies reduced to unrecognizable masses of mangled flesh. Exposed bone jutted from shattered arms and calves, intestines spilled loosely onto the dirt. "Brother Ning. Liang." A woman from Xia Shannon's team dashed forward and collapsed beside them, sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Yaoyao knelt for a closer inspection. These were not zombie wounds, they bore the hallmarks of a mutated beast. She scanned the surrounding terrain carefully, then frowned slightly. Noting Xia Shannon's quiet self-reproach, Bai Yaoyao said firmly, "Danger is imminent. Evacuate immediately. Move out tonight. Dark Knight, get in the vehicles." Without hesitation or wasted words, the Dark Knight squad obeyed instantly. Xia Shannon too issued swift orders for full withdrawal. The grieving woman forced herself upright, trembling, and lit a fire to cremate the corpses. Bai Yaoyao had already turned to leave, then caught the flicker of flame in her peripheral vision and spun back, nearly cursing aloud. "Extinguish that fire now." Hosey leapt from the vehicle and unleashed his hydrokinetic ability, dousing the flames in seconds. Xia Shannon joined him without pause. "Forget it. Hosey, back in the vehicle," Bai Yaoyao urged, urgently, sensing fresh peril. Knowing her telepathic ability ranked level 3, Xia Shannon assumed she'd detected something grave, and once the fire was out, led his team after her without question. Inside the vehicle, he couldn't resist opening the radio. "Captain Bai, did you detect something?" Suppressing her impulse to swear, Bai Yaoyao replied patiently, "I know everyone is devastated, but we remain in serious danger." The wounds clearly belonged to a mutated beast. Ground disturbances showed neither scout attempted retreat for aid. In fact, they fled in the opposite direction, implying they believed our entire force stood no chance against that creature. Grayish animal fur scattered across the grass suggests a mutant rat swarm. If even a level 3 adept couldn't deploy abilities before being overwhelmed, this must be a level 4 mutant. Moreover, judging by the freshness of the wounds, the swarm departed only moments ago. Lighting a fire, the woman aboard the vehicle finally grasped the gravity of her error and stammered apologies. "I'm so sorry, I didn't think." "One warning only," Xia Shannon interjected, waving a hand. "On missions, every action must follow command." "Yes, Captain." A Dai endowed with shadow affinity abilities navigated the night with effortless ease, as naturally as a fish gliding through water, so he took point driving while Bai Yaoyao sat beside him in the front seat. After 10 minutes of silent driving, a Dai noticed Bai Yaoyao's continued solemnity and asked, "Sis Yaoyao, what's the verdict? Are we still unsafe and uncertain?" "My spiritual sense detects nothing. With Xian Qi guarding us, our safety is assured. We could abandon supplies entirely and detonate everything instead. But Xia Shannon's team, that's another matter," Bai Yao answered candidly. A Dai nodded, reassured. So long as his own people remained unharmed, others' fates held little weight for him. At dawn's first pale light, the convoy finally reached its destination, the H-City Strategic Supply. From the outside, it revealed no distinguishing features. Passers-by would never glance twice. It resembled nothing more than a derelict, forgotten factory. Had Xia Shannon not been certain, Bai Yaoyao would have assumed they'd taken a wrong turn. "Captain Bai, I've scanned with my spiritual sense. Only a handful of zombies inside. Any observations on your end?" "Same here. Are supplies stored underground?" "The courtyard seems far too small for such a depot," Bai Yaoyao asked. "And correct," Xia Shannon confirmed. "It was specially engineered for contingency. Let's go in." Bai Yaoyao abruptly pivoted, gazing back along their approach route. "Don't enter, rat swarm incoming. Everyone back in the vehicles. Move forward immediately." Understood, and no one paused to speak. They scrambled back into their vehicles and accelerated away from the depot. If the swarm ravaged the supplies, this mission would end in total failure. But they hadn't gone far before the swarm surged into view behind them. Flight was futile, so they dismounted. Bai Yaoyao directed the drivers to park the vehicles behind the building, shielding them as best they could from wholesale destruction. She released a meow and instructed Xian Qi to activate the energy barrier. De Miao's eyes gleamed at the sight of the rapidly approaching mutant rats. His tiny tongue flicked eagerly across his lips as he crouched low, coiled and ready to strike. "All Earth manipulators, assemble and erect barriers," Bai Yaoyao commanded. Xia Shannon declared decisively, H-01 squad, full obedience to Captain Bai's orders. He understood well a single team could not sustain dual leadership. He lacked the authority to command Dark Knight's members, but his own team trusted Bai Yaoyao without reservation. Earthbenders converged swiftly, raising several thick earthen walls. Their efficacy remained uncertain, but they might at least blunt the swarm's momentum. Lulu struck first, the thrill of her newly upgraded ability surging through her. She unleashed her ultimate technique, nearly overwhelming Qin Xian, who barely kept pace, applying his enhancement aura. Instantly a gaping breach tore through the rat horde, over 100 corpses littered the ground. Yet the swarm closed the gap in moments, pressing forward relentlessly. Other nature affinity adepts followed suit, unleashing torrents of elemental power upon the swarm. Bai Yaoyao held back, watching closely, waiting for the alpha mutant to emerge. She realized this strategy was unsustainable. Their abilities drained too rapidly. Within minutes, exhaustion would leave them utterly defenseless. Captain Xia, thank you for your trust. I will now assume command, Bai Yaoyao said, gazing steadily at Xia Shannon. Xia Shannon nodded immediately. Though it was impossible not to feel a flicker of unease at the sight of so many mutated beasts, Bai Yaoyao's calm yet fiercely resolute expression somehow eased his tension. Captain Bai was truly no ordinary person. The swarm of mutated rats stretched endlessly. Though their movement was not swift, the sheer density of the dark churning mass advancing steadily left everyone flustered and paralyzed by its overwhelming scale. Each mutated rat stood roughly half a meter tall, its razor-sharp incisors, bared claws long needle-thin and gleaming with metallic luster. Thick coarse fur covered its body, suggesting formidable natural armor. Just as everyone frantically unleashed their abilities in disarray, a voice cut through the chaos, calm, clear, and unshaken. Everyone listen carefully. All nature-affiliated adepts assemble to my right. Do not unleash your powers haphazardly. Form 2 coordinated teams, alternating your attacks. Water and wood adepts unite into one group. Fire adepts form the other. Crucially, those of the same affinity must synchronize their techniques. Earth adepts dig trenches beside us. Deeper is better. Close combat adepts, hold your ground. Wait until I advance, then follow without hesitation. Having spoken, Bai Yaoyao placed several large cleavers and baseball bats upon the ground for anyone who needed them. She had purchased far more than necessary, enough to spare. Hearing Bai Yaoyao's commanding resonant voice, the group instantly felt reassured. They swiftly obeyed her orders, moving to their designated positions and coordinating seamlessly with their comrades. Bai Yaoyao observed the newly disciplined rhythm of their power deployment and knew the first critical phase had been secured. Before utter chaos reigned, just as a fire adept ignited flames, a water adept doused them. Moments after, a wood adept ensnared enemies in binds. Fire erupted again, incinerating everything. No attack from the mutated rats was needed. Their own allies were already undermining themselves. The spectacle appeared fierce, yet inflicted almost no real damage. Bai Yaoyao had been scanning the swarm with her spiritual sense for the rat sovereign, expecting it to lurk at the rear. To her surprise, it hid deep within the throng itself. Only its potent level 4 energy signature betrayed its presence. Outwardly, it was indistinguishable from the rest. It bore no visible distinction from ordinary mutated rats, identical in form and size. Aside from the sovereign, some 15 level 3 mutated rats roamed the swarm. After her spatial ability ascended to level 4, Bai Yaoyao could now execute 2 consecutive short-range teleports, with greater range and precision than before. Once the nature adepts' reserves neared exhaustion, Bai Yaoyao turned to Demiao and said, Demiao, draw their attention. Demiao had been straining to charge forward, held back only by Bai Yaoyao's restraint. Now, with the order finally given, he vanished in a blur, slashing straight into the heart of the swarm. Holy hell, that cat's terrifying, and haha, Demiao's unstoppable. Not a single survivor where he passes, and brothers, push harder. We can't let a cat outshine us. Within the swarm, Demiao's every strike felled dozens. His blinding speed rendered ordinary mutated rats utterly incapable of landing a blow. Demiao successfully seized the full attention of both allies and enemies, including the rat sovereign. Bai Yaoyao had been waiting for this precise opening. She initiated mental control, then executed 2 rapid teleports to close the distance. Her strength ability surged to its peak, and she brought down her cleaver in a lethal arc across the sovereign's neck. To ensure absolute certainty, she followed with a spatial severance technique. The rat sovereign hadn't even registered what had happened. Suddenly, searing pain exploded in its skull, locking its body rigid. By the time instinct screamed to defend, the massive cleaver was already descending toward its eyes. In one seamless, devastating sequence, Bai Yaoyao decapitated the rat sovereign. It died bewildered, unable to comprehend how it had been located or why this female had pierced straight through the swarm to find it. What an inglorious end, to fall before even reaching the enemy lines. At the instant Bai Yaoyao lunged forward, a Dai sprang into action, charging directly toward her position. His lethality rivaled Demiao's. The nature adepts, now drained of power, had begun retreating to recover, only to witness the Dark Knight team surge forward without hesitation, blades drawn, plunging headlong into the swarm. The official adepts stared in astonishment. How could that gentle, seemingly fragile healer girl also be swinging a club? Every member of Dark Knight attacked from different angles, converging relentlessly on Bai Yaoyao's position. Watching their combat style, Xia Shannon deduced their identities must be extraordinary. Not only did each strike land with fatal precision, but their flawless coordination and unwavering execution spoke of elite training. Yet that no longer mattered. Without hesitation, Xia Shannon snatched up a baseball bat and charged in alongside them. Seeing their captain move, the rest of the official adept team selected appropriate weapons and joined the fray from the periphery. Few possessed the strength to break into the swarm's core. Doing so would be little more than offering themselves as fodder. Everyone knew their limits well, and none were like the fearsome warriors of Dark Night. Even with the sovereign slain and the swarm thrown into disarray, the battle refused to end swiftly. The sheer numbers were staggering. De Miao's paws grew numb from relentless slashing, yet the rats still swarmed without end. Casualties began to mount. That very morning, the woman who had used fire ability to cremate corpses was momentarily distracted and instantly swallowed by the tide of rats. Her comrades couldn't reach her in time. Others sustained wounds, clawed gashes on arms or legs. Qin Xian, never skilled in close combat, faltered under prolonged strain, yet Stone remained near him, rushing to his aid the moment he wavered. Still, a long, ragged gash opened along Qin Xian's thigh, crimson blood welling forth. Once the Dark Knight members regrouped, they first shielded Peiqi while she treated Qin Xian's wound, then broke formation and fought their way toward the trenches pre-dug by the earth adepts. At the trench's edge, Bai Yaoyao and De Miao leapt straight in. The others abandoned further engagement and scattered swiftly to either side. Most mutated rats drawn by Bai Yaoyao and De Miao tumbled headlong into the pit. Those behind, crushed forward by the surging mass, could not halt. Pile upon pile, the trench filled rapidly with writhing bodies. Qin Xian and Xiao Shirlu seized the moment, unleashing a violent gale that drove the remaining rats deeper into the trench. Bai Yaoyao had already recalled De Miao into her spatial domain, then teleported out herself, retrieving industrial-grade oil from her space and directing everyone to pour it into the trench. Finally, De Wan ignited the oil, fire roared skyward, and for 10 li around the air filled with the pungent charred aroma. Though aroma was generous, it was in truth acrid and foul. The vast majority of the swarm perished in the inferno. The survivors fled in scattered panic. Only a handful of level 3 mutated rats and a few stragglers remained. Dividing them among themselves according to capability, the team eliminated them all within 20 minutes. When Bai Yaoyao and the people from the Dark Knight arrived at Xia Shannon's side, they found that everyone seemed to be in a terrible state, with no one unscathed, and one person had even lost a leg. Xia Shannon was also exhausted to the point of nearly collapsing. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao and the Dark Knight members approach, he immediately sighed in relief and slumped down onto the ground. The others were the same, lying down on the ground without any dignity, gasping for fresh air, unable to utter a word for a long time, and not even having the strength to tend to their bleeding wounds. Not all official superhumans were military personnel. Some were originally in civilian positions, and after awakening their powers in the apocalypse, they were assigned to combat teams. It was already remarkable that they managed to hold on until now. Bai Yaoyao discreetly checked the numbers and noted that 2 people were missing, probably 1 male and 1 female. Bai Yaoyao nodded at Peiqi, who began to treat everyone according to their injuries. For those who had lost limbs, regrowth was impossible. At most, she could help their wounds heal. Xia Shannon recalled the recent battle with the mutated rats and increasingly felt that Captain Bai was unfathomable, excelling in both combat skills and powers, as well as battle strategy. First, she arranged the order of attack based on everyone's powers, then located the mutated Rat King, released a beast to draw fire, and single-handedly broke through to deal several blows to easily eliminate the mutated Rat King. Finally, together with the members of Dark Knight, they coordinated to lure the swarm of mutated rats into a deep pit that had been prepared in advance, using wind and fire abilities to wipe out the main force of the rat swarm in one go. It was a seamless chain of actions. One could say that while he was still confused about how to proceed, Captain Bai had already arranged the entire battle situation. The most crucial point was that she relied entirely on Dark Knight's own capabilities. Despite so many people on his side, apart from killing some of the peripheral mutated rats, he hadn't been of any help. As a result, the others were perfectly fine while his side suffered casualties and injuries, and they still needed Dark Knight's healing superhumans to treat them after the battle. Xia Shannon felt his face was burning hot. He had always been smooth sailing in life, excelling at everything he did, and had never sincerely admired anyone his age. Today, he had finally witnessed it. Bai Yaoyao noticed his face alternating between red and green, and found it a bit puzzling, wondering if he had been knocked silly. How could someone so powerful in his past life be so inept now? What Bai Yaoyao and Xia Shannon didn't know was that in his past life, Xia Shannon had also led a team to the Strategic Resource Reserve, but before they even arrived, the team was scattered by the rat swarm. The only one who returned to the safe zone was Xia Shannon himself, and not only did they fail to obtain any resources, but they also lost their vehicle and nearly 40 superhumans sacrificed their lives. After that, Xia Shannon began to close himself off, becoming particularly cold and indifferent, and his strength increased, rapidly climbing to 3rd place on the battle power rankings. Bai Yaoyao's rebirth had already changed the fates of many people. Xia Shannon took a breath, feeling slightly more strength, and approached Bai Yaoyao seriously, saying, "Captain Bai, thank you. Today, thanks to you, otherwise, we wouldn't just be talking about the mission, we might have died here." Bai Yaoyao fidgeted with her hands and muttered softly, "It's nothing, you're not dead." What? Xia Shannon didn't hear clearly and asked again. Bai Yaoyao cleared her throat and said earnestly, "No need to thank me, I also get paid for my missions." "Captain Bai, does Dark Knight still take in people? Can I join?" Xia Shannon thought for a long time and couldn't help but ask. Bai Yaoyao was just drinking water and nearly spat it out. It was ridiculous that the #1 powerhouse of the Huagua official side, the only heir of the Xia family, would want to join Dark Knight. How ridiculous is that? Without a second thought, Bai Yaoyao refused. "Dark Knight doesn't take in people. There will always be only 12 of us." Xia Shannon felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing Bai Yaoyao's rejection. The Dark Knight team was enviable, with everyone trusting each other and fighting together. It was an experience he had never had. After calming down for a while, he thought it through. Even disregarding whether the leadership would agree, his own family would not allow it. He bore a heavy burden. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted. After realizing this, he felt embarrassed and glanced at Bai Yaoyao, acknowledging his impulsiveness. Bai Yaoyao, without showing any signs, shifted the topic. "Let's rest here for a while, wait for something to eat, recover our powers, and then head to the reserve." "And then, okay," Xia Shannon replied. After treating several seriously injured individuals, Peichi felt that Xia Shannon's injury was the most severe. Seeing Sister Yao's awkward smile and her need for someone to save the scene, she specifically approached him and said, "Captain Xia, let me treat your injuries." Xia Shannon glanced at his still bleeding arm, nodded, and said, "All right, please just stop the bleeding and no need to expend too much energy." Peichi rolled her eyes secretly and didn't say anything. It was a rare opportunity to practice her powers, and she had to seize it well. She had used her powers less often than she had swung a stick in the last encounter. "Only treat half and leave half. Are you helping me practice the release of my powers?" Sister Yao was right. This person was indeed not very bright. So Peichi completely ignored what Xia Shannon said and treated him until his scars were no longer visible. Xia Shannon wanted to say something, but seeing the serious expression on the girl before him, he held his tongue and remained silent. He couldn't help but feel once again that the members of Dark Knight were truly sincere people. Even when he said it was unnecessary to treat him completely, they still diligently expended a considerable amount of energy until his wounds disappeared. So touching. After Bai Yaoyao and the others buried the 2 sacrificed official superhumans on the spot, she finally pulled out 2 tables and began to eat. So hungry. Without waiting for Xia Shannon to get food, Bai Yaoyao directly took out several large plates of mutated python meat and the freshly roasted, mutated wolf meat. She also brought out a case of beer and a pack of soda. Almost everyone in Dark Knight had a piece of roasted meat in one hand and a beer in the other, feeling great. Dai and Qin Xian, both underage, stealthily grabbed a bottle of beer while Sister Yao wasn't looking, and just as they were about to drink, they caught sight of Sister Yao's sharp gaze coming at them. Naturally, after filling up the nearby fat brother and Sure-Tu brother, they obediently put it back. Fat brother patted Dai's soft hair and said, Dai, your month-long punishment hasn't ended yet. If you make Sister Yao angry again, no one will be able to save you. Shoo, I know, fat brother, let's eat, don't say anymore. Dai tugged at fat brother's sleeve. Bai Yaoyao smiled. After such a fierce battle, being able to drink and eat heartily with her brothers was truly satisfying. After everyone finished eating, they did not rush to move and rested for about 2 hours before setting off again. Fortunately, they parked the vehicles far away at the first opportunity. Aside from an off-road vehicle that had its tire punctured by a mutated rat, everything else was fine. However, there was a spare tire on the vehicle, and without needing anyone else's help, the monkey fixed it in 5 minutes. Once everyone was ready, they all got back in the vehicle to head back. Upon arriving at the entrance of the storage facility again, Bai Yaoyao and Xia Shannon, both mental-type supernatural beings, first carefully surveyed the surroundings and the interior to confirm there were no unusual circumstances before starting to clear out the zombies. The strategic material reserve in H City is extremely rich in resources. As the name suggests, strategic materials are those that play a crucial role in national economy, people's livelihoods, and national defense. Thus, any energy sources and raw materials that are significantly important to the national economy and national defense security fall into this category, such as gasoline, rubber, food, and so on. These materials, once scarce due to war outbreaks, economic sanctions, trade barriers, environmental destruction, or resource depletion, are often difficult to quickly replenish or find alternatives for. This time, Xia Shannon only brought along 2 Level 2 space-type supernatural beings and 5 large trucks, so it was impossible to take everything away. He had specially consulted experts beforehand and compiled a list to collect items according to their priority, with the most important being the reserve food. After Bai Yaoyao and the Dark Knight group cleared out all the zombies in the entire storage facility, she went to the entrance to wait. She was not at all curious about what was inside and did not care what Xia Shannon would take away, simply pulling out a few sofas and lying down to rest with her brothers. "Sister Yaoyao, I just saw so many rooms in that basement, shouldn't we get a share?" the monkey asked. Xiaomi also said, "Yet, even if they get 20 more trucks, they won't be able to haul it all. What are you two so anxious about? When has Sister Yaoyao ever been at a loss? Just look at her calm demeanor, you'll know this matter is settled," Lulu said, disdainfully glancing at the two. "No need to rush, just wait and see if Meng Qilin and Xia Shannon know how to handle things," Bai Yaoyao replied. Sipping on milk tea and munching on potato chips, Bai Yaoyao curled up on the sofa, looking more like she was in a cozy home on the weekend than in the wilderness of the apocalypse. "What do you mean, huh? I don't get it. What does it mean to be sensible or not?" Xiao 16 asked in confusion. "You'll know soon enough. Here, drink this." Bai Yaoyao smiled at Xiao 16 and handed her a bottle of drink. Xiao 16 innocently widened her eyes. 10 walnuts. "Sister Yao, are you calling me stupid? Didn't Monkey Brother and Xiaomi Brother not understand either?" Bai Yaoyao nodded and tossed a bottle to both Monkey and Xiaomi. Adai silently rejoiced, although he didn't understand, he didn't ask, so no one would know he didn't get it. He chuckled quietly and found that he also received a bottle. "Well, okay, I was the 4th from the bottom. Xiao 16 is the dumbest." The Dark Knight members watched from a distance as Xia Shannon's team busied themselves with Chuaying and another space-type supernatural being, first putting items into the space before unloading them onto the truck, stacking several large trucks high. Finally, a wood-type supernatural being, fearing that items might fall, released several branches to reinforce everything. They worked for nearly an hour before finishing completely. Xia Shannon approached and said, "Captain Bai, we are all packed up. Do you want to take a look and see if there's anything you need?" Bai Yaoyao pretended to refuse, saying, "No, my space is already full, I can't fit anything else in." Xia Shannon nodded and replied, "That's true. Actually, we can take out some items that are not as useful and replace them with some essentials. The reserve has only necessities and we won't come back here again. It would be best to take away some items. I'll drive ahead a few hundred meters to see if we can drive smoothly with so many items loaded." Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "All right, I'll go down to take a look." After Xia Shannon left, Bai Yaoyao took the Dark Knight group into the storage facility, leaving 2 people above to guard against any dangers. All the supplies were stored underground. Bai Yaoyao initially thought the air would be poor down there, but it turned out to be the same as above. The design was quite advanced. A long corridor ran through with warehouses on both sides for storing supplies. The first few warehouses mostly contained agricultural products with various seeds and finished rice flour and oil. Although some had been taken away by Xia Shannon, the majority remained. Bai Yaoyao accepted everything without reservation, even taking the shelves into her space, but still stored them separately from the purchased supplies. There was also a cold storage facility filled entirely with frozen meat. Perhaps there was a backup generator or some high-tech power equipment, as the cold storage was in good condition, and all the frozen meat was normal, not contaminated or rotten. Frozen meat can generally be stored for several decades. Perhaps the pork someone might eat is older than them. In the remaining warehouses there were also salt, sugar, honey, tobacco, leaves, cotton, fabric, rubber, petroleum, coal, military tents, canned meat, and finished military rations. Bai Yaoyao always thought the supplies she had hoarded were sufficient, but compared to the supplies in the storage facility, saying it was a drop in the bucket would not be an exaggeration. Xia Shannon could only take a limited amount, so it all benefited Bai Yaoyao. There were not many canned meats and military rations left, only about 6 or 7 boxes, each containing around 100 portions, but there were many other items. The last few warehouses were all military-related, containing materials like copper, aluminum, tungsten, and military fuels like gasoline and diesel. There were also many types of equipment with a large amount of gear and unknown parts. Bai Yaoyao recognized that these should be for supplementing and repairing equipment. There were also many weapons, regardless of whether they could be used. Bai Yaoyao collected them all to study slowly. There were a few large cabinets at the back, but they were all empty, probably having been taken away by Xia Shannon. Judging from the labels on the cabinets, it seemed they contained written records of military technology materials. Electronic materials may not be safe. It was likely a well-prepared plan. In peacetime, the focus is mainly on developing people's livelihoods. Due to limited military funding, it is generally impossible to mass-produce military equipment, but once the situation becomes severe, the priority of such military equipment will be raised to the highest. In the last 2 warehouses, Bai Yaoyao was quite fond of the items, including gold, silver, platinum, and various precious metals. Just as she opened the door, she was almost blinded by the dazzling sight. After collecting everything, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly went back up. "Sister Yao, how is it? Did you have a big haul?" Fat brother stayed above to guard the door. Bai Yaoyao was unsure how to describe how much she had collected, but it was definitely super abundant. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Enough for our 12 people to eat, drink, and wear for hundreds or even thousands of years." It was more than what they had collected beforehand, although some items were not needed. There were also many seeds that could be planted in her space. She thought that after returning, she would make another trip to the zoo to collect a few little monkey brothers for the great sage, so that when there's nothing to do, the monkeys can plant grains, medicinal herbs, or fruit trees. Fat brother gave a thumbs up and said, "Wow, that's worth it. That's a huge gain. It was worth all the exhaustion along the way. But can the monkeys really learn to plant?" Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "Yes, the great sage is really impressive. The honeysuckle tea in your cup was picked and dried by the great sage." "Haha, awesome. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the zoo when we get back." Before leaving, Bai Yaoyao specifically locked the door of the warehouse and had Fat brother reinforce it with his metal ability. If one day the apocalypse ends, this place might still serve its purpose. Xia Shannon was driving slowly with his team in front. He was surprised to see Bai Yaoyao catch up so quickly. Wasn't she going to carefully select from all those supplies? Moreover, since she had already left with her team who would know how much she packed. Could it be that her space truly had limited capacity? Didn't Meng Qilin say that Captain Bai's space definitely had plenty of room? When it was time to eat again, Bai Yaoyao and the Dark Knight group were no longer using tables and chairs. They were crouching on the roadside holding instant noodle buckets to eat. It became clear that Captain Bai didn't have much space left. They had thrown away the tables and sofas, and there was no table to eat at. Isn't this a problem? Isn't it crazy to eat instant noodles squatting on the roadside instead of enjoying a lobster on the sofa? Instant noodles give me acne, Lulu said while slurping her noodles, which actually tasted quite good. "I also think it's a bit odd, and next time let them squat and eat while we sit." "That's right," Bai Yao agreed. The monkey was reluctant and said, "Come on, didn't we just vote on this? It's been such a long apocalypse, what's wrong with experiencing it? It adds to the atmosphere." Exactly. If there were still internet on our phones, I would definitely post on social media to record this. It finally feels like the apocalypse. Dewan chimed in. "Just so." Bai Yaoyao and Lulu rolled their eyes, too lazy to engage with Xia and the others. The way back was smooth without any further incidents. However, another level 4 ordinary zombie appeared. Bai Yaoyao tried to let the others from Dark Knight take action, and Xia Shannon shamelessly joined in. Bai Yaoyao glanced and said nothing. How could she drive away those who wanted to help? After more than 10 minutes of grinding, Fat brother and the others smashed a large dirt clod, and Dai took advantage of its shadow to rush up and ended it with a single slash. Xia Shannon looked at Dai and realized that this person's combat strength was quite impressive. No wonder Captain Bai was confident that Dark Knight could always operate with just 12 members. Each one was capable of taking on multiple foes. Perhaps having more people would just complicate things. For instance, himself, though his ability wasn't weak, it was difficult to find an opportunity to intervene earlier. The Dark Knight members coordinated too closely and were in sync. Bai Yaoyao was contemplating who would benefit most from the level 4 crystal core when she heard the monkey's angry shouting. "Damn it, no crystal core." The monkey stirred through the remains and found nothing but a pile of disgusting stuff. What a waste of effort. "It's not a total waste, at least we practiced our coordination," Fat brother said. Xia Shannon approached Bai Yaoyao and said, "Captain Bai, we need to keep moving. There aren't many supplies left in the safe zone, and I'm afraid they won't last much longer." "No problem, let's just avoid stopping to rest. We can take turns driving and resting," Bai Yaoyao agreed. Bai Yaoyao also wanted to hurry home. The planting area in front of the small wooden house had been empty for a long time, and she was eager to bring back the little brothers of the great sage. All right. Xia Shannon went back to Chuang, sent a box of food and water to Dark Knight before setting off again. Although they wanted to speed up, the road conditions were poor, and with a few trucks overloaded, they couldn't go fast. Fat brother and Sure too used their abilities to pave the road and constantly chewed on the roasted meat of mutated beasts. After nearly 4 days, they finally returned to the safe zone. As soon as Bai Yaoyao got out of the car, she saw Meng Qilin. "Captain Bai, you've worked hard." Bai Yaoyao waved and said, "Not hard at all, it's what I should do. I'll have Masterly prepare some delicious food soon and bring it to your tents. Everyone should eat and rest well." Ming Qilin was almost beaming with joy, knowing very well the level of the official ability user team, only Xia Shannon's group, was worth mentioning. Completing the task smoothly and returning so quickly was definitely thanks to Dark Knight's hard work. Captain Ming, no need for formality. We have things to do this afternoon, so well, just grab a quick lunch and head out. You're leaving right after coming back. Aren't you going to rest? Xia Shannon interjected. Need any help? My strength may be average, but I can still lend a hand, Xia Shannon asked again. Ming Qilin was dumbfounded, watching from the side. What the hell, how did this guy become so eager to help after going out claiming to have average strength when he always thought of himself as exceptional? Bai Yaoyao politely declined. Ming Qilin and Xia Shannon didn't press further, everyone had their own secrets. After Bai Yaoyao and the others set up the tents and had a meal of stir-fried vegetables and rice, they set off again. They also let the dog Xiao Wai to meow and the great sage out for some fresh air. As for Xianqi, it was better to leave him be it. Bai Yaoyao hadn't seen him awake since the first day. As soon as the dog was out, it excitedly barked and ran around nonstop. With everyone having leveled up their strength, they hardly wasted any time on the way and encountered no formidable zombies. They arrived at the zoo with familiarity. The great sage had already leaped forward joyfully, and the members of Dark Knight were also infected by his joy, unable to help but smile. Everyone chatted as they walked when suddenly they heard a furious roar from the great sage, thinking he had encountered some danger, and hurriedly ran toward Monkey Mountain. Bai Yaoyao activated her spiritual sense, but did not detect any high-energy sources, which slightly eased her anxiety. Once they arrived, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The entire Monkey Mountain was littered with monkey corpses, severed limbs and blood covered the ground, and the rock formations the stench of blood, still heavy, indicating it had just happened not long ago. It had only been a few short days since their last visit. Although it hadn't been particularly lively, then the lively expressions of the little monkeys had left a deep impression on everyone. The great sage stood alone and helpless on Monkey Mountain, weeping and pounding on the rocks. Xiao Wai gently caressed the great sage with branches and leaves, while the dog no longer caused a ruckus, quietly accompanying the great sage. Bai Yaoyao carefully examined the corpses of the monkeys, determining that they had been torn apart by a giant beast, as the wounds were quite similar, resembling those inflicted by a mutated creature. Great sage, you still have us, we. The monkeys squatted on the ground, softly comforting, while tightly holding the great sage's hand. Before finishing his words, they heard some noises coming from the rockery, like the sound of leaves being stepped on. Everyone hurriedly protected the great sage behind them, as if they suddenly forgot that the great sage was a mutated beast capable of crushing a level 3 zombie with a single punch. They simply felt that the great sage was very sad at the moment. It needed protection, needed comfort, and they had to protect it well, regardless of anything else, simply because it was a companion. Even the usually taciturn Stone and Lulu, who never paid attention to these beasts, were the same. The great sage suddenly felt less suffocated, looking at the group of people around, feeling a warm sensation. This is what it means to have companions. Bai Yaoyao directly climbed onto the rockery, intending to take action and cut through the rockery with spatial slicing, but suddenly heard a series of squeaking noises, sensing something was off. Taking a few steps closer and peeking into the stone cave, she found 3 larger monkeys, forming a circle with 2 small monkeys hidden in the middle. The earlier sounds must have come from the little monkeys, whose mouths were both covered. As soon as Bai Yaoyao took a step forward, the 3 larger monkeys bared their teeth and glared at her as if trying to scare her away. The 2 small monkeys, however, looked at Bai Yaoyao with curiosity and even reached out their hands towards her. Bai Yaoyao took a few steps back and called out, "Great sage, come here, there are a few of your companions. Ask them what happened and if they want to come with me." Hearing this, the great sage hurriedly ran over and communicated with the monkeys for a long time. Bai Yaoyao remained patient, waiting, glancing at the corpses scattered on the ground, feeling slightly regretful. They should have been good employees of their own. After quite a while, the great sage finally brought a few monkeys over, saying they were willing to leave together. Bai Yaoyao asked the great sage to explain the situation about going into space. After they agreed, she collected the monkeys into her space, conveniently bringing the great sage along to help the little monkeys get used to it and not be too scared. Bai Yaoyao actually felt a bit regretful, unsure if these monkeys could help with roasting meat or farming. After checking, only 1 small monkey was a level 1 mutated beast, the others were ordinary monkeys. Better to have some than none. However, it was also quite possible that their lack of mutation allowed them to escape this disaster. "Yaoyao, let's retreat. The blood on the ground hasn't dried yet. We shouldn't provoke any more trouble," Lulu said. Bai Yaoyao was just about to nod when she suddenly sensed a strong energy rapidly approaching. "There's no time." As she spoke, Bai Yaoyao awakened Xianqi and instructed it to activate the protective shield. At the moment it opened, a shadow suddenly rushed in. Bai Yaoyao noticed it but ignored it. The shadow was rebounded by the protective shield, crashing back and landing in a disoriented state, staring incredulously at Bai Yaoyao and the others. At this moment, Yi and the others finally saw what the shadow was: a completely black mutated leopard, its fur shining darkly with blood and monkey fur at the corners of its mouth. It was evident that it was the one who had killed the monkeys on Monkey Mountain. Bai Yao didn't want to waste time and acted directly. As she rushed out, the leopard also moved. It seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt, pouncing towards Bai Yaoyao in an instant. Bai Yaoyao's mental power ability had never ceased to operate, continuously monitoring the movements of the mutated leopard. Seeing the leopard pouncing, instead of retreating, she charged forward. Although the leopard was somewhat surprised, it suddenly became excited, thinking, "Foolish human, you dare to compete with me in explosive power." Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to collide with the leopard, she slipped into space, reappearing a second later. Just as the leopard had lunged past, she swiftly kicked it hard on its backside. The leopard was momentarily stunned, followed by seething anger. This was not particularly damaging, but it was a great humiliation. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's smiling expression, it felt her deep contempt for it. Ignoring the lesson, it charged. Bai Yao employed the same trick again, slipping into space, waiting a second before emerging with a baseball bat, unleashing her full power as she swung the bat directly, sending the mutated leopard crashing down from the air. The leopard howled a few times. Although Bai Yaoyao couldn't understand it, she could guess it was definitely cursing how. Thus she beckoned with her finger, provoking, "Come here." The leopard's pitch-black face even faintly flushed red, and it lunged at her again. As it neared Bai Yaoyao, it quickly turned around, saying to itself, "I will not make the same mistake a third time, cunning human. I will bite you to death." Bai Yaoyao had intended to test her strength this time, but she didn't expect the leopard to be so clever and actually turn its head. So she struck hard at the same spot she had hit last time. Chen Xian seized the opportunity this time and boosted her abilities, and Bai Yaoyao heard a very pleasant sound of bones breaking. The leopard lay stunned on the ground, its spine broken, struggling to move. Bai Yaoyao released the Great Sage and said, "It is the killer." The Great Sage stared blankly at Bai Yaoyao, wondering if the master was specifically avenging me. Bai Yaoyao expected the Great Sage to charge at the mutated leopard and finish it off with a punch. To her surprise, the Great Sage suddenly ran towards her and hugged her leg tightly. Bai Yaoyao felt a chill run down her spine, her face slightly heating up, feeling quite uncomfortable. She hurriedly pulled the Great Sage away, cleared her throat, pointed at the leopard, and said, "What are you doing? Kill it, and it'll give you its beast core." The Great Sage obediently nodded and then charged at the leopard, pummeling its abdomen fiercely, each punch soaked in blood. Bai Yaoyao clicked her tongue, seriously appreciating the scene. After the Great Sage had his fill of fun, he lifted the mutated leopard over his head and tore it in half, blood splattering all over him. He stood frozen for a long time before taking a deep breath and turning to find Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao threw her milk tea aside and stretched out her hand to refuse, saying, "Don't come over." The monkeys hurriedly stopped the Great Sage, washing him off and saying, "If you act like this again and go hug Yaoyao, I'm afraid she'll kick you out of the zoo." Silly monkey. The Great Sage scratched his head, foolishly realizing that the master didn't like him. Having completed their objectives for the day, and with the sky darkening, everyone retreated directly to the safe zone. They had not had a proper rest for many days, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. With little appetite, they nibbled on some food to fill their stomachs before heading straight back to their tents. They planned to sleep in and not take on any tasks the next day, hoping to recuperate. Feeling bored, they decided to stroll around the vicinity to relax. Even in the apocalypse, one must balance work and rest. When Bai Yaoyao entered the space, the dog was the first to rush over. Taking advantage of the dog not being agitated, Bai Yaoyao quickly patted its head. Suddenly the dog spat out a level 4 black beast core. Barking for a while, it pointed at the Great Sage. Bai Yaoyao roughly understood its meaning. It was a gift from the Great Sage. "Great Sage, weren't you supposed to absorb it?" Bai Yaoyao asked. The Great Sage shook its head, pointed at itself, and the big cat Xiaowai held up 4 fingers, pointed at the dog, and held up 3 fingers, then stuffed the beast core back into the dog's mouth. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but face palm. "Go ahead and eat, dog. You're the last one left at level 3. The dog wrapped its mouth around the core, looking aggrieved as it walked away. Seeing the dog still looking pitiful, Bai Yaoyao tossed it a big bone. The dog instantly got excited, dropped the beast core to the side, and ran off with the big bone. Bai Yaoyao thought to herself, "I really want to slap my own face." After teaching the Great Sage how to plant fruit trees, she went to sleep feeling thoroughly exhausted physically and mentally. They were not lacking in food and medicinal materials, which were not used much. Of fruits were more practical. At least they could eat some every day, unlike flour and other things which were hoarded in excess without any use. They didn't know how to make anything and had no time to do so. In truth, Bai Yaoyao didn't really understand how to plant, as she simply buried the seeds, covered them with soil, watered them, and that was it. Whether or not they would grow was uncertain. Bai Yaoyao thought about it, since she hadn't used the spring water these past few days while on the road and had accumulated quite a bit. She instructed the great sage to drip a few drops of spring water after each seed was planted. She also divided a cup for Xianqi and Xiaowai. Only then was she reassured to go back to sleep. Lying on the comfortable big bed, she fell into a deep slumber within 3 seconds. Although the process of falling asleep was quite pleasant, waking up was somewhat irritating. Bai Yao heard the chattering outside the tent. Initially in a half-asleep, half-awake state, she tried to pretend she didn't hear, but the noise grew louder with mentions of the tent and sleeping. She was too sleepy to understand what they were arguing about. In the end, she was successfully awakened by Lulu's exclamation. Bai Yaoyao reluctantly got up and upon exiting the space found that Lulu had already come out of the tent. It was just dawn. Glancing at the time, it was barely 6 o'clock, making her want to curse. This was supposed to be a natural wake-up. Why do you have to chatter so early in the morning? Can't you be quiet? Is it ever going to end? You. Get lost. Upon hearing Lulu's voice, Bai Yaoyao knew that Lulu was on the verge of losing her temper. If she didn't go out soon, someone might get hurt. Who do you think you are, acting so arrogantly? Lulu undoubtedly had the worst temper in the organization, but she never held grudges. She retaliated immediately if she had a grudge. Lulu, take it easy, take it easy. Go back to sleep, leave this to me. Seeing the electric glow in Lulu's hand, the monkey hurriedly advised. As Bai Yaoyao just stepped out of the tent, she saw Meng Qilin awkwardly saying, I'm really sorry for the disturbance, you'll take care of this right away. Bai Yaoyao narrowed her eyes to observe what was happening. A girl in a dress looked at Lulu indignantly, her face showing a clear expression of wanting to cause trouble. Just the sight of that peculiar dress made Bai Yaoyao think it was ridiculous. Did she not regard the zombies and mutated beasts at all? Or did she not see the apocalypse as a threat? Captain Meng, I don't think my request is unreasonable. When you brought us over, you spoke so nicely, yet now you can't even provide us with a tent. The girl, proud as a peacock, held her head high with her arms crossed. Bai Yaoyao was confused. What tent? Seeing Bai Yaoyao come out, Meng Qilin felt increasingly embarrassed as sounds of waking up began to emerge from the other tents in the dark night. Miss Lin, let's talk over there. Don't disturb others, rest here, Meng Qilin said to the girl. The girl continued to speak loudly. Why don't you ask if my father has had a good rest? How can 2 people stay in such a large tent? Our family of 3 has to squeeze into a small tent. How can my father do research if he doesn't rest well? Hearing this, Bai Yaoyao finally understood the situation. She didn't know if this girl was the daughter of some official or what, but she was exhibiting princess syndrome, and Meng Qilin couldn't resolve it on the spot. Bai Yaoyao noticed that both Meng Qilin and Xia Shannon were far from her impression of them. They still seemed naive. Xia Shannon was foolish and Meng Qilin was somewhat clumsy. Seeing that her brothers had come out, Bai Yaoyao simply called everyone over, brought out tables and chairs, and set up various toiletries and breakfast. Everyone said little and exchanged no pleasantries. After a quick wash, they dove into the food. Having returned the previous day and gone straight to sleep without a proper meal, they were now starving. As Bai Yaoyao ate a fried dough stick, she said, you all continue, we'll just watch the show. This operation left not just the girl but also Meng Qilin stunned. She had thought that Captain Bai would be furious. She had also considered that Captain Bai might understand her and listen to her explanation. She never expected Bai Yaoyao to simply lay it all out and want to watch the drama, showing no trace of anger on her face. Shannon's younger brother was right. Captain Bai's thought process was beyond what ordinary people could follow. Suddenly the girl seemed to be infuriated by Bai Yaoyao, saying, who do you think you are? Are you special because you're an ability user? Do you believe I can prevent you from entering the D-City base? Bai Yaoyao calmly nodded and said, I believe you can. The girl felt as if she had punched a cotton ball, momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, she could only turn to Meng Qilin and say, I don't care, hurry up and give us a bigger tent. My father is easy to bully and easy to talk to, but I am not. Miss Lin, I hope you can understand the safe zone has recently become more crowded and there simply aren't enough tents. Usually 8 people have to squeeze into one tent. Before Meng Qilin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. I don't need to hear all that, I want this type of tent. That's not possible, that belongs to someone else. The girl suddenly transformed into a furious little mouse. Is this how you solve problems? Bai Yaoyao suddenly recalled the mutated rat swarm she encountered at the supply depot. When Lulu struck them with lightning, their state was quite similar to this girl's, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The girl shouted. Bai Yaoyao honestly replied, laughing at you. The girl promptly picked up a stone and threw it at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt satisfied. Indeed, why use words when you can use your hands? Without releasing her ability, she grabbed a hard loaf of bread that no one was eating from the table and, like in badminton, sent the stone back. It struck her squarely in the forehead. 666. Yaoyao's aim is superb. Lulu finally felt relieved as she had barely managed to restrain her anger and was almost suffocated. Meng Qilin was completely taken aback. He had just asked someone to fetch the girl's father, and now this happened. How could things escalate so quickly? Bai Yaoyao hadn't even used much force yet the girl's forehead was already swollen and oozing blood. Bai Yaoyao thought the girl was about to start a new round of performance, but to her surprise the girl stood there in silence, seemingly at a loss, as if she had been frightened. Bai Yaoyao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, thinking to herself, is that all? Where's the flair of a second generation? This left her feeling utterly unaccomplished. Just then footsteps echoed and Bai Yaoyao looked up to see Professor Lin Zhengying coming towards her. Upon a closer look at the girl there was indeed a resemblance. So she is Lin Zhengying's daughter. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but frown. This was a minor issue and if it got too troublesome she could quietly eliminate it. She wasn't afraid of the head of the D-City base, but Lin Zhengying must not die. After all, he was supposed to develop the medicine. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. In her previous life, she hadn't heard that Lin Zhengying had family. Could it be that she had to save them both herself? Bai Yaoyao observed coldly without speaking, planning to gauge Lin Zhengying's attitude before saying anything. Unexpectedly upon Lin Zhengying's arrival, he wasted no time and ignoring the girl's bleeding forehead, slapped her face decisively and cleanly. You hit me. Can't you see I'm injured? The girl instantly broke down, her defenses shattered, and shouted while covering her face. I hit you because your mother has spoiled you rotten. If you and your mother cause me any more trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Zhengying said loudly. The girl shot Lin Zhengying a fierce glare and turned to run away. After a few steps she couldn't help but look back at Bai Yaoyao, the malice in her eyes unhidden. Bai Yaoyao casually waved her hand at her. Lin Zhengying approached Meng Qilin first, saying, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. I was up late yesterday and didn't notice when my daughter came out this morning. It's nothing, Professor Lin. Let me introduce you. This is Captain Bai. It's quite a coincidence that you both were in the same villa area back then, and it was Captain Bai's team's healer who treated your wounds. Lin Zhengying was taken aback, bowed slightly, while Bai Yaoyao and the others moved aside, feeling that letting an elder bow to them might shorten their lifespans. First, I want to express my gratitude for your life-saving help. Secondly, I apologize for my unfilial daughter causing you all to witness the scene. I have a daughter late in life and have often been away from her and her mother, which has spoiled the child. It is my responsibility as her father to apologize to you all, Lin Zhengying said sincerely. Lulu, who had initially been furious, softened upon seeing the girl's head injured and the father apologizing, her anger dissipating significantly. She nodded, snorted coldly, and returned to the tent for a nap. Bai Yaoyao took the opportunity to let everyone else rest while she stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Most people in the Dark Knight were neither skilled nor fond of dealing with outsiders, so this was usually Bai Yaoyao's job. In truth, she didn't particularly enjoy it either, but who told her unreliable master to leave the organization to her before passing? Meng Qilin looked at Bai Yaoyao a bit awkwardly and she said, it's fine. Let's leave it at that this time. My team members have bad tempers, and if there's a next time it might not be so easy to resolve. Understood. I'll keep an eye on her, Lin Zhengying replied earnestly. Alright then, I'll head back to rest now. Bai Yaoyao smiled and nodded at Lin Zhengying and Meng Qilin before returning to the tent. Professor Lin Zhengying returned and began to pack away a few vacuum-sealed packages of chicken legs, wings, and dried tofu he had saved over the past few days, sending a little soldier to deliver them to Bai Yaoyao as an apology and thanks. After that, he closed the tent and started a family meeting while the surrounding little soldiers consciously took a few steps back. Here we go again, it's only been a few days, and how many times has this happened? Marriage is simply terrifying. Having a troublesome daughter is even more frightening. Bai Yaoyao accepted the items without refusing, naturally taking them. After all, it's normal for a father to clean up after his daughter. Fortunately, Lin Zhengying was a reasonable person and didn't indulge his daughter excessively. Everyone returned to catch up on sleep, while Bai Yaoyao, no longer feeling tired, decided to go into her space to cultivate her abilities. In the afternoon, she planned to lead a team to search for zombies. Her mental abilities needed to be upgraded to level 4 soon, ensuring a safer journey to D-City. She had been thinking about the shopping mall she never entered back then, unsure if their team's current strength could handle it. From the description of the girl who survived, it seemed to be a poison-type zombie. With proper protection, it should be easier to confront. As Bai Yaoyao arrived at the open space in front of the wooden house, she noticed something. Had the fruit trees she just planted started to sprout? How ridiculous. Even someone as clueless as Bai Yao understood that the planting period for fruit trees was quite long. However, this was a good thing. She tossed a box of bananas to Dishing to distribute among a few monkeys before hurrying back inside to cultivate her powers. It was only when she heard Lulu calling out that she was hungry from outside the space that she exited her cultivation state. Yaoyao, I'm hungry. I told you to eat properly in the morning. I was full in the morning. Bai Yao asked, did you fill up on anger instead? You're grown up now, yet you can still be upset by a little girl. That's not like you. I just didn't want to cause you trouble. Otherwise, the moment I stepped out, I would have eliminated her right away. Lulu, it's alright as long as you're happy. If you don't like it, just fight back. Bai Yaoyao teased, pinching Lulu. Fine, I don't want to be a wanted criminal before the apocalypse and still be one after. Lulu refused. Collaborating with the authorities is quite good, at least we still have a backup plan, Lulu added, then thought for a moment and added, you have such a sweet tongue. If you were a boy, you'd definitely be a big playboy. I am not. I didn't. Don't say that. I've been loyal to you for so many years. Bai Yao denied without a second thought. Looking at all the ingredients she had stored, Bai Yaoyao held a small basket, carefully selecting them as if she were shopping at a market. Several mutated beasts followed Bai Yaoyao, hopping around excitedly. She increasingly felt like a zookeeper as this entourage was growing larger. There were cats, dogs, monkeys, and even a rabbit which she had caught near the zoo entrance. It was too small and had little meat, so she hadn't slaughtered it. This rabbit was quite interesting. It had been scared for days, huddling in a corner, but once it sensed safety, it secretly befriended a few of the mutated beasts while she was away. Seeing the dog protect the little rabbit, Bai Yaoyao realized that rabbit meat was no longer an option. Unexpectedly, this little rabbit had some cleverness about it. It was only a couple of tails of meat, so if it wasn't to be eaten, so be it. Bai Yaoyao collected her thoughts and focused on selecting the ingredients she wanted, opting for a big salad and cola chicken wings while adhering to the principle of not wasting. These two dishes were guaranteed to be successful, but just to be safe, she searched for a comprehensive cookbook. However, she felt annoyed after reading just 2 lines, as she had never been able to concentrate on books since childhood. 3 lines were the limit, any more than that made her sleepy. If it weren't for her master forcing her to recognize characters, everyone except for Chen Xian would have been illiterate. Only Chen Xian was a diligent learner. The dog board ran off to play while the little rabbit glanced at the knife in Bai Yaoyao's hand, trembling in fear, and bolted to find the dog. The big cat, also feeling bored, went to sharpen its claws on the scratching post. Only the great sage stayed by Bai Yaoyao's side, watching her read and nodding along. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh and threw the book to the great sage, probably because he liked the colorful picture. Great sage, this isn't as simple as grilling meat. It's quite difficult, and you won't be able to learn it. Just wait, I'll make you some chicken wings. The great sage was taken aback. Sister, wasn't she the master? And why couldn't he learn? It looked pretty easy, and it was all illustrated in the pictures. However, he obediently nodded without voicing any objections, knowing he had just arrived and should speak less and work more. After washing her hands, Bai Yaoyao cleaned the vegetables and chicken wings she had just selected. After finishing, she chopped the vegetables and arranged them on a plate. Done. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment about the salad she had eaten before realizing she needed some seasoning, so she personally mixed together a dressing, preferring a sweet and sour flavor. Cooking wine, sugar, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, MSG. Whatever she could think of, Bai Yaoyao added a bit of each. The great sage watched in astonishment, utterly amazed by this performance. Was the master not trying to make a delicious meal, but rather concocting a poison? After Bai Yaoyao mixed everything well, she poured it over the beautifully arranged dish. It looked a bit unappetizing, but Bai Yaoyao reassured herself that it was actually quite good. After all, expecting it to be visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful right from the start was unrealistic. As long as it was edible, that was sufficient. Then she started on the cola chicken wings. First, she soaked the wings in water, then pulled out a new dagger to score a few cuts on the chicken wings for flavor absorption, suddenly realizing why she wasn't using a kitchen knife. Forget it, it wasn't important. She placed the chicken wings in a bowl, poured in a bucket of cola, and started soaking them. Feeling it was about time, she added a few drops of spiritual spring water to prevent any culinary disasters. Then she took out an induction cooker and a frying pan, poured in some oil, and began stir-frying. After a busy period, she found that while they were indeed cooked, they might have turned out a bit strange, not quite what she had imagined. Bai Yaoyao didn't have the courage to taste it herself, and when she looked at the great sage who had been diligently following her, she couldn't bear to do it. So she shouted, "Dog, come here. 3, 2, 1. Before she finished speaking, the dog leaped over. Bai Yaoyao grabbed a piece of chicken wing and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. The dog's expression transitioned from initial excitement to a look of utter bewilderment. It licked its tongue and spat it out. Bai Yaoyao instantly understood it was a failure. Fortunately, she hadn't taken it outside for the brothers to taste, or she would have been ridiculed again. What a pity, so many ingredients wasted. Didn't the novel say that adding spiritual spring water would make everything delicious? What a scam. Luckily, there was still the salad. Bai Yaoyao grabbed the fleeing dog, pinched off a piece of leaf, and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. The dog strongly resisted, but Bai Yaoyao suppressed it with force. In the end, it vomited not only the vegetables, but also spewed a bunch of white and yellow substances covering Bai Yaoyao from head to toe. Bai Yaoyao released the dog and resignedly went back inside to take a shower. Forget it. Everyone has their strengths, why should she make things hard for herself? The little bit of interest she had just felt vanished completely. After calming her mood, Bai Yaoyao decided to go out and clean up the scene. She found the great sage holding a chicken wing about to stuff it into his mouth. Bai Yaoyao didn't have time to stop him, but hesitated to go over not wanting to be vomited on again. 2 minutes later, she realized that the great sage not only hadn't vomited, but had also finished. Bai Yaoyao was instantly excited. Could it be that she was a culinary genius? Upon closer inspection, she realized that this didn't look much like what she had made. It must have been processed again. She looked at the great sage in surprise as he grinned and handed her the plate. Bai Yaoyao pinched a piece and tasted it. Surprisingly, it was quite good. It wasn't exactly delicious, but it was definitely edible. Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao went to find a bunch of illustrated recipes and handed them to the great sage softly, saying, "Great sage, you can follow these to make anything. Just go get any ingredients you need as long as nothing is wasted, and if you want fruit, just take it." The great sage felt Bai Yaoyao's deep and intense affection, happily nodding his head. Bai Yaoyao felt a significant weight lift off her shoulders. The cooked dishes would eventually be finished, and she couldn't just rely on instant noodles and fast food every day, could she? Hiring someone from outside also wasn't reliable. After all, one must always be wary. Now with the great sage around, it was perfect. But was her culinary skill really inferior to a monkey? Was this some kind of joke? Bai Yaoyao shouted boldly without a hint of embarrassment. "Sister Yao, I'm on a diet, so I want to eat. Sister Yao, my tooth hurts, I can't eat. Sister Yao, I have a headache and can't get out of bed. Oh woo, I feel terrible, am I sick?" Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and said, "No excuses. Everyone come eat." Lulu leaned in and said, "Old Yao, why be so stubborn? You eat first, and if you eat then I will eat." Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao grabbed a chicken wing and started gnawing. Everyone's eyes gradually widened. No way was Sister Yao really that fierce. She even started eating herself. Bai Yaoyao calmly finished an entire chicken wing while the others hesitated and tried a bite, surprisingly finding it actually edible. Lulu took her first bite and immediately knew this couldn't have been made by Bai Yaoyao, as it, while not exquisite, at least had the correct seasonings. Could Bai Yaoyao even distinguish between oyster sauce and soy sauce? "I made it," Bai Yaoyao insisted stubbornly. Fat brother chuckled, "I don't buy it. I'd rather believe it was made by the great sage." The monkey nodded, "That sounds about right. The great sage can cook meat, so this shouldn't be an issue." "Wow, the great sage is truly impressive." Peichi chimed in with a thumbs up. Bai Yaoyao felt helpless. It was hard enough to act cool, so she decided to stay silent. Naturally, 2 plates of food weren't enough for everyone, but since the great sage could cook, they wouldn't hold back on the stir-fried dishes either. She directly brought out 7 or 8 dishes accompanied by a bucket of rice and 10 large white buns, making everyone eat until their mouths were greasy. Ability users generally have larger appetites after all, as they require more energy and expend it quickly. After eating, everyone rested for a while to digest. Bai Yaoyao threw out some toxic masks and protective gear, saying, "Here, put these on. We're going back to that mall to take down that toxic zombie." "Sure, that zombie must be at least level 4, right?" Fat brother said as he received the protective gear, unsure if his bulk could fit into it. "It's definitely level 4, so does that mean the level 4 crystal core is calling to us?" The monkey said. Xiaomi, hands on her hips, laughed, "Haha, my light ability has finally risen to level 3, allowing me to purify 1 unit of negative status." Bai Yaoyao glanced at Xiaomi, estimating that she had been up late practicing again. During this busy time, she had even succumbed to a solid night's sleep while Xiaomi was still cultivating. So she complimented her. "Xiaomi, you're doing great, you're progressing fast. With your level 3 light ability, we're in good shape for this trip." "In good shape for what?" "Captain Bai, are you all heading out?" Xia Shannon just arrived and caught wind of the news about Dark Knight going out again. Were they all Iron Men? They hadn't rested since returning yesterday and were already heading out again, prompting him to ask. Bai Yaoyao saw Xia Shannon approaching, each hand carrying a chicken and a duck. The cold, beautiful boy's aura instantly halved. "Yes, no one can stay idle. We encountered a level 4 zombie before, but we didn't dare confront it due to our lack of strength, so now we want to take it down. Bai Yaoyao explained. Xia Shannon said in surprise. Oh, is it the toxic zombie from the Wanda Plaza in the city center? That's level 4. Originally, Old Meng was going to have me take people over to clean it up tomorrow. Fortunately, we haven't gone yet, otherwise we would have had no idea how we died. Bai Yaoyao pursed her lips, not understanding why Xia Shannon was so talkative this lifetime. It shouldn't be that bad, your water ability should also be at level 4, right? Xia Shannon nodded, recalling that yesterday the official mobilized over 100 soldiers and 30 ability users to take down that level 4 zombie. Fortunately, this zombie had a crystal core, and after absorbing it at night, it was not only smoothly elevated to level 4, but seemed to have mutated as well. Water could actually solidify into ice, making its lethality far stronger than a typical level 3. However, Xia Shannon clearly understood that it was definitely not stronger than Bai Yaoyao. Captain Bai, this is for you. It's also a mutated beast, and while it tastes quite good and restores some stamina, it may not be much due to its lower level. Compared to the mutated python meat you gave me, it's vastly inferior. Xia Shannon replied. Bai Yaoyao, upon receiving it, asked, did you go to the breeding ground? Was there a good haul? Yes, quite a bit. Each type had dozens, but they were quite noisy and killed over 10 overnight. Xia Shannon responded. Bai Yaoyao wanted a few live ones for her space, thought for a moment, and said, Captain Meng wants you to clear the toxic zombies to collect supplies, right? Send a few people with us. Oh, we don't need the supplies. Just bring me back a few live mutated chickens and ducks. Without a second thought, Xia Shannon agreed. How could Old Meng refuse such a good deal? Bai Yaoyao waited at the entrance of the safe zone. Shortly after, 3 large trucks came out waving at Bai Yaoyao and the others. Once everyone was in place, they set off directly. Along the way, level 0 and level 1 zombies were already rarely seen. Mostly there were level 2 and 3 ones. This was of little concern. What Bai Yaoyao was more wary of was the increasing number of mutated beasts. After considering the geographical location of City H, she understood it was almost surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, so mutated beasts were naturally abundant. Before the apocalypse, wild animals in the mountains harbored significant hostility towards humans, being wild and aggressive. Now it was even more pronounced. It seemed that City H truly couldn't stay for long. Once the mutated beasts began to descend from the mountains, it would be troublesome. In truth, mutated beasts had a much stronger sense of danger than humans, so throughout the journey there weren't many powerful mutated beasts that attacked. The weaker ones only served to add a dish to Dark Knight's meal. Thus they arrived at the Wanda Plaza in the city center smoothly. Everyone donned their protective suits and gas masks before disembarking. A faint black mist pervaded the air, visibly thicker as they approached the mall. Bai Yaoyao moved to the front using her mental power to scan, and found only one source of energy inside the mall, meaning there was only that one zombie. She intended to venture further inside to investigate, but discovered that the gas mask was no longer effective as the toxicity was too strong, so she retreated. Even if Xiaomi could remove negative statuses, she needed to last until they could see the toxic zombie entering. Just now was impossible, exhausting Xiaomi without helping everyone else. This won't do, Sister Ya, my nose is burning. The monkey exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, indeed, we can't go in at all. We need to find a way to lure it out. How do we lure it out? I don't know if mutated beasts are afraid of this toxic gas. I'll call Dog Brother out to try. Bai Yaoyao replied. Dog was comfortably lying on the grass in the space, and the newly acquired little rabbit was diligently giving him a back rub. After Dog was moved out, Bai Yaoyao and the others watched the scene with envy. This guy truly knows how to enjoy life, having someone rub his back. The little rabbit was startled upon seeing so many people around it, dove right under Dog's belly. Bai Yaoyao was about to ask Dog if he was afraid of the toxic gas, but seeing him weaken the legs and unable to stand, eyes hazy, she understood. After Xiaomi removed Dog's negative status, he was directly sent back to the space. Now they needed to think of another way. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that the rabbit that hadn't been put back seemed unbothered. Hey, is this little rabbit all right? Lulu said as she picked up the little rabbit. Not afraid of toxins. Or is it resistant to poison? Bai Yao hadn't expected this. She had intended to use fire attacks, but it would be too noisy and might attract some big creature. Instead, she found an unexpected gain. Little rabbit, if you can achieve something today, I promise not to eat you again in the future, Bai Yaoyao tempted. The little rabbit shook its head, desperately refusing to listen. I am just a secondary mutated rabbit, a little creature with no attack ability. What do you want me to do, eh? You are too cruel. How can you bully such a cute bunny? Lulu, seeing this, directly threw the rabbit away, saying, dare to run. I can roast you in a second. The little rabbit stopped its little legs that were ready to sprint, trembling in place, and it even scared itself. Forget it, Yaoyao, this creature looks like it won't be of much use. It seems like a troublesome creature, the big one said disdainfully. The little rabbit desperately nodded its watery eyes, looking quite pitiful. If it could find someone soft-hearted, perhaps it could be let go. Don't act pitiful in front of me. I feed you, give you drink, and provide shelter. What's the big deal about doing some work? If you fail the mission, you'll end up on the dinner table as roasted rabbit meat. Don't think that the dog can save you, Bai Yao said fiercely. The little rabbit continued to tremble, but its little eyes, which were busily scanning the environment, revealed its small. Behave, little rabbit. Just lead the big creature inside out, and the rest won't concern you. It's not dangerous, you can run pretty fast, can't you? Peichi spoke gently. No more nonsense with it. Just take care of it, Bai Yao impatiently said. Peichi quickly added, don't. The little rabbit is very brave, it will definitely complete the task. Bai Yaoyao and Peichi each spoke a line. The little rabbit was a bit dazed, looking at them all, then at the 12 fierce men surrounding it. Forget it, it resigned itself to fate and decided to go. Don't think I don't know you two are acting. I'm not as foolish as dog brother. However, not completing the task wouldn't lead to death, but it definitely wouldn't lead to anything good. Additionally, wanting to return to dog brother's side for food and drink would surely be impossible. Such a good place, completely safe, I can't bear to leave. So I decided to give it a shot. The little rabbit nodded and began to run towards the mall. Halfway it looked back with teary eyes at everyone, wondering if they would feel sorry for it and not let it go. Unexpectedly, everyone seemed to have discussed it beforehand and waved their hands at it. Forget it, I thought too much. The little rabbit shrank its body, becoming as small as a grain of rice, and slipped along the wall. Wow, this little rabbit has some skills. A mere secondary mutated beast can resist poison and even shrink. Little 16 exclaimed. Indeed, this is quite a special gain. If it can return safely this time, we can train it well in the future. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. The moment the little rabbit entered the mall, the poison-type zombies were alerted, but they didn't move. Such a tiny morsel would be hard to fill the gaps, so they decided to let it die slowly instead of putting in the effort to eat it. After entering, the little rabbit observed that the poison gas was most concentrated underground and hurried toward the center of the toxic area. Although it had shrunk countless times, it had also increased its speed significantly. In no time, it spotted the shadow of the poison-type zombie. The zombie was leaning against the wall, dozing off. The little rabbit sensed that it had already noticed it, so it turned to run. As long as it followed, its task would be complete. It was so frightened that it didn't notice what was happening behind it. It only realized at the door that the zombie hadn't moved. Considering the 12 thugs and the beautiful green grass outside, the little rabbit gritted its teeth and went back. The poison-type zombie didn't need to take this little thing seriously. Finding it resistant to poison, it lost even more interest in it. As a result, this little creature became increasingly bold, wandering in and out of its territory without any decorum. So it threw a poison gas grenade at it, aiming to crush it instead of letting it die from poison. But unexpectedly, the little rabbit was so fast that it couldn't hit it at all. Forget it, it didn't matter. The little rabbit thought that after angering the zombie, it would obediently follow it outside, but unexpectedly, it just sat back down and went to sleep. Why is this zombie so lazy, just like Grandpa Xianqi? With no choice, it could only go back, but no matter how it twisted, the zombie didn't react at all, so it grew bolder. Finding a small round ball on the ground, it retreated, took a running start, and kicked it with all its might. Bunny shoots right into the zombie's nostrils. The rabbit was always ready to flee, but the zombie clearly showed no intention of letting it play. It just blinked its eyes, stared blankly for a moment, then closed them again. The little rabbit thought, can it really endure this? Then it started to play freely, looking for things to kick, having a wonderful time. Feeling that it was too small, it couldn't kick the big objects, which hindered its performance. It grew several times larger, stopping at a height of one person, then began to dance and shake its butt in front of the zombie, even letting out a fart. Just as it was about to continue kicking and shooting, the zombie actually moved. It charged at the little rabbit, quickly startling it, and it dashed away. The poison-type zombie was furious. Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt could not. What the hell does your fart mean? Yaoyao, is this rabbit reliable? We've been lying in ambush for over half an hour, and there's still no movement, Little 16 asked. Let's wait a bit longer. If it doesn't work, I'll take Xiaomi and Adai over. The three of us can run out quickly. Bai Yaoyao replied. This rabbit is so timid, it won't run away, will it? Lulu Board had already started squatting on the ground, drawing circles. Get ready. It's about to come out. Bai Yaoyao sensed two energies, one strong and one weak, rapidly approaching the door, and quickly warned everyone. Everyone was prepared. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Adai, who nodded knowingly. After the rabbit dashed out, the poison-type zombie followed in just 2 seconds, and raged and no longer caring about anything else, only wanting to eliminate that thing that could grow and shrink. Seeing this, Bai Yaoyao was delighted. She didn't know what the little rabbit had done to make the zombie not want to eat humans anymore. The moment the zombie appeared outside, Bai Yaoyao held her breath, instantly teleporting and swinging a large machete at the zombie's neck. Unfortunately, she didn't cut it all the way through, and Dai followed up with another strike. Bai Yaoyao feared it hadn't died completely, so she continued to stab, quickly extracting its crystal core. The dignified 4th-level poison-type zombie dramatically met its end. Bai Yaoyao and Dai were slightly dizzy from inhaling too much poison gas, and Xiaomi hurriedly helped them recover from their negative status. The little rabbit saw the zombie being killed, and the 12 ruffians were unharmed, which made it walk back confidently with its head held high. Initially, it planned to act cute and receive a reward, but when Bai Yaoyao cast a glance at it, the little rabbit began to tremble in fear. Bai Yaoyao helplessly said, "You performed well this time. This is enough for your food and accommodation for a month. This is your reward." After saying this, she tossed a carrot to the little rabbit, which was then stored in her space. The little rabbit excitedly hugged the carrot, thinking of how Dog Brother had taken care of it over the past few days, and hurriedly went to find Dogsy, who showed no interest at all. Dogsy looked at it with a pitiful expression. Finally, he dragged a large bone out from his nest and threw it to the rabbit. Seeing that Dog Brother didn't want the carrot, the rabbit became even happier, sat on the ground, and began to gnaw on the bone. It was delicious. It was so delicious. Doing this kind of work was not bad at all. Since the poison-type zombies had existed for too long, even after they died, the surrounding poisonous gas did not disperse easily. Inside the mall, it was even worse. There was a pervasive black mist that shattered all the glass windows around the mall for ventilation. Everyone simply waited in the car. Xiao Shirlu was using wind-type abilities to blow away the toxic gas as quickly as possible, while Qin Xian was helping to amplify her efforts. Even so, they waited for nearly 2 hours before the toxic gas completely dissipated, and both Xiao Shirlu and Qin Xian had exhausted their abilities. Fortunately, there was nothing else requiring intervention. Bai Yaoyao called the officials to gather supplies. She went in with her team to take a look and found that most items had been corroded beyond recognition. There was hardly anything worth collecting, not even the glass or counters. The officials were mainly collecting various clothing, shoes, and outdoor supplies, so Bai Yaoyao did not join them in the frenzy. The officials brought a space ability user, making several trips back and forth. By the time one mall was packed to the brim, they came over to inform Bai Yaoyao and the others before returning together. Didowan poked his head out of the car and said, "They didn't collect much. They brought out 3 big trucks, but not even one was fully loaded. That's already pretty good, but anything related to food definitely can't be taken. If the glass can be corroded, no matter how tightly sealed it is, it's pointless." Bai Yaoyao replied, "Exactly. Can the clothes they collected even be worn? They look like they're exuding black gas." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the monkey and said, "Why can't they be worn? You weren't forced to wear them. In your last life, you peeled off a complete suit from a zombie and were thrilled for several days looking for places to admire yourself in the mirror." "Oh, really? I don't seem like someone who cares about appearances," the monkey said incredulously. Bai Yaoyao replied honestly, "Because you were in love." "What?" "Wow, the monkey has grown up." Instantly, everyone became interested and quietly waited for Bai Yaoyao to continue. Bai Yaoyao sighed lightly and continued, "That girl was not sincere towards you. She sold our information to our sworn enemies, and during one mission some of us died, while others were injured. After we came back, you should have killed that girl." The monkey stared blankly, mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Was he really that foolish? He couldn't even tell if she was sincere and ended up implicating his brothers. "Sister Yao, I'm sorry, my foot. What happened in the last life will not happen again in this life." Bai Yaoyao, it was necessary to say this life was going too smoothly, and it was essential to sound the alarm occasionally, or else she feared her brothers would suffer. "Who is that girl who ruined my monkey brother's reputation? I need to go take care of her in advance." Dai squinted his small eyes with his right thumb and index finger rubbing together, clearly itching for action. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "There won't be an opportunity. I went to take care of her before the apocalypse during the concert of Zhou Tianwang." "Oh, Sister Yao, is that you?" That incident even made the trending news. Bai Yaoyao nodded. She continued, "Let's make a pact until the end of the apocalypse, no dating. Once it's over, I'll cover all the betrothal gifts and dowries for you all." "No problem." "Haha, with so many betrothal gifts and dowries, that's quite a sum. Sister Yaoyao is generous." "Damn the apocalypse, let it end quickly. I want to get married." After returning to the safe zone and parking the car, Bai Yaoyao went to find Meng Qilin for chickens and ducks. "Captain Bai, you are back so soon?" Meng Qilin asked. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "There was only one zombie in one mall, so it was quick. I'll go get the chickens and ducks now, right? I'm waiting for a feast tonight." Meng Qilin cheerfully replied, haha, no problem. I'm a bit busy, I'll send someone to take you there. You can each have 7. Great, Captain Meng is generous. Bai Yaoyao looked over and saw that there were chickens and ducks flying everywhere, with chickens fighting with chickens, chickens fighting with ducks, and ducks fighting with ducks. The entire open area had no peaceful spot. Bai Yaoyao caught the 7 most active ones, planning to raise them first and see if they could be bred. Someone had tried it in the last life, but it failed. The reproduction rate of mutated beasts was too low. Bai Yaoyao wanted to see if it would be any better in her space. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed 2 pigs lying nearby, each looking like small mountains. They appeared just like before the apocalypse, but their energy aura was clearly mutated. Bai Yaoyao blinked. Pork is so delicious, and there are so many dishes that can be made with it. So she found Meng Qilin again and successfully traded one for 10 tents and 10 boxes of Dolly Garden cakes. Bai Yaoyao also generously gifted Meng Qilin a box of huazi. Seeing the gleam in Meng Qilin's eyes, she knew he liked it. Although Meng Qilin was tempted, he hesitated for quite a while. Bai Yaoyao was very measured, as she only took it out after the deal was settled. It was not exactly a bribe, but at most a friend's gift. When Meng Qilin realized he could no longer refuse, he accepted it. After Bai Yaoyao and the others left, he immediately found an empty spot and squatted down by the roadside to take a puff. Bai Yaoyao handed the Great Sage over to Chef Li, saying that before leaving the safe zone, Chef Li should teach the Great Sage how to cook. She provided a menu of her and her brother's favorite dishes for Master Li, instructing him to teach based on that. Then she left a box of instant noodles and departed, stating that the overall tuition would be determined by the Great Sage's learning performance. Master Li was quite excited. Captain Bai was very generous, as evidenced by their previous collaboration. So, with another opportunity to work together, he poured all his efforts into diligently teaching the Great Sage, hardly sleeping. The Great Sage was also quite determined, knowing that the master enjoyed delicious food and was exceptionally earnest in learning. Master Li's initial enthusiasm gradually turned into existential doubt. Is this really just a monkey? Why is it so intelligent? At least it's much smarter than my own disciples. After so many years of effort, why has it only taken a few days? It's learned nearly everything. This is too demoralizing. Aside from the Great Sage, the Night Squad spent their time taking on missions. When they grew tired of tasks, they wandered around hunting for meat and didn't find it boring. Everyone had taken a turn drinking from the spatial spring water. Aside from Chen Xian, who awakened a new ability to restore energy, others had not awakened any new abilities. Bai Yaoyao speculated that perhaps the probability of awakening was higher with single-type abilities combined with spring water. Having multiple abilities is useless. Mastery is what truly matters. While absorbing the energy from crystal cores, one also needed to proficiently use it in combat. The crystal core from the 4th level poison-type zombie was given to Dai, but unfortunately, he couldn't successfully break through, leaving the child frustrated for a long time. To train herself and her brothers, Bai Yaoyao deliberately set up a big operation. She attracted nearly 200 zombies and all members of the Night Squad, and the mutated beasts participated to see if they could hold their ground. Even the Great Sage stopped learning cooking and specifically came out to fight alongside everyone. All the people and beasts were exceptionally excited, eager to charge forward. Of course, Xianqi was only responsible for filming, otherwise, once the protective shield was activated, there would be no point in playing. Initially, everything was fine and everyone was fighting vigorously, but slowly the surrounding zombies heard the commotion and started to gather more and more. No matter how they fought, they couldn't kill them all, and there was no time to collect crystal cores as their abilities were nearly depleted. Captain, ahead is the Night Squad. They are surrounded by a horde of zombies. There are probably hundreds. Xia Shannon, upon hearing the report from his team member, hurriedly led his people over, wanting to assist in covering their retreat. Upon arrival, he thought, well, I overestimated the situation. Aren't we going to assist, Captain? No need to go, they are doing it intentionally. What? Intentionally? Are they crazy? To become stronger, didn't you see the camera still set up in front? They probably want to find flaws in battle and specifically practice together. Impressive. Xia Shannon said enviously, with a hint of helplessness and grievance in his tone. Back then I had a dual-type level 3 ability, yet the Night Squad didn't want me. They knew I was level 4 and had mutated to Ice type, but didn't say a word or show any intention to invite me. Sigh, I just can't fit in. The group is too guarded, it's hard to even make friends, let alone become especially Bai Yaoyao, who appeared very easy to get along with, smiling at everyone. Her features were bright and cheerful, and she could chat about anything under the sun with no topic she couldn't engage in. But this girl was the type to keep everyone at arm's length, not understanding why the young lady, clearly not very old, spoke and acted with such maturity and without a single flaw. No need for help, thank you. Bai Yaoyao shouted loudly, noticing Xia Shannon and his team rushing over. Xia Shannon and his team did not intervene, nor did they want to leave. They found a relatively safe spot where they could see everything and began to observe and learn earnestly. The Night Squad's combat style was exceptionally uniform, simple, crude, bloody, striving for a one-hit kill. Moreover, they practically covered all types of abilities, so the spectators gained quite a lot. The battle lasted nearly 3 hours before it concluded, and it was the dog that suddenly broke through to level 4 during the fight. Bai Yaoyao was almost moved to tears while other beast cubs successfully broke through with a single level 4 beast core. The dog had already eaten 2 and still showed no signs. Bai Yaoyao almost thought the dog was done for, but unexpectedly it perked up today. It seems I have been too indulgent with it, reluctant to let it move. A kind mother spoils her child. I need to change that from now on. Let it fight. As long as it doesn't die, it can be saved. The dog, feeling proud and content, suddenly sensed an unfriendly gaze and immediately bared its teeth and turned to look, realizing it was the master. What's going on? Am I captivated by my own heroic and mighty appearance? Almost all of the abilities of everyone had been depleted, and in the latter part they were just fighting with knives. Bai Yaoyao was also exhausted, her small face pale, and as she took out some food and water, she almost fainted from exhaustion. To prevent any surprises, they quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collected the crystal cores, and went straight back to the safe zone. They found an area at the edge of the safe zone with few people surrounding it with rain cloths. Bai Yaoyao pulled out a small generator and a projector. She also took out the desks and chairs she had collected back in College Town, asking everyone to sit down and distributing notebooks and pens. She wanted everyone to watch today's battle while taking notes. Unfortunately, while the idea was beautiful, reality often wasn't so. Except for Qin Xian, who filled an entire page, the others, including Bai Yaoyao, couldn't write more than a few words. Some forgot to write while watching, some understood, but couldn't express it, and others didn't know how to write. Everyone tacitly stuffed their notebooks into the table drawer as if nothing had happened. Qin Xian smiled and joined them in putting the notebooks away, having guessed it would turn out this way. However, after a battle, returning and reviewing it, they found it was still very rewarding. After resting for 2 days, they could go again, and this time it certainly wouldn't be so messy. With business concluded, it was time for a feast. People and beasts sat interspersed, not minding each other, with all sorts of delicious food and drinks laid out across a whole table, and everyone ate heartily. Although physically exhausted, spirits were particularly relaxed, and everyone felt good. Even in the midst of chaos, so many were working together, striving for a common goal. That was truly quite wonderful. Bai Yaoyao leaned back in her chair, comfortably humming a little tune. Bai Yaoyao, quickly take your dog away. Lulu roared. Bai Yaoyao turned to look, seeing the dog had mistakenly drunk a cup of alcohol and was now drunk, biting Lulu's clothes and refusing to let go. The two were locked in a standoff for some time, even exchanging a few blows. Bai Yaoyao was delighted and didn't want to intervene, laughing, let them fight it out. I suspect the dog did it on purpose. It must be annoyed by how Lulu always looks down on it. How could one get so drunk from just 1 cup of beer? Until Lulu drew the dog over to Bai Yaoyao and the dog opened its mouth to lick her. Bai Yaoyao was so startled that she instantly teleported away, tossing the dog back into space. Seeing Lulu's angry little eyes, she yawned and quietly slipped away. After last night's revelry, everyone had a long, lazy sleep, and the fatigue accumulated over recent days seemed to have vanished entirely. The relentless sunshine, like a blazing fire, was finally subdued by the steam rising after 2 consecutive downpours. It's cool today. Could it be that summer has passed? Yaoyao? Will it not be hot anymore? Bai Yaoyao had long forgotten, and aside from important matters, the memories of the first 2 years before the apocalypse were already quite faint. I forgot as well, but there isn't much to be happy about. In the apocalypse, it's either extreme heat or extreme cold. There's no such thing as normal weather, Bai Yaoyao replied. Alright, I might be overthinking it, the monkey said while grooming the great sage. Aside from Bai Yaoyao, the monkey was the great sage's favorite. This was partly because the monkey had been the first to speak up for him, and partly because he couldn't quite explain why, but he felt a warm familiarity as if they were of the same kind. Last night, Bai Yaoyao had the great sage prepare several dishes which stunned everyone. Bai Yaoyao simply ended the great sage's studies ahead of schedule. With such culinary skills, he could have opened a restaurant before the apocalypse. Now preparing a simple home-cooked meal was more than enough. The great sage sent 2 boxes of mooncakes, a case of instant noodles, 10 packs of chocolate, and 10 energy bars to his master. The great sage also contributed a bunch of bananas. For the current situation, these supplies were undoubtedly a significant contribution, especially with the impending relocation. Not only were they easy to carry, but in critical moments they could also save lives. Chef Li was also very satisfied, though he didn't boast about it. He secretly stashed a portion of the items given by Bai Yaoyao in his own luggage, bringing out the rest in front of everyone. As Bai Yaoyao was about to lead the team out, Meng Qilin sent someone over to say they needed to hold a meeting to discuss the specifics of relocating to City D. Bai Yaoyao directly took her people over. The dog, reluctant to return to the space, followed along. Looking at the dog, now so majestic and powerful, it was hard to imagine the foolish state it had been in while drunk yesterday. Upon arrival, they found not only the civilian ability users, but also the official ability users present. Xia Shannon smiled and nodded, greeting them. "Hello, dog brother. Do you remember me?" The boy who had given Bai Yaoyao dog food last time excitedly ran over upon seeing the dog. The dog nodded with great dignity and even patted his little fan, making Bai Yaoyao feel she could hardly bear to watch. Everyone had been loudly discussing various matters, but as Yi arrived, the atmosphere clearly quieted for a few seconds, and those in front instinctively stepped aside. Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly and said thank you. Meng Qilin felt envious, he couldn't match that aura. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Well, everyone is here, so I'll say a few words." Everyone might have noticed that the mutated beasts had suddenly increased in number recently, which had caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone. Due to the urgency of time and to prevent unexpected incidents, we have decided to set off collectively to the base in City D tomorrow. Given that there are more ordinary people, we ability users with our strength also need to take on more responsibility. Meng Qilin rambled on about moral principles for a long time, while Bai Yaoyao felt so bored that she nearly yawned. Without discussing rewards, he spoke about ethics and humanity. Meng Qilin was still somewhat young, a bit naive, and hadn't been through much hardship. Suddenly, he heard a faint snoring sound, and when he turned to look, he saw Fat Brother nearly falling asleep while standing. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Meng Qilin finally got to the point. Currently, the currency system has collapsed. In City D, whether for completing tasks or purchasing supplies, it is all done using crystal nuclei or points. For this transfer, I promise that each team will receive 2,000 points, and those who make special contributions will receive additional rewards. If you do not want points, you can also exchange them for crystal nuclei. Does anyone have any opinions? If not, I will start arranging the main positions for everyone on the journey. Everyone wasn't very clear on the purchasing power of these 2,000 points, and it seemed Meng Qilin had no intention of explaining. As everyone exchanged glances, not wanting to take the lead, but hoping someone else would, suddenly they saw the beautiful captain of Yi raise her hand. This was comfortable, as surely Meng Qilin wouldn't dare offend Yi, right? They were the only team capable of facing a level 4 zombie Hedon. Meng Qilin felt somewhat nervous. His limits on this point system were already so small, and the base still didn't know about it. If it hadn't been for bringing back so many supplies from the storage last time, he wouldn't have even dared to mention this. Seeing Bai Yaoyao raise her hand surprised him. He had initially thought to privately supplement Yi with some points. Given Yi's combat strength, she naturally wouldn't just receive a few points, but he couldn't say that openly. So he blinked at Bai Yaoyao, but unfortunately she didn't catch it and continued to raise her hand, even wondering if something was wrong with Meng Qilin's eyes. Meng Qilin, feeling helpless, asked, "Captain Bai, is there something you need?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "And Yi only has one condition: everyone must stay together. As long as we are together, you can arrange us wherever in the team." After Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, other teams looked somewhat dumbfounded, so Yi wasn't raising her hand to negotiate rewards. Meng Qilin was also taken aback. Because there were many strong individuals in Yi, he wanted to split Yi into 3 groups. However, before he could propose it, that idea was already dashed. However, he still tried to negotiate. Captain Bai, can Yi be divided into 3 groups positioned at the front, middle, and back of the team? And yes, Hind combat power is considerable, which may make the team more stable. Bai Yaoyao smiled and shook her head, saying, "We won't be separated, but you can arrange our positions as you wish." It wasn't that Bai Yaoyao was unwilling to let her brothers face challenges alone, but rather that the journey would be too long, and she feared unforeseen events might arise. Moreover, there were too many people traveling together. She worried that someone might develop inappropriate thoughts. Training could happen anytime, but losing control was not an option. Well then, let Yi lead the way. Although the pressure will be a bit greater, we also have corresponding heavy weaponry to clear the path. Meng Qilin could only agree. Bai Yaoyao nodded. After that, whatever Meng Qilin said, Bai Yaoyao hardly paid attention. Several teams attempted to bargain, but were forcefully rejected by Meng Qilin. After the meeting dispersed, Bai Yaoyao noticed Meng Qilin seemed to want to come over and chat, so she quickly led her team away. Without having to think, it was clear he wanted to separate some members of Yi to join the team in the middle, which she would certainly not agree to, so there was no need to say anything. Since they were departing early the next morning, they didn't wander far, instead looking for zombies nearby to stretch their limbs and warm up their hands before returning to rest. That night, the dog's little fan brought 2 large bags of dog food again. The dog received it with a clear conscience and even invited Bai Yaoyao to place the dog food beside its doghouse. Seeing that cheeky expression, Bai Yaoyao felt a sudden urge to. In the early morning, as the first light began to appear, the entire safe zone stirred into action. The safe zone housed about 40,000 people, among whom the number of ability users was merely a small fraction. The young adults carried large backpacks or pulled luggage. Some elderly and children appeared dazed, as if they had either lost their families or were simply left alone, moving like walking corpses. As the crowd slowly moved, they followed wherever the masses went, lacking any motivation to live yet reluctant to die so easily, or perhaps lacking the courage to do so. The wind began to howl, carrying a chilling coldness that swept away any lingering heat from the scorching. Occasionally, there were still trees by the roadside that had not yet mutated, their leaves rustling as they transformed overnight from lush green to withered yellow. A few children holding hands stepped on the fallen leaves, their laughter ringing out, drawing glances from the crowd, a pleasant sound that had not been heard in a long time. The entire safe zone resembled a desolate yet hopeful painting. Move quickly, elderly and children. Others, don't be anxious. What are you doing? Young lad, how dare you cut in line? I'm a minor, aren't the elderly and children supposed to go first? Please don't push him, my wife is pregnant. I'm not pushing, it's the people behind me. I can't control. The people at the back, who had been leisurely having breakfast, felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing the noisy commotion. Sister Yao, it's so noisy. I want to kill. Adai mumbled. Bai Yaoyao gave Adai a hard slap on the head. Change your attitude, have you forgotten our new profession? Oh, alright. Adai continued to munch on it. I wonder if this journey will go smoothly, I don't know how long it'll take. With so many people, if just a few vehicles break down, it would be impossible to manage. Xiaomi furrowed her brows. Lulu smiled and said, you're overthinking it, no matter how it goes, as long as we're safe, that's all that matters. At worst, we fail the mission and lose those 2,000 points. If it gets worse, we just won't go to the. Bai Yaoyao nodded. What Sister Lulu said is right. Although our main focus is on official missions, we must prioritize our own safety above all else. Others don't matter, understood? The monkey raised his hand and said, understood, that makes me feel better. If you really want me to protect strangers with all my heart, I can't do it. We don't need to protect anyone, we just need to kill zombies and clear the path. Have you all eaten enough? Let's set off. Bai Yaoyao quickly finished her last sip of soy milk and stood up. Who wants the last 2 buns? They're filled with chives, I won't eat them, I'm already full. Adai saw everyone getting up and realized the remaining buns would fall to him, so he quickly said loudly. Unfortunately, no one responded, and Adai dared not throw them away or speak, feeling quite wronged. Captain Bai, you all came, it will be hard for you on this journey. Meng Qilin, sweating profusely, saw the night crew approach and took a moment to greet them. They were important allies to please. Before Bai Yaoyao could speak, Adai rushed over and said, Captain Meng, have a bun. It's really delicious. Meng Qilin was taken aback. Why was this kid so enthusiastic today? Usually, apart from Bai Yaoyao, no one paid him any mind. However, after working for several hours, he had indeed eaten everything available for breakfast and was already starving, his stomach growling. So he rubbed his hands together and accepted the 2 buns, saying, Thanks, little brother, I won't be polite, I'm really starving. After swallowing a hot and fragrant bun, Meng Qilin felt much better and added, delicious. Chive filling, really fragrant. Adai's face turned red as he stole a glance at Sister Yao, only to find she was not angry, but rather smiling at him, signaling that he had passed this test. Hee, I'm truly a clever little guy. Bai Yaoyao ignored Adai's thoughts and asked Meng Qilin, Captain Meng, what time are we leaving? Meng Qilin replied, we should have left long ago, there's no end to getting people on the vehicles, it's chaotic. But it's almost done, just a few thousand people left. Alright, let's head to the front and wait. After Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, she led the team to the front. Since the night crew arrived at the safe zone, they had either been on missions or on their way to missions, leaving and returning either early in the morning or late at night. They had hardly spent any time in the safe zone during the day, so they had never seen so many people. Walking from the safe zone entrance to the front of the line took them more than 10 minutes. The atmosphere was quite noisy, with various complaints about the heavens and lamentations of misfortune abundant and frequent. Most were large trucks, each with many people in the cargo area, but there were also a few buses, mainly filled with elderly children and pregnant women. Bai Yaoyao also spotted the woman she had previously given milk powder to. The woman had tied her child to her chest with a piece of clothing, her expression less lost and helpless, now showing determination. Seeing Bai Yaoyao, she smiled and waved, greeting her while raising her child's small hand. Bai Yaoyao felt a slight tingle behind her ear, sensing a feeling of being caught in wrongdoing. Unconsciously, she coldly faced forward and quickly walked past. As she passed by the woman, she discreetly placed a bucket of milk powder into the bag by the woman's side. After all, the woman had contributed quite a few crystal cores, and seeing that her companions were not paying attention, she felt relieved to move on, knowing this was a poor example. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted is the worst taboo. Sometimes not only can you not help others, but you might also end up harming them. Was she just having a moment of weakness? Mainly because that little baby had smiled at her. Human infants are incredibly precious, and for a long time it would be difficult for humanity to see new lives born. Rarely did she feel empathy. Bai Yaoyao chose 2 pickups, which would be more convenient for action compared to off-road vehicles. Peiqi and Qin Xian each drove one, trying not to let them engage in combat during the initial phase. Others took turns maintaining the combat effectiveness of the entire team to the greatest extent. If they encountered unexpected trouble and faced daunting foes, Bai Yaoyao would unhesitatingly lead the night crew away from the main group. There's no choice, and nothing is more important than life. But within her capabilities, she would certainly complete this mission with utmost responsibility. Standing atop the vehicle, Bai Yaoyao looked back. The line of people had disappeared from view. After waiting for another 20 minutes, Ming Qilan's voice finally rang out. Set off. The seemingly endless line of vehicles began to move slowly, with a weapons truck at the front. On either side of the weapons truck were 2 pickup trucks from the Dark Knight squad, followed by several large trucks carrying university students who were lined up at the front and felt quite frightened. However, upon seeing a few members of the Dark Knight team come to the front, they suddenly relaxed. In the safe zone, whether ability users or ordinary people, everyone recognized the Dark Knight. With the Dark Knight around, there was an inexplicable sense of security. Other ability users and official soldiers were scattered along the sides of the line, protecting the ordinary people in the center who had little combat ability. Behind them were various ordinary vehicles, almost all traveling in family units or groups of friends. Thus, these individual vehicles mostly had an ability user or someone with weapons possessing a certain level of self-defense capability, not wanting to crouch in the back of a large truck, and were not part of the ability user team. At this speed, my goodness, how long will it take to get there? Da Wan complained, looking at the 20 miles. Hard to say, at least a month. Bai Yaoyao frowned as she thought of the slow pace, not expecting it to be so slow. Can we go on our own? This is too torturous. Monkey suddenly said this without lowering his voice at all. A few young soldiers on the weapons truck immediately looked over, their eyes wide as they stared at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao helplessly glared at Monkey. No, shut your mouth, she said, and the young soldiers turned their heads back, feeling reassured. The team was currently lacking crystal cores. To be precise, they were short on high-level crystal cores. Currently, only her space abilities and Lulu's lightning abilities had reached level 4. Others had yet to catch up, mainly because level 4 zombies were rare, and they were all waiting to fight them themselves, which was too troublesome. It would be best to exchange points for them at the base. Although one day in the future level 4 zombies would be as numerous as dogs, it was still better to upgrade as early as possible, as the value differed. Bai Yaoyao leaned against the passenger seat, bored, wanting to fidget. They had been traveling for almost a day, and she hadn't had any action, completely different from the thrilling Great Migration she had imagined. Except for the noise made when they set off that morning, which attracted a small wave of zombies just as she wanted to call her brothers to help. The officials had used machine guns to shoot them down. In keeping with the Dark Knight style, they did not rush to collect crystal cores. After leaving the city, most of the time there were only a few scattered zombies. The greatest obstacle on this journey was the mutated python, which had long been consumed by the Dark Knight members, so they had encountered fewer zombies in a day than when they were on missions. Captain Bai, hello, Captain Meng has informed us that we will stop here today to rest. Okay, received. Bai Yaoyao replied. After the convoy stopped, everyone got out of the vehicles to stretch. The people in the bus were fine, although they squeezed 2 or even 3 people into one seat. At least there was a seat and a roof to shield them from wind and rain. But those in the truck beds had been exposed to wind and sun all day long, and today was the first day of a temperature drop. Not only were their legs numb, but they were also dazed from the wind. They were almost all groaning in misery. Bai Yaoyao led the group a bit further ahead, ensuring they could provide immediate support if needed, while also creating some distance. Pulling out their food supplies, they got straight to the point. With this little wind blowing, we should eat hot pot to ward off the chill and satisfy our cravings. Peiqi was munching on a chicken leg while still mumbling. Fat brother said, come on, let's keep a low profile. There are so many people behind us. Our stir-fry dishes and rice are already pretty good. Just look at what others are eating. Compressed biscuits, before you speak. Hehe, I was just saying. Bai Yaoyao ignored everyone, contemplating whether she could go somewhere to stretch. It felt uncomfortable to not move for a whole day. Everyone was eating while chatting when Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt an energy fluctuation behind her. She quickly stood up to look back, only to find it was empty, a sea of darkness, with nothing there. What's wrong, Yao Jia? Others asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, someone or something just came by. No way, I didn't feel anything. Monkey ran a few steps forward to take a closer look. Sure too suddenly said, indeed someone has come, I heard. Bai Yaoyao opened her spiritual sense completely but found nothing unusual. She had some guesses in her heart yet still felt uncertain. She said, let's wait and see, I estimate more will come. Others sensed that Bai Yaoyao had an idea, so they stopped discussing. They ate and drank as they pleased, and after finishing each went to set up their tents. Since Bai Yaoyao felt something was amiss, her spiritual sense had been on all day, and she hadn't used her abilities much, so her energy was abundant. After a long while, just as Bai Yaoyao was about to fall asleep in her tent, she sensed movement again. She quickly stepped out, took out the paint she had prepared beforehand, and splashed it toward the source of the energy fluctuations. At that moment, the others also emerged. What the hell is this? It looks like a person crouching. Yao Jia, what do you say? Should we kill him? How dare he come to the dark night to cause trouble? Does he want to die? Dawan held a flame in his hand, ready to throw it. Spare me, everyone. I mean no harm, I'm just really hungry and came to find something to eat. I was wrong, don't kill me please. The man shouted, pleading for mercy as he heard Dawan's words. As the man began to speak, his invisibility effect vanished and his figure gradually became visible. Is this an invisibility ability? Fat Brother asked. Bai Yaoyao nodded and kicked the man in the chest, saying, what level is your ability? How long can you stay invisible? The man, feeling pain from Bai Yaoyao's kick, coughed up blood in an instant, regretting it immensely. With so many people around, why did he think it was a good idea to steal from the dark night? His brain must be kicked by a donkey. However, he hurriedly climbed up to respond, saying, I haven't leveled up. If I don't speak, I can stay invisible for 10 minutes, but I can if I talk. Such a powerful ability is only used for stealing. I can't believe it, Xiaomi couldn't help but exclaim. Please spare me, this is my first time, I won't dare again, honorable one, spare me. The man saw that Bai Yaoyao had finished questioning him and fell silent, feeling a bit flustered. Bai Yaoyao handed him over to a young soldier on duty by the roadside, asking him to take the man to Captain Ming. Since they hadn't suffered any losses, killing him would be too disrespectful to Ming Qilin. It was better to leave the decision to Ming Qilin, asking for a favor. Yao Jia, are we just letting him go? We don't mind, killing him isn't suitable and keeping him would be disgusting. Ming Qilin won't easily let him go. With this ability, the officials will brainwash him and he'll basically be unable to escape for the rest of his life. Bai Yaoyao saw through it clearly. It wasn't a serious matter, and at a time when the officials were short-staffed, Ming Qilin wouldn't easily give up such a talent. At night, Bai Yaoyao let Big Meow and Little Rai out to keep watch while everyone else slept soundly. With the patrol team set up by the officials, nothing unexpected happened, and everyone peacefully slept until dawn. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, they set off for a new day with Peiqi and Qin Xian driving, while the others took turns. There weren't many zombies on the provincial road. Occasionally, a few mutated beasts would appear to block their way. They couldn't withstand the bombardment from the dark night and would quickly be eliminated. Captain Bai, wait, don't leave yet. There's been an incident at the back of the team. Bai Yaoyao got out of the car and asked what happened at the back. We just received news that over a dozen level 2 mutated dogs charged at us simultaneously, but they have been controlled. A few private cars were damaged and we need to arrange personnel. Bai Yaoyao nodded and got out of the car to stretch. Before 5 minutes had passed, news came that they could continue moving forward, but Bai Yaoyao hadn't even gotten back in the car when a sudden scream came from the back of the team. Bai Yaoyao turned around and saw a mutated eagle carrying a person gliding at low altitude. The mutated eagle had wings about the size of a small car, and each flap created a gust of wind. As if in provocation, the mutated eagle released its grip midway and dropped the person, then picked up another to carry. Due to its high speed, the ability's users were hesitant to use their powers for fear of accidentally harming the person being carried. Bai Yaoyao quickly positioned herself, found the right angle, and launched a spatial cut. The mutated eagle screeched in pain, releasing its grip, and surprisingly spat a flame at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao frowned. This was going to be tricky. A level 5. Only level 5 mutated beasts would awaken natural attack methods. It was easier to deal with those on the ground, but the flying ones were much harder to control. As Bai Yaoyao dodged the flames, she used mental control. Just in time, Qin Xian amplified her abilities, causing the mutated eagle's sea of consciousness to ache sharply, momentarily stunning it. It dove down towards Bai Yaoyao, who could only dodge again. This time she released Little Rai, working together with Kiki's wood-type abilities to try to pin down the mutated eagle and prevent it from taking off. Unexpectedly, they couldn't succeed even for a brief 2 seconds and almost instantly broke free. After I finish speaking, everyone use your skills together. Don't bother with control, just stack the damage. Bai Yaoyao shouted loudly. At that moment, Xia Shan Nan also rushed up from the back of the team just in time to join this wave of attack. 3 seconds later, various colorful skills smashed towards the mutated eagle simultaneously. The mutated eagle had no chance to evade, facing not only the powers of the Dark Knight team, but also those of 7 or 8 official ability users, including Xia Shan Nan. The official personnel who were not ability users also aimed and fired with sniper rifles. The mutated eagle in the sky was immediately engulfed in a burst of blood, mist, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. However, Bai Yaoyao suddenly didn't want to let it go. A level 5 beast core was something her precious pets would time to give it a shot, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Bai Yaoyao directly teleported onto the back of the mutated eagle. This sudden scene startled everyone, including the mutated eagle. Sister Yao, be careful. Bai Yaoyao was naturally confident that she wouldn't be in danger. While teleporting to the eagle's back, she didn't forget to remind Xianqi to remember to activate the protective shield at the critical moment. The mutated eagle had noticed the additional person on its back and wanted to quickly escape the crowd. Once there were fewer people, it could fight unknown without fear of these humans. Seeing that the mutated eagle was ignoring her, Bai Yaoyao pulled out 2 daggers and fiercely stabbed at its neck. Ignoring whether it responded, she stabbed again. Not paying attention. You have a temper. Stab again. I'll stab you to death. I'm aiming for a specific spot. In no time, the back of the mutated eagle's neck was a bloody mess. The mutated eagle had only flown a few dozen meters when it finally couldn't endure any more, abruptly rolling over to try to throw Bai Yaoyao off. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yaoyao stabbed towards the eagle's eye, successfully blinding one of them. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, the mutated eagle's movements became much slower. Bai Yaoyao created some distance, and when the others arrived, they once again bombarded the mutated eagle with all their abilities. At this point, the mutated eagle no longer wished to escape. It only wanted to take this detestable human Bai Yaoyao away. Thus it withstood various attacks and recklessly charged towards her. Bai Yaoyao, instead of being afraid, beckoned at the mutated eagle with a sneer. The mutated eagle's claw raked towards her neck with great force. Bai Yaoyao teleported once more to the eagle's back, just preparing to joyfully stab again. Suddenly she felt a surge of danger and instinctively dodged to the side, but the mutated eagle managed to rake a long gash across her arm. Blood gushed out, instantly staining her sleeve red. At the same time, 2 gunshots rang out from where Bai Yaoyao had just been standing. If it weren't for her speed, those 2 shots would have definitely hit, aimed right at her chest. Sister Yao. Bai Yaoyao quickly looked towards the crowd, noticing that the ordinary people on the truck were focused on the scene here. For a moment she didn't see anything unusual, feeling furious, but she understood that there were more important matters at hand. Enduring the pain in her arm, she unleashed her mental abilities to temporarily control the mutated eagle again, then used spatial cutting to directly sever one of its wings. Only then did she retreat to create distance. Peiqi had been keeping an eye on Bai Yaoyao's movements, rushing over immediately, not sparing any abilities to heal her. On the other side, after Bai Yaoyao retreated, a DUI and Xiaomi charged up simultaneously, using speed abilities to mimic Bai Yaoyao's recent tactic, stabbing and then retreating without lingering in battle. In the end, they managed to control the mutated eagle with willow branches, while the others combined their abilities, exhausting it to death. Bai Yaoyao's wound looked frightening, but wasn't life-threatening. Under Peiqi's treatment, she healed in no time. Bai Yaoyao extracted the beast core from the mutated eagle and stored its corpse in her spatial pocket. Only then did she look up towards the direction of the team. Bai Yaoyao silently walked towards the crowd, her pace slow, while the members of the Dark Knight followed closely behind her, their imposing aura not only undiminished, but even intensified. Xia Shan Nan, seeing this, had no intention of stopping. He gestured to his subordinates to summon Meng Qilin. Who fired the shot just now? Bai Yaoyao's voice was not loud, but the chilling tone resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone even had the illusion that if the shooter could not be identified, all would bear the consequences together. Captain Bai, I just saw it. It's her. She fired just now. It was behind that rock. The woman with a child whom Bai Yaoyao had once helped suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Lin Yiran. Was it that bumbling fool who got the entire team killed by the poison zombies? Bai Yaoyao nodded gently, first glancing at the rock where indeed were signs of a gun being fired. Thus she approached Lin Yiran directly. Before Bai Yaoyao could speak, Lin Yiran was already kneeling on the ground. It was all over. Who could have imagined she would evade capture? Instinctive survival instincts propelled Lin Yiran to hastily plead, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I wanted to help you. I never expected it would hurt you. I just wanted to contribute my part. After all her teammates had died, the AIE alliance naturally disbanded. Coincidentally, Lin Yiran awakened her light-type abilities, and combined with the fire-type abilities she had first awakened, she instantly turned into a coveted dual-type ability user. Although the Dark Knight looked down on her, other teams were eager to add a high-level combat power. Lin Yiran carefully chose and joined her current team, the Fierce Tiger Gang. Jinda, who the leader of the Fierce Tiger Gang, had to step forward to speak on behalf of Lin Yiran as she was his own team member. Though he was also annoyed with this troublemaker, he knew that if he said nothing, the others following him would inevitably feel disheartened. So gathering his courage, he spoke, "Captain Bai, this may be a misunderstanding. Although Lin Yiran has gone a bit too far, could you spare her life? She knows her mistake and you." Before Bai Yaoyao could respond, Lulu couldn't hold back anymore and directly interjected, "No. Don't even think about it. She aimed and shot, yet it's a misunderstanding. What nonsense." As soon as Lulu finished speaking, Adai kicked the woman in the chest, sending her flying 7 or 8 meters away. Lin Yiran immediately spat out blood and lay on the ground, unable to lift her head. Adai had been frustrated for a long time. He had wanted to kill this woman last time. After a series of tasks, he had even forgotten about her. Now he had nearly caused a major disaster, and Bai Yaoyao was hurt because of it. It was all his fault for not remembering. Damn it. This time he would not let this wretched person off. Seeing that he had kicked her away and Bai Yaoyao had remained silent, he instantly understood. Not far away, Meng Qilin had already jogged over. Adai, worried that something else might happen, fully unleashed his speed abilities and in the blink of an eye arrived in front of the woman, decisively reaching out and snapping her neck. Only at this moment did Lin Yiran truly realize that she was about to die, unwilling to accept it. Why should this happen to her? She was a tri-type ability user. Wasn't Bai Yaoyao followed by so many because she had space abilities? She had them too. She just hadn't had the chance to use them, and now she was going to die. Lin Yiran desperately tried to pry open the hands that were choking her neck, but they remained unyielding. In just 2 short seconds, she lost consciousness. "Captain Bai. As Meng Qilin arrived, Lin Yiran breathed her last. Meng Qilin didn't even have a chance to say a word. This shy little boy who had blushed when he handed him 2 chive dumplings yesterday had in less than 3 seconds snapped the neck of an ability user. Meng Qilin was momentarily at a loss for words. Although Lin Yiran deserved this fate, but finally it was Xie Shan-nan who reacted and stepped forward, saying, "Lao Meng, this person got what she deserved." Meng Qilin nodded in agreement, saying, "I know, I just didn't expect the little brother to be so decisive." Adai, expressionless, shrugged and said, "Sorry, I overexerted myself after a big breakfast." At this moment, Bai Yaoyao had calmed down. "Captain Meng, is there anything else? Nothing. This incident has caused you harm." Meng Qilin said, dazedly, genuinely unsure of what else to say. "It's fine, she's dead now." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the corpse, speaking nonchalantly. Sure too resolutely grabbed Lin Yiran's corpse and forcefully tossed it to the roadside, flinging it away. He then returned to wash his hands with some water, cleaning himself and Adai. The members of the Fierce Tiger Gang stood awkwardly in place. Though Lin Yiran had brought this upon herself, the others were unaware of her intentions. However, the Dark Knight was not aware of what if they misunderstood again. What then? Jinda, who glanced at his brothers and proactively explained, "Captain Bai, I swear the action against you was solely Lin Yiran's doing. We were unaware." Lulu sarcastically retorted, "Oh, now it's not a misunderstanding." Jinda, who a man standing at 1.80 meters, found himself at a loss for words, and soon his face turned red from frustration. Bai Yaoyao looked at the woman holding a child and asked, "Was there anyone else near that woman?" The woman hesitated for a moment, fearing retaliation, but not wanting to deceive Bai Yaoyao. In the end, she couldn't respond in time. Bai Yaoyao also realized there were still accomplices. She then addressed the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang, saying, "If there are any accomplices, step forward. I will grant you a complete corpse." "You're being too arrogant. Our leader has already stated that it was solely Lin Yiran's doing. It has nothing to do with us. You have no evidence, so why suspect us?" Bai Yaoyao smiled faintly. "Why? Naturally, it's based on strength. I say if this matter is not resolved, no one will be allowed to leave today." Meng Qilin had never seen Bai Yaoyao like this before. Yesterday, when someone stole, Captain Bai was especially kind to return the person to him. Who would have thought that today she would explode? However, he said nothing more. Anyone fighting on the front lines facing life and death would be enraged if shot at by their own, so he remained silent with a cold face. The woman holding the child touched the milk powder in her bag, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. "It was the man at the back. I saw him help." "Wretched woman, shut up. Boss, save me. I don't want to die. It was Lin Yiran who forced me. She tempted me." The man scrambled towards Jinda, who, realizing that this was indeed one of his team members, felt as if the sky had fallen. "I'm your captain, not your ancestor. What can I do if you provoke this disaster star? Chindahu looked at Bai Yaoyao with a face full of despair. Bai Yaoyao didn't even glance at him as she simply raised her hand, and with a swift spatial cut a head fell to the ground, blood gushing out instantly. Surrounding gasps filled the air. No one expected Bai Yaoyao to act so decisively and ruthlessly. Everyone except for the people from the Dark Knight was taken aback. In their memory, Captain Bai was supposed to be very easy to talk to. Bai Yaoyao softly said, "I'm sorry I acted a bit hastily. This person was too loud and frightened me." Ming Qilin forced a smile and said, "Frightened? That's a joke. Your excuse is even worse than that little brother who said he overate this morning and couldn't control his strength." The monkey kicked the head away with one foot, making a long-range shot. The corpse was also tossed to the roadside, landing on Liniran. After clearing the obstacles, Bai Yaoyao said, "Let's go, Captain Ming." "All right, it's still early, we can move a bit more," Ming Qilin replied. Bai Yaoyao had been observing the expressions of the Tiger Gang members. Even though they had killed two of their own, anyone would be upset. "Your unhappiness doesn't matter, but if there is even a hint of a desire for revenge, I will have to take action first. After all, in the apocalypse there is no room for carelessness or compassion, otherwise it could be your own life at stake." The remaining members of the Tiger Gang were still in a daze. Chindaha showed no signs of agitation, only a face of sorrow and helplessness. The rest didn't reveal much. Bai Yaoyao nodded and was about to leave when Fat Brother hesitated and said to Ming Qilin, "Captain Ming, could you arrange a good spot for that mother and daughter? Please take care of them on the way. Don't let them face disdain just because they spoke a few words for us." Although Fat Brother was speaking to Ming Qilin, his eyes were on Chindahu, hinting at something. Chindahu quickly said, "We won't cause trouble. It was my two team members who were wrong first." Fat Brother smiled and waved his hand, saying nothing more. Ming Qilin understood that Fat Brother wanted to warn the Tiger Gang members, but still said to the woman holding the child, "Take your things and come with me." The woman obediently grabbed her luggage and ran out of the car, tightly holding her child, staying close to Ming Qilin. Ming Qilin settled her in Professor Lin Zhengying's vehicle. He intended to explain, but to his surprise Professor Lin came down to greet them. "Captain Ming, having this mother and daughter in our vehicle is not appropriate. This large vehicle only has room for our family of 3. I've mentioned this before." "All right, thank you for your hard work. If there are any issues, feel free to find me." Ming Qilin nodded. "I'm not hard work, it's the soldiers who have been fighting all this time who are working hard. Go ahead and get busy. Don't worry about this old man." After Ming Qilin left, Professor Lin's daughter Lin Menger said, "Dad, the car is already cramped and you specifically called someone to come." "Shut your mouth. If you think it's cramped, you can go sit in the truck," Professor Lin replied. Lin Menger glared at a few people and shifted in closer, looking out the other side of the car. Professor Lin then softly said to the woman with the child, "I'm sorry, my daughter doesn't understand. Please get in the car." The woman nodded, ignoring Lin Menger's disdainful gaze, opened the rear door and got in. This was a good opportunity that the benefactors had fought for, and she could not let it go to waste. Moreover, as long as she treated her child well, facing a few disdainful glances was nothing. Even enduring a few slaps was acceptable. "If you dare to reach out, I dare to offer my face, as long as it allows my son to sit in the car without suffering." Once inside, she was even more grateful for her decision. Not only was there no elderly person coughing beside her, but the space was also so spacious and warm. "Sister Yao, are you free now?" Little 16 tugged at Bai Yaoyao's sleeve and peeked. Before Bai Yaoyao could speak, Peiqi protested, "Little 16, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Sister, I have treated you before. Do you think I still have any issues?" Little 16, realizing she had said something wrong, immediately apologized. "I was wrong, Sister Peiqi. I just care about Sister Yao. Don't worry, I'm fine. This encounter is not in vain. With this level 5 beast core, we can also have a level 5 mutated beast now," Bai Yaoyao said. "Who should upgrade first?" Fat Brother asked curiously. Bai Yaoyao shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. As a mother, I can't be biased. I'll let them play rock, paper, scissors to decide." Haha, that sounds like you. The next few days went relatively smoothly except for encountering a level 4 wind-type zombie. Everything else was smooth sailing. Bai Yaoyao didn't even have a chance to take action against the level 4 zombie. The others worked together to take it down. The crystal core was still given to a Dai who expressed great pressure, fearing he wouldn't be able to upgrade and would waste a level 4 crystal core. Bai Yaoyao comforted the child for a long time before the child pouted and went to the passenger seat to absorb the crystal core. By the end of the day, the dark-type ability successfully broke through to level 4. Since the breakthrough happened at night, the child excitedly ran around the endlessly long line twice. The dark-type ability was like a deity of the night. Even Bai Yaoyao couldn't pinpoint Adai's location, making it comparable to the ability of invisibility. "Sister Yao, I discovered some gossip." Adai returned and said to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao curiously asked, "What gossip?" That woman who woke us from our slumber, do you remember her? She is the daughter of that professor, and we've had conflicts before. I remember what happened to her. Bai Yaoyao asked. Adai exaggeratedly said, I just saw her confessing to Xie Shannon, even giving him a braised chicken leg. The way she spoke was so cheesy it's hard to learn from. Lulu was amused and said, you little brat, what do you know? How can I not understand? I've watched plenty of dating shows. Heart signal, goodbye lover, let's fall in love, I've seen them all. Adai retorted. Bai Yaoyao laughed and scolded them a couple of times, then recalled that Xie Shannon seemed to have a fiancé. After Xie Shannon was killed by Xiao Wei, his fiancé had gone to seek revenge. What happened afterward was unclear because she also died. What was that talkative Xie Shannon's reaction? Bai Yaoyao almost laughed out loud. How did the Ice Prince and Ice Mountain Beauty become so talkative in this life? Xie Shannon looked like he saw a ghost, turned around and ran away, even putting up an ice wall to block people. Monkey, that talkative guy can form ice blocks much faster than you. Adai said to the monkey. Although the monkey's water ability was only level 3, he could still shoot out an ice spike, albeit very slowly, which made him feel looked down upon. You kid, really unlikable. If you keep being picky, I won't help you eat next time, the monkey said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Adai immediately admitted his fault, saying he couldn't help being picky. Chive, cilantro, and ginger were simply lifelong enemies. He simply couldn't eat them. Bai Yaoyao watched the two bickering and her mood surprisingly brightened. Suddenly she felt a chill on her forehead and looked up to see. It was snowing.